After the Gaokao ended, Tang Feng surrendered himself to gaming day after day, rarely sleeping before the small hours. In his own words, having finally escaped the nightmare called high school, if he didn't let loose now, he would end up as a nervous wreck. Anyone who has been through Gaokao knows it is nothing short of a living hell on earth. Every day you rise earlier than roosters and sleep later than dogs, with mountains of exercise books waiting for your attention. And you can't even skip them. As the head teacher summed it up, if you don't work yourself to death, now the hardships of life will crush you to death later. Thus Tang Feng liberated was like Sun Wukong freed from 500 years of imprisonment, letting himself go completely. That very night, he played Honor of Kings all night, and only fell asleep at 5 in the morning. Suddenly heavy banging came from outside the door, followed by Mother Tang's loud voice. Xiao Feng, get up. I'm almost done cooking lunch. You better get up now. Seriously, I still have to wait on you every day. After grumbling, Mother Tang went back to stir-fry the last dish. Tang Feng, still drowsy, was finally awakened by his mother's violent knocking. He threw off the blanket covering his head, opened his sleepy eyes, and stared at the dim room. Then he slowly sat up, still feeling exhausted, and the moment he managed to sit, he flopped back down again. After tossing and turning in bed for a while, he finally forced himself fully awake and got up once more. Slipping on his slippers, rubbing his eyes, he stumbled toward the bathroom, with a mind still half asleep. After only 2 steps, he almost tripped over nothing. Fortunately, he grabbed the wall. Damn, that's bad luck. I almost fell on flat ground. He didn't realize that his slippers were too big for his feet, which was why he had lost his balance and nearly fallen. Tang Feng steadied himself and patted his chest, murmuring, it's okay, it's okay. I just scared myself and my heart is beating faster. Then something felt wrong. The hand still patting his chest, why did it feel somewhat soft? Although Tang Feng couldn't claim to have an 8-pack, before he was still a handsome guy with a 6-pack. His favorite sport was Taekwondo. The reason he loved it was that he had been born premature, slow to develop, small as a potato, and in poor health. So Mother Tang suggested he exercise more, and worried that her frail little son might be bullied, she signed him up for a Taekwondo class when he was 6. Therefore, despite being only 1.7 meters tall, Tang Feng had a muscular build and great strength, all the result of years of training. But just now, why did his chest muscles feel soft and slightly swollen? Well, muscles were also firm and raised, but this soft, puffy sensation was completely different. Tang Feng, one hand against the wall, touched his chest again. Instantly his mind went blank. Where had his pectoral muscles gone? Leaning against the wall, he lifted his pajama top with trembling hands. In the dim light, his pupils contracted sharply. He could hardly believe what he saw. So extreme was his shock that his body stopped trembling altogether. He quickly threw open the bathroom door and rushed inside. He reached the mirror above the wash basin. The bright light made his eyes sting slightly. After fully adjusting to the glare, he looked at the girl in the mirror. She resembled him greatly, but was more delicate and refined beyond comparison. The girl in the mirror had a small, delicate face like finely carved jade, flawless. Her curved willow leaf eyebrows looked as if they had been tailored by a spring breeze. Her large almond-shaped eyes were like clear lakes, deep and bright, shimmering with radiant glances and flowing charm. Her small, dainty nose was straight and perky. Her pink, tender cherry lips resembled freshly blossoming flowers. She looked as pretty as the heroines in his favorite manga, the kind of adorably pure, cute girl that boys fall for. Add to that skin as fair as creamy jade and long black hair cascading down to her waist like a waterfall. Wasn't she simply a retouched female version of himself? As a boy, Tang Feng had always been somewhat androgynous, but because of his years of training, no one would mistake him for a girl. As a boy, his features had been fairly delicate, though not as refined as now. His skin was pale, but not the delicate porcelain white of a girl's like a doll's. It was as if someone had used a photo editing app to turn the male him into an exquisite girl. He opened his mouth in shock, and the girl in the mirror did the same. Tang Feng rubbed his eyes, still thinking it was an illusion, then switched on every light in the bathroom, making it even brighter. Yet the person in the mirror remained a startled, beautiful girl. Refusing to accept it, Tang Feng lifted his clothes and looked. The soft swell on his chest, unmistakably female, made him shriek, ah. The piercing scream was so loud that even Mother Tang, who had just finished stir-frying the last dish in the kitchen, heard it. Without even taking off her apron, she rushed straight to Tang Feng's bedroom. What's wrong? What's wrong? As she pushed the door open, she saw a girl standing in front of the mirror, and the two stared at each other. Why was there a girl in Xiao Feng's room? That was her first thought. That brat Xiao Feng, just barely an adult, and already fooling around. She wanted to smack him. Had actually brought a girl home. Though the girl was unbelievably pretty, she somehow looked familiar. Seeing the girl's terrified expression, she thought she had scared her. Quickly switching to a kind, amiable face, she asked, "Where's Xiao Feng? I just heard a scream. What's going on? And who are you?" Upon seeing his mother, Tang Feng rushed forward and hugged her. Then he burst into loud, ungraceful sobs. Yet somehow the crying sounded rather pleasant. Between sobs he shouted, "Mom! Mom! I've turned into a girl. God, am I dreaming? Mother Tang was stunned by the crying. What? This pretty soft crying girl was actually that brat Tang Feng. At this moment her mind also shut down. This was something she had never encountered before. Could it be that every time she went to burn incense and prayed for a sweet adorable daughter the gods had finally received her letter, albeit a little late, and now her wish had come true? It was possible, wasn't it? The moment she thought of her son becoming a daughter, Mother Tang surprisingly accepted it quite well. While hugging her newly acquired daughter and patting her back to comfort her, she wondered if she was dreaming. Then she pinched herself. It didn't hurt. A dream. While she was still wondering whether it was a dream, the crying abruptly stopped, replaced by cries of pain. Ow, ow, ow. Then came the girl's soft, aggrieved complaint. Mom, why did you pinch me? It hurts so much. Oh well. When Mother Tang looked closer, she realized she had pinched the wrong person. Seeing the girl's swollen, tearful eyes and her pitiful, rain-soaked appearance, her face, which was usually stern to her son, immediately softened into an apologetic expression. In a very gentle voice she said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. Mom didn't mean it. Let me go get some ointment and apply it for you." So saying, she hurried to the living room to fetch the ointment. Tang Feng, forgetting the pain in his pinched arm, stared with his mouth wide open. Was this really his hot-tempered mother who used to yell at him at every turn? He felt as if his mother had been possessed by someone else. The change in his mother's attitude was so startling that he forgot about having turned into a girl. When Mother Tang led Tang Feng to the living room, she looked at his face with tender eyes while applying medicine to his arm. Even the act of applying it was as gentle as possible. It gave Tang Feng goosebumps. "Mom, can you act normal?" Mother Tang rolled her eyes, then remembering that this wasn't her son, but her daughter, immediately put on a kind and gentle expression. "Are you really Xiao Feng?" Mother Tang looked at her closely. She really did resemble Xiao Feng, so the earlier familiarity was because she looked like him. After the ointment was applied, Tang Feng curled up on the sofa, nodding in despair. Mother Tang examined her carefully. Indeed, she could still see Tang Feng in that face. Her height seemed about the same, but her bones were smaller, her figure slender, her skin fairer, and her features more delicate and three-dimensional. All his masculine traits had become feminine ones. Mother Tang noticed that her son, now wearing only boxer shorts, was shamelessly sitting with one leg crossed over the other. The sight was very awkward. She nudged her little son's leg. "Put your legs down properly." Then Tang Ma's gaze drifted toward her youngest son's lower region. That scorching stare made Tang Feng's scalp tingle. Then, as if under a spell, Tang Feng also followed his mother's line of sight downward. As if his brain suddenly rebooted, he felt an inexplicable lightness in his lower body. That area felt strangely empty, as if something was missing. As if recalling something terrifying, his slow reaction made Tang Ma helplessly shake her head. Their youngest son, like a madman, shrieked and dashed back into his room, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Though he suspected the truth, Tang Feng refused to believe it and yanked off his boxers to check. Indeed, his lower body was empty. The companion that had been with him for 18 years was gone. Then from outside the door, Tang Ma heard a heart-wrenching wail, a howl that seemed to pierce the roof. Unable to bear it any longer, she was about to knock and silence her slow-reacting son when the door suddenly opened. Tang Feng, crying, rushed over and hugged his mother, shouting hoarsely, "I can't live anymore. I've become a eunuch. I can't live. Tang Ma rolled her eyes, speechless. "You're not a eunuch, you're a girl. Two different things. I'm still alive, so stop talking about dying." But reasoning only made her son worse, so she unleashed her lion's roar. "Stop." That instantly silenced Tang Feng. He peeked at his mother. That expression, that voice, the familiar feeling hit him. 18 years of being at the bottom of the family had ingrained a muscle memory. When Mom raged, everything else was trivial. But he still sniffled, though he stopped wailing. Seeing her youngest finally calm down, Tang Ma, given his soft, adorable face, put on a gentle smile. "I'm not scolding you, little Feng. Now that this has happened, I need to call your father back, and your brother too." Then she glanced at her son's lower region and said seriously, "Put on your pants. A girl needs to learn to protect herself." With that, she hurried off to make a call. Tang Feng, with misty eyes, watched his mother's retreating figure, pitifully wiped his tears, and resignedly went to fetch pants. But the pants were way too big. They slipped right off as soon as he put them on. Fortunately, the boxers had elasticity, or he'd have been exposed by the loose trousers. So he grabbed a belt, put on jeans, fastened the belt, and found it passable. He put on a t-shirt, also too big, but wearable. Though it felt oddly empty, something was off. Dressed, he stepped out just as his mother finished her call, waiting for his father to come home and discuss the situation. His mother came over, circled him carefully, nodded approvingly, and looked at her newly acquired daughter with appreciation, a gaze that was truly admiring. Tang Feng had never received such treatment, being stared at like that made him uneasy. Suddenly Tang Ma clapped her hands and exclaimed, "That's what's off. Why aren't you wearing a bra?" Tang Feng froze on the spot. Bra? Had he heard that right? Since when did a grown man need to wear a bra? Seeing her son's dazed look, Tang Ma patted her head and explained, right, you just became a girl, so it's normal not to have one. If you did have one, I'd have to beat you first. Tang Feng quickly nodded, indicating he wasn't a pervert. Though Tang Feng's little buns weren't large, they weren't small either, quite proportional. With the oversized t-shirt, they weren't obvious. But summer clothes were thin, and a close look revealed the outline of the nipples. Tang Ma ordered him to put on a jacket. The air conditioner was on anyway, so it wasn't hot. Tang Feng resignedly put on a thin spring jacket. After a while, Tang Ba rushed through the door still panting. On the phone, his wife had said something big happened, scaring him half to death. Tang Ba was a minor official in a government office with a relatively easy job, so he could easily take leave. He was stunned for a moment at the sight of the two in the living room, then changed shoes, walked quickly to the sofa, and sat beside his wife. He curiously stared at the little girl in front of him. She looked vaguely familiar. Then he looked at his wife with a questioning expression. Who is she? Tang Ma began to elaborate on the whole series of events from noon, explaining in detail. Tang Ba and Tang Ma wore identical expressions of ecstasy, admiring the new daughter sprawled carelessly on the opposite sofa. After admiring their newly minted daughter, Tang Ba belatedly realized the gravity of the situation. Wait, honey, our daughter. Oh no, our son, suddenly turning into a girl. Could it be a genetic mutation? Is it some terminal illness? Tang Ba's question snapped Tang Ma out of her reverie. Right, why didn't she think of that? So the two hurriedly dragged the resigned Tang Feng out of the house, drove to the hospital, and registered for a checkup. Hearing the word hospital, Tang Feng's dim eyes suddenly lit up with a glimmer of hope. Maybe he was just sick, and there was a chance he could change back. With that hope, the despair over losing his little buddy seemed to find redemption, and he became energized again. Afraid of being recognized by neighbors or acquaintances, Tang Feng made sure to wear a mask, a hat, and sunglasses, like a celebrity, avoiding paparazzi. Plus, he was wearing a jacket in summer. At the hospital, his strange outfit drew curious stares from passers-by. This made Tang Feng even more embarrassed. He kept his head down the whole way like a child in trouble, sticking close to his parents. While his parents were enthusiastically debating whether to register for gynecology, Tang Feng, walking with his head down, suddenly bumped into someone. Just as he was about to apologize, he looked up and saw. Oh no, it was Gu Sheng. Tang Feng, like a startled animal, darted around a corner and fled the scene. As he ran, he thought, oh my God, why is he in the hospital? Gu Sheng was his childhood friend. They had been in the same school from kindergarten through high school, living in the neighborhood next to Tang Feng's. However, after the graduation dinner, when he saw the school beauty he liked confess to Gu Sheng, he unilaterally blocked Gu Sheng and refused to talk to him. How could he? Gu Sheng not only stole the girl he liked, but also rejected her, making her cry. His heart shattered into pieces. He didn't know if he was heartbroken because the girl he secretly loved fell for his best friend, or because his best friend rejected the girl he loved and made her cry. Anyway, in short, after the party, Tang Feng unilaterally declared that he and Gu Sheng were through. Gu Sheng stared at the fleeing girl's back. He remembered those wide almond-shaped eyes staring at him in terror, strangely familiar. But the figure didn't match. Maybe it was because he'd been so preoccupied lately with that kid's childish tantrum, always thinking about how to fix things and make him happy. He kept thinking so everyone looked like him. Even a girl seemed like him. Gu Sheng felt he was going a bit crazy. He shook his head helplessly and walked away. Tang Dad and Tang Mom were still debating which department to register for when they saw their new daughter sprinting ahead of them as if chased by a dog. They exchanged puzzled glances. Tang Mom said, besides gynecology, I feel we should also register for psychiatry. Tang Dad nodded repeatedly, expressing full agreement. After registering, the family sat in the waiting area. Soon it was Tang Feng's turn. Tang Dad and Tang Mom led him into the consultation room. The doctor was quite renowned in the field of gynecology. Tang Mom elaborated on a series of symptoms, and the doctor told Tang Feng to enter the inner room. Tang Feng reluctantly cooperated with the elderly female doctor's examination. When it came time to check the lower body, his face flushed crimson. He lay on the bed, stubbornly refusing to remove his pants. Tang Mom kept coaxing him, finally resorting to threatening looks, and Tang Feng barely managed to complete the examination. Then they took some x-rays and drew blood. Hours later, they finally got the report. The head of gynecology reviewed the report and said with a smile, "Your daughter is very healthy. No signs of her ever having been a boy. Look at the chromosomes and the ultrasound." The doctor then explained a slew of technical terms, but in a nutshell, she was a girl, a normally developed girl with no need to worry about any pathological issues. As for Tang Mom's earlier claim that her daughter used to be a son, the gynecology had subconsciously ignored it. After all, based on all the reports, the girl in front of her was clearly female, with no trace of being male. So she eyed the family of three with a strange look, silently wondering if they wanted a son so badly that they were considering gender reassignment surgery for this girl. But such a procedure simply didn't exist yet. Malato-female surgery existed, but female-male might not be possible even within a century. Tang Dad and Tang Mom were relieved to hear their daughter was healthy. Only Tang Feng, whose faint hope was completely shattered, felt his eyes redden, devastated by the doctor's words. He repeatedly asked if gender reassignment surgery was possible. The doctor firmly stated that such was impossible. She tried to comfort him, saying there was nothing wrong with being a girl, and that he was beautiful and adorable, the envy of many. The more the doctor comforted him, the more dejected Tang Feng became, tears streaming down his face. He felt that ever since becoming a girl he was so prone to crying. Remembering he was a man, he forced himself to stop crying, wiped away his tears, and resolved to be strong. Tang Dad and Tang Mom watched him with amusement. To them it felt like winning the lottery. Although the process was surreal, having experienced the information explosion era, they didn't delve into the reasons. As long as their daughter was healthy, and they now had a daughter, nothing else mattered. It was 6 in the evening when they returned home. The eldest son, Tang Qian, who had been out somewhere, was also back. When he had received his mother's call, he was confused and didn't understand the situation. The phone call was vague, and knowing nothing was wrong, he continued with his entrepreneurial preparations. Tang Qian was in his senior year internship. He and a few like-minded friends from college were developing a small software project, and they were busy with it. He had returned a few days ago, and his team members came along. Everyone was working hard to meet the deadline. The Tang family lived in an international metropolis, the country's economic hub. Returning here made it convenient to seek investment once the software was ready. Tang Qian had been very busy, leaving early and returning late. If not for his mother's call, he wouldn't have come back before 5. When he got home, no one was there. He called, but no one answered, so he cooked dinner himself, waiting for the family. Just as he finished the last dish and came out of the shower, he saw his parents returning. Tang Qian was about to greet them when he noticed a girl following behind his parents. Was this the sister his mother mentioned on the phone? His curiosity piqued. Before Tang Feng could change his slippers, he rushed to the entrance and stared intently at his newly minted sister. He wondered how this was possible. Did the supernatural truly exist, unknown to him? Tang Feng had worn his mother's shoes that day. How coincidentally his shoe size matched hers, a standard size 37. His beloved cool sneakers no longer fit him, and the thought made him want to cry. The world was too cruel. Seeing his elder brother staring at him like a curious specimen, Tang Feng fumed. He lunged at his brother, attempting a chokehold, as he usually did, aiming to catch him off guard. He had succeeded in such sneak attacks before, but since both practiced taekwondo and his brother had the advantage of height and strength, he usually lost in a fair fight. This frustrated him. Tang Feng always believed that his brother's 185 centimeters height and muscular build gave him an unfair advantage. Standing beside him, he felt like a small potato. The 15 centimeters height difference made him grit his teeth. How could two siblings from the same parents be so different? He was born prematurely, but why did that cost him so much height? He couldn't accept it. They ate the same food, but Tang Qian grew like a weed, while he, despite daily jumping, skipping, and consuming milk and calcium supplements, never grew taller. He eventually gave up, attributing it to a genetic mutation. Otherwise, he couldn't explain why his father was 180 centimeters, his mother 168 centimeters, and he was only 170 centimeters. He had secretly calculated that according to genetics, his baseline height should be at least 175 centimeters. The missing 5 centimeters were simply stolen. Now a girl, Tang Feng's frame had shrunk. Predictably, he was easily subdued by Tang Qian, who pinned him to the ground with one knee. Tang Feng struggled, ready to counterattack. Tang Mom shouted, "Oh my God, Tang Qian, what do you think you're doing? If you hurt your sister, it'll break your legs." She slapped Tang Qian's back, urging him to let go while telling Tang Dad to rescue Tang Feng. Tang Dad looked pained, seeing his soft daughter thrown to the ground. His worried expression made Tang Qian wince. He realized this was no longer a younger brother, but a sister he had just forgotten for a moment. Releasing his grip, Tang Qian felt awkward. Touching Tang Feng felt different now. Soft, no longer the tough little brother. Amid his parents' scolding, he repeatedly promised never to do it again. Tang Feng was devastated. His life principles were shattered. He had been so easily overpowered by his brother, unable to resist. He slumped on the sofa, wearing the same expression of utter despair. Tang Dad and Tang Mom were used to it. It was understandable that the child had difficulty accepting this. Tang Qian grinned, sat beside Tang Feng, and touched his cheek. It was soft and smooth, a pleasant sensation. Wow, so this is what a sister is like. Sitting next to you, I can smell a faint milky scent. You never had that before. He asked, did you change your body wash? Why do you smell like milk? Tang Feng was about to break down. Milky scent. He hadn't drunk milk in ages. He used to drink it daily to grow taller, but he got sick of it and stopped. He sniffed himself, but smelled nothing. He thought his brother was teasing him. With round eyes and a puffed face, he said, "Brother, that's not true. Don't talk nonsense." Tang Qian watched him amused. "Before, when you made that angry face, I wanted to punch you. Now I think you're adorable." He then stroked Tang Feng's long waist-length hair like a cat. It felt nice. Tang Feng, like a startled cat, jumped up and kept a distance. "Brother, stay sane. I'm your brother." Tang Qian said, "Mom told me you turned into a girl." From now on we have no younger brother, only a younger sister. He pulled out his phone, snapped a few photos, saved them, and set one as his wallpaper. Tang Feng tried to stop him, but was too late. He tried to grab the phone, but Tang Qian stood up using his height advantage to hold it high out of reach. Furious, Tang Feng jumped up and tried to hit his brother. This time Tang Qian let him have his tantrum, still grinning in a great mood. The commotion ended only when Tang Mom called for dinner. Tang Feng demanded that Tang Qian delete the photos, but Tang Qian pretended not to hear. Helpless, Tang Feng had to let it go. After dinner, Tang Feng dragged his weary body back to his room, his mind set on taking a quick shower. Having been out all day in the sweltering heat without air conditioning, wearing a jacket, he was drenched in sweat, and the sticky, clammy feeling was utterly unbearable. As he opened the wardrobe door, every piece of clothing inside was once his favorite. He looked at this one, then that one, but a wave of inexplicable irritation washed over him. His once neatly flowing long hair then bore the brunt of his frustration. In the past, when he felt agitated, he would run his fingers through his short hair to vent, and it was no big deal. But now his long locks were quickly tousled into a messy bird's nest. Worse still, he accidentally tugged too hard and pulled out a few strands of hair, which stunned him on the spot. He lost all mood to pick out clothes or shower. The issue of his hair needed to be resolved first. He searched for scissors in his room, but found none, so he went to the kitchen to look. His mother, who was washing dishes, saw him and asked curiously, "What are you looking for?" "Oh, by the way, don't stay up late tonight. They'll take you to buy clothes tomorrow." She then looked disdainfully at her younger son's ill-fitting clothes, her mind already dreaming of fulfilling her long-held wish. Just thinking about shopping for dresses with her sweet, soft daughter filled her with joy, and she began humming a cheerful tune. "I'm looking for scissors," Tang Feng said, searching left and right in the kitchen. He asked his mother, who was washing dishes, "Mom, where are the scissors?" Tang's mother pointed to the cabinet over there and said, "In the second drawer." Then her curiosity piqued. She asked, "What do you need scissors for?" Without a second thought, Tang Feng blurted out, "This hair is too troublesome. I'm going to cut it off." Once he had the scissors, Tang Feng, without hesitation, grabbed a handful of his long hair. Before his mother's gasp could even register, a snap echoed, and a lock of hair was severed. His mother, not even bothering to dry her hands, lunged forward in a flash, violently snatching the sharp scissors from her son's hands with lightning speed. She stared in anguish at the lustrous black hair cut off in her son's hand, momentarily forgetting that her son had already become her daughter. She promptly rapped him on the head with her knuckles, causing Tang Feng to yelp in pain again. This time it really hurt, and he could tell his mother was genuinely furious. But he couldn't help but wonder, wasn't it just a haircut? Why such a huge reaction? Tang Feng was utterly bewildered. Then came his mother's endless scolding, her face a picture of disappointment and frustration as she berated him relentlessly. Tang Feng shrank into a small corner of the kitchen, trembling. His mother was terrifying. Who would save him? The commotion from the kitchen drew the attention of the two people who were leisurely watching TV in the living room. They looked at the scene in the kitchen with bewildered expressions, wondering what on earth was happening. Had this brat made his wife mother angry again? That shouldn't be the case, right? With a face as pretty as his daughter's sister's, it was hard to imagine. But she was so furious, she looked like she was about to breathe fire. Tang Qian dared not approach. He was also a bit afraid of his mother, as she could easily catch him in the crossfire when she lost her temper. So he tugged at his father beside him and blinked his eyes, signaling, "Look at your daughter, the poor thing. Go on, do something." Tang's father had no choice but to steel himself and step forward, speaking gently. "Dear, what's wrong? Has this rascal upset you again? Don't be angry, don't be angry. If you get upset over this, it'll just break my heart." While speaking, he patted his wife's back to soothe her, and as usual signaled his younger son to apologize proactively. Seeing his savior arrive, Tang Feng immediately obediently admitted his fault. "Mom, I'm sorry. Don't be angry." Even though he still had no idea what he had done wrong, admitting fault had become a habit, as it was always the most effective way to calm his mother down. Once Tang's mother had vented her anger, she suddenly felt a pang of regret, worried that her outburst might have frightened her daughter. However, when she looked at her daughter's face, well, there wasn't a trace of fear. Then she began to complain. "Old Tang, look at what's in his hand." Tang's father followed her pointed finger, and Tang Qian also looked over. They saw a long, thick clump of hair in Tang Feng's hand. Good heavens, the two of them instantly understood why the mother was so angry. After all, they had always known that Tang's mother adored having a daughter. Moreover, she especially loved a daughter with long hair, as one of her greatest joys was dressing up her daughter. Without long hair, how could she style it beautifully? Tang's mother hadn't even had the chance to style her daughter's hair yet. She had planned to give her a beautiful hairstyle the next morning before they went out to buy dresses and enjoy a pleasant shopping trip. And now this wretched child had gone and cut it all off with a single snip. How could she not be furious? Having learned the whole story, Tang's father acted as a mediator. Tang Feng also finally understood why his mother was angry, but he felt even more aggrieved. So he didn't even have the freedom to cut his own hair anymore, huh? He wanted to go die again. No, he hadn't lived enough. He couldn't die. but he did want to run away from home. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Tang Qian sidled up to him with a knowing look and said, "What, thinking about running away from home again?" Tang Feng was so startled that he nearly jumped out of his seat, wondering how on earth his brother could read his mind. Tang Qian looked at his brother's seemingly not so bright expression and sighed, "It's written all over your face." Besides, it wasn't like he hadn't run away before, though he always slunk back home on his own. It seemed his parents had never even noticed his little escapades. Otherwise, he would have gotten a severe beating. The family sat in the living room. Tang's father spoke earnestly. "All right, the kids are grown now. You should talk to him properly. He'll understand." Then he shot a mild glare at Tang Feng. "Xiao Feng, you too. Why didn't you go to a barber shop? Cutting your own hair not only looks bad, but also leaves hair all over the floor. It's not good." Tang Feng pouted but obediently nodded and admitted his mistake. His mother was just momentarily furious. That wretched child had ruined such beautiful hair. However, Tang Feng insisted, "I don't like this hair. I want to cut it short like before." At this, Tang's mother's temper flared up again. "You're a girl now. No short hair. It would look so ugly. Your long hair now is so beautiful." Although a chunk had been cut off, she thought it could still be salvaged. "I don't want it. It's too long and such a hassle to wash." This time Tang Feng argued his case, genuinely believing the hair was too troublesome. Then Tang's mother launched into a full theatrical performance, crying, wailing, and threatening to die. She tearfully recounted how difficult it had been over the years to take care of the entire family. She cried so pitifully that Tang's father couldn't bear it, and immediately told Tang Feng to agree. Seeing his mother's grief-stricken act, which seemed genuine, Tang Feng finally had to compromise. However, he added one condition: it was too long, so it should be cut to shoulder length. After some negotiation, his mother agreed. Sniffling, Tang's mother returned to her room, and Tang Feng, dejected, went back to his own. The moment she was back in her room, Tang's mother stopped crying instantly. Tang's father gave her a big thumbs up, praising her. "Wife, you're amazing. Your acting skills have gotten even better." Tang's mother gave a smug smile, as if to say of course. Then, thinking about going shopping with her daughter tomorrow, she felt overjoyed. She began telling her husband how she had longed for a daughter all these years, and now that her wish had come true, it felt like a dream. She even mentioned wanting to visit the temple, where she often prayed to give thanks. Tang's father agreed enthusiastically, as he too loved having a daughter. He added, "This daughter looks like me. They say daughters take after their fathers. She's absolutely beautiful." Tang's mother was displeased. "What? Doesn't she look like me?" Tang's father quickly agreed. "She looks like me, and she looks like you too. Anyone can see she's our biological daughter." Tang's mother nodded in agreement. Then they discussed some other matters concerning Tang Feng. For instance, regarding his name, they would probably need to go to the administrative office to get a new ID card and re-register the household registration, since his gender had changed. This brought up the topic of the name. Both Tang's father and mother simultaneously thought of the name they had chosen for their daughter years ago, but never got to use. Tang Tang. Their eyes lit up. Tang 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 Tang, so sweet. It sounded so lovely. And so the couple talked late into the night, much later than usual, before finally going to sleep. Meanwhile, in Tang Feng's room, after being teased by Tang Qian once more, he slumped his shoulders, grabbed his clothes, and headed to the bathroom. Seeing himself in the mirror, he realized that due to his initial shock during the day, he had never really looked at himself closely. Under the light, Tang Feng looked at his reflection. The more he looked, the more he thought, how am I this good looking? His hand unconsciously reached up to touch his face. Snapping out of it, he slapped himself lightly on the cheek and muttered, "What are you doing? Weirdo. What use was being good looking anyway?" He sighed again. He might as well wash up and go to bed. The whole day had been exhausting. He quickly took off his shirt, looked down, and his face flushed crimson. Tang Feng immediately closed his eyes, overwhelmed with shyness. He hurriedly took a quick perfunctory shower, not daring to touch his own body too much as it felt incredibly awkward. However, even for a quick shower, what used to take him 5 minutes now dragged on for 15. It was all because of this hair. It was ridiculously long, requiring more shampoo, and it took several times longer. He was irritated and annoyed. Being a girl was so troublesome, even taking a shower felt wrong. He suddenly felt a newfound respect for the girls with long hair at his school. Having to wash this long hair every day would drive anyone crazy. But he had a bit of a cleanliness obsession. He used to wash his hair and shower every day, skipping it felt as uncomfortable as skipping a meal. So he stomped his feet in frustration to vent. He left the bathroom dripping wet. He had never liked blow-drying his hair before, preferring to let it air dry naturally, since it was short. So it didn't even occur to Tang Feng to dry his hair. Hearing a knock on the door, he opened it to find his older brother. "What?" he asked grumpily, turning away. He was in a bad mood and didn't want to talk to anyone. Tang Qian followed him into the room and saw his sister had showered her hair wet and dripping. He asked, "Your hair is soaking wet and dripping. Why didn't you dry it?" Tang Feng rolled his eyes. "Can't be bothered." Tang Qian was speechless. He went to the bathroom, got the hairdryer, and gently began to dry his hair. Tang Feng enjoyed having someone dry his hair for him. It felt nice. He also noticed that ever since he had transformed into a girl, his brother had become much gentler towards him. After drying his hair, Tang Qian took out his phone and in front of Tang Feng transferred a red packet of 1,000 yuan to him. Tang Feng immediately got excited and hugged his brother around the waist, exclaiming, "Bro, you're the absolute goat. You're the best." Tang Qian patted his sister's head and said, "Aren't you going shopping tomorrow? Consider this my contribution." Tang Feng saw his brother out of the room with a smile that never left his face. He suddenly thought that maybe becoming a girl wasn't so bad after all. Early the next morning, Tang Feng was still sound asleep in bed. This time his mother didn't resort to her usual violent knocking. She figured that since Tang Feng had become a girl, and people often say daughters and their mothers become best friends, things would be different. Previously his mother, thinking her youngest son had grown up, wouldn't barge into his room. But now since they were both girls, she didn't need to knock. She entered directly, drew open the curtains, and a strong ray of sunlight fell upon Tang Feng's face. This shattered the beautiful dream Tang Feng was having. The images of beauties in his dream broke apart piece by piece. Startled, Tang Feng immediately opened his eyes and looked dazedly at his mother, who was standing by the bed with a doting fond smile. Tang Feng looked at his mother with a resentful gaze and complained, "Mom, are you going through menopause? You come into my room early in the morning without even knocking now. You used to say boys and girls should maintain boundaries and that I needed to knock before entering." He just felt that since he became a girl, his mother had been acting strange. In 4 words, she was moody. Just like now, her gentle expression immediately turned from sunny to cloudy. Any woman, especially an older one, couldn't bear to hear the word menopause. Just as she was about to flare up, she saw her daughter's adorable face looking at her with those innocent big eyes. It was simply too unfair. So her anger instantly subsided and fizzled out. Her mood turned from cloudy back to sunny again as she reminded herself, "She's my daughter now, my daughter. I mustn't hit or scold her. Mustn't hit or scold her." Then, using what she thought was her gentlest tone paired with a warm smile that just appeared, she said, "Didn't you promise Mommy yesterday that we'd go out to buy clothes, go shopping, and get a haircut? Did Xiao Feng forget? It's okay if you forgot, Mommy remembers. Come on, get up and wash up quickly. I've made your favorite breakfast. After we eat, we'll head out." After saying this, she left the bedroom. The moment she was out, her face immediately fell, and she grumbled inwardly, "This brat. He still doesn't seem used to being a girl. I should teach him properly how to be a soft and delicate girl." She took several deep breaths to calm the anger caused by Tang Feng's menopause comment. But then, thinking about the upcoming shopping trip, her mood instantly brightened like a little sun, and she couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of her mouth. Tang Feng really wasn't awake yet. He so wanted to close the curtains and go back to sleep. Although he had slept earlier than usual, he had still lingered until 1:30 a.m. He fumbled under the pillow for a while before finally finding his phone. He looked at it and wanted to curse. "It's only 6:30 a.m., my dear mom. The sun was so high that you'd think it was 10 a.m. But who's to blame? The summer sun is just this diligent, starting its shift so early." Tang Feng thrashed around on the bed for a bit, thoroughly abusing his pillow and blanket before finally getting up feeling refreshed. That morning grumpiness finally subsided. If anyone else had woken him up, had probably have thrown a punch, but with his mom, he didn't have the guts. Under his mother's thumb, he was just a weak and helpless little thing. After washing up and awkwardly using the bathroom, he went to the wardrobe to find clothes. He picked a set randomly since they were all going to be discarded anyway. Inwardly, he was crying a river, loath to part with his clothes. Even though he was a girl now, he would treasure these clothes as a memento of his suntabellest youth as a handsome boy. Sob, he wouldn't be a handsome young man anymore. After a moment of feeling emo, he dragged his feet in his slippers towards the dining room. Seeing the sumptuous breakfast on the table, he finally felt hungry. There were his favorite soy milk and youtiao shrimp dumplings, century egg, and lean pork congee siamai, and his most favorite char siu bao. Tang Feng directly picked up a char siu bao with his hands, stuffed it into his mouth, and ate it in big mouthfuls. Meanwhile, his mother, leisurely eating her breakfast, saw her daughter's bold eating style and frowned. Such a pretty face paired with those actions and expressions was really an eyesore. So she reminded her, "You're a girl now. Don't stuff so much into your mouth at once. Your mouth is small, can you even chew it?" Tang Feng grinned his mouth full and mumbled indistinctly, "Well, you can see him managing." Then he continued eating without any table manners, his legs constantly shaking, which was his usual sloppy behavior. His mother was used to it, but today she just couldn't stand it. Her daughter's pretty face was being ruined by this improper demeanor. So she glared at him, exerting her authority, and Tang Feng immediately behaved. He stopped shaking his legs, swallowed the char siu bao with some soy milk, and began to eat in small bites, hanging his head, not daring to look at his mother. He knew he should be sensible. It was early morning, his dad had gone to work, and his brother was surely busy too. No one could save him now. His mother finally felt satisfied. A quarter of an hour later, his mother drove the car, with Tang Feng in the passenger seat, and they set off. Tang Feng thought about how he had signed up for driving lessons right after the college entrance exam and had passed all the tests on the first try. However, he owed his smooth success to Gu Sheng, who had signed up with him. Putting that other matter aside, Gu Sheng was a really good guy. If it weren't for him, Tang Feng wouldn't have gotten into Hawaii University, and for these driving tests, it was mostly Gu Sheng who had helped teach him. He was like a second driving instructor. The actual instructor even wanted to ask Gu Sheng if he was free to take on students part-time during the summer. He was that meticulous, teaching so well. He believed that even a student as dumb as a pig would definitely pass on the first try with Gu Sheng's help. But Gu Sheng declined. Besides specifically teaching Tang Feng, he also helped out 2 other students. In the end, all 4 of them passed the exam. One student who had failed 4 times before was weeping with joy. That student even treated everyone to a meal to thank Gu Sheng. Why did I think of that guy? No, the girl I likes him. What does he have that I don't? At this thought, Tang Feng immediately puffed out his cheeks in anger, staring out the window, and kicked the thought of Gu Sheng out of his mind. The 2 of them went directly to the shopping plaza in the largest commercial center. After parking the car, they headed straight to a hair salon his mother frequented, which happened to be inside the mall. After getting the haircut, they could go shopping directly. The summer weather was scorching, hitting 40 degrees. As soon as they entered the salon, a beautiful young woman came over to receive Tang's mother and Tang Feng. Seeing the pretty young woman, Tang Feng's eyes lit up immediately. This young lady is really pretty. Of course, this naive and slightly foolish Sunto college student was just admiring the beauty. Seeing such a pretty little sister looking at her with sparkling eyes and a bright, charming smile, the young woman smiled back. Tang Feng then followed suit with a goofy grin. His mother watched and shook her head, thinking, this silly daughter, can she even be reformed? This habit of seeing a pretty girl and not being able to move, needing to take a second look, is just. However, she then thought about how she herself tended to look twice at handsome guys on the street. Could it be inherited from her? Mother Tang couldn't help but reflect on herself. The hairdresser who usually cut her hair happened to be free, so she went over and chatted with him for a bit. After a little begging and a pitiful plea from Tang Feng, the hairdresser Evans gave an okay and a reassuring gesture, and then he began. In the end, the result was that the Heim cut style his mother had requested had to be adjusted because a section of hair had been cut, and it couldn't be undone. They had to modify it based on what was there. A Heim cut means the hair near the ears is cut to about the neck length, while the back hair is left to reach the middle of the back. Anyway, Mother Tang was very satisfied with the result. This new hairstyle made the already good-looking Tang Feng even more attractive. When Tang Feng wasn't talking or making expressions, this hairstyle gave him an air of elegance and aloofness, an elusive charm that added a sense of mystery. Of course, this was only when his face was expressionless. But the moment Tang Feng, who had just been stunning his mother, started making all sorts of silly faces, that feeling was completely shattered. Because right now Tang Feng was begging the hairdresser with his hands clasped together, pleading, please, please, can you cut it a bit shorter? Evans had cut many Heim styles, but this girl suited it the most. Honestly, with a face like hers, any hairstyle would probably look good. It really all comes down to the face. Seeing her pitiful pleading look now, Evans was about to agree. But seeing the one paying the bills glaring from the side, he swallowed the words of agreement back down and shook his head helplessly. Tang Feng's request failed again. He sighed and started singing, Little Cabbage Yellowing in the Field. He had just begun when his mother, unable to bear it any longer, reached out and twisted his ear. Tang Feng yelped in pain as he was led to the front desk. After paying, they left. His mother only let go of her daughter's ear when she noticed the stares from passersby. Actually, many passersby weren't stopping because of the twisting, but because they were captivated by the beautiful girl getting her ear twisted. Even though Tang Feng was grimacing in pain at that moment, his face was still stunning. Combined with the new hairstyle, he was turning heads left and right. Tang Feng wore a mournful expression, continuously rubbing his rescued ear, and looked at his mother with a resentful gaze. His mother shot a glare at him, and Tang Feng immediately stood up straight, stopped rubbing his ear, and apologized, Mom, I was wrong. His mother looked at her daughter's pretty face, took a few more glances, and finally stopped being angry. This brat singing about losing his mother at 2 or 3 years old, who is he cursing? He really deserves a beating. In the past, she would have swung her bag at him. Her current restraint was the result of her trying to control her temper. Indeed, this daughter was only half a daughter. She was a girl on the outside, but still a boy on the inside. Her dream of having a daughter was directly shattered halfway. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted without warning, and at first Tang Feng paid it no mind. Yet the uproar was so immense that the crowd surged like a tide, everyone pressing forward in a single direction. Tang Feng and his mother had taken the elevator directly from the garage to the 4th floor, so they were initially oblivious to the bustling spectacle unfolding on the 1st floor. The source of those piercing screams came from below. Tang Feng, always eager for a bit of excitement, scurried over to the railing and peered down from the 4th floor with barely contained anticipation. The mall's unique circular design revealed a sea of bobbing heads on the ground floor, so densely packed, it was almost dizzying. The sight made Tang Feng's scalp tingle. He nearly had a bout of trypophobia. Just then his mother sauntered over wearing the same nosy, gossip-hungry expression as her son and peered down intently as well. Indeed, this alone made it abundantly clear. No paternity test was needed to prove they were mother and son. After watching for a while, Tang Feng finally pieced together what all the fuss was about. It turned out a celebrity was making a promotional appearance. In large shopping malls, it was common for stars to show up at their endorsed brand counters. Upon realizing it wasn't a celebrity he liked, and it was a man at that, Tang Feng instantly lost interest and turned away. Tang's mother, however, was thoroughly engrossed. But from the fourth floor the distance was too great, and all she could see was a dark, undulating sea of heads. The celebrity was nowhere in sight. Still, her curiosity burned. She nudged Tang Feng with her elbow and asked, "Do you know him? Is he handsome?" Tang Feng was speechless. "Mom, hey, mind your image, will you? You're a married woman. If you keep this up, I'm telling Dad." His mother gave him a look of exasperation. She glanced at her lovely, adorable daughter and thought that since she now had a daughter, she'd eventually have a son-in-law. At that thought, she drifted into a daydream, imagining how handsome her future son-in-law would be, how tall, and how he'd resemble whichever celebrity she currently fancied. She indulged in these sweet, fanciful thoughts, a blissful smile playing on her lips. He had just been talking about checking out girls, and now look at his mother eagerly trying to catch a glimpse of a handsome man. All he could do was click his tongue in disbelief. After watching for a while longer, Tang's mother reluctantly tore her gaze away. Although she hadn't seen a thing, the instinct to gawk at a celebrity was simply irresistible. "Let's go, it's too crowded. We won't join the fray or well get crushed," she said, thinking that if she were 20 years younger she'd have rushed downstairs without a second thought. She led Tang Feng to a lingerie store where he clung to the glass door, refusing adamantly to go inside. Tang's mother's temper flared again. She pulled, he resisted, but Tang Feng stood firm. Despite her best efforts, she couldn't budge him an inch. Panting from exertion, she raised her hand to strike him, but then realized her child was now a girl, and she couldn't just hit her. Another piercing glare was shot his way, as if signaling a countdown: 3, 2. On the final second, Tang Feng reluctantly released the door. He put on his sunglasses and mask, covering himself up completely, before shuffling inside with great hesitation. Once inside, Tang Feng dared not lift his head. He kept his gaze fixed on his feet, as if counting his toes. The woman who never wore slippers now had on a pair of trendy slippers that his mother claimed were her favorites from her youth. Her fair jade-like toes wiggled restlessly. As soon as they entered, an enthusiastic sales assistant greeted them. The assistant first addressed Tang's mother. "Madam, what are you looking for?" Then she turned to the tightly wrapped head-down girl, finding her appearance rather odd. Combined with the scene she'd witnessed at the door, her curiosity was piqued. Who would have thought that this young girl was until recently an 18-year-old boy who had never once stepped foot in a lingerie store? Although his face was covered, the fleeting glimpse of colorful assorted undergarments upon entering had him blushing from his ears down to his neck. This was a first for him. Had never seen anything like it. Tang's mother browsed around and selected a few sets of lacy youthful bras and panties. She asked the salesgirl to take them down for a closer look. When she held them in her hands, she felt the fabric and her expression showed satisfaction. The material was soft. The cute, endearing, and slightly alluring designs further pleased her. Finally, she turned to her daughter, who had been silent for a while. She couldn't help but chuckle and teased. "What's there to be shy about? You're a girl now, and you'll be wearing these every day. Lift your head." The salesgirl chuckled along, finding the girl utterly adorable for being so bashful. Tang's mother saw that she still wouldn't look up and sighed, saying, "I've picked out a few sets. If you don't look, I'm just going to decide for you." She then asked if she could try them on, and the salesgirl nodded with a smile. Tang's mother wanted Tang Feng to try them on since fit was crucial for undergarments. Tang Feng finally glanced at the set in his mother's hand, his face turning crimson as he stammered, "Mom, isn't this a bit too much?" It was lacy, and while he could appreciate its aesthetic appeal, the problem was that it was meant for him to wear. He adamantly refused, and then spotted some plainer sets hanging lower. He pointed at them immediately. "I want that one." He quickly lowered his head again. Tang's mother followed his gaze and saw a pure white athletic set with a cartoon Rascal Rabbit print. The bra was a sports bra, and the underwear wasn't a thong but boxer briefs, just the kind Tang Feng preferred. Tang's mother pursed her lips. "What kind of taste is that? It's too childish, not pretty at all." She held up her carefully chosen lacy set in front of Tang Feng. "Look, this is so much nicer." In the end, she bought all of them. 5 sets total, 3 lacy sets she'd picked, and 2 Rascal Rabbit sets Tang Feng had chosen. Stepping into the fitting room, Tang Feng was shocked to discover that aside from the door, the other 3 walls were entirely covered in mirrors. He was stunned, flustered, and utterly embarrassed. He looked at his reflection, then at himself, and back at the mirror again. From outside, his mother urged him impatiently, "Are you done yet? You've been in there for 10 minutes, just to put on a bra? Are you telling me you don't know how?" Tang Feng finally snapped out of it. "To know how? There was even a poster on the back of the door demonstrating how to put on the garments. But he had spoken too soon. Another 10 minutes passed, and Tang Feng was still struggling with the lacy bra his upper body bare. The rascal rabbit set had been easy. He just slipped it on like a vest, gave a quick shy adjustment, and it was done. But the lacy bra with the back clasp was a puzzle he couldn't solve. He was sweating with frustration. His impatient mother started pounding on the door. Open the door. I'm coming in. Ah, this isn't appropriate. Tang Feng looked utterly dumbfounded. We're both girls, what's the big deal? You have what I have. Now open up, or I'm going to knock this door down. Finally Tang Feng cracked the door open a sliver and told his mother that he couldn't fasten the clasp. She told him to turn around, and with a few quick clicks it was done. Then she asked, does it fit, and stepped right into the fitting room. Tang Feng crossed his arms over his chest looking like a bullied young bride, utterly mortified. Tang's mother swatted his hands away. What are you hiding? Stand up straight, chest out. Accustomed to his mother's commands, Tang Feng instinctively obeyed, straightening his posture so quickly he nearly saluted. Tang's mother inspected him. The fit is right, but... She paused thinking. Tang Feng, seeing her hesitate, crossed his arms again. He asked curiously, but what? It's just that your chest could use a bit more development. It's a little small. Not even half the size of mine. Tang Feng's face and neck flushed red, and his voice rose several octaves. That's enough, Ms. Tang. He then pushed his mother out of the room. She instructed, keep it on, don't take it off. We're going to buy skirts. You can change and wash it when we get home. She continued, and from now on drink milk every morning and night. Oh, and papaya. That's a great one. She took out her phone and started searching for ways to enhance one's bust, rattling off a whole list of tips. Tang Feng didn't want to hear a single word. He threw on his clothes haphazardly and rushed out of the store. He dumped the bags of lingerie on his mother and vowed never to step foot in that store again. His mother was saying the most mortifying things, and he could see several girls shopping nearby, sneaking glances his way. He wished he could disappear into the floor. He didn't want a bigger chest. Not for the life of him. Tang's mother, on the other hand, was beginning to enjoy the experience of shopping with her daughter. Even though her daughter was uncooperative, the feeling was just too satisfying. Next they went to the women's clothing section on the third floor. By then Tang Feng had become a listless puppet, wearing whatever he was told to wear. He couldn't resist, so he simply complied. Tang's mother watched her daughter change outfits, snapping a photo each time. She thought every single one looked beautiful and wanted to buy them all, but her budget wouldn't allow it. She settled on about 6 or 7 dresses she thought were the best, plus 2 certain denim short sets. At Tang Feng's insistence, they also bought 2 pairs of long jeans, though his mother chose form-fitting styles rather than the straight leg ones had initially picked. When they finally left the women's section, Tang Feng felt as exhausted as if he'd run an 800-meter dash, mentally drained. Women were so picky. At his mother's insistence, he was now wearing a light green pleated skirt with short sleeves and a lace trim. He thought his mother just loved all this frilly, flashy stuff. All that was left were shoes. Tang Feng couldn't hold it in any longer. He dumped all the shopping bags at his mother's feet, muttered something about going to the bathroom, and dashed off. Nature calls, and it was calling urgently. The restroom, the restroom. Tang Feng had to circle the entire area before finally finding it, muttering to himself that the downside of such a large plaza was that it took forever to locate a restroom with nothing but shops as far as the eye could see. In a frantic rush, Tang Feng darted inside like an arrow released from a bow. He immediately positioned himself at the urinal and was about to unzip his pants. Habitually he glanced to his left and thought to himself, this guy wears sunglasses even in the restroom, what a poser. He also caught a glimpse of the man's lower region and thought, whoa, not a bad size there, impressive. Though his own was decent too. Then he instinctively reached down and felt something was off. It suddenly dawned on him. He was a woman now, which explained why he couldn't find a zipper. He was wearing a skirt. Oh no, he had forgotten that his old buddy had long since left him, and he should have gone to the women's restroom. Tang Feng stiffly turned his head, silently smoothed down the skirt he had lifted, and moved a few steps away from the urinals. At that moment, he noticed the man who seemed to have just pulled up his pants looking his way. Tang Feng smiled awkwardly and said, "Dude, I went into the wrong restroom, my bad." Before the man could even call out, Tang Feng, driven by his urgent need, hastily fled the men's room and rushed into the one next door. His first time in the women's restroom, and it was quite different. It consisted of private stalls. Tang Feng quickly pulled open a door, entered, and finished his business in one fluid motion. After exiting, he went to the sink to wash his hands. As he stepped out of the restroom, a man grabbed his arm. He tried to pull away but found he couldn't break free. He thought he had run into a lunatic and was about to fight back. Turning around, he saw a familiar figure. It was the guy from earlier. Tang Feng's face was full of confusion and bewilderment, as if asking something wrong. At this moment, he didn't feel it was at all odd that a stranger was holding his hand. The man directly pulled Tang Feng over, pressing him against the wall with both arms braced on either side, as if afraid the girl would escape like before. This man was Yi Lanqing, the top celebrity, attending a business event here today. He had been a star since his debut, holding the top spot for 5 years straight. He excelled in both singing and dancing, possessed a divine face, and was a cut above the rest, even in the entertainment industry, a place teeming with beautiful people. He recognized this girl. Earlier, while resting in the lounge on the 5th floor, he had been idly observing the mall below when he saw an amusing scene. He watched as this girl got her ear twisted by someone, her face contorted in a grimace. It was absolutely adorable. He hadn't gotten a clear look at her face then, but her hairstyle was unforgettable. What a coincidence that she had barged into the restroom. It took him a moment to realize he had been completely exposed. By the time he reacted with a flustered expression, she was already gone. He thought she had left, but then she ran into the stall next door, so Yi Lanqing waited for her there. He couldn't explain why he felt the need to catch this girl. Was it just because he had been seen, or was there another reason? He couldn't quite put his finger on it. Now, seeing the face of the girl he had cornered, Yi Lanqing's heart skipped a beat. He watched her bewildered expression as she stared blankly at him, as if she hadn't given the earlier incident a single thought. This made him laugh in spite of himself. Tang Feng was baffled and thought, "Bro, what are you doing?" His big almond-shaped eyes were filled with huge question marks. Although he had seen this person before, Yi Lanqing cut straight to the chase. "You went into the wrong restroom earlier." Before he could finish his sentence, Tang Feng had a sudden realization, and like a diligent student immediately admitted his mistake. "Bro, my apologies, I'm not used to the women's restroom yet. Please bear with me, I'll definitely pay more attention next time." He thought it was trivial that the man had only stopped him for an apology. Why didn't he just say so? With the apology done, he should be free to go. So he pointed at Yi Lanqing's arm and tapped it, saying, "Can I leave now?" He noted that the man was at least 1.8 meters tall, a height he had always envied. Although he didn't have a brother's bulging chest muscles and looked quite thin, his own small frame seemed even thinner. He wondered if his taekwondo skills would be enough to take him on. Besides, since he was at fault, he would rather avoid a fight if possible. Yi Lanqing was rendered speechless by Tang Feng's words, as if his tongue had gotten tied. Each word made sense on its own, but strung together, they were quite baffling. Nevertheless, his arm remained in place. He enunciated each word clearly. "You have seen everything." Upon hearing this gritted teeth statement, Tang Feng's internal alarm bells went off. He sensed hostility. He silently rolled his eyes, thinking it was just a quick glance. It's not like he didn't have one himself. "What's the big deal? Bro, you've got it wrong. I didn't see anything. Trust me, I really didn't. I just accidentally went into the wrong room. Your virtue is still intact, don't worry, it won't be lost. I promise." To make his words seem more credible, Tang Feng thumped his own chest a few times to prove he wasn't lying. Yi Lanqing was a bit skeptical. He hadn't been paying attention at the time. As soon as he noticed a girl, he had reacted as fast as he could to pull his pants up. He truly didn't know if she had seen anything. Seeing his hesitation, which seemed like half-belief, Tang Feng pressed on. "Bro, I may be a woman, but my heart is a brother's heart. Rest assured, I have absolutely no perverted intentions." Yi Lanqing decided to believe her, and the awkward, uncomfortable feeling of having been seen by a girl began to fade. Watching her lively expressions and the comical gesture she had just made, he let out a chuckle, took off his sunglasses, and revealed his full face. Tang Feng raised an eyebrow. He knew this guy. Yi Lanqing, the top star at Jiaxing Entertainment, and also the senior fellow apprentice of a sweet girl group idol he liked. He had seen this guy dance a sexy duet with Nai from the girl group, which had infuriated him so much he couldn't sleep for half the night. He had posted hundreds of comments under the dance video like, "Stay away from my Nai." He was a career fan and a toxic solo stan. Nai should shine on her own. This lousy company was forcing her into a fake romance with this guy. Although it seemed like Nai had gained a lot of popularity from him, it didn't stop his cynical attitude. His goddess was not to be defiled by anyone, not even himself. Noticing the look in her eyes, Yi Lanqing thought she recognized him and assumed she was a fan. So he said, "Then you still have to compensate me for my mental anguish." I was scared. Tang Feng was furious upon hearing this. This shameless villain was exactly as he had suspected, not a good person. He shoved Yi Lanqing's arm away forcefully and turned to leave, not wanting to deal with him. Seeing this, Yi Lanqing put his sunglasses back on and chased after him. He stopped her again. "Don't go. All right, forget the apology. Are you my fan?" Now he was uncertain. With his usual charm from 80-year-old grandmothers to 3-year-old girls, who could resist his face? Why was she so cold to him? Was his makeup off today? Had his looks declined? As if, "I'm not your fan." So narcissistic, Tang Feng said, stopping in his tracks. Then he suddenly had a brilliant idea and leaned in close to Yi Lanqing. Caught off guard, Yi Lanqing's heart skipped a beat as the girl's flawless, beautiful face suddenly loomed large in his vision. The tips of his ears quietly turned red. "You stopped me earlier. Were you trying to make a move on me?" She gave him a look that said, "I knew you weren't a good person." Yi Lanqing, thinking she truly misunderstood, stammered, "No, it's not like that. You don't need to explain. I get it. I heard you sleep with your fans. Is that true?" Yi Langsing's eyes widened in disbelief. Could anyone actually believe such an absurd rumor? He quickly waved his hands. Don't say that. I've never even had a girlfriend. His flustered demeanor was quite amusing to behold. Tang Feng knew it was false, but that didn't stop him from saying it anyway. He grabbed the man's collar and leaned in to whisper, "You're such a big star. If I yell harassment right now, do you think the tabloids would run with it?" Yi Lansing couldn't believe his ears. The girl before him looked like such a sweet, adorable, and well-behaved girl. His shocked expression made Tang Feng think he was scared. So he let go of the man's collar and even helped straighten it out, making it neat and tidy so that the cameras outside wouldn't catch anything that could create a scandal. "I can stay quiet though." As if sharing a little secret, he leaned in close to Yi Lansing. "You and Nai are from the same company, right? Can you get me her autograph photo?" Yi Lansing found the mischievous Tang Feng utterly amusing. Was this what all the fuss was about? He finally understood. The girl was a fan of Nai. Yi Lansing thought for a moment, then took out his phone and opened WeChat. "Let's add each other as friends. They'll get it for you when I get back." Tang Feng hadn't expected the big star to be so agreeable. Hearing that he could get a real autograph from Nai, his face lit up with a brilliant smile that made Yi Langsing's heart inexplicably beat faster. They scanned the QR code and added each other as friends. After Yi Lansing accepted, he casually asked, "I still don't know your name." Tang Feng replied, "I stand by my name, it's Tang Feng. Alright, I'll send you my address later. You can mail it to me. If you go back on your word, you're a dog." Afraid that Tang's mother would be waiting too long, he hurried off, even making a little dog gesture as he ran. It was utterly adorable. Yi Lansing watched the girl's retreating figure, his eyes crinkling into a smile behind his sunglasses. He silently repeated the name Tang Feng, wondering which two characters it was thinking he'd ask on WeChat later. Upon seeing her daughter finally return, Tang Ma launched into a mild complaint. "Did you fall into the toilet? Took you long enough." Tang Feng rubbed his nose and remained silent, dreading the thought of his mother finding out he had entered the wrong restroom and inadvertently seen another man's private parts. He feared the consequences. So he changed the subject. "Mom, let's hurry and buy those shoes." Right, let's go." Her excitement about shopping with her daughter returned in full force. After purchasing 6 pairs of shoes, both Tang Ma and Tang Feng were laden with bags of all sizes. Tang Feng thought they were finally done. Although the bags weren't heavy, he was tired of shopping. His mother had incredible stamina for it. They had scoured the entire shoe section, and his mother felt compelled to browse inside nearly every single store. Seeing her still trotting around in 5-centimeter heels, he was filled with awe and admiration. While buying shoes, Tang Ma had also tried to get her daughter a pair of high heels, insisting that a woman must own a pair that belonged solely to her. Tang Feng shook his head vigorously, begging to be spared. High heels were something he truly couldn't handle. In the end, Tang Ma gave up with regret, thinking she could always buy them later once her daughter was more accustomed to her new identity. Then she announced, "Let's go to the first floor." They went to the railing and looked down. The crowd was dispersing, likely meaning the celebrity had departed. The fans were leaving too. Tang Ma felt a pang of regret for having missed seeing the handsome celebrity. After all, she had never encountered a living celebrity in her life. Tang Feng, upon hearing this, felt a sense of doom. "Not more shopping." Tang Feng pleaded earnestly, "Mom, look how much stuff we already have. The first floor is all cosmetics. If you want to buy some, you can do it next time you're here alone. Let's head home now." He glanced at his phone. It was already 11 o'clock. They had shopped for a full 4 hours, 4 solid hours. Tang Feng was thoroughly drained both mentally and physically. Tang Ma, however, was not listening and was already heading towards the first floor. "I have enough cosmetics," she said. "This is for you. You're a girl now. Oh, you need some skincare products, face masks, that sort of thing. Oh, and speaking of which, you're an adult now. You might as well get a full makeup set. When you go out with friends later, you can put on some lovely makeup, take pretty photos, and just feel so happy." Tang Feng grumbled inwardly, "That's not my happiness, Mom. That's yours." He had no intention of using any so-called cosmetics or face masks. They sounded effeminate. Had already been mocked enough for his looks and height. Then something struck him, and his face puffed up in anger. "I'm not girly. I don't like boys. Those girls at school are the weird ones." They'd said he'd be the bottom. Had wanted to argue back to flex his muscles and show them he wasn't weak. He had pecs, you know. But then he remembered his current female form. Forget it, he was even less manly than the so-called girly boys now. With a long face, he trailed behind, head drooping. Mom wouldn't listen to him anyway, and he simply wouldn't use what she bought. Let whoever wanted it use it. Not him. When they reached the first floor and approached the skincare counter where Tang Ma regularly shopped, as luck would have it, they ran into Gu Sheng and his mother. Gu Sheng and his mother spotted them too. Gu Sheng's eyes lit up. He could finally ask Annie Tang about how Tang Feng was doing these past few days. Tang Feng, dragging behind with the shopping bags, didn't notice Gu Sheng at all. His head hung low in reluctance. Only when he heard his mother's polite greetings did he look up in panic, locking eyes with Gu Sheng. Tang Feng's first reaction was to hide behind his mother. "Oh no, this guy again. Seriously, he's like a ghost." If there was one person he wanted to avoid most after becoming a girl, it was Gusheng. Seeing her daughter try to hide, Tang Ma shifted her stance, but Tang Feng stuck to her, like glue, moving along with her. He just didn't want to face Gusheng. The thought of himself, now a delicate, fragile girl, while Gusheng remained a towering 183 centimeters figure, made him want to cry. Visions of world destruction and post-apocalyptic manga scenes flashed through his mind. Tang Ma gave a helpless smile and introduced her. Wanqing, this is my daughter Tang Feng. Gusheng's mother was named Li Wanqing, and true to her name, she was an elegant woman with a classic, refined air. She also ran her own flower shop and was incredibly skilled at flower arranging. Gusheng and Li Wanqing were both stunned upon hearing the name Tang Feng, coupled with the word daughter. They looked towards the person behind Tang Ma. Did we hear that right? Tang Feng. Could it be that the Tang family had a long-lost twin sister they just found, and the names just happened to sound the same? Tang Ma pulled Li Wanqing aside and said, "I'll explain later. After we grab some cosmetics, let's get together for a meal. My treat." Tang Ma and Gusheng's mother often hung out, alternating who paid for their meals and shopping trips. The two families had grown close since the kids had known each other since they were practically babies. The two mothers walked ahead, while Gusheng and Tang Feng followed behind. Gusheng kept glancing at Tang Feng. The way this girl named Tang Feng walked, and even some of her subtle mannerisms, were eerily familiar. They were quirks unique to the Tang Feng he knew. A suspicion began to form in his mind. Could this Tang Feng actually be the same Tang Feng had grown up with? As for the cross-dressing, it harkened back to kindergarten days when they first met. Back then, Tang Feng had been dressed as a girl. When young Gusheng saw this adorable girl enter his class, he immediately grabbed some candy and went over to Tang Feng. Tang Feng, not yet having a concept of gender differences, was happy to have candy and became best friends with Gusheng on that very first day. They sat together in class, played together during free time, and even held hands while waiting for their parents to pick them up after school. Ever since he had Gusheng as a friend, Tang Feng had an endless supply of snacks, and any toy he wanted, Gusheng would help him get. The tantrums and school refusal Tang Ma had feared never materialized. Instead, she found Tang Feng was happy and eager to go to school every day. Gusheng also adored this cute little sister. Tang Feng was a few months younger, so Gusheng affectionately called him Mei Mei, little sister. This continued until they started elementary school, when Tang Ma, fearing it might affect her son's psychological development, reluctantly stopped dressing him as a girl. And Tang Feng, now more aware, also realized he was not a girl, but a boy just like Gusheng. That meant he could now compete with Gusheng to see who could pee farther. Happily, he got his long hair cut off the day before starting elementary school. When Gusheng saw his little sister transform into a little brother, he cried his eyes out, utterly heartbroken. Now Gusheng suspected that Tang Ma, wanting a daughter again, had simply dressed Tang Feng up as a girl for a roleplay session. Noticing Gusheng staring at him, Tang Feng's temper flared. "What are you looking at? Never seen a pretty girl before." Gusheng, hearing that familiar squeaky voice, was now even more certain this was his childhood friend Tang Feng. When Tang Feng was a boy, his voice was a soft, puppy-like tenor. One word from him made people want to tease him. Many girls at school loved his voice. It was simply too pleasant to listen to. Combined with his rather androgynous looks, he wasn't effeminate, but that heavenly voice more than made up for it, making him quite popular. Now as a girl, Tang Feng's voice was still soft and gentle, having transformed from a youthful boy's tone to a sweet, delicate girl's tone. It sounded even softer and more endearing. Gusheng leaned in and said, "Since when did you learn to lift your tone at the end like that? Impressive." Knowing Tang Feng was still angry, Gusheng deliberately paid him a compliment, as praise usually cheered his friend up instantly. This time, however, the compliment was genuine. That girlish voice was pretty amazing. Tang Feng, upon hearing this, walked even faster, determined to ignore him. Lifting my tone, my foot. What is he even thinking? I can't fathom the brain of a top student. He probably thinks I'm mocking him, Tang Feng thought, completely missing the possibility that Gusheng might suspect he was a boy in girl's clothing. Gusheng noticed Tang Feng's hands full of shopping bags, even though the latter ignored him. He simply took the bags and carried them himself. Tang Feng felt much lighter, but still refused to give Gusheng a friendly look. Gusheng smiled helplessly, thinking the guy was still acting like a child. He couldn't help but find it amusing. Gusheng produced a strawberry-flavored lollipop from somewhere and handed it to Tang Feng, who took it out of habit without thinking. He had tried to buy this kind of lollipop last time, but the shopkeeper said it was out of stock, which had left him sulking for a while. He never expected Gusheng to have one. After all, it was Gusheng who had first introduced him to this candy, which was why he had grown to like it. Only after taking the lollipop did Tang Feng realize he had sworn not to talk to Gusheng anymore. He thought to himself that a single lollipop wouldn't be enough to buy his forgiveness. No way. But looking at the lollipop in his hand, he figured it was his now, so he unwrapped it and popped it into his mouth without any guilt. His rosy lips moved as he sucked on the candy, and Gusheng couldn't help but stare. Tang Feng in women's clothing was exactly what he had dreamed of, But seeing him like this in reality was even more exquisite and beautiful, his features more defined and striking. It turned out that he was even more alluring than the version in his dreams. Gu Sheng was completely captivated. Tang Feng sensed the intense, almost tangible gaze from the person beside him and looked over. But by the time he did, Gu Sheng had already looked away. It must be my imagination, Tang Feng thought, scratching his head. Had that guy been sneaking glances at him again? Could what she said actually be true? He shuddered involuntarily. No way, absolutely impossible. That day at the graduation party, both Tang Feng's class and the neighboring class attended. The girl he liked was named Su Muyu, the school's beauty. She was incredibly sweet and lovely. She was the dream goddess of many boys, and Tang Feng, like the rest, had followed the crowd in his admiration. So he secretly harbored a crush on her too. Back then, many people wrote love letters to the school beauty Su Muyu, so he also wrote one in secret. And like everyone else, he never got a reply. Tang Feng thought that perhaps his love letter was struggling somewhere in that huge pile, only to sink into obscurity along with the rest. He wasn't really heartbroken. Perhaps it wasn't true love, just a kind of herd mentality. During the graduation dinner, Tang Feng excused himself to go to the restroom. When he came back, he overheard Gu Sheng and Su Muyu's voices in the corridor around the corner. Curious, he sneaked over to eavesdrop. He heard the school beauty. He had a crush on confessing to Gu Sheng. What did he feel at that moment? There was some disappointment, but definitely no heartbreak. After they finished talking, Tang Feng quickly hid himself, thinking they had left. But when he stepped out, he saw Su Muyu suddenly appear right in front of him. Su Muyu's eyes were red and swollen from crying. Tang Feng quickly pulled out the leftover tissue from his pocket, took one out, and handed it to her. He was about to offer some comfort, or perhaps even recommend himself, saying, "My friend has no taste, why not look at me?" But Su Muyu slapped his hand away. The tissue fell to the ground, proving just how hard she had hit him. Tang Feng was stunned for a moment, looking at the tissue on the floor, and then at his reddened hand. He wasn't angry, just confused. He knew that girls sometimes had bigger tempers, and that was normal. Guys should be understanding if girls were delicate and soft, and boys should be more tolerant. But the next second, Su Muyu looked at him with cold, sharp eyes, and spoke with biting harshness. "You must be pretty pleased with yourself, aren't you? Gu Sheng rejected me because he lost to you. Where was this coming from?" He couldn't quite understand. Just as he was about to speak, she cut him off again. Listen carefully. Being gay will never end well. Gu Sheng, such a gifted prodigy, has been tainted by you. You won't come to a good end." After spitting out those harsh words, she left. Tang Feng was left standing there, his mouth slightly agape in shock. The comforting words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat, and now there was no point in saying them. Once he snapped out of it, he was furious. "What? Me gay? With Gu Sheng? The great school beauty actually saw me as her love rival." This was the funniest joke he had ever heard in his entire life. He was so angry he laughed. He had always thought the school beauty was not only beautiful, but also highly intelligent, a top student, who, like Gu Sheng, had been accepted into Qing University early. And this was the result. He just couldn't understand. He could tolerate some girls at school saying such things, but why would Su Muyu misunderstand him too? Why he was heartbroken. It was one thing that he never confessed, that his love died before it even bloomed, but being seen as a love rival by the girl he liked, that was something he just couldn't get over. So that day, after venting outside until he had enough, he went home alone. Oh, he forgot about the tissue on the ground. He did an abrupt about-face, picked it up, and threw it into the trash can. Then, without saying a word to anyone, he took a cab home. On the way, Gu Sheng kept calling him nonstop, but he refused to answer and even blocked his number. He also blocked him on WeChat and all other communication apps. It was all Gu Sheng's fault, that bad guy. Tang Feng blamed everything on Gu Sheng. He was innocent, the school beauty was innocent, so it had to be Gu Sheng's fault. He also remembered a time after school when he and Gu Sheng were about to walk out of the school gates with their backpacks. Gu Sheng noticed his backpack zipper wasn't closed and fixed it for him. At that moment, Tang Feng noticed the girls around them whispering and looking at them with intense, burning gazes. Back then, he didn't quite understand what it meant. So they thought he and Gu Sheng were a couple. Those girls were so dirty-minded. Suddenly it dawned on him. Could all the girls in school see them that way? He felt like dying. When he got home that day, he didn't even eat dinner. Well, actually, he had eaten too much at the lunch party and was too full to eat anything in the evening. Gu Sheng came to his house looking for him, but he didn't open the door. "No, it's fake, it's all my imagination, it's all an illusion." He chanted inwardly, Amitabha Buddha, be merciful, all is vanity, begone, begone. Then he turned his head away, refused to look at the other, and quickened his pace to put some distance between them. While chewing on the lollipop, he thought, so delicious. Haven't had one in days. Such a nostalgic taste. Gu Sheng dutifully followed behind, thinking the kid was still sulking. He himself wasn't even sure what the other was angry about, and it had been almost a week now. He had actually planned to visit Tang Feng's house today, but he hadn't expected to run into him while accompanying his mother on a shopping trip. Looking at the girl's slender back, he couldn't help but be startled. How had she lost so much weight? Had he not been eating properly all these days and starved himself to this extent? Gu Shang felt a pang of concern. He would have to make sure Tang Feng ate a lot later. Then he remembered the others' picky eating habits and got a headache again. He decided to let Tang Feng do the ordering. The four of them walked into a Hang's House-style restaurant. Tang Feng's mother and Gu Shang's mother sat down on one side, leaving only two adjacent seats opposite them. Tang Feng reluctantly took the seat by the window. Gu Shang set down the shopping bags and sat down next to him. Gu Shang directly called the waiter over to order. He ordered all of Tang Feng's favorite dishes. Tang Feng had a sweet tooth and Hangzhou cuisine suited his taste perfectly. After Gu Shang ordered a few dishes, he handed the menu to Tang's mother. She quickly added 2 more dishes and asked Gus' mother, "Take a look, see what you'd like to eat. Order whatever you want." Gus' mother shook her head, declining. "You've already ordered 6 or 7 dishes, that's plenty. Ordering more would just be wasteful." Tang's mother nodded in agreement and called the waiter to prepare the order. She then explained the situation, incorporating a bit of what the doctor had said. In essence, it turned out that Tang Feng had always been a girl, but her feminine genes had been hidden. As she grew older, they suddenly manifested one day. It was similar to being intersex. After a visit to the hospital, it was confirmed that she was entirely female, never a boy at all. It had all been a mistake before. Although the reason was somewhat far-fetched, especially since Gu Shang had seen her just a week ago. Both Gus' mother and Gu Shang accepted the explanation. Gus' mother even teased, "No wonder. I remember little Feng when she was a child. She looked like an adorable little girl. You as her mother were far too careless." Tang's mother bore all the blame, agreeing wholeheartedly that she had indeed been too careless. She then explained, "I thought she was a boy, so I raised her roughly, letting her run wild. I never imagined she was a girl. I regret it now. Girls need to be raised delicately. Otherwise, if she gets lured away by some boy with a lollipop, I'd cry my eyes out." Gus' mother strongly agreed with Tang's mother's point of view, and the two of them chatted animatedly. Gus' mother was envious of Tang's mother for having a daughter. She too wanted such a cute and beautiful daughter, but didn't have that fortune. However, thinking of Gu Shang, she felt comforted. Her own child was very sensible and filial. Like today's shopping, many boys don't like accompanying their mothers, but Gu Shang was different. As long as his mother needed him, and he wasn't busy, he would basically come along. Gus' mother and Tang's mother then entered a mutual praise mode. Tang's mother said, "Oh dear, what's there to envy? I envy your Gu Shang. He was recommended to Tsinghua University in his sophomore year of high school, and still accompanies you shopping." Gus' mother replied, "Not at all, little Feng is the best. I feel like stealing her home to raise her. She's so beautiful, like a porcelain doll." Tang's mother said, "Oh, you flatter me." Gus' mother insisted, "It's true, it's true." As for why Gu Shang didn't attend Tsinghua University despite being recommended in his sophomore year, it was because of Tang Feng. He wanted to stay with her and take the college entrance exam together. Tang Feng's grades were average. Without Gu Shang's companionship and tutoring, she wouldn't have had a chance at Huada University, the key university next to Tsinghua. Why didn't they aim for Tsinghua? That was truly too much to ask of Tang Feng. Even Gu Shang, a top student, admitted it was beyond his ability. Gu Shang accompanied Tang Feng all the way to the college entrance exam, just to ensure they could attend universities close to each other. And he himself topped the science exam in the province. He wanted to be in the same city as her for university, choosing schools that were neighbors. All of this was the result of his silent efforts. Meanwhile, across from them, the two women sat quietly. Tang Feng wasn't talking to anyone, just playing with her phone. And Gu Shang, he just watched Tang Feng play with her phone. Gu Shang's heart was in turmoil. When he learned that Tang Feng wasn't a boy in disguise, but a real girl, his emotions were mixed. There was also a hint of secret joy. Did that mean he could? At that thought, the corner of his mouth involuntarily curved upward. Tang Feng was just about to grab the water on the table when she happened to see Gu Shang smiling. Goosebumps rose on her skin. How to put it? That smile gave her a feeling of springtime infatuation. Tang Feng clicked her tongue, wondering which beauty he was thinking of. But since he didn't even fancy girls as stunning as the school beauty, he was destined to be alone forever. Soon the dishes arrived. Gu Shang immediately picked food for Tang Feng, choosing all her favorites. In school, he had done this countless times, including, but not limited to, bringing her breakfast, queuing for her meals, bringing her snacks, and so on. It seemed that since childhood, Gu Shang had been accustomed to taking care of her, and he did so willingly. Perhaps from the first moment he saw Tang Feng dressed as a girl in an adorable strawberry-patterned fluffy skirt, it was destined that he would feel differently about her. Gus' mother, while eating, watched her son and smiled. She had a feeling. Her son was excessively good to Tang Feng beyond simple kindness. It was like he was raising a wife. She had noticed his feelings before he himself had even realized them. But she had never objected to anything, including the possibility that her son might like a boy. However, she knew that little Feng didn't seem to like her son, at least not in that romantic way. At most, she treated Shang as a good friend, a close buddy from childhood. Now that little Feng had become a girl, she wondered if Shang's wish could come true. Gus' mother glanced at Tang's mother beside her and understood. The carefree nature was hereditary. Tang's mother hadn't noticed anything improper or strange about Ashung's actions. She sighed. Let fate decide. As a mother, she would unconditionally support her children's choices. Silently, she said in her heart, son, go get her. When they were almost done eating, Tang Feng got up to go to the restroom. Shortly after she left, Gusheng also excused himself to go to the restroom and left his seat. When Tang Feng came out of the restroom, she saw Gusheng standing not far away. She tried to walk past him without saying a word. She said they were done, and she meant it. But Gusheng immediately grabbed her arm. Tang Feng shook it off, but couldn't. She tried again, still couldn't. Gusheng was much taller than her. Tang Feng had to look up at him, her expression unhappy. Let go. Gusheng was confused and simply patted her head. Why did you block me and ignore me? If you're going to sentence me to death, at least give me a reason. He dared to bring it up. Tang Feng immediately glared at him angrily and ruthlessly slapped away his hand that was touching her hair. That day I heard everything you said to the school beauty. Gusheng was even more confused. And then, he asked, puzzled, you're angry that I rejected her. Shouldn't you be happy? The thought that Tang Feng might still have a crush on Su Muyu made his mood sour immediately. Tang Feng flew into a rage, slapping hard at Gusheng's arm that held her. Gusheng withdrew his hand just before she could hit him. She slapped nothing but air. Tang Feng was even angrier, wanting to jump up and hit Gusheng on the head. Her voice involuntarily rose a few notches. Happy about what? It's not like she could like me. Wait, no, that wasn't it. After you made Su Muyu cry, she told me I was her rival in love. She said we were gay. Gusheng was stunned. Hearing this, he was momentarily at a loss for words. He had just been thinking how cute the fuming Tang Feng was, but now this news left him speechless. This was the first time someone had pointed out his feelings and in front of the person he liked. A scenario he had never imagined. His mind went blank. She knew. Gusheng knew Tang Feng liked girls, not boys. That was why he had never revealed his feelings. He didn't dare, and he didn't want to for fear that if he confessed they might not even be friends anymore. He was content with their current relationship. Why aren't you saying anything? Cack out your tongue. Tang Feng, after saying her piece and receiving no rebuttal for a long while, grew anxious. Gusheng finally snapped back to his senses and said, she's talking nonsense. His tone was calm and flat, but only he knew the turmoil within. Hearing this answer, Tang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. See, she thought Gusheng a genius scholar, so handsome, how could he possibly like guys? That would be just plain weird. Aren't soft, fragrant girls much better? Gusheng noticed Tang Feng's obvious relief, and his heart stung slightly as sour feeling. But he quickly regained his composure so that the carefree Tang Feng wouldn't notice his momentary lapse. She said we're gay and that I'm defiling you. How can I not be angry? I don't blame her. I blame you. You. Tang Feng was being unreasonable, even going up to hit Gusheng a few times. Gusheng let her throw her tantrum, then grabbed her hand and slapped it against his own face twice. Tang Feng was startled. She hadn't meant to hit his face. She quickly withdrew her hand and ran off awkwardly. Gusheng watched her retreating figure and gave a bitter smile. He wondered if she had forgiven him. Hopefully, she had vented her anger. He'd get her to read him on WeChat later. Then he followed. After the meal, the four of them walked out of the restaurant. Passing by a milk tea shop, Tang Feng immediately ran over to buy a drink. Tang's mother pulled her away. What are you buying? Girls should drink less cold stuff. I didn't care before because I thought you were a boy. Now you need to be careful. Eating too much cold stuff will only make you suffer later. If you really want one, get a warm cup. Tang Feng, upon hearing this, decided not to buy it at all, pouting in displeasure. Since becoming a girl, it was one restriction after another. Another day of not wanting to be a girl. Gusheng glanced at the milk tea shop, then followed behind Tang Feng, holding the bag, quietly trailing her. Her phone number was still blocked, and she hadn't rated him as a friend. Tang's mother called ahead, asking Tang's father to come in the afternoon to reissue their daughter's ID card and update the household registration. Consequently, Gusheng and Gus' mother left first. Before departing, they cast a few reluctant glances at Tang Feng, who, still embarrassed from having slapped Gusheng earlier, kept his head lowered, unable to meet their eyes. The anger had dissipated by half. Good heavens, that was a truly heavy blow. Tang Feng felt that if anyone ever slapped him, he would inevitably end up in a brawl with them. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, Tang's father arrived in a hurry, and the three of them headed to the garage to fetch the car. In the car, Tang's father drove while they discussed the matter of changing the name. Tang's mother sat in the passenger seat, and Tang Feng sat alone in the back. Upon hearing his parents say they wanted to rename him Tang Feng was stunned. Had this been approved by him? No, absolutely not. Important things must be said 3 times, absolutely not. Although he did love sweets, it didn't mean he needed a sweet in his name. He immediately leaned forward from the back seat, protesting. I don't want to change my name, just change my gender. In truth, he didn't even want to change his gender. He still harbored the hope of waking up one day and magically reverting to being a boy. He had even considered seeking out some mystical master, but alas, his pockets were empty, and he couldn't afford one. Besides, he had no idea where to find such a person, so he gave up on that idea. Every day he silently prayed to the Bodhisattva for a miracle to turn him back, mainly because it cost nothing. Tang's mother glanced at her daughter in the back seat and retorted, "The name Tang Feng clearly sounds like a boy's name, it's not suitable for a girl." Tang's father nodded in agreement. "Sweetheart, your dad thinks the name Tang Tang is wonderful. Doesn't it sound sweet?" He then started calling out, "Tang Tang Tang Tang," with a chuckle. Tang's mother also joined in calling their new name, Tang 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 Tang. Seeing no reaction from their daughter, she said, "I'm calling you, give me some response," and patted Tang Feng's arm. Tang Feng crossed his arms thinking, "No, no, no, absolutely not." Then with a logical argument he said, "Dad, have you forgotten the origin of my brothers and my names?" Tang's father was taken aback, then suddenly remembered. When their first child was born, he was still a forward for the provincial basketball team. Overjoyed, he named the first child Tang Qianfeng. But Tang's mother thought it sounded bad, so they settled on the name Tang Qian instead. Unexpectedly, the second child was also a son, so he just picked a name to make up the pair. He figured a son's name didn't need to sound particularly nice, and it could also serve as a memento of his glorious youth. Thus the second son was named Tang Feng at birth. Combined, the two brothers' names formed Qianfeng, meaning forward. Back then, Tang's father even boasted to his relatives about how brilliant his naming was, how impressive and meaningful. Now with his new daughter's reminder, he recalled this memory and felt a bit conflicted. He then tried to persuade his wife. "Dear, we're so used to calling him Xiao Feng, and the child is used to it too. What about our relatives, friends, and classmates? Maybe we shouldn't change the name." Tang's mother rolled her eyes. "So when your daughter goes to university and introduces herself or a teacher calls her name, it will definitely cause misunderstandings." Although what Tang's father said made some sense, she really loved the name Tang Tang. It was a name she had specially prepared for her daughter, never getting to use it in 18 years. Tang's father thought for a moment, then had an idea. He said enthusiastically, "Haven't you been watching that TV drama East Palace lately? There's a very pretty girl in it, named Xiao Feng, right? How about we change the character in our daughter's name, but keep the same pronunciation?" Hearing about her favorite TV drama, Tang's mother's eyes lit up several degrees brighter. Xiao Feng. She had been her absolute favorite these past days. When she appeared in that red dress, Tang's mother wished with all her heart that she was her own daughter. She had been chattering to Tang's father about how beautiful the character was. Although he hadn't watched the show, he had remembered the name. What a coincidence, it had the same pronunciation. Tang Feng. Tang Feng. That works. Tang's mother agreed. Tang Feng, who had been listening, felt much less resistant to the name change upon hearing it had the same pronunciation. He asked, "Which character is it?" Tang's mother replied, "I told you to watch it with me, but you wouldn't. It's the Feng from Maple Leaf. She's the female lead in East Palace, and she's absolutely gorgeous, so delicate and lovely." She was getting excited just talking about it. She had never gotten to enjoy the pleasure of watching a drama with her daughter. So she suggested, "Sweetie, how about you watch it with me when we get back? Other people's daughters are so dutiful, they all watch TV with their mothers." Seeing his mother acting coquettishly, Tang Feng thought, all right, I'll indulge you." He readily agreed, even though he really didn't enjoy the romance dramas his mother loved. He preferred anime and playing games. He hadn't been online for 2 days and his fingers were itching. He was thinking that tonight he definitely had to get on and play a few rounds. Although his skill level was hard to gauge, he was the type who was bad at it, but loved it anyway. After settling the matter, the process at the ID processing hall was quicker because Tang's father knew someone there. After submitting some documents, the review passed quickly. The acquaintance friend offered congratulations and Tang's parents were all smiles. Only Tang Feng, who had to retake his ID photo. Oh no, now Tang Feng looked utterly displeased. The photographer kept saying, "Smile, smile, little beauty." Tang Feng had to force a smile just to get the photo taken. When it came time to destroy his old ID card, Tang Feng felt a deep sense of reluctance. His male identity was truly gone forever. It was another day on the verge of sorrowful tears. In an office, Tang Qian was busy organizing files. He and his roommates had developed a small game together, a nurturing-style romance game. It was a mobile game called Love in the Deep Sea. In the game, players raised mermaids, both male and female, and both genders could play. Players could interact with the mermaids in the game through various buttons, making it particularly intelligent and interactive. Most of the basic programming was now complete and mostly polished. The only thing left was a promotional poster. The design for the mermaid character's image hadn't been finalized. One of Tang Qian's roommates, Yi Jinyan, was the main developer and advocate of the game. Most of the ideas and creative concepts were his. He had then recruited a few people from the same university with whom he had good relations, and Tang Qian was one of them. Each person either contributed money or effort, owning a share of the company proportionally. All four were extremely confident in this project. As Yi Jinyan walked past Tang Qian's phone received a message from his mother saying all the documents were ready. In that moment, as the screen lit up, Yi Jinyan inadvertently caught a glimpse of Tang Qian's phone wallpaper. When he saw the girl in the photo, clearly he was startled. He watched as Tang Xian opened his phone and the wallpaper photo disappeared. Seeing him replying to messages, Yi Jinyan asked in a casual tone, "Why did you change your wallpaper? And it's a girl. What got a girlfriend?" Tang Xian, while replying to the message, said, "How is that possible? Look at me, I'm as tired as a dog every day. I don't have time to find a girl to date. I'm only dating my work right now. This is my sister." "Your sister?" Yi Jinyan was briefly stunned. He had known Tang Xian for 4 years and had never heard he had a sister. He remembered Tang Xian complaining about his family's genetics, that none of his uncles, aunts, or anyone in that generation had daughters, only sons, either 1 or 2 per family. Tang Xian was speechless. "Why does it sound like you're cursing? Can't you just add a word? No matter how handsome you are, you can't insult my sister," Tang Xian said seriously. This left Yi Jinyan speechless. "Find your sister. But don't you have no sister? No cousins or anything?" he asked, puzzled. "All this." Tang Xian hesitated at first, then remembered the unified story his family had decided on. After thinking for a moment, he said, "She's my biological sister from the same parents. It's just that my mother was too careless and mistook my sister for a brother. My brother had a strange illness, and only when he reached adulthood did the hidden female characteristics gradually appear. Then we went to the hospital for a checkup, and it turned out we always had a sister, not a brother. It was a mistake." After saying this, he even glanced at the other person with a hint of guilt. Yi Jinyan didn't think much of it. He just thought Tang Xian's parents were incredibly irresponsible, along with having an unreliable older brother. After learning it was Tang Xian's biological sister, he didn't say anything more. He returned to his own workspace and began to sketch, working on the promotional poster. Suddenly the girl from the wallpaper who had made a deep impression on him at a single glance came to mind. His hand began to move involuntarily. An hour later, the mermaid on his drawing bore a striking resemblance to Tang Feng. Shortly after dinner, Tang's mother insisted on dragging Tang Feng to the living room to watch a TV drama, explaining the plot points he had missed. Tang Feng glanced at the actors. They were indeed quite attractive, with striking features and an exotic flair. However, he still couldn't get into this type of show. Just as the male lead forced the female lead to watch his master being killed, Tang Feng saw his mother crying her heart out. He handed her a tissue and, seeing her so engrossed, simply said he needed to use the bathroom. He then used the bathroom excuse to escape back to his room. As soon as he entered, before he could even turn on the light, he noticed a familiar flickering light in the room. He knew who it was. After turning on the bedroom light, the signaling light was washed out and completely invisible. He opened the bedroom window and stuck his head out, confirming it was indeed Gu Sheng. In the past, whenever there was something important, the frequency and rhythm of the signal light would convey different messages. Gu Sheng was signaling for him to come down. Gu Sheng, who had been waiting downstairs, saw the room light up and then spotted Tang Feng's head peering out. He waved, raised the milk tea in his hand, and gestured for him to come down. Tang Feng closed the window, thought for a moment, and decided to go down anyway. Since he had already vented his anger and the lure of milk tea was strong, he hadn't gotten any at noon. His craving won out. He first cracked the door open, checked that his mother was still absorbed in the TV, then moved with the fastest, quietest steps to sneak out. Tang Feng lived on the 3rd floor and quickly ran down. As soon as he exited the building, he saw Gu Sheng under the dim yellow streetlight. It's true what they say, under the light a beauty looks even more beautiful. The same goes for a handsome guy. Tang Feng's first thought upon seeing Gu Sheng standing under the street lamp was that he had been handsome since childhood. It made sense that Su Muyu liked him instead of Tang Feng. How could he not feel a pang of envy and jealousy? He remembered that whenever they went out, all the girls' attention was focused on Gu Sheng, while he was practically invisible, with no girl ever striking up a conversation with him. He didn't want to think about it, it just brought bad luck. Having reached 18 without a single girl taking an interest in him was a bit sad. It must be Gu Sheng's overwhelming brilliance that overshadowed him, making him seem blurry in comparison. Seeing Tang Feng come down, Gu Sheng quickly walked over. Under the streetlight, Gu Sheng's shadow stretched long. His shadow merged completely with Tang Feng's body. Gu Sheng stopped in front of Tang Feng, then directly raised the milk tea, removed the straw, inserted it into the cup, and handed it over. Tang Feng took it and sipped. It was only slightly cool. He pouted in disdain. It's not cold at all, it doesn't even feel refreshing. But despite his words, he didn't stop himself from taking big, greedy gulps of the milk tea. Gu Sheng smiled gently, his expression as soft as a breeze passing through his brows. I asked them to remove the ice. It should still be cool. He felt that Auntie's words today were right. He really needed to be more careful. After returning home, he had looked up tips for girls, and indeed found that they should drink less cold stuff to avoid cramps during their period. But knowing Tang Feng's stubbornness, buying it warm wouldn't work, so he had to ask the staff to remove the ice. For now, he needed to appease him. He was still on the blacklist. Gu Sheng truly had Tang Feng's temperament figured out. He then took a photo out of his bag and held it in front of Tang Feng, who was drinking with relish. Tang Feng looked closely and immediately screamed, jumping up. He snatched the photo, exclaiming excitedly, A signed photo of Nai Nai. It's actually a signed photo of Nai Nai. Dude, where did you get this? He was so busy gazing at his idol's signed photo that he forgot about the milk tea, just grinning silly at the picture. Gu Xing knew he had picked the perfect gift. Although his father and mother were divorced, and he lived with his mother, he still kept in touch with his father's side during holidays and festivals. After his father's affair, his mother hadn't caused a scene and had agreed to a peaceful divorce. Her only condition was to have custody of him. Tang Feng had been ignoring him after getting angry for some reason, so he was racking his brain on how to make amends. He immediately called his father's assistant and asked for a signed photo. Jiaxing Entertainment was a subsidiary of the Gu Group, and Nai Nai happened to be a star under that company, making it convenient for Gu Sheng to get the signature. It had just arrived, and coincidentally their misunderstanding had been somewhat resolved today, so he brought it over. Seeing how happy Tang Feng was, Gu Sheng's heart felt as sweet as if he had drunk honey himself. He got straight to the point. You've had the milk tea, and I've given you the photo. So about being blocked. Tang Feng heard this and readily agreed. Okay, right now, immediately. He shoved the milk tea back into Gu Sheng's hands, took out his phone, and with a few taps released him from the little black room and read his deleted contacts. Gu Sheng added, and don't delete or block me again in the future, or you'll have to return Nai Nai's signed photo. For the sake of the photo, Tang Feng readily agreed. He also said, Gu Sheng, I changed my name. It's Tang Feng now, written with the character for Maple Leaf. The pronunciation is the same, so you can still call me Tang Feng. Gu Sheng was delighted that Tang Feng was so quick to share this news with him. He nodded, his smile warm and gentle. That was Gu Sheng's nature. Always so gentle, unhurried in speech and action, and kind and amiable in his dealings with others. He was very much like his mother. Especially in front of Tang Feng, he was like a spring breeze, soft and mild, always warming those around him. After finishing his milk tea, Tang Feng wanted to head back. He checked the time on his phone, and it was getting late, and he still wanted to get in a few games. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Tang Qian approaching. Gu Sheng greeted him politely, and Tang Feng smiled happily. Bro, you're back so late again. You're such a busy man. Tang Qian thought he was seeing things. It was so late, and his sister was still outside. As he got closer, he saw it was indeed his sister Tang Feng, and also an acquaintance, Gu Sheng. When Tang Feng had been a boy, it hadn't seemed like a problem, but now she was a girl. Tang Qian nodded, then suddenly said, You're a girl now. Don't go out after dark from now on. Tang Feng and Gu Sheng were both taken aback. Tang Feng was thoroughly exasperated and rolled his eyes at his brother. Listen to what you're saying. Hey, race an eye roll for you to ponder. Gu Sheng, however, thought it made perfect sense. Indeed, Tang Feng was a girl now. Today it was him, but what if it was someone else in the future? That wouldn't do. So he apologized sincerely to Tang Qian. Brother Qian, I'll be more careful in the future. Tang Feng was even more speechless. He tugged at Gu Sheng, blinking rapidly, trying to communicate, are you sick too? Fine. Everyone was crazy, and he was the only sane one. After parting ways, Tang Feng went straight back to his room. He wanted to complain, but didn't know where to start. Had the world finally gone mad in a way he couldn't recognize? Tang Qian felt a bit awkward. He regretted saying that as soon as it was out. Gu Sheng and Tang Feng had grown up together. If he couldn't trust Gu Sheng, who could he trust? It seemed that having a sister made him overly nervous, feeling the need to be wary of any male he saw. He figured it would pass in a few days, and went back to his room to continue working on his programs. After returning home, Gu Sheng went to his room, sat at his desk, opened the first drawer on the left, took out a box, and opened it. Inside were many small trinkets, cute strawberry hair ties, a name badge, stones, a handmade wooden carving. The box was large with quite a lot of items. Gu Sheng took out one specific thing, a pink envelope. He opened it, and pulled out a postcard. It was a love letter, the only one Tang Feng had ever written during high school. It was the one he had written to Su Muyu. Since he never received a reply, he assumed his letter, along with all the others Su Muyu had received, had been tossed into some forgotten corner to gather dust. He had been quite sad and disappointed back then. After all, Tang Feng had carefully chosen that card, thinking it was a style any girl would like. As for the content, he had initially wanted to write it himself, but his writing skills weren't up to par, and his emotions hadn't reached until the seas run dry and the rocks crumble level. He sat at his desk for an hour and only managed to write a dozen or so words. Finding himself unable to write, he simply copied something from the internet and added his own signature. Although the confession wasn't his own creation, his neat and orderly handwriting showed his sincere attitude. Gu Sheng looked over the contents again, his fingers gently tracing the characters of Tang Feng's name. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the Su Muyu at the top had been altered. The name Su Muyu had been carefully scratched off with tape, and Gu Sheng had been written in its place. It looked as if the author had made a mistake. The handwriting for Gu Sheng was identical to that in the confession letter. The person who changed the name was Gu Sheng himself. He remembered it was an afternoon in spring when the flowers were in full bloom. Everyone had gone to lunch, including Gu Sheng and Tang Feng. But Tang Feng was acting unusually, finishing his meal remarkably fast. He didn't wait for Gu Sheng, who was still clearing their trays, and ran back to the classroom alone. When Gu Sheng caught up, he saw Tang Feng coming out of their own classroom and heading into the one next door. Curious, he hid in a blind spot outside the window and watched as Tang Feng placed a letter into Su Muyu's desk. Tang Feng was quick and discreet. After placing the letter, he immediately left the classroom and returned to his own. Once Tang Feng was back inside, Gu Sheng, who had been hiding behind the wall on the other side, came out. He walked to Su Muyu's desk, hesitated for a moment, then bent down and retrieved the letter that had just been placed there. To be sure, he even opened it to check. Seeing the familiar handwriting, he knew he had the right one. As he was about to turn and leave, Su Muyu and her friend happened to return to the classroom. It was a coincidence. Usually everyone would still be at the cafeteria at this time. But today she had no appetite and had only gone to the school store to buy some bread before coming back. She then saw the boy she liked holding a love letter, seemingly intending to give it to her. She felt a bit flustered, thinking her timing was terrible. She worried that now that she had caught him in the act, he might be too embarrassed to give it to her. However, Gu Sheng simply nodded to Su Muyu and her friend and left the classroom. This left both Su Muyu and her friend utterly confused. And so, just as she had feared, Gu Sheng, being shy, didn't end up giving her the love letter. From that day on, Su Muyu always believed that Gu Sheng liked her. And so a great misunderstanding began. After getting the letter, Gu Sheng put it in his school uniform pocket and returned to the classroom as if nothing had happened. His recollection ended there. Thinking that this was Tang Feng's love letter, Gu Sheng's face inexplicably felt warm. Even knowing the contents were copied from the internet, he read it, cherishing it as a love letter from Tang Feng to him. Every cheesy, affectionate word within was a confession directed at him. Everything in the box was related to Tang Feng from their childhood up to now. It was the best proof of his secret love. The thought that Tang Feng was now a girl made his heart pound violently, and even his hands holding the letter felt like they were burning. He felt as if he had been poisoned by someone named Tang Feng. And the only antidote was Tang Feng. After taking a shower, Tang Feng lay down on the bed and took out his phone. He felt like he was forgetting something. He thought for a moment, then smacked his forehead. Had forgotten to send his address to Yi Lanxing. He opened WeChat and saw that Yi Lanxing had sent over 99 messages. What was all that about? No wonder Gu Sheng had been looking at him strangely. His lips hadn't moved, but his eyes seemed to say it all. It felt like he was asking, "Are you hiding a dog from me?" Tang Feng hadn't said a nickname. Yi Lanxing's profile picture was a selfie of him wearing a hat trying to look cool. The name was simply YLX, an abbreviation of his name. Tang Feng didn't need to set a nickname and couldn't be bothered to. He directly sent the address and then set his messages to do not disturb mode. He chuckled to himself. He already had one signed photo of Nai Nai, but he wouldn't mind more. Once those signed photos were in hand, he planned to delete this annoying guy. He had already decided that when he added Yi Lanxing on WeChat. He praised himself inwardly for being such a clever schemer. Tang's mother entered with a glass of milk and said, "Drink this." Tang Feng made a bitter face, unwilling to drink it, but one look from his mother made him lose his nerve. He took the glass and downed it like bitter medicine. Seeing this, his mother scolded, "Is it really that bad? I remember you loved milk when you were little." Then she left the room. Tang Feng just wanted to say, "That was when I was a kid, Mom." "You're so random. Can milk even make my chest bigger? When I go to college, you'll never touch milk again." He could only endure these days of suffering. He then eagerly logged into King of Glory. The game loaded successfully. His ID was arrogant, cool, and dazzling, and his rank was Star Glory 3 stars. Tang Feng was absolutely passionate about this game, but unfortunately his skill level didn't match his enthusiasm. He was bad without realizing it. When he won, he credited himself. When he lost, he blamed his teammates for being too weak and dragging him down. Then he would start flaming and cursing them out. After venting, he'd continue playing badly, lose again, and curse again. A week ago he was at King 3 stars, but without Gu Sheng he had dropped straight to Star Glory. Let's just say how he got that rank was exactly what you'd think. Gu Sheng would raise the rank, and as soon as Tang Feng got his hands on it, it would drop. Every time he lost rank, he'd grumble and complain. Today when he logged in, he saw he was at Star Glory 3. He was ready to go all out tonight, planning to play all night long to get his rank back up. He refused to believe that he couldn't do it without Gu Sheng. He was pretty good himself, wasn't he? He had been playing for years. He entered the game and immediately started a ranked match. Tang Feng loved playing jungle the most, so as soon as he entered, he typed in the chat, "Jungle, give me jungle, give me." He also showed his 10-win streak record. But a teammate with the ID "Careful, it'll jump up and hit you" directly locked in Xiansu. Tang Feng was furious. He typed furiously in the chat, "I want Xiansu, give it to me, give it to me. You play Yao this game. Bro, look at my record, look at it." But Xiansu didn't react at all. He didn't give up the position. Tang Feng thought about letting him play Yao, so he could ride on his head. Unfortunately, the other player had locked in Xiansu before Tang Feng could snatching the jungle role. Tang Feng, whose temper would flare up the moment he started playing, immediately began flaming in the chat. Bro, didn't you see I picked all jungle? Can you not steal my jungle? Can you give it to me? Let me do it. Are you any good, bro? I've been jungling for so long. If you can't play, give it back to me. Tang Feng went on a sarcastic tirade, but to his surprise the other player didn't respond at all, which only made him angrier. In the end he had to settle for Yao, but his mind was already scheming. Tang Feng had no real skill in gameplay. At the last second, he swapped heal for execution, a notorious troll pick in King of Glory, especially in ranked matches. Once the game started, Marco Polo immediately asked, "What's this Yao doing?" And with execution, Hua Milan added, "Is this guy trying to troll because he couldn't get his role?" Zhao Chan couldn't help but say, "Can you play properly? Stay away from my mid lane." Yao replied, I won't. Come and hit me if you can hit me." Tang Feng's stubbornness kicked in, and he threw caution to the wind, rampaging wildly and ignoring his teammates' survival. The other teammates' tempers flared as well. Then the all chat opened, and everyone started flaming. Hua Milan shouted, "Are you an elementary school kid? Why are you using your skills randomly?" Zhao Chan added, "Exactly, stay away from me. Follow Shinsu and farm. I'm so done with this. You play like garbage. Don't ever come out again. Your mom wouldn't recognize you." Marco Polo said, "Summer break is here, and we're suffering. I've been matched with elementary school kids several times today. This game should have a minimum age requirement. Let them have their own queue, okay?" Tang Feng, hearing this, flew into a rage. Who's an elementary school kid? I'm 18, an adult. He often got called a minor when playing, accused of using someone else's account, because his good stats were all from Gusheng. Many people thought that when he played badly, it was a bratty kid at the controls. This infuriated him. He couldn't even argue back before, since he was indeed a minor. But last month in July, Tang Feng had turned 18. He also opened the all chat. Who's an elementary school kid? You're the elementary school kid. Your whole family are elementary school kids. And Xiansu will remember you. Just wait. Watch if he'll follow you or not. Be careful, don't step on a manhole cover. I'm afraid you'll fall in. Suddenly, amid the ongoing cursing, a soft, sweet, adorable girl's voice rang out, silencing the entire all chat. In the game, Xian's character paused for a moment upon hearing the voice. The entire voice channel was now filled only with the girl's pleasant voice. Putting aside the content, the voice itself was the kind of cute, babyish, lowly voice that was the favorite among male gamers. Even when cursing, it was adorably fierce and utterly charming. Ji Lianchuan, who was streaming on a fan's small account, paused upon hearing the girl's voice. On the stream, his pale, slender fingers with clearly defined knuckles stopped for a few seconds. His in-game character almost got killed. In the chat room, viewers went wild upon hearing the girl's voice. They had thought such a cocky, ridiculous ID must belong to some rough, unkempt guy. But the twist was that the voice was absolutely delightful, so soft and sweet, like candy melting in your ears. Listening to that voice was pure pleasure. Immediately the stream's comments exploded. "Oh, it's a girl. Holy crap, what's going on? Cursing so dirty, and it's a little girl. With that voice, she sounds like a minor." Ji Lianchuan was a professional esports player who occasionally streamed. Today was his day off, so he decided to stream for a bit. He drew a fan's account, a king rank, and had to win 5 consecutive matches. This was the 5th match. Ji Lianchuan was best at jungling, so he immediately locked in Xiansu without hesitation. Now, hearing the girl's soft, sweet voice, the tips of his ears turned slightly red. Don't ask. It was just that this voice was unfairly pleasant. Even though she seemed to be cursing at him. Ji Lianquan's fans noticed the change, especially the female fans. Most of them were drawn to his looks. Good-looking and good at games, a double whammy. Many wife fans were displeased. "Chuan, don't listen to her. Are you blushing? No way Chuan is being seduced by a vixen. Watch Chuan, mama loves you. No dating allowed." Half the comments were crying and complaining, while the other half praised Tang Feng's sweet voice. Ji Lianchuan glanced at the comments, but ignored them. He wasn't primarily a streamer, so he didn't care much. Some people liked you, others didn't. He didn't bother with others' opinions. Indeed, the moment he heard the girl's voice, his heart skipped a beat. Being cursed at, he instead showed a beautiful, charming smile. This made the female fans in the chat room both swoon and curse Tang Feng. If Tang Feng knew how many people were cursing him, he would have cursed Ji Lianchuan even more fiercely. Tang Feng's cursing skills were such that he could go 5 minutes without repeating himself. Finally, when he had enough, another voice came through the mic. Marco Polo said, "It's a cute girl. Why didn't you say so earlier? This match, little sister, you watch, and he'll carry you." The others chimed in, agreeing. Such a sweet voice was incredibly attractive. What had seemed like dirty cursing now sounded delightful. They almost wanted to be cursed again. If Tang Feng could hear their thoughts, he would have slapped them and called them crazy. Then Ji Lianchuan opened his mic and said, "Stop messing around. Take a break and drink some water." Then he turned off the mic again. But that simple sentence sent the chat room into a frenzy. Ji Lianchuan had never once spoken in-game during his streams. Never. It was strange, too strange. The way he said it felt so affectionate. Tang Feng, upon hearing the voice, thought, "Damn, this voice is something. Pure heartthrob, tones so magnetic. I hate my own voice, it's too puppy-like." He didn't want to be a puppy, he wanted to be a big wolf. Well, whatever. Considering the voice was nice, Head let it slide this time. He opened the mic again and said, I'll let it go this round. Xiansu, if you steal the jungle from me, next time I'll really beat your dog head. With that he turned off his mic. Ji Liangchuan upon hearing this smiled like a blooming mountain flower, so radiant, so carefree and charming. The female fans in the chat room continued to squeal, Chuan, look at me, look at me. Your smile is so beautiful. Smile more. They finally understood why some emperors neglected their duties. It was all because of such beauty. The game continued, and they finally played normally. Tang Feng, watching Xian's gameplay, had to admit that the guy was indeed skilled. He had misjudged him. Earlier he had thought the player's stats were terrible, but it turned out he played well. In his heart, he compared, he's only a tiny bit better than me, like a pinky finger's worth. Still annoyed about losing the jungle, he went and messed around on top of the jungler's head. Every time the jungler got a kill, he would use his execution, whether it was for buffs or kills. The enemy team could barely stand it, but there was nothing they could do. The enemy Xiansu was very skilled. He killed too quickly, rendering Yao's execution strategy ineffective. Moreover, Tang Feng couldn't even steal kills with execution. Except for the first 2 blue buffs, he never managed to steal another. He ended up with only 6 kills in total, but he never died. Following Xiansu meant he lived as long as Xiansu did. This match was exhilarating. Looking back, Xiansu had a score of 2,509, while Tang Feng had 6,032. The team had a total of 50 kills, half of which were Xian's. Tang Feng had to admit admiration. He felt a bit too good being carried. What if he got addicted? Suddenly he snapped out of it. No. I swore I'd be a jungle king. Well, a jungle queen. Supporting doesn't fit my vibe. He pursed his lips. If only I had that skill. He secretly envied someone, but he wouldn't say who. On Ji Liangquan's side, after returning the account to the fan, he was about to log into his own when Tang Feng left the room and started another ranked match. Ji Liangchuan turned off his stream. He went to the bathroom, took a shower, and laid down on the bed. After a while he took out his phone, opened the recording of his stream, and clipped the segment where Tang Feng had spoken. After editing, he played it repeatedly. Listening to the girl's soft, babyish voice, even though she was cursing, he fell asleep to it. It was the best sleep he had ever had. That evening, aside from the first round, Tang Feng won only 1 game. For the next 10 rounds, she suffered 9 defeats. It was only because her melodious voice when she unmuted herself spared her from being reported. Otherwise, given her frenzied state of cursing while playing, she would have been reported long ago. This continued until 4:30 in the morning, when Tang Feng could no longer muster the energy to curse, for her rank had dropped again and again. With a mournful face, she swore to resume the battle the next day, before finally falling asleep. Yesterday, after all of Tang Feng's documents were processed, Father Tang and Mother Tang could no longer contain their excitement over gaining a daughter. They called every relative in turn, and then the family group chat exploded. In the loving family group, Aunt said, "Did you get the call?" Uncle Eldest said, "I got the call from second brother." "Is it real? Did second brother drink too much?" Uncle Younger said, "Doesn't seem like it." His logic was clear. Aunt's eldest son said, "What? I didn't get a call." "What? Say something." Aunt Maternal said, go away, you little brat. Don't cause trouble. I got the call too. Could it be that my sister couldn't resist her urge for a daughter and sent Xiao Feng to Thailand for a sex change operation?" Uncle Maternal said, "I don't talk nonsense. I heard that your sister went to a temple, found a high monk, performed a ritual, and then Xiao Feng became a girl." Aunt by marriage said, "You're all wrong. I heard that they were actually twins, and the hospital hid one of the results, and now they've found it back." The family group was in an uproar, and the discussions grew increasingly absurd, with more and more versions emerging. The most absurd were the children, the sons of each family, who had phones. Brother Xiao Feng has reincarnated. The current brother Xiao Feng is no longer the old one. Awowo, has brother Xiao Feng died? Nonsense. Haven't you read novels? Brother Xiao Feng is still brother Xiao Feng, just with a different shell. The body belongs to someone else, but the soul is his own. You're wrong. It's clearly that brother Xiao Feng went to the hospital and had surgery. This one was heard from his own mother. A bunch of little brats, fools. Repeat after me. Science is the only criterion for testing truth. Scram, scram, scram. Find him the best at scrambling. Scram it is. Don't stop me, even if you pull me, I won't stay. In yesterday's phone calls, besides informing the family of the precious new daughter, there was also a celebration to be held. Father Tang had spared no expense this time, ordering a banquet at a luxury hotel, instructing relatives to arrive at the hotel at 11 o'clock sharp for the celebration banquet for his daughter. Such a grand display. When Tang Feng was admitted to a top university, they hadn't even considered holding a celebration banquet for a boy didn't warrant such an expense. The family was not short of college graduates. Now, to celebrate gaining a daughter, a 5-figure sum was spent in an instant, causing no small amount of heartache. Time arrived at 1030. Mother Tang knocked on the door to call her daughter, but having stayed up all night, Tang Feng was in a deep slumber and couldn't hear a thing. Mother Tang, unable to bear it any longer. The child had stayed up again, stormed into the room, and yanked Tang Feng, who had wrapped herself up like a zongzi with the air conditioner set to 18 degrees Celsius. Such a low temperature sent a chill through Mother Tang as soon as she entered the room, making her shiver. This only stoked her anger. Setting the temperature so low, yet she had the sense to take out a spring-autumn quilt and wrap herself up. When Mother Tang snatched the quilt away, Tang Feng was instantly jolted awake by the cold. She was wearing a sleeveless nightgown and cropped pajama pants. The temperature under the quilt was just right, comfortable and cozy, but without it she really felt a bit cold. Her hazy mind was immediately cleared. Mother Tang hadn't even unleashed her lion's roar yet. But she couldn't escape the nagging. Tell me, what time is it? Staying up late again. You'll be the death of me. You're such a worrywart. Going to school like this, what will you do? How many times have I told you not to set the air conditioner so low? The experts say 26 degrees is the most suitable temperature for the human body. But you never listen. When you get older, you'll suffer the consequences. She went on and on, adjusting the air conditioner to 26 degrees. This made Tang Feng, who was feeling cold, a bit more comfortable. At this moment, Tang Feng rubbed her eyes, too sleepy to open them. The body that had just been dragged into a sitting position slowly lay back down again. Like a dead pig unafraid of scalding water, she closed her eyes, listening to her mother's chanting-like voice, and nearly drifted off again. In the living room beyond the door, Tang Qian was entertaining an uninvited guest, his roommate and entrepreneurial partner Yi Jinyan. He had arrived at 9 o'clock. Today, because of the family gathering, Tang Qian had announced in the work group that he wouldn't be going to the company. Just after he woke up, he heard a knock. Father Tang opened the door, and upon seeing who it was quite surprised. Tang Qian was taken aback. In his perception, Yi Jinyan was a rather aloof person. Even though they were roommates and now collaborating on software development, their bond wasn't particularly deep. After all, during college, Yi Jinyan didn't like to mingle with classmates. He had his own aura. Others couldn't enter his life, and he never tried to enter other circles. Tang Qian was able to join the project only because he had become somewhat familiar with Yi Jinyan and because his foundation was solid. He had genuine skills, consistently ranking second in programming. The first place, of course, was Yi Jinyan himself. That's why Yi Jinyan took a liking to him and brought him into the team. The other two members were talents Yi Jinyan had scouted himself, both senior students from the same school. Tang Qian raised an eyebrow upon seeing Yi Jinyan. Could there be an urgent matter at the company that required him to come personally? Then he noticed the briefcase in Yi Jinyan's hand. Could there really be something important? This left Tang Qian completely baffled. He truly couldn't fathom what the other was thinking. Bringing a briefcase clearly meant business, and it seemed urgent. But after racking his brain for any urgent software-related matters, he came up with nothing. After inviting him in, he directly asked, "Is there an urgent matter at the company?" Nothing was mentioned in the group chat. "You came straight to my home. Is it that serious? What happened?" As he spoke, seeing the other's silence, Tang Qian began to grow nervous himself. After all, after months of effort, he had invested a great deal of cost and passion, and he really wanted to succeed. As Yi Jinyan passed through the living room, he glanced around, casually taking in the layout of the Tang family home. It was a 4-bedroom living room layout with 2 rooms connected on the east side and 2 on the west. He wondered which room the girl lived in. In a very short time, if one were observant, they would notice that Yi Jinyan seemed to have looked at the entire house, but his gaze lingered longer on the doors of the rooms, especially the 2 he speculated about. After Tang Qian invited Yi Jinyan to sit down in the living room, Yi Jinyan spoke unhurriedly. "Oh, it's nothing. Remember I said I would design the poster myself. I finished the draft overnight, but there's something I need your approval on, so I came over. Of course, it's just a convenient errand. There's nothing much at the company today, and since you weren't there, and I had free time, I made the trip." Tang Qian's mouth dropped open. That's it. He could hardly believe it. What kind of crucial matter required the other to make a special trip? Couldn't it have been discussed in a private message on WeChat? Seeing Tang Qian's exaggerated reaction, Yi Jinyan remained calm and continued, "I accidentally saw a photo of your sister yesterday, so I incorporated her image into the draft." He took out the original draft and handed it to Tang Qian. "I used your sister's likeness, so I need to discuss with you. How much should I pay her, or does she agree to let me use her image?" Tang Qian opened the draft and looked at it. It was quite beautiful. Although the character wasn't 100% similar, it was at least 90%. The essence of his sister was captured with wanton accuracy. Dressed in a mermaid costume, he hadn't realized that his sister's beauty could be so breathtaking. She was so stunning that he couldn't help but take out his phone to snap a few photos as mementos. He thought to himself that his sister had great potential. Although she was already beautiful in daily life, with a bit of dressing up she would likely be even more so. Thinking back to his sister's unbridled sitting posture and her carefree way of eating so unlike a girl, and comparing it to the figure in the draft, it was like 2 different people. She probably looked most like the draft only when she was perfectly still. Tang Qian was agreeable, but now it was up to his sister. After all, as an older brother, he couldn't make the decision. However, an awkward situation arose. Tang Feng was still asleep. He knew she had been playing games all night, and he had gone in to urge her to sleep earlier, but she wouldn't listen. He was quite a failure as an older brother. Aside from the change in gender, she was still the same headstrong Tang Feng, nothing like the docile, soft younger sister who needed her brother's protection. After listening to Tang Qian's explanation, Yi Jinyan said courteously, "Then I'll wait for her to wake up. I'm in no hurry. Since this is my first visit to your home, I didn't have time to prepare proper gifts." Then he took 2 boxes out of his briefcase and handed them to Tang Qian. "This is for Auntie, and this is for Sister Tang Feng." Tang Qian took them, opened them, and his eyes widened. These gifts were far too expensive. For Mother Tang, it was a Cartier Amulet de Cartier bracelet in white mother of pearl. For Tang Feng, it was a TSL 18K gold 4-leaf clover diamond minimalist necklace, a versatile piece. It was clearly not cheap, likely costing no less than 5,000. Tang Qian was stunned. On the first visit, giving jewelry to the ladies of the house, and rather pricey jewelry at that. He didn't recall their relationship being close enough for such gifts. When Tang Feng finally regained full consciousness, she was just like her usual self. Dragging her feet in slippers, ignoring her mother who was still tidying up her room, she walked out of the bedroom door in her Winnie the Pooh cotton pajamas to get a glass of water. This was one of the downsides of summer. Spending too long in an air-conditioned room tends to make you thirsty. Rubbing her bleary eyes and shuffling along listlessly, she passed by the living room and spotted her older brother. She muttered, "Morning, bro." Just as the words left her mouth, she felt something was off. Wasn't there someone beside her brother? She couldn't quite make it out, so she used her hands to pry her eyes open for a better look. Then Tang Feng's almond-shaped eyes, wider than usual, met a pair of phoenix eyes brimming with a gentle smile. Immediately after, a short, startled yelp escaped Tang Qian's lips. He had realized that not only was his sister looking like a mess with her bird's nest hair, but she was also acting as if no one else was around. Wearing that thin pajama set, she wandered out, exposing large expanses of her arms and legs. But what was truly embarrassing was that his sister wasn't wearing a bra underneath. She was completely braless. So before Tang Feng could even react, looking utterly bewildered about what was happening, she was shoved back into her room by her brother, who then slammed the door shut with a heavy thud. After closing the door, realizing he might have overreacted, he turned around with an awkward expression to face Yi Jinyan, who was still staring his way. He let out a hollow, sheepish laugh. Internally speechless, he thought his sister really had no sense of decency left, embarrassing herself in front of an outsider. He smiled and tried to explain, hoping to salvage some of her image. "Haha, that's my sister. She must have been reading for too long and gotten all confused." "Ha ha ha he." Yi Jinyan smiled softly and said, "Your sister is quite adorable." "Yeah, I think so too," Tang Qian replied, assuming the other was just saying pleasantries. However, he forgot that Yi Jinyan was never one for superficial pleasantries. Hearing the door slam, Mrs. Tang looked up and thought, "Oh no, I forgot we had a guest today." The moment she saw her daughter go out dressed like that, anger surged within her. "You're a girl, do you understand? You are not allowed to leave your room until you are properly dressed." "Mrs. Tang warned sternly. Tang Feng felt her brother and mother were making a huge fuss over nothing. Looking down at her yellow Winnie the Pooh pajamas, she scratched her head. Wasn't this clothes? When had she ever gone out without clothes on? She wasn't some kind of pervert. Seeing her daughter's dismissive attitude, Mrs. Tang raised her voice again. "Did you hear me?" Then suddenly remembering there was a guest outside, she lowered her voice a bit. All right, I heard you loud and clear with both ears." Tang Feng waved her hand dismissively as she headed into the bathroom to wash up, still muttering under her breath, "With that big voice of yours, I bet even the cat downstairs heard you." Mrs. Tang was left speechless, staring at the ceiling. Before going back into the room, she had been chatting with her son's classmate. Through their conversation and observation, she could tell this young man possessed excellent manners and was quite handsome. He didn't seem to mind chatting with her, and the two of them got more and more engaged, talking happily. Strangely enough, most of the topics revolved around Tang Feng. Eventually, she excitedly brought out Tang Feng's photo album, the one featuring the little girl, all dressed up. Yi Jinyan flipped through the pages while listening to Mrs. Tang recount interesting anecdotes from Tang Feng's childhood. What Mrs. Tang didn't realize was that her conversational direction was subtly being guided by the person she was talking to. Although it seemed like Mrs. Tang was doing most of the talking while Yi Jinyan spoke little, the rhythm of the conversation was entirely controlled by Yi Jinyan. Mrs. Tang felt she had found a kindred spirit. This young man was really impressive. Thinking about her own daughter, she mused that if her daughter had such an outstanding boyfriend, she'd be overjoyed. But now, looking at her daughter, who was unruly and completely lacked any feminine grace, she felt a pang of guilt at the thought of introducing her to this young man. It didn't seem quite fair to him. So the fleeting thought of playing matchmaker for her daughter vanished as quickly as if blown away by the wind. After Tang Feng finished washing up, and under her mother's strong insistence, she changed into a well-tailored floral print dress. Once she put it on, a fresh pastoral vibe emanated from her. Mrs. Tang looked at her daughter's skin, still fair and tender with not a trace of dark circles. It was quite rare. Thinking that they were going to meet relatives at the hotel today, and it would be her daughter's first appearance in a feminine guise, she wanted to put some light makeup on Tang Feng. After all, what mother doesn't have a bit of a competitive streak? She wanted her daughter's first debut to be stunning. Unfortunately, no matter how Mrs. Tang threatened, Tang Feng refused. Finally, Mrs. Tang compromised, but she still applied a layer of light pink shimmering lip balm to Tang Feng's lips. Her naturally rosy full lips, now glossed with balm, looked even more tender and inviting, tempting one to lean in and taste them. A pale yellow daisy hair clip was also forcibly pinned into her hair, perfectly matching the floral dress. Mrs. Tang finally nodded in satisfaction, and the two walked out of the room one after the other. Hearing the sound, Yi Jinyan turned his head immediately. Seeing Tang Feng's completely refreshed appearance, a light flickered in his handsome deep-set eyes. He stared at her unblinkingly, his body involuntarily tensing up, and his heart unknowingly began to beat faster. Tang Qian smiled as he admired his sister's outfit, and gave a genuine compliment. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. As if seeking validation, he nudged Yi Jinyan's arm beside him, and asked, "Don't you think so?" Yi Jinyan nodded in strong agreement. At that moment, Tang Qian finally felt the pride of showing off his beautiful sister to an acquaintance. His face was full of pride. If he had a tail, it would probably be wagging up to the sky by now. But what he didn't know was that his good roommate was the wolf inviting himself into the house, eyeing the tender, delicious lamb. He wasn't there to admire his sister. He was there to take her away. Suddenly remembering something, Yi Jinyan picked up the gift that Tang Qian had previously tried to decline. Although Tang Qian didn't know the exact price, he recognized the brand. This was thanks to a girlfriend he had before. She used to nag him constantly to buy it for her. He had bought it once and had looked into it. Later, because he couldn't satisfy his girlfriend's material desires, they broke up. Tang Qian was about to say something, but a single look from Yi Jinyan made him swallow his words. Yi Jinyan's pleasant voice rang out. "Andy, since this is my first visit to your home, I brought a small gift for Tang Feng. Would you like to see if she likes it?" Mrs. Tang waved her hand upon hearing this. "You're being too polite, dear. You should have just come empty-handed. Why bring a gift?" She didn't take the gift, thinking that this kid was about the same age as her son, and there was really no need for such formality when visiting. Besides, their family didn't go in for this sort of thing among relatives during the new year. They had an agreement not to exchange gifts. Just giving the kids a red envelope was enough. Sending gifts back and forth was just a waste of money, and it all just ended up in the merchant's pockets anyway. Tang Feng, seeing someone offering a gift, took it immediately, not even hearing her mother's refusal. She opened the gift without any hesitation, curious about what was inside. Seeing this, Mrs. Tang got angry again, thinking this child was really troublesome. She snatched the just-opened box and closed it immediately. She wanted to give it back, as she had heard that newly bought jewelry could also be returned. She told the boy to take it back and return it. She didn't know the price, but in Mrs. Tang's eyes, he was still a kid who hadn't entered society yet. How much money could he have? Whatever he had came from his parents. Tang Feng had seen it. It was a necklace, and she instantly lost interest. She thought to herself that her brother's friend might as well have just sent her a red packet instead. But she didn't show it, as she had enough social grace for that, especially since the gift giver was still present. At least it was a kind gesture, even if she couldn't understand why he chose a necklace. In her 18 years, she had never received something like that. If Tang Feng knew the meaning behind this particular necklace, she would rather die than have opened it out of curiosity. Yi Jinyan explained that he had earned the money himself, not from his parents, and that it was only a few hundred yuan. Not expensive, just a simple silver ornament, a token of his appreciation. After much persuasion, Mrs. Tang finally accepted it, and handed the box with the 4-leaf clover necklace back to Tang Feng. She didn't forget to add, "Hurry up and thank your brother here." Tang Feng took the box and bowed sincerely, saying, "Thank you, brother Jinyan." She even made a silly, cheeky grin. Even that kind of smile struck straight at Yi Jinyan's heart. His throat tightened involuntarily, and his voice came out deep and magnetic, carrying a tenderness rarely heard from him. "I'm glad you like it, little Feng." Meanwhile, Tang Qian, standing on the side, had a complex and ever-changing expression. He was starting to suspect that the Yi Jinyan who came to his house today was an imposter. His throat tightened involuntarily, and his voice came out deep and magnetic, carrying a tenderness rarely heard from him. "I'm glad you like it, little Feng." Meanwhile, Tang Qian, standing on the side, had a complex and Tang Ma gave Tang Feng a light pat on the back, sweeping a warning gaze over her. The message was clear: don't be cheeky, behave. Tang Feng immediately dropped his playful grin. Yi Jinyan witnessed Tang Ma's authority in the household firsthand, realizing that currying favor with Auntie was indeed a wise move. Yet the subtle curve of his lips perfectly revealed Yi Jinyan's delight at this moment. It was a novel experience he had never had before. To sum it up in the words of a domineering CEO, very well, you have thoroughly captured my attention. And indeed it seemed as if the girl's appearance was destined for him to encounter. The moment he saw her photo, he felt a fondness, and so he followed his heart's desire. Seeing her in person, that feeling only grew stronger. It was as if every aspect of the girl before him perfectly aligned with his aesthetic. Even her personality was so unique, so extraordinary. Yi Jinyan suggested, "Auntie and little phone, would you like to try them on? If they don't fit or you don't like them, you can always exchange them at the store." In his understanding, it seemed that girls, or women, generally adored jewelry. At his home, his mother had a large collection, and so did his aunt. It seemed that gifts from elders to women were mostly jewelry as well. Tang Ma beamed upon hearing this, saying, "Jinyan, you're so thoughtful." Tang Feng was astonished. Wow, it seemed that after just one meeting his mother had taken a great liking to his brother's roommate. Look at that radiant smile she was giving him, while she never had a kind expression for her own child. It was clear that mother's tenderness was reserved for outsiders. Indeed, upon seeing a handsome guy, his mother had revealed her true colors. Tang Feng looked around, but didn't see his father, and silently screamed in his heart, "Dad, come back, and see your wife the way she's smiling." Tang Ma tried on the necklace, saying, "I didn't expect Jinyan to have such good taste. It suits me perfectly. I love it." "Thank you, Jinyan." Jinyan replied with a smile, "I'm glad you like it, Auntie." Then noticing Tang Feng wasn't wearing hers, he added, "Little Feng, would you like to try it? I think this necklace would go well with your dress today." Tang Feng immediately shook her head. Seeing this, Tang Ma quickly covered for her, "Try it on, see if it fits. Wear it." She then nudged her daughter's arm, signaling her to be more cooperative. In the end, Tang Feng relented to her mother's wishes. She opened the box and took out the necklace. Honestly, she really didn't like wearing such things. If she were to wear anything, it would be a cool, thick gold chain for the status it brought. Wearing a leaf pendant around her neck. Who was that meant to impress? She tried to put it on herself, but after fumbling for a long time, she still couldn't fasten the clasp at the back. Seeing this, Tang Ma was about to help her daughter when she noticed Yi Jinyan, who had been watching, had already beat her to it, and was now standing behind Tang Feng. He bent down slightly, gently brushing aside Tang Feng's long hair, carefully moving it to one side, to reveal her fair neck and delicate collarbone. Then he took the necklace clasp from the girl's hand. His fingers accidentally brushed against her small, soft hand, causing his movements to pause for a few seconds. This unintentional touch sent a tingling sensation through his body like a jolt of electricity, leaving him feeling disoriented by this strange and wonderful feeling. However, he quickly masked his reaction, and his slightly flustered expression soon returned to normal. Then with great care he fastened the clasp and neatly arranged her hair, ensuring not a single strand was out of place. After finishing, Yi Jinyan returned to Tang Qian's side. But as he had tidied her hair, the dark strands had lightly brushed past his nose, carrying a faint, delicate fragrance that was intoxicating. This subtle scent seemed to emanate from Tang Feng herself, unique and alluring, lingering in his senses. Tang Qian and Tang Ma both wore identical expressions of shock. While this was a bit hard to process, however, they didn't overthink it. Tang Qian figured that Yi Jinyan, not having a younger sister himself, was trying to steal his adorable sister from him. Tang Ma, on the other hand, felt that her judgment was confirmed. This young man had excellent upbringing. He was so helpful, meticulous, and perfect in every way, from the thoughtful first gift to his careful actions. She was rather keen on setting them up, but remembering her daughter's usual sloppy appearance, she thought it was a lost cause. It was better not to make a fool of themselves. The small flame of hope that had just ignited was quickly extinguished. Tang Feng, being the carefree type, didn't entertain any fanciful thoughts. She was just glad for the help. Another minute of struggling, and she would have thrown the necklace in the trash. This stupid thing was too hard to put on, and that clasp was so tiny she couldn't even see it. So if she were to buy one, it should be a thick gold chain you just slip over your head. It's valuable and cool, guaranteeing looks wherever you go. Yi Jinyan watched the green four-leaf clover pendant shimmer against the girl's fair neck. The four-leaf clover, a legendary symbol of luck. Each leaf represents a different meaning: hope, faith, love, and luck. Its appearance is often seen as a miracle, making one believe in fate. For Yi Jinyan, this was more than just an accessory, it was a secret sentiment. Beyond the good wishes, it also carried a desire for a fated love. Yi Jinyan was the first to speak. "It looks beautiful. It matches your outfit today. Why not wear it out?" Tang Ma regained her composure, looked at it, and nodded in agreement. "It really does match. Shall Feng wear it? We're about to head out anyway." Yi Jinyan was taken aback, then looked at Tang Qian. Tang Qian suddenly remembered that his father had called to urge them, saying the relatives had mostly arrived, and they should get going. If not for Tang Feng's lazy sleeping and Yi Jinyan's timely visit, they would have been there by now. "My sister just took her college entrance exam this year. We were too busy to celebrate her getting into university before, so we're throwing her a small celebration banquet now. It's about time we've booked a hotel. Would you like to come?" This was purely a polite gesture from Tang Qian because he was lying. Today was just a family dinner completely to celebrate having a new sister in the family. He also thought Yi Jinyan would politely decline. Just as Tang Xian was expecting a polite refusal, he heard the words sure. Sure. The words echoed in his mind. He wondered if he hadn't woken up properly today. Tang Ma thought it was a bit odd to have an outsider at what was supposed to be a family gathering, but since her eldest son had invited him, and she had genuinely enjoyed talking with Yi Jinyan, she decided to just treat him as another son as part of the family. Tang Feng, however, couldn't care less about things that didn't concern her. Her stomach was starting to rumble, and she urged her mother to get going. Suddenly her eyes fell upon a drawing on the table. Curious, she walked over to look. It was a drawing of a mermaid, quite beautiful, and it was a style she liked. But the more she looked, the more familiar it seemed. She stared at it for a while longer. Why did it look so much like her? Was she just being narcissistic, or was it her imagination? Tang Xian saw his sister looking at the drawing, and remembered what he had wanted to show her. Yi Jinyan also walked over. Xiaofeng, take a look. Isn't it pretty? Jinyan drew you. I was startled when I first saw it, it's just too well done. Tang Feng was surprised to hear it was indeed her, and even more beautiful than she was in real life. She was delighted. Wow, I didn't know you were such a great artist, brother Jinyan. Yi Jinyan smiled in response. The credit goes to you, little Feng, for being so beautiful. But I must apologize. I got the inspiration from your photo on your brother's phone wallpaper. I used your likeness without your permission. Tang Feng continued to admire the drawing, saying, It's fine. I just think it's so beautiful that I'm almost falling in love with myself. If this face weren't her own, it would definitely be her type. Well, too bad it was her own face. And she had turned into a girl now, as she wondered if any girl would ever like her in the future. Would she end up single for the rest of her life? She was getting ahead of herself. Yi Jinyan's words quickly brought her back to reality. Since I've used your likeness, I'll purchase the rights to use your portrait from you in the name of my company. Purchasing meant money. Tang Feng was instantly excited. Did this mean she was about to get another large sum of money? She guessed it should be a few thousand at least. At the thought, Tang Feng's eyes sparkled, and she looked at Yi Jinyan with a burning intensity. Yi Jinyan stared at so intensely by the girl, he felt his ears turn slightly red. Could she like him too? This thought made his heartstrings tremble, and a surge of shyness and nervousness welled up within him. Seeing that he hadn't quoted a price after a long while, Tang Feng grew impatient and pressed, So how much can you give me? This question immediately snapped Yi Jinyan out of his daydreaming. His expression quickly turned calm. 10,000. Upon hearing the price, Tang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you crazy? The company was currently losing money. Where would that kind of money come from? And for a family member's photo, it really wasn't necessary. A few hundred as a token of appreciation would have been enough. Tang Feng, however, cried out in joy. She put down the drawing and happily grabbed Yi Jinyan's hand. 10,000. Really? Brother Jinyan, you're the best. Why yes. Yi Jinyan felt the warmth of the girl's hand around his, and the heat he had just managed to subdue flared up again. Following the girl's gaze, he nodded. Soon Tang Feng released Yi Jinyan's hand and cheered, whooping with joy as she ran towards her mother's bedroom to share the good news. When Tang Ma found out, she protested, saying it was too much. But Yi Jinyan insisted. He immediately added Tang Feng on WeChat and sent her a red packet. This way Yi Jinyan now had Tang Feng's contact information. Tang Feng accepted it immediately and thanked him sincerely. Brother Jinyan, from today onwards you are ranked higher than my own brother in my heart. You will always be my best big brother. She patted Yi Jinyan on the shoulder, looked up at him with a smile, striking a pose of close camaraderie, as if they were about to become sworn brothers. Yi Jinyan laughed, feeling that he had smiled more today than he had in the entire past year. Tang Feng laughed too, a silly goofy grin, as her little wallet was now bulging. Tang Xian and Tang Ma could only shake their heads helplessly. Then the four of them headed to the hotel. As the four of them reached the ground floor, they ran into Gu Sheng. The moment Tang Feng spotted him, a beaming smile lit up her face, and she bounded over to greet him cheerfully. Gu Sheng, why aren't you home for lunch? What are you doing here looking for me? Her voice was clear and bright, brimming with energy. Gu Sheng smiled and exchanged pleasantries with the group, but his sharp eyes quickly noticed an unfamiliar face among the Tang family. His gaze was filled with suspicion as he carefully looked the stranger up and down. He knew all of Tang Feng's relatives like the back of his hand, yet he was certain he had never seen this person before. Earlier, from a distance, he had noticed this man walking beside Tang Feng, and the way he looked at her with such focused attention stirred a faint unease within him. Tang Feng, however, was full of enthusiasm and oblivious to any tension introducing the two. Gu Sheng, this is my newly sworn brother Yi Jinyan. As she spoke, perhaps recalling the tinted Sanyuan red envelope from earlier, she couldn't suppress the upward curve of her lips, her eyes squinting into happy crescents. Then she turned to Yi Jinyan and said, Jinyan Gu, this is my childhood best friend Gu Sheng. After speaking, just as she always did, she casually slung an arm around Gu Sheng's neck and pulled him closer. Yi Jinyan looked at the young man before him, his brow furrowed slightly. He couldn't help but think, so this is what they call a childhood sweetheart. And the way this young man looked at him carried a subtle hostility, like a fierce beast spotting another beast encroaching upon its territory, full of vigilance and animosity, as if wanting to tear the other apart. As the saying goes, a mountain cannot hold two tigers. In that instant the atmosphere seemed to grow tense. He then glanced at Tang Feng's expression, seeing the girl's face full of pure innocence, completely unaware of the undercurrents between the two young men. He felt relieved, realizing the girl was clearly still naive, probably genuinely treating the young man as just a buddy with no romantic feelings involved. Being a few years older, Yi Jinyan thought he should act more magnanimously, so he extended his hand proactively. Gu Sheng, usually gentle, also didn't want to appear inferior and shook it in return. However, no one noticed that their clasped hands were gradually tightening, each trying to force the other to yield. Their gazes met like two bolts of lightning colliding in midair, neither willing to back down, locked in a silent contest of wills. Tang Feng looked from one to the other, a sudden thought popping into her head. Could Gu Sheng actually like men? Seeing that Jinyan Gu was handsome, had he taken a fancy to him? Then she looked at their still clasped hands, so tightly interlocked and reluctant to part. This was solid proof. Her mind raced with wild speculation. So some of the rumors at school were true after all. Gu Sheng liked men, he was into guys. But then she thought, since she had become a girl, didn't that mean she had dodged a bullet? Why did she feel a sense of relief? If she exposed Gu Sheng's sexual orientation, would he break off their friendship? There was a difference between her cutting ties with him and him cutting ties with her. If he really did sever their friendship, she would probably be sad. After all, when she had blocked him before, she knew he would definitely come to coax her into adding him back. If that were the case, for the sake of her brother's happiness, should she help things along? It might mean sacrificing Jinyan Gu a bit. She thought of that huge red envelope again, and her conscience twinged, but for the sake of her childhood friends, sacrificing a brother shed just met was only natural. She could distinguish between close and distant relationships. The two seemed to have finished their contest, finally parting hands, ending this seemingly friendly, yet truly charged handshake. Gu Sheng spoke up, asking, "Are you all heading out? Am I interrupting Auntie's plans?" Starting by addressing Tang Feng's mother, it seemed Gu Sheng knew the ropes well. Who made the decisions at home, who held the highest status, and who to cozy up to. Sometimes when Tang Feng was angry, Gu Sheng would enlist Auntie's help, and the effect was remarkably effective. Tang's mother replied with a smile, "Yes, celebrating Xiao Feng's college admission. She'll be reporting to school in a few days, so we're throwing her a banquet." She added, "Xiaosheng, why don't you come along too?" She figured since they were already bringing Yi Jinyan, having Gu Sheng, whom she had watched grow up, join them wouldn't hurt. More people would make it livelier and more festive. As expected, Gu Sheng smiled and agreed. And so the group of 4 became a group of 5. When they reached the car, Tang Qian asked, "Jinyan, did you drive here?" He remembered that this young master had a Bentley as his daily driver as soon as he arrived, and was staying in a presidential suite. When it came to starting a business, the young master was just playing around. If he failed, he'd just go home and inherit the family fortune. It was all without any pressure. Yi Jinyan replied calmly, "No." In reality, the car was parked just outside the neighborhood. As Tang's mother unlocked the car, Tang Feng was about to get in. Both Yi Jinyan and Gu Sheng moved to open the door closest to Tang Feng. As a result, their hands touched. Yi Jinyan was a step slower, and Gu Sheng opened the rear door. Tang Feng, witnessing the whole scene, felt as if countless prairie dogs were screaming inside her. They touched. Oh. Gu Sheng impressive, quick on the draw. Yi Jinyan and Gu Sheng then saw Tang Feng, wearing an odd smug smile, looking a bit puzzled. However, seeing the girl they liked smiling so happily, both of them unconsciously wore gentle smiles as well. Tang's mother nudged Tang Qian, curious. What are they up to? What are they laughing about so happily? Tang Qian scratched his head and shrugged, indicating he had no idea. Then, with the same puzzled expression on both their faces, they looked towards the trio. Come to think of it, there was something sweet about the scene. Drawing a parallel to the sweet love triangles in the novels Tang's mother loved to read, no wonder it felt familiar. The straightforward Tang Qian merely thought that even Yi Jinyan wasn't always wearing that icy don't touch him expression. He felt indignant. Why the special treatment? At that moment, Tang Feng's mind conjured up an image of the 2 men in bed. Wait, why was she having such strange thoughts? Didn't she hate that kind of thing? Could it be that after becoming a girl, she had developed the same taste as the schoolgirls getting into this sort of thing? No. Tang Feng shook her head, mentally commanding the thoughts to retreat. Seeing Gu Sheng still standing there, she wondered why he wasn't getting in the car now that the door was open. Was he waiting for Jinyan Gu? Fine, she understood she'd play matchmaker. So Tang Feng dutifully got in first, shuffling over to the far side. Gu Sheng, who was outside, quickly slid in and sat down beside Tang Feng. By this time, Tang's mother and Tang Qian were already seated. Only Yi Jinyan remained outside, and the only seat left was by the window next to Gu Sheng. Yi Jinyan paused mid-motion, then closed the door without getting in. He then walked around to the other side of the car and opened that door. Smiling, he asked, "Xiao Feng, may I sit here? I know you better." Tang Feng was taken aback. She instinctively turned to look at Gu Sheng. Sure enough, she saw his expressionless face. He was angry. She knew that expression well. Whenever Gu Sheng was angry, his face would freeze over. She figured he was upset because Jin Yin didn't sit next to him. Saw he was still a young man who couldn't hide his feelings. She shook her head sympathetically. She mentally told him, "Bro, it's okay, there's plenty of time, no need to rush." Yi Jinyan saw this exchange, and his eyes darkened. Childhood sweetheart, huh? But he believed he could outshine that. He concealed his cold expression and smiled again. "Is it all right?" Tang Feng turned back, smiling, Sure. Gu Sheng, move over a bit." Gu Sheng shifted his position, still expressionless. He thought to himself, just as he suspected, this man had ulterior motives towards Xiao Feng. It seems I need to warn her not to be so naive and get fooled. Yi Jinyan finally got in, the door closed, and the car started. Now Tang Feng had Yi Jinyan on her left and Gu Sheng on her right. She felt like a piece of sandwich cookie, especially since both men were over 1.8 meters tall, making her look even more petite. She felt stifled, as if the oxygen had decreased. It must be those two tall guys stealing her air. The car suddenly braked sharply. Caught off guard, Tang Feng lurched forward. Fortunately, both Gu Sheng and Yi Jinyan reached out a hand to stop her. They steadied the girl silently before retracting their hands. The two exchanged a glance, then looked away as if in a silent contest. Tang Feng, who almost got hurt, yelped and complained, "Mom, you've been driving for years. How is your skill still this bad? I drive better than you." Her tone was full of dissatisfaction and reproach. Tang's mother retorted, "The light was green, but a pedestrian ran the red light, so I had to brake suddenly." The car continued on. Perhaps this road was just jinxed for them today. Tang Feng lost her balance again, and the problem was there was no handle in the middle seat for her to hold on to. Her body tilted towards Yi Jinyan, but Gu Sheng seemed to have anticipated it a step earlier. He immediately grabbed Tang Feng, preventing her from touching Yi Jinyan at all. Yi Jinyan's hands, which he had just opened, were left awkwardly suspended in midair. He finally lowered them silently, feeling a twinge of regret. Tang Feng secured herself again and asked, "Mom, and what was the reason for that sharp turn?" Tang's mother actually had a legitimate excuse and retorted confidently, "A little cat suddenly darted out. It scared me. If it weren't for my superb driving skills, I might have a life on my hands." After saying that, she patted her chest, indicating she was genuinely frightened. Tang Qian also chimed in to corroborate her story. Tang Feng muttered, "I calculate with my fingers that today is fraught with danger, not a good day to go out." She even closed her eyes and mimicked a fortune-telling gesture, looking quite comical. Tang Qian glanced in the rearview mirror and saw his sister acting up again, shaking his head helplessly. Meanwhile, the two men, whose gazes had been fixed on the girl all along, exchanged a knowing, indulgent smile, their expressions filled with tolerance and affection for her. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, Yi Jinyan thought it was quite a coincidence. He had been staying in the presidential suite on the top floor of this very hotel for the past few days. His family had originally built their fortune on hotels, and after years of development, they had expanded into a nationwide chain. Naturally, a major economic metropolis like this would have one of their hotels, and he was staying in his own family's establishment. After waiting for the elevator for a while, the group ascended to the 6th floor and entered the reserved private room. As soon as the doors swung open, a party popper burst with a loud bang. Like scattered flowers from a celestial maiden, shiny confetti rained down, covering all 5 of them in glittering specks. Tang's father was the first to approach, beaming with joy. "Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome." His voice was booming and full of enthusiasm. According to the prearranged plan, they were about to commence the proceedings. However, his welcoming speech faltered midway, his voice weakening. Upon closer inspection, he realized there were 2 extra people. What was going on? Tang's father furiously winked at Tang's mother, his eyes full of confusion. Weren't they supposed to be having a family gathering? Why were there outsiders here? This was quite awkward. The other relatives, who had just gathered around with words of welcome, also fell silent upon seeing the 2 unfamiliar faces. The lively and jovial atmosphere instantly froze, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Tang's mother quickly introduced the 2. Gu Sheng was familiar to everyone, having met the relatives before. However, Yi Jinyan was a stranger to them all, and they curiously looked him up and down. At that moment, all eyes in the room seemed to focus on Yi Jinyan. Yet Yi Jinyan showed no sign of panic or unease. Instead, he calmly smiled at everyone again and gracefully introduced himself. After all, these were his potential future in-laws, and making a good first impression was of utmost importance. Yi Jinyan was more cautious now than he had been attending his own company's annual meeting. He dared not make a single misstep, fearing that any flaw might tarnish his image in the eyes of Tang's family. Gu Sheng, in contrast, appeared much more relaxed. Since he knew everyone, he naturally walked over and greeted them all. Everyone responded enthusiastically. However, the relatives secretly wondered why the situation differed from what Tang's father had described. Weren't only family members supposed to attend? How could they truly let loose now? Then everyone crowded around the guest of honor. Waves of exclamations and praises rippled outward from Tang Feng. The aunts and younger female relatives had no such reservations and directly reached out to touch. Wow, she really is a girl. Yes, look at those tender cheeks, they look like they could be pinched. And then someone actually gave a gentle pinch, the texture akin to cotton candy, quite pleasant to the touch. The adult male family members huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. Of course, with outsiders present, they instinctively lowered their voices. Such matters were best kept within the family. Tang Feng would need to continue living as a girl in the future, and they feared that if too many people knew the truth, they might look at her with strange eyes. That would be unpleasant. The children and the slightly older male cousins chattered away like a flock of cheerful sparrows, asking all sorts of questions. Brother Feng. Oh no, Sister Feng, are you really a sister? Their mother had instructed them not to call him brother with outsiders around. They were never to use that term again. Although the children were mischievous, they had excellent memories, and as soon as they realized their mistake, they quickly corrected themselves. Sister, can you give me a kiss? I've never been kissed by such a pretty sister before. Sister Feng, do you have magic? Like Yi Luoli, can you transform? Yes. Sister Feng can transform. Look, she's turned into a princess now. These were the little ones who loved watching Yi Luoli. Tang Feng, are you really a girl? This came from the skeptical older brother who was more knowledgeable than the little kids and kept glancing at Tang Feng's lower region. Tang Feng answered questions left and right, satisfying everyone's curiosity. These brothers and cousins were as close to Tang Feng as Tang Qian, like flesh and blood siblings. But when asked about the sensation of peeing without a certain appendage, Tang Feng's face darkened with annoyance, and he threw a punch. Soon everyone was laughing and tussling together in a playful brawl. Gu Sheng was also in the thick of it, laughing along. Yi Jinyan, however, stood with the adults, making no attempt to join in. It wasn't a suitable occasion for him, and he wasn't about to force his way in like that rival of his, sticking to him like a plaster. Once the relatives had their fill of curiosity, Tang's father bellowed, All right, you must all be hungry. Let's take our seats. The waitstaff then began serving the dishes in an orderly fashion. Tang Feng was led to a table with the brothers and cousins while the adults sat at another. Just as Tang Feng sat down, Gu Sheng immediately took the seat beside him. Yi Jinyan, who hadn't stood close to Tang Feng earlier, missed his chance, and the seat on Tang Feng's other side had already been claimed by a child. Tang Qian noticed Yi Jinyan still standing and thought that won't do, he's a guest. So he enthusiastically called out, Jinyan, there's a seat here. Come sit next to me. Yi Jinyan paused, realizing there was no room at the kids' table, even if he wanted to sit there. In the end, he had no choice but to change direction and sit beside Tang Qian since he was more familiar with him. In these two encounters, his rival had gotten the upper hand both times. He still wasn't bold enough. Yi Jinyan replayed the events in his mind. When the dishes arrived, Gu Sheng directly spun the lazy Susan, carefully searching for Tang Feng's favorites. In no time, Tang Feng's bowl was piled high with various delicacies. Tang Feng ate with gusto, but Yi Jinyan, watching their intimate display from the adjacent table, subtly clenched his fist under the table. His previously polite smile had vanished without a trace. Tang Qian was puzzled. Was the food not to the young master's taste? That couldn't be. The bill for both tables was over 10,000, and his father had said this was a real splurge. So he asked Jinyan what's wrong. Yi Jinyan, realizing he had lost his composure, quickly regained a calm expression and said, It's nothing. I was just thinking about some investment matters. A bit troublesome. Tang Qian was almost impressed. Even while eating, he was thinking about work. He said a few words telling him to eat first, that a full stomach was needed to work. The other relatives with outsiders around were still lively, toasting and clinking glasses, but it just wasn't as wild as their previous gatherings. Before they would go straight into full-blown crazy mode. With only family present, they would brag, drink, play finger-guessing games, and curse at each other. Anything went. When the mood struck, an aunt or an uncle would break into an impromptu duet dance, and no one would be glued to their phones. They truly came to dine and bond with relatives. The craziest time was when all the adults got drunk, leaving only the children. The adults were bundled off to hotel rooms, and the kids stayed up all night playing games. The adults were happy, and the children were happy too. Today was actually a restrained affair. However, the hospitable family members, learning that the young man was 24 and well past adulthood, decided it was fine. One uncle offered Yi Jinyan a toast, then another uncle came up to toast him as well. Going around the table, Yi Jinyan, who rarely drank, had 5 glasses of beer before slumping face first onto the table. Everyone at the table exchanged bewildered glances, utterly shocked. They never imagined the young man had such a low tolerance for alcohol. Tang Qian was also a bit dazed. It was his first time seeing Yi Jinyan drink, and he had no idea his limit was so low. He had no choice but to excuse himself from the table, enlisting an uncle for help. Together they took Yi Jinyan to the top floor and escorted him back to his room. Meanwhile, Gusheng, while attending to Tang Feng and eating, kept an eye on the man's movements. Seeing Yi Jinyan get drunk, he sneered inwardly. With that kind of tolerance, he dares to have designs on Feng. Although he himself had barely drunk anything since turning 18, he was strangely confident and mocked the other. Don't ask, the answer is simple: rivals in love. Everyone enjoys watching their rival make a fool of themselves. With the eyesore gone, Gusheng's smile grew even brighter. He had noticed the four-leaf clover necklace around Tang Feng's neck earlier, and so he complimented Feng. That necklace really matches your outfit. If you like, it'll get you one in the future. He thought it was surprising enough that Tang Feng was wearing a necklace at all. Wearing it meant he genuinely liked it. Gusheng figured that since he had become a girl, his tastes had probably changed too, so it was only natural. Unexpectedly, he heard Tang Feng say, "Oh, this leaf. It was a housewarming gift from brother Jinyan. My mom got a bracelet, and I got this." Then upon hearing about the gift, Gusheng's eyes lit up, and he quickly added, "I like thick gold chains, not this kind of thing. Please don't get me this again." Then, as if a thought struck him, "Wait, you're still a student yourself. Forget it, don't get me anything. You can buy me gifts once you start earning." With that, he went back to eating with relish. After all, one of Tang Feng's greatest joys in life was eating, especially all sorts of delicious food. He inwardly marveled that you get what you pay for. It was truly delicious. He wondered when he'd next get to taste the food of a five-star hotel chef. After all, who eats at hotels every day? No one has that kind of money to burn. Gusheng nodded. He was going to join a research group as soon as he entered Tsinghua University, and they said there would be a stipend. He'd use that money to buy the gold chain. But then, realizing the necklace around Tang Feng's neck was from his rival, his brilliant smile vanished instantly, as if by magic, his face turning dark. Tang Feng, oblivious to the change in Gusheng's expression, continued eating the food Gusheng had picked for him. Sometimes he thought Gusheng was perfect for him. He always knew what he was thinking and what he liked to eat. When he was with him, he felt like a carefree little mouse. Suddenly a thought occurred to him, and he asked, "Gusheng, you came to my house looking for me earlier, but I didn't answer. What did you need me for?" No one visits someone's house at noon without a reason. Gusheng, who had just been kicking himself for complimenting the necklace ugly, "It's so ugly," replied directly to Tang Feng's question, "I received a package this morning. It was addressed to my house, but it had the name Tang Tang on it." Tang Feng had previously told Gusheng the story of how his name was chosen, so as soon as Gusheng saw the name, he thought of Tang Feng. After all, he hadn't ordered anything himself lately. A package? Tang Feng seemed to think of something, and his eyes lit up several shades brighter. So fast. Could it be that the package Yi Launching sent had arrived? Tang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, and he quickly asked, "What courier is it?" Gusheng replied unhurriedly, "Shun Feng." Tang Feng instantly understood and couldn't help but marvel. No wonder. Nowadays Shun Feng even uses drones for delivery. No wonder it's so fast. The thought of obtaining another autograph photo of his idol made the corners of his mouth curl up instantly, his smile blooming like spring flowers, radiant and captivating. After basking in glee, he asked with a puzzled look, "Since you came to my place, why didn't you bring the package along?" While placing a freshly peeled shrimp into Tang Feng's bowl, Gusheng said in a casual tone, "I was afraid of a mix-up, or after all, the address on it was mine, so I wanted to ask you first." But in truth, his real intention was to get Tang Feng to come over to his house, giving them a chance to be alone together. Gusheng lied without batting an eye, his expression as natural as if he were telling the absolute truth. No one could tell he was being dishonest. Moreover, his reasoning was so sound that it was impossible to refute. Tang Feng simply said, "Oh, we'll come over to your place to pick it up after dinner." After they agreed, they continued their meal. Mostly Tang Feng focused on eating, while Gusheng was in charge of feeding him. Gusheng felt that Tang Feng, now a girl, was too thin. In truth, Tang Feng's figure was well proportioned, not skinny at all. Standing at 1.7 meters, he might be considered short for a boy, but for a girl, that was tall. His figure was slender and well-balanced. Just looking at his soft, sweet face, one would assume he was a petite, lowly under 1.6 meters. Moreover, despite being a girl, now Tang Feng's stomach remained that of a male, extremely voracious. He could eat enormous amounts without his belly bulging, as if it were a bottomless pit. Gusheng had grown accustomed to Tang Feng's appetite, and didn't mind. He simply doted on him. In the past, Gusheng had been afraid of going too far and exposing his feelings, which might harm Tang Feng. Now, however, he was utterly unguarded, almost hoping people would notice his secret feelings. After all this time, the Tang family still hadn't picked up on Gusheng's infatuation with Tang Feng, which was truly baffling. Just then, at the adults' table, perhaps because Yi Jinyan had left, the atmosphere suddenly became lively. One person pulled another, urging them to drink a penalty. Another pulled someone else, saying, "Tell me the truth. Is it real or not?" Impossible, absolutely impossible. The noise rose and fell in waves, growing louder and louder, as boisterous as a marketplace. The kids' table, accustomed to this, continued their own chatter. In any case, the private room was brimming with a lively atmosphere. Someone suddenly suggested, Hey, The guest of honor hasn't even come up to perform a talent show to celebrate. The others chimed in agreement. So Tang's father and uncle led Tang Feng to the karaoke stage. Above the two large tables in the room was a karaoke setup allowing guests to sing and enjoy music while dining. Tang Feng had just popped a shrimp into his mouth when he was dragged onto the stage. It was so sudden that he didn't have time to react. After swallowing the shrimp, he decided not to dampen the mood. He was familiar with this routine. Taking the microphone handed to him by his father, he cleared his throat a few times and said, "He'll sing a song for everyone." Immediately someone objected from below, No. Xiaofeng, you always sing, switch it up." Although Tang Feng did sing, well, some people clamored for a change while others argued that the previous singing was from when he was still a boy. Now that he was a girl, hearing the female version of Xiaofeng sing was a new experience. Why not? The crowd below immediately erupted into a heated debate, with even the kids' table joining the fray, shouting for their own preferences. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. Tang Feng truly admired his family, like father, like son, like mother, like daughter. Below the stage, Gusheng's gaze was fixed on the vibrant girl on stage. Her helpless little expression and the sweet smile that occasionally appeared were like a blooming lotus, appearing exceptionally pure and ethereal under the dim lighting. He couldn't help but smile, the joy reaching the depths of his eyes, and his heart, which loved her, burned even hotter. Regardless of gender, male or female, what he loved was probably Xiaofeng's unique soul. It was one of a kind in the world. Tang Feng gestured with his hand to quiet them, then raised the microphone. "I want to sing. If you have any other ideas, speak up. I'm in a good mood today, and he'll grant all your wishes." The crowd below immediately started discussing maybe a crosstalk or perhaps a dance. They had heard crosstalk before, but none of them had ever seen Tang Feng dance. Soon everyone decided that the female version of Tang Feng should perform a dance. Tang Feng's eyes widened. Dancing? He didn't know how. How about a bit of taekwondo or a crosstalk piece, he bargained. Tang Feng argued stubbornly, but the audience seemed to have made a pact. Dance. Dance. Xiaofeng, do it. Dance. Do it. Tang Feng looked awkward, spreading his hands to indicate he had no such talent. Just then his mother, who was watching with great interest, chimed in. "What do you mean you can't? Didn't you practice at home in high school?" Tang Feng was even more speechless. His mother's knack for exposing him was truly top-notch. He quickly explained, "That was just a group dance for the school's morning break, okay? And it was a boy-girl partner dance. I'm alone. How am I supposed to do it?" His mother, never one to miss a chance for fun, said, "Isn't Gusheng here? You two used to dance together." Tang Feng's mouth twitched. Having a mother like this was truly his blessing. Under the family's strong insistence, Tang Feng eventually agreed. First, he sang a catchy pop song with a strong beat, and everyone applauded in appreciation. They thought it sounded good, but something felt off. Maybe because Xiaofeng's feminine voice didn't quite match the song. Everyone suggested that from now on Xiaofeng should learn more sweet songs sung by female artists. Then it was time for the dance. Gusheng stepped onto the stage gracefully. The background music began. "I heard Snow White is running away, Little Red Riding Hood is worried about the big bad wolf. I heard the wind loves Alice, and the ugly duckling will become a white swan." As the rhythm kicked in, Tang Feng and Gusheng started clapping and moving in sync. Just as they performed the first clap, the music was abruptly cut off. Tang Ma said, "Tang Feng, who told you to take the male lead? You should let Gusheng do it." No wonder it felt awkward. Tang Ma had watched them practice many times before and roughly knew the movements. Tang Feng pouted a little unhappy. Seeing this, Gusheng whispered something in Tang Feng's ear, and Tang Feng agreed. As the accompaniment started, Gusheng's thoughts drifted back to their first year of high school. At the beginning of autumn, the school required them to learn a partner dance for morning exercises. With no time during regular classes, they used physical education to teach the dance. The dance required a boy and a girl to pair up. When the classmates found out, they were all shy and embarrassed. After all, at that age, most of them had probably never even held hands with the opposite sex. Even if they had held hands, it was back in kindergarten. Unlike the developing boys and girls of adolescence, the differences between males and females were stark. If anyone in the class talked a little more with someone of the opposite gender, the others would tease, "Do we get it? Something's going on." It wasn't malicious. They were simply curious and gossipy about the vague, budding romance between boys and girls. Now, with the prospect of dancing in pairs, the teasing and shouting were rampant. Tang Feng was no exception. He joined in the cheers and screams while secretly observing the girls in class. Even before the dance began, he was fantasizing about who he would be paired with. Whoever it was, a girl, soft, sweet-smelling. He was just full of anticipation. During physical education class, just as the teacher was about to assign partners, Gusheng suddenly raised his hand and said, "Teacher, there are 24 boys and 22 girls in the class. He'll voluntarily pair up with Tang Feng, so the rest can be arranged." As the class monitor, Gusheng had already gained considerable authority in less than a month due to his leadership skills and helpfulness. The PE teacher, seeing a student volunteer, agreed readily. The other students were also relieved. They wouldn't have to agonize over being paired with the same gender, which would kill the excitement. When Tang Feng heard Gu Sheng's suggestion, it hit him like a thunderbolt. He stared with his pure, innocent big eyes, accusing Gu Sheng of such an inhuman act. Throughout the entire class, he was like a wilted eggplant, completely deflated, having lost all the excitement he felt about the boy-girl partner dance. His dream shattered. Worse, because Tang Feng was shorter than Gu Sheng, the PE teacher assigned Tang Feng to take the female role and Gu Sheng the male steps. So Tang Feng found this news even harder to accept. It was as if the sky had fallen. The PE teacher instructed the students to review the steps taught in class after school and practice with their partners. Tang Feng refused to practice at school. So when they got home, Gu Sheng had no choice but to come to Tang Feng's house to practice together. Tang Ma watched with great interest. Two handsome boys dancing together was indeed a sight to behold. Little did she know that her son was about to cause trouble again. Tang Feng insisted that Gu Sheng take the female role while he took the male position. He was simply indignant. Why was the teacher so biased? Just because he was short? Was that discrimination? Making him take the female role? Sob, he couldn't live like this. He remembered the classmates' snickers during gym class. He wasn't blind. Gu Sheng indulged him, so at home Gu Sheng would also practice the female steps to make Tang Feng feel better. Seeing Gu Sheng dancing the female part, Tang Feng reluctantly accepted reality. Thus both Tang Feng and Gu Sheng ended up learning both the male and female steps of the school partner dance. After all, they practiced every day and became very familiar with both. Tang Ma later found out about this and laughed heartily for a long time. She had thought it was a boy-boy dance, never realizing it was actually a boy-girl partner dance. As the memory came back to him, Gu Sheng recalled those sweet, beautiful times from the past, and his heart softened even more. His smile blossomed like wildflowers on a mountain, and his eyes were filled with nothing but the reflection of the girl he loved, his entire being brimming with affection for her. His burning gaze seemed to want to melt her. Tang Feng accidentally met Gu Sheng's eyes and felt as if he was scalded by the intense heat. Awkwardly, he looked away. What was wrong with Gu Sheng? Why did he feel afraid to look at him? It was like being stared at by a monster about to devour him. Terrifying. Down below, the family members watched with great satisfaction, especially the few women who were whispering and almost mesmerized as they watched. The pink bubbles of romance between the two on stage were overflowing into the audience. How sweet it was, sweet enough to kill. Auntie said, "Sister, don't you think Gu Sheng and Xiao Feng look quite good together?" Tang Ma replied, "Do they? They do when they dance." She agreed. The atmosphere was just too perfect, evoking a sense of youthful romance. It reminded them of their own teenage years. Auntie said, "Really? I didn't notice before, but now that you mention it, it feels right." Mainly because before, Gu Sheng and Tang Feng were both boys, good buddies. Even though Xiao Feng is a girl, now the feeling wasn't as strong as it is when they dance. They look like a couple. Tang Ma was conflicted. Forget it. With a kid like Xiao Feng, I can't bear to let a good kid like Gu Sheng fall into her hands. I'd feel guilty toward Wanqing, and my conscience would bother me. If she had to choose someone to ruin, it might as well be her eldest son's friend Yi Jinyan. After all, she wasn't as familiar with him, so the guilt wouldn't be as heavy as with Gu Sheng. I heard Peter Pan never grows up. Jack has a harp and magic. I heard there's a candy house in the forest. Cinderella lost her beloved glass slipper. As the melody reached its climax, their movements grew more and more fluid. When the dance ended, thunderous applause erupted from the family below. They shouted, clapped, and whistled. The scene was like a concert by a famous star. They gave him all the fanfare. Although Tang Feng wasn't happy about taking the female lead, seeing the family's enthusiasm, waving their hands, and treating him like a star, he indulged in the thrill of being adored by fans. It felt good. After Tang Feng's brilliant performance, the other family members took to the stage one by one to showcase their own talents. The atmosphere was electric, with everyone vying to outdo each other in merriment. Just then Mother Tang approached, carrying a small plate of papaya, and offered it to Tang Feng. The moment Tang Feng saw the papaya, a flood of memories assaulted his mind. Mother Tang insisting he drink milk every morning and evening, a glass of soy milk at noon, and an abundance of papaya in his daily diet. Shed said to stick with this regimen for now, and Shed consult a doctor later to make further adjustments. Those memories had rather die than recall surged back like a tidal wave. Tang Feng had just taken the papaya and was about to speak when Mother Tang fixed him with a look of sheer intimidation, a silent "you know the drill" in her eyes. He promptly clamped his mouth shut. Today's papaya quota was still unfulfilled, and under his mother's watchful gaze he had no choice but to comply. Gu Sheng, seated nearby, observed this with a flicker of confusion. After all, he knew exactly which fruits Tang Feng favored, having just watched him wolf down watermelon moments ago. Could it be that after becoming a girl her tastes had changed without him noticing? He made a mental note. It seemed he'd have to buy her more papaya in the future. If Annie was bringing it to her personally, she must love it. As Tang Feng mechanically ate the sliced papaya, Gu Sheng watched her intently. She must really like it, he thought, watching her focused expression, her gaze fixed on the plate, her pace quick. There was no doubt she loved it. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the boisterous family gathering finally came to an end. As they reached the hotel lobby and Father Tang went to settle the bill, the receptionist smiled and mentioned a lucky draw, asking if they'd like to participate for free. Father Tang, intrigued by the prospect of freebies, eagerly agreed. He rubbed his hands together in excitement, reached into the draw box, and pulled out a slip of red paper. Unfolding it, he jumped for joy and shouted, "First prize! A free meal!" Tang Feng and the other relatives, drawn by Father Tang's exuberant shouts, gathered around. Peering at the slip, they saw it was indeed the first prize. They all chimed in with praise, saying that good fortune follows a man in high spirits, and with a new daughter his luck had clearly turned. Father Tang waved his hand humbly, then asked the front desk with a hint of uncertainty, "Can this first prize be used right now?" The receptionist flashed a professional 8-tooth smile and said sweetly, "Yes, sir, it can be used today." Father Tang cheered, relieved that his personal savings were safe from a major dent. He felt today was his lucky day and decided to stop by the sports lottery center on the way home to buy a few tickets. Who knew, maybe he'd hit a multi-million jackpot. If he won, he'd quit his job immediately and take his wife and daughter on a grand vacation. Lost in this delightful fantasy, he couldn't help but chuckle out loud. Tang Feng, observing her father's blissful expression, clicked her tongue a few times, then wrapped her arms around his neck. "Old Tang, impressive. A first prize that saved you a pretty penny. How about a red envelope to celebrate?" Father Tang gently pried Tang Feng's arm away, correcting her. "I know you already have a 10th to send you in red envelope. Don't be greedy." Tang Feng pouted. "Whoever has too much money doesn't bite." As the group exited the hotel, the front desk manager made a phone call to her superior. Upon receiving the news, the hotel's general manager promptly sent a message to the young master confirming the task was complete. It turned out that Yi Jinyan, upon realizing the gathering was at his own family's hotel, had sent a message during the meal to comp the entire bill. Meanwhile, the benevolent Yi Jinyan was still in his room, dead drunk. Back at the doorstep, Tang Feng said her goodbyes and followed Gu Sheng into his home. As soon as the door opened, Gu Sheng handed her a new pair of slippers. Tang Feng noticed they were new, not the ones she usually wore at Gu Sheng's place. These were pink, exactly her current size, yet the style matched Gu Sheng's own. Seeing the two pairs side by side, they oddly resembled a couple's set. Tang Feng quickly shook off those stray thoughts. She had been a frequent visitor to Gu Sheng's home and had always had a matching pair of slippers. Back then, Gu Sheng had joked, "Why don't we just get all our stuff in matching sets? It's what they call brother style online." But Tang Feng had refused at the time. First, it was a waste of money. Good brothers didn't need identical items. Gu Sheng had relented, but he still made sure everything Tang Feng used at his place, slippers, drinking glasses, towels, was identical to his own. After learning Tang Feng was a girl, Gu Sheng replaced all her items with female versions. Every time he saw the matching couple items, his heart was filled with immense satisfaction. Tang Feng, somewhat disdainful of the pink color, grumbled a bit, but wore them anyway. Slipping on the slippers, Tang Feng looked around and asked, "Auntie's not home today?" "Emma, my mom, went to the flower shop. She said it's busy there today." Not only was there a beautiful bouquet in Gu Sheng's living room, but also one in his room. Whenever the flowers wilted, they were replaced with fresh ones. Each bouquet was personally arranged by Gu Sheng's mother. As Gu Sheng put it, it was her way of adding ritual to life. Mother Gu loved flowers, which was why she opened a flower shop after her divorce, cherishing her peaceful life now. Every corner of the home exuded warmth. Gu Sheng's home was perpetually filled with a subtle floral fragrance, possessing a dreamlike fairy tale quality. It was as if Mother Gu had turned life itself into a fairy tale, casting her magic to make the world a beautiful place. The two of them went to Gu Sheng's room. Just like always, Tang Feng, exhausted from an afternoon of laughter and a sleepless night, launched herself onto Gu Sheng's bed in a flying roll. She let out a satisfied sigh, finally able to lie down. Gu Sheng chuckled. "Looks like you're tired. How about a nap first? We can open the package later." Tang Feng firmly refused. "Let's open it now." She was eager to get her hands on Nai Nai's autographed photo. Sleep could wait. Gu Sheng brought the package from the corner along with a box cutter and asked, "Want me to open it?" He already knew the answer. "Sure enough, you open it, I'm too lazy to move." So the task fell to him. He opened the package and pulled out the signed photos. There were 4 in total, 2 of Nai Nai and 2 of Yilanqing. Gu Sheng glanced at the photos, briefly stunned, but handed them to Tang Feng on the bed. Tang Feng's interest piqued. She sat up excitedly and said, "Wow, 2 photos of my idol. That guy's a real gem." Seeing the other 2 photos, she pouted in disdain. She hadn't asked for his signature. Seeing Tang Feng's delight, Gu Sheng probed. "So this is from the person who sent you 99 messages?" Tang Feng, recalling the earlier misunderstanding, smiled wider. She pointed at Yilanqing's photo. "It's from him. He bumped into me, so this is his apology gift." Tang Feng had no intention of telling her buddy about the embarrassing restroom mix-up, so she quickly fabricated a story. Gu Sheng believed her, but the thought of Yi launching bothered him. When did celebrities become so approachable, giving out personal contact info and fulfilling requests? Something felt off. He knew she had added him on WeChat, and it made him uneasy. Seeing the man's photo, even if he was the most profitable artist under his father's company, stirred feelings of hostility and wariness. Not to mention a face like Yi Langsing's was quite a lethal weapon. So are you two good friends now? Gu Sheng continued to probe, moving to sit on the edge of the bed closer to Tang Feng. Tang Feng shook her head. She let out a humph. How could I be good friends with him? Remember when my idol danced sexily with him? It drove me crazy. And they're even being pushed as a CP. Am a solo stand for my uid be more likely to go online and curse him out. Hearing this, Gu Sheng's initially stern face brightened like a clear sky, his smile utterly genuine. Meanwhile, Tang Feng pulled out her phone from her pocket, found Yi launching on WeChat, and opened the chat. She typed a message, got your package. You're a good guy. Wishing you a long and peaceful life. After sending the nice guy card, she deleted his contact. For the past 2 days, Yi Launching, whose mood had initially been excellent, had been sending Tang Feng 99 messages. Apart from the address and a name, he hadn't received a single reply. When he first got the address, he was thrilled. Then he saw the name Tang Tang and paused. Wasn't it different from the name she gave at the mall? But thinking that no soft, sweet girl would use the name Tang Feng, he assumed she'd been cautious and hadn't given her real name then. Now to thank him for sending the photos, she'd given her real name. Tang 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 Tang. Yi Launching repeated the name several times. It's a beautiful name. His assistant then witnessed his artist muttering to himself on the sofa, grinning like a fool. The assistant, slightly alarmed, immediately reported this anomaly to their manager, Sister Chin. He suspected Shingo was secretly dating. That goofy smile was a classic sign. But within 2 days, the assistant found his artist enveloped in a suffocatingly low aura, his resentment more terrifying than a ghost's. The slightest mistake would earn a torrent of abuse. Xiao Wang, the assistant, remained silent, guessing his artist had gone through a breakup. Understandable. For the high salary, a few scoldings were nothing. Sometimes he'd even try to console his artist, offering words of wisdom and comfort. Time is the best medicine. It will slowly heal your wounds. Don't rush into a new relationship. Give yourself time and space, take care of yourself, and let your heart find its peace again. Memories are beautiful, but don't let them become a stumbling block on your path forward. Let go of the past to embrace the future. Treat this experience as a precious treasure of life. Let it inspire you to become a better version of yourself. Love is like taking a train. Maybe you get off at this stop, but there will be new encounters at the next. A breakup isn't the end, but a new beginning. Believe that a better person is waiting for you in the future. He went on and on with this kind of talk. Yi Langsing's face grew darker with each word, wondering if his assistant's brain was wired differently from everyone else's. But then he remembered the moment had seen her reply, thanking him, calling him a good man. His spirits had soared. Then the next second, had typed a long reply and hit send. An exclamation mark appeared, and the message failed to send with a prompt, "You are not friends with this user." Yi Launching stared at the message in disbelief, rubbed his eyes vigorously, and tried again. It still failed to send. The same familiar prompt appeared, "You are not friends with this user." In that moment, his mood crashed like a roller coaster plummeting from the sky. His face darkened, and he paced around in a fury. Then a thought struck him. The address. He seethed with anger. This little minx was incredibly bold. Just wait until he found her. He was already plotting how he'd make her beg for mercy when he did. Gu Sheng's heart secretly leaped with joy as he watched Tang Feng delete the other party's contact information without hesitation. Yet his expression remained as refined and gentle as ever, betraying no hint of emotion. Tang Feng lingered over her idol's autograph photo for a long while before sparing any attention for the other two. Gu Sheng thought she was hesitating, perhaps reluctant to part with the photos of such a handsome man, regretting her swift deletion. But then he heard Tang Feng's excited laugh. Got it. She opened an app, snapped photos of the signed pictures, and listed them on Xinyu as secondhand goods. The price was surprisingly steep, 1,000 yuan per photo listed separately. She figured fans of Yi Launching might find two together too pricey, so splitting them would make them easier to sell. Her worry was unfounded. Within less than a minute of posting, a notification chimed. Someone had already paid and snatched them up. Tang Feng was so thrilled, she nearly bounced off the bed, hastily reopening the app she'd just closed. On Xinyu, both photos had been purchased by the same address, the same person. Tang Feng muttered to herself, could I have priced them too low? A flicker of regret over the low price crossed her mind, but the sheer elation of the sale overwhelmed it. One word summed it up: exhilarating. At the thought of 2,000 yuan fattening her wallet, Tang Feng rolled around in bed with pure delight, her body practically humming with joy. A tiny pang of regret lingered. She could have pretended to be his fan, asked for a signature photo, and sold that too for another tidy sum. Ah, forget it. A grin still stretched across her face. Gu Sheng, watching her ever-shifting expressions, saw through her like a mirror, understanding her thoughts instantly. He moved to her side and lay down beside her. A faint smile curved his lips. "You love money that much?" Tang Feng rolled her eyes at the remark. Who doesn't love money? Money isn't everything, but without it nothing is possible. As the saying goes, money can make the world go round. We all live in this mundane world, and money is truly a wonderful thing. It can resolve 90% of life's troubles. So Tang Feng considered herself a simple worldly person who loved money, loved it deeply. She dreamed of one day striking it rich and taking her whole family on a global tour. Her parents wouldn't have to work another day, just enjoy life. They could spend their time on things they loved, wandering far and wide to see sights they'd never seen, instead of being anchored to one city, one corner of the world for the sake of family and children. Then what if I give you all the money I earn from now on? Gu Sheng turned his head, his face inches from Tang Feng's. I'm not your wife, so why would you give it to me? Gu Sheng thought to himself, soon you will be. The distance between them was so close that they could smell each other's scent. The faint milky fragrance radiating from Tang Feng enveloped Gu Sheng's senses, much like the scent of a baby, making him want to take a bite to see if she was as soft and sweet as she smelled. Tang Feng, however, felt nothing. She had grown immune to the grassy, minty scent of Gu Sheng that she had known since childhood. But the rich, heady fragrance of the lilies on Gu Sheng's desk made Tang Feng's eyelids grow heavy with drowsiness. Noticing her fatigue, Gu Sheng, as if soothing a child, slid his hand around her body and gently patted her back. Rest if you're tired, he murmured, his voice low and tender, laced with a hypnotic calm. Under the combined effect of the scent and his soothing touch, Tang Feng's eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Just as sleep was about to claim her, she remembered something, and in a whisper brought her face so close to Gu Sheng's that they were a mere millimeter from touching. Don't forget the King of Glory you promised me. Gu Sheng's breath had nearly stopped from her sudden proximity, his heart pounding fiercely in his chest. It took him a long moment to snap out of his daze after hearing her whisper, the frozen expression on his face breaking into a fond, helpless smile. One hand continued its gentle patting, while the other playfully tapped Tang Feng's small pert nose. You? He couldn't believe she still remembered what had promised at the gathering. Her memory. He didn't know whether to call it good or bad. Some things, when they matter, are remembered vividly. Other things, when they don't, slip away without a trace. Memory is selective. It doesn't depend on one's capacity to remember, but on whether the thing itself holds significance to the person. There were times Gu Sheng wished he could say, every moment between you and me I remember clearly. But in your memories, how much of me is there? Yet he never dared to ask. For a secret admirer, it wasn't the long drawn-out wait that was frightening. It was the stubborn persistence in knowing the outcome was doomed, yet holding on anyway. Was that foolishness or sheer determination? He longed to voice his love aloud, but he feared rejection. After all these years, he decided to wait until Tang Feng became comfortable with her identity as a woman. Once she accepted it, then he would confess. Gu Sheng quietly watched her sleeping face. Only after she was completely sound asleep did he withdraw his gently patting hand. He gazed at her for a long while longer, then rose with the utmost care, picked up Tang Feng's phone, and unlocked it with the passcode. As if recalling something, he opened WeChat and scrolled through it. It was much the same as before, with only one new contact added, labeled Brother Jinian. Gu Sheng stared at it for a long moment, then opened the settings and enabled Do Not Disturb mode. He closed WeChat, cleared the login history, and then opened King of Glory. He had little interest in the game. Had Tang Feng not insisted on dragging him into it back, then he would never have known it existed, let alone downloaded and registered an account to play. Over time, he became more and more skilled, his technique improving by leaps and bounds. All thanks to Tang Feng's constant nagging. Every time Shed complained, we started playing together as brothers, so why's there such a huge gap between us? Glancing at his own slender, elegant fingers, he thought they didn't look any different from hers. He gave them a firm pat. Was he blaming the wrong thing? Oh, it had to be his brain that wasn't smart enough. The biggest difference between him and Gu Sheng was that Gu Sheng was a stellar student, which meant he was sharp. Though it stung to admit it, Tang Feng had to concede that point. But in any other aspect, she would never ever admit defeat. The moment Gu Sheng started a match, he noticed a spectator watching. At first he paid it no mind, elegantly dancing through the battlefield and stylishly racking up kills. But match after match, even as his teammates changed, the same spectator remained. That piqued his suspicion. Could it be someone Tang Feng had met in the game while he wasn't around? He was about to check his friend list for any unfamiliar names when the spectator suddenly left mid-match. Gu Sheng figured he'd misjudged. Maybe it was just a passerby, a coincidence after all. Still, he couldn't shake the unease and checked both his friend list and the recent match history. The spectator's name appeared nowhere. Was he really just overthinking it? The spectator was in fact Ji Liangquan's alternate account. Last time Head used a fan's account and run into Tang Feng. After hearing her voice, his sleep quality had improved dramatically. But by the time he logged in with his own account, he couldn't find her anymore. He figured she was just a fleeting passerby, nothing important. After the stream ended, he drifted off to sleep listening to her voice. Ji Liangchuan, having slept wonderfully, found himself thinking back to that girl whose voice was soft and sweet, yet who cursed with a fierce, adorable growl. That contrast was so endearing it had seared her into his memory. He couldn't tell if it was curiosity about her voice or something else, but he had memorized her ID. Had assumed that in the vast sea of players had never run into her again. Yet the next morning, almost compulsively, he searched for her name. Unfortunately, she was offline, so he couldn't check her activity. He couldn't quite articulate what he was feeling. It was as if he was bewitched. All day long, he kept his account logged in, occasionally playing a match, but mostly just waiting online. As for who he was waiting for, only he knew. By the afternoon, Ji Liangchuan, without much hope, searched for her name again and found her ID lit up, and she was in the middle of a team fight. Ji Liangchuan eagerly entered spectator mode. Driven by some inexplicable impulse, he watched her play. After all, the account had used last time wasn't his own, and now that he was on his own account, she wouldn't recognize him. The only thing she might remember was his voice, or perhaps she'd even forgotten that. This left him feeling conflicted. As he wrestled with his thoughts, he studied her gameplay and noticed something off. Something felt different. This didn't seem like her. Even with different heroes, the same player tends to have recognizable habits and techniques. And this player's skill level was noticeably superior to the one had encountered before. Not quite at the level of a professional esports player, but definitely among the more skilled ranks. After watching a second match, he was even more certain this wasn't the girl from last time. A wave of disappointment washed over him. Had she just been borrowing someone else's account? Or using a family member's to play around? Or maybe the account was hers, but she was busy and had asked someone to rank up for her. A flurry of speculations flashed through Ji Liangquan's mind. In the end, it all boiled down to disappointment. He hadn't found the person he was looking for. Once he confirmed the player online wasn't her, he left without a word. He logged off the game entirely and headed to the team's training room, his mood clouded with frustration. Gu Sheng had been gaming with his earphones on for 2 hours while Tang Feng slept soundly for the same 2 hours, accompanied by the fragrance of flowers. Finally, having slept enough, Tang Feng slowly woke up. Just awake, he had a sense of not knowing what day it was. Looking at the familiar room, his slightly dazed mind finally began to function normally. Oh, it seemed he was still at Gu Sheng's place. He stretched, and as he lifted his head, his gaze met a pair of smiling eyes. Tang Feng smiled back. The feeling of being fully rested was absolutely wonderful. Gu Sheng, who had been keeping an eye on the bed, had eagerly finished his last game the moment Tang Feng was about to open his eyes, taken off his earphones, and gone to grab a lollipop. He handed it to Tang Feng. Here, didn't you say last time you couldn't find these? I have some. They'll give you some to take back later, and just tell me if you run out. Tang Feng's eyes lit up at the sight of his favorite brand of lollipop, especially the blueberry flavor. He eagerly took it, unwrapped the candy, and popped it into his mouth. He closed his eyes in bliss as the sweet taste spread through his mouth, seemingly flowing into every limb and bone, filling him with an irrepressible happiness. While savoring it, he complained, "How come you can get these, but I can't? I've been to all the stores that used to sell them, and they all said they were out of stock." What Tang Feng didn't know was that the factory producing this candy had gone bankrupt 2 months prior. Upon learning this, Gu Sheng had immediately purchased the production line for this specific candy. This way, the candy his little phone loved would never be out of reach. Gu Sheng went to the cabinet, took out a whole box of lollipops, and gave them to Tang Feng. "All right, don't be upset. He'll buy them for you from now on. Just don't eat too many, 1 a day is fine." Tang Feng took the entire box, so happy he felt like he might float away. Hearing Gu Sheng's reminder, he said, I know. You sound just like my mom, nagging endlessly." Still, he was happy knowing the other person cared about him. After all, he once ate so much candy that he got a cavity, had to have the tooth pulled, and suffered through agonizing pain. When Gu Sheng found out, he even wanted Tang Feng to give up candy altogether. But Tang Feng's stubborn streak was something no one could break. She loved candy, how could she live without it? So the candy she now held was actually a modified version created by Gu Sheng in collaboration with the candy-making craftsman online. They used only the finest, all-natural ingredients. Gu Sheng chuckled. "If you keep complaining about Auntie like that, I'm going to tell on you." Tang Feng panicked. No. "Dear Sheng, please, I'm begging you, don't tell my mom." With that pleading expression and hands clasped together in supplication, she was simply adorable. Unable to resist, Gu Sheng wrapped his arms around Tang Feng's neck, lowered his head, and coaxed. "Then will you call me Sheng from now on? Say it again, okay?" Tang Feng didn't initially see a problem with having his neck wrapped. They were good brothers, it wasn't the first time, and he often put his arm around Gu Sheng's neck too. But that low, tingling voice didn't sound like the usual Gu Sheng. How to describe it? It gave him goosebumps. Cheesy, though, isn't just cheesy. So he instinctively pushed him away, saying with disdain, "Hey Gu Sheng, talk normally. Don't imitate those girls with that fake, squeaky voice." He pointed at the exposed skin on his arm. "See, you've given me goosebumps." It's so cheesy. Gu Sheng found it both funny and helpless, his tone becoming a bit clearer. Alright, you were the one who called me Sheng first. I've always said not to call me by my full name, it makes us seem like strangers. I call you Feng, so you have to call me Sheng too, Gu Sheng argued. Tang Feng wasn't buying it. Fine, my bad. How about I call you Xiao Sheng? That's what your mom calls you, isn't it? Isn't that intimate enough? Gu Sheng's face darkened. No, just call me by my full name then. Tang Feng snickered, knowing Gu Sheng would never agree to that. Well, we'll be off then. He took his phone back and was quite satisfied with his King of Glory rank. Taking the candy with him, he walked out of Gu Sheng's house. Gu Sheng insisted on walking him out, but Tang Feng refused. After putting on his shoes, he dashed off without even waiting for him. He disappeared from sight. Gu Sheng still followed, but not catching up, he just kept pace leisurely behind him. He only turned back to go home after watching Tang Feng enter his building's entrance. Tang Feng rushed home without a moment's pause because he remembered he needed to send the photos to someone on Xinyu. He placed the order on his way, requesting a courier pickup, and generously opted for express delivery just for the speed. Since the buyer had paid so much, the service quality had to be top-notch. From a fan's perspective, the other person was probably anxiously waiting for their idol's autograph photo. Tang Feng could deeply relate to that. Speaking of his idol, Nai Nai was a member of the sweet girl group 101, having just debuted as a group last year. Remembering last summer's girl group selection show, Tang Feng had fallen straight into the rabbit hole. 100 beautiful girls of all kinds were waving at him. At first, Tang Feng was dazzled by the variety. Many boys in his class were discussing who was prettiest, who sang best, who danced well. Tang Feng didn't even know this show existed at the time. Seeing all the boys in his class talking about it, he felt out of the loop, and to avoid seeming ignorant, he went home that day and searched online for the Idol Girls 101 selection show. After watching the 2 aired episodes, he immediately fell for Nai Nai, who had received an A grade in her first evaluation. Her personality was lively, cheerful, and generous. Her looks perfectly matched Tang Feng's taste, and she was a great singer and dancer. How could he not be hooked? This was his first time being a fan. Later, he got his good brother, Gu Sheng, to watch the show with him. Although Gu Sheng would watch it, it felt like watching the news. His expression barely changed throughout the entire episode. Sitting next to him, Tang Feng would burst into laughter or make a starstruck face, feeling completely out of place. So he never invited him to watch again. Back home, Tang's mom was already watching her drama on TV. Seeing her daughter come home, she said while eating watermelon, "For dinner, just have some fruit or milk. I saw you ate a lot at lunch, so consider this your diet." The truth was, she was too tired from having fun all day to cook, and she wasn't really hungry anyway. As for Tang's dad, he had gone and bought 200 yuan worth of lottery tickets and hadn't won a single one. He was sulking in his room, not in the mood to eat either. Tang Qian, after the gathering, didn't go home, but headed to the company instead. Since he hadn't been there all day, he went to check things out, grab some food and drinks, and also to console his 2 senior fellow apprentices. He felt a pang of guilt for having gone off to have fun with Yi Jinyan without them. So no one cooked dinner that night. Tang Feng acknowledged her mom and went straight to her room to pack the parcel. Luckily, her mom loved collecting cardboard boxes, saying they could be sold for a bit of money. She picked the smallest one and padded the inside with some newspaper, since it was just photos, not much. If someone stepped on it, it would get crushed. Adding some filler would prevent it from feeling so empty. The courier arrived quickly to pick up the package. Feeling like she had accomplished a task, Tang Feng closed the door and headed straight back to her room to play games. In between, Tang's mom brought milk for Tang Feng to drink, watched her finish it, and said as she closed the door, "If you get hungry, eat some fruit or bread. Check the fridge. And go to sleep early." Because school was starting in 3 days, Tang Feng nodded her head vigorously, like a bobblehead, though how much she actually took in was anyone's guess. Going to bed early? Not a chance. After gaming, she had to scroll through Douyin to check for any new updates from Nai Nai. She was busy. At 9 in the evening, Yi Jinyan finally woke up from his drunken stupor. He opened his eyes to darkness, sat up, fumbled for the light, and turned it on. Looking around, he realized he was in his own room. Rubbing his forehead, he felt a pang of regret. How could he have gotten so drunk? A perfect opportunity had been ruined by his poor alcohol tolerance. He thought to himself that he'd have to add a new compulsory course practicing his drinking capacity. He saw his phone on the nightstand and picked it up. It was already 9:30 p.m. At the same time, he saw the reply from the general manager confirming everything was settled, which eased his mind considerably. He had added the girl on WeChat during the day, so he immediately opened the app, found Tang Feng, and sent a message. "Little Feng, did you enjoy lunch? I'm really sorry I got drunk and couldn't stay to the end." After thinking for a moment, he sent another, "Little Feng, what are your hobbies usually?" Then he waited for a reply. But he waited and waited. Half an hour passed with no response. The WeChat chat screen remained stubbornly still. Yi Jinyan even tried closing and reopening the app multiple times, but the result was the same. He felt a pang of disappointment, but quickly consoled himself. Maybe Little Feng had already gone to bed. Girls should sleep early and wake up early to stay healthy. After convincing himself, he got up to wash up. He went to his study, and thinking of the girl's vibrant expressions from earlier in the day, felt a surge of inspiration. He immediately picked up his brush and began to draw. Time slipped away, and the stack of sketches on the desk grew. To capture the fleeting inspiration, Yi Jinyin used sketching, trying to draw all the expressions of the girl from his memory. There were playful ones, beaming smiles, cute and mischievous ones, and even a pouty, aggrieved one. He drew until the sun began to rise. Due to work commitments, Yi Lanqing remained in S-City for the past couple of days. After learning that the girl had deleted him on WeChat, he was so irritated that he went to Gu Sheng's residential complex early the next morning, staking out the area. Yi Lanqing was bundled up from head to toe, a black mask covering most of his face, a black cap, pulled down low, almost hiding his eyes, and a long black coat that seemed to isolate him from the world. His assistant, with a grim expression, followed closely behind, equally disguised with a mask and sunglasses. The assistant looked at Yi Lanqing's unusual behavior and felt a headache coming on, worrying himself sick. He muttered inwardly, wondering if his artist's rebellious phase had arrived late, acting on whims without any warning. He sent a text message to their manager, who was currently swamped with other artists and couldn't handle this situation. Nevertheless, the manager gave a strict order: Xiao Wang must persuade Yi Lanqing to return no matter what, and warned that if this led to Yi Lanqing trending on social media, Xiao Wang would be fired. Xiao Wang replied with emphatic promises, even swearing on his ancestors, guaranteeing he would complete the task. However, reality was different. "Brother Xing, let's go back. You want to find someone, leave it to me. You go back first, he'll find them for you," the assistant pleaded, tugging at Yi Lanqing's black coat, while keeping a vigilant eye on the surroundings for any lurking paparazzi. Yi Lanqing slapped away the assistant's hand without hesitation and said firmly, "You go back first. He'll go back once I find the person." It turned out that the address he had was only the name of the residential complex without a specific unit number. He had come up empty at the package collection point, so he had no choice but to resort to this simple staking out method. Yi Lanqing slapped away the assistant's hand without hesitation and said firmly, "You go back first. He'll go back once I find the person." It turned out that the address he had was only the name of the residential complex without a specific unit number. He thought this wouldn't interfere with his search. Xiao Wang continued to persuade him, but noticed that passers-by were giving them odd looks, sneaking glances their way. He looked at Brother Xing's outfit, all black, and then at himself, also with a mask and sunglasses. Anyone would think they were suspicious. Xiao Wang's anxiety grew, and he wished he could knock Yi Lanqing out and carry him away. Gu Xing, stepping out of the complex, noticed the two, but only gave them a passing glance as he walked by, nothing more. Yi Lanqing didn't pay attention to males, focusing only on females. Xiao Wang, however, saw the man and couldn't help but think he was quite handsome. If Sister Qin were here, she would probably whip out her business card and ask if he wanted to become a star. So Xiao Wang couldn't resist taking a few more glances. He had to admit that although this man's looks were slightly inferior to Yi Lanqing's, his gentle and refined temperament made him stand out even in the entertainment industry. It was a unique kind of handsomeness, completely different from Yi Lanqing's flashy and dazzling charm. Yi Lanqing noticed that his assistant had stopped pestering him, and curious followed his gaze, only to see Gu Sheng's receding figure. "What are you looking at?" Yi Lanqing asked curiously. "Looking at a handsome guy," Xiao Wang blurted out. His own star's handsomeness was extraordinary, but after 2 years he had developed some immunity. Now that he had found a handsome guy comparable to his artist, he couldn't help but take a few more looks. Yi Lanqing couldn't help but complain, "Isn't looking at me enough? Who's more handsome than me?" His narcissism was both amusing and exasperating. The assistant knew that Brother Xing cared deeply about his face, using a face mask daily and even insuring his face for millions. Thus the two staked out the entrance for the entire morning without any luck. The security guard in the booth would have called the police due to their strange outfits if they hadn't been so stationary and harmless. Eventually, Yi Lanqing left dejectedly for the magazine shoot. He continued his search for the next 3 days, but never found the person and ultimately gave up. On the morning of August 31st, Tang's father took a special leave from work because today was the important day for his daughter to register at school. Tang's mother had been busy since early morning preparing a lavish breakfast. Tang Feng, breaking her usual habit of sleeping, and got up quickly when the alarm rang. She washed her face and brushed her teeth in record time, casually ran a hand through her hair, and was done in 5 minutes. Then she dragged out the silver suitcase she had packed the night before and left the room. Seeing Tang Feng not wearing a dress but a simple t-shirt and jeans, Tang's mother pouted but said nothing. Over the past 2 days, Tang's mother had enjoyed seeing her daughter in dresses, as Tang Feng had worn all the skirts she had bought. She thought she could buy more pretty dresses and send them later. Previously, when Tang Feng was still a boy, his parents were at ease and didn't think of accompanying him to school. They assigned the task to their eldest son, Tang Qian. It just so happened that Tang Qian was familiar with the area as he studied at Tsinghua University nearby, so it was like a trip back to school for him. But now that Tang Feng was a girl, his parents deeply regretted this arrangement and hastily tried to book flights on the same day only to find that all tickets for that day were sold out. The entire day's flights were fully booked. Perhaps due to the back-to-school rush, tickets had been snapped up half a month in advance. So Tang's parents reluctantly accepted reality and settled for sending their daughter to the airport. Tang's father drove, and after a 50-minute ride they arrived at the airport. After the car stopped, Tang Qian swiftly grabbed the suitcase. Tang's mother held Tang Feng's hand tightly with reluctance, and Tang's father walked on the other side. They soon arrived at the boarding gate to wait. Before the security check, Tang's mother suddenly hugged Tang Feng, tears streaming down her face. "My dear, you must study hard at school, don't stay up late, return to the dorm on time, be careful, eat breakfast regularly." She kept rambling on with a flood of concerns, crying all the while. Tang Feng had never seen such a scene. She quickly took the tissue her brother handed her and clumsily wiped her mother's tears, saying helplessly, "Mom, I'm just going to school, not a farewell forever." "You're exaggerating." Moreover, she remembered when she had bought the plane ticket and asked, "Dad, Mom, aren't you coming with me? Others are sent by their parents. Why am I only sent by my brother?" At that time her mother had said, "You're a grown boy. It's good enough that I'm sending your brother with you. Your dad has to work and earn money, and I have to cook for him. We're busy, no time." At that time Tang Feng had been rejected without second thought and had thought her mother was right. She was an adult and didn't need her parents to worry about everything like when she was a child. But now that she was a girl, thinking about it, she felt speechless. How big was the difference? She also remembered that last night all three of them had snuck into her room and each privately sent her a red packet of 100 yuan, saying, "If it's not enough, call me, and I'll transfer more." So under the assumption that each thought the others hadn't given her extra pocket money, Tang Feng ended up with an extra 100 yuan in private funds, making her wallet quite thick, especially since each of them told her not to tell anyone else in the family. At that time she thought that if she were still a boy, she wouldn't have gotten such treatment. She suddenly felt that being a girl was great, really great. Tang's mother finally stopped crying, though she couldn't help but hiccup from crying so hard. "It's my first time sending my daughter off on a long trip. I have to show some real emotion. This is a scene I've only dreamed of, and today it's finally come true." So it was all just a dramatic performance of parting forever. Tang Feng complained inwardly, but said aloud, all right, as long as Mom is happy, all your demands will be met." After a long, reluctant farewell, Tang Qian and Tang Feng finally passed through the ticket gate and entered the station. As Tang Qian and Tang Feng leisurely strolled to the boarding gate, their gaze casually swept across and landed on two familiar figures not far away. One was Gu Sheng, which was hardly unexpected as the three of them had booked their tickets for the same time on the same day and had agreed to meet at the airport that morning. The other person, however, initially struck Tang Qian as merely odd. Upon closer inspection, it was Yi Jinyan. This was truly beyond his expectations. Tang Feng, in contrast, was far more perceptive. She mused inwardly that there had indeed been something going on last time, and now it had escalated to Jinyan Gu personally, seeing Gu Sheng off at the airport. The four finally converged. Gu Sheng quickly composed himself, though his face had betrayed his astonishment upon spotting Yi Jinyan at the gate. He had never imagined seeing him here. But he regained his composure swiftly. Soon they spotted Tang Qian and Tang Feng approaching, and the four of them successfully gathered. Tang Qian asked, his voice filled with puzzlement, "Jinyan, what a coincidence. You're heading back too. You never mentioned it before." Yi Jinyan nodded slightly, his expression calm, and replied, "Going home for a bit. Something urgent came up. It is quite a coincidence running into you all here." Only Yi Jinyan knew the truth. He had deliberately looked up Tang Qian's flight information and urgently asked the hotel manager to book him a ticket on the same flight. Meanwhile, Gu Sheng was whispering some trivial, intimate matters to Tang Feng, standing so close that it seemed the world around them had faded away. Seeing this, a strange emotion welled up in Yi Jinyan's heart. He turned to Tang Qian and said, "Your sister is that close with a guy? Aren't you afraid she'll be stolen away?" Tang Qian followed his gaze, waved his hand dismissively, and said with a nonchalant expression, "No way. Their relationship is just like ours, pure buddies. Nothing serious. She won't get taken." Yi Jinyan was speechless, a line of black lines forming on his forehead. He couldn't help but think he'd like to crack open Tang Qian's skull to see what was inside. Such an obvious scheme, and he couldn't even see it. Was he blind? He couldn't help but warn again, "You should be more careful. You can know a person's face, but not their heart." Tang Qian now found this a bit strange. He stared directly at his roommate, a doubt creeping into his mind. Why was he speaking with such a strange, sarcastic tone? If it came down to who he trusted more, Gu Sheng or Yi Jinyan, who would Tang Qian believe? They were friendships forged from childhood. Tang Qian had even seen Gu Sheng running around the yard naked as a kid. How could he not have that much trust? Besides, his sister was so carefree and straightforward that she probably wasn't even interested in men. Of this he was quite certain. Indeed, when it came to knowing his sister, he, as her brother, knew her thoroughly. With that thought, Tang Qian patted Yi Jinyan on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Thanks for worrying about my sister. Your concern is appreciated." After checking in their luggage, they found a relatively quiet spot with fewer people and sat down. There was still an hour before the flight took off. Amidst their casual chatter, time passed bit by bit. Having drunk too much soy milk and milk in the morning, Tang Feng felt a stomachache. She got up and hurriedly rushed to the restroom. As she came out, she happened to bump into Yi Lanqing, who was wearing a cap and walking hastily, just about to enter. Tang Feng noticed Yi Lanqing first. Cursing inwardly, she covered her face with her hands and lowered her head, trying to blend in and slip past unnoticed. Yi Lanqing, already in a foul mood for the past few days, was preoccupied with work troubles and wasn't watching where he was going. Tang Feng had tried her best to avoid him. But as luck would have it, Yi Lanqing veered off his straight path and accidentally bumped into Tang Feng, who was also covering her face and not looking. As he looked up to apologize, his first thought was that this person seemed familiar. Looking more carefully, he thought, well, I've searched high and low for you, and here you are without any effort. Now he was beginning to believe he and this girl shared a strange fate, especially at restroom doors. This was the second time they'd met in such a place. If this wasn't fate, what was? Yi Lanqing directly pulled Tang Feng's hands away from her face. There she was, looking up at him with a fawning smile, her obsequious expression a far cry from the arrogant attitude she had when deleting him on WeChat. Yi Lanqing grabbed her and dragged her to a relatively secluded corner. Then, blocking the entrance with his arm, he demanded aggressively, "You deleted me on WeChat." Tang Feng tried to play dumb, blinking her eyes, and said, "Huh? Did I? I don't know what you're talking about." Yi Lanqing, without another word, whipped out his phone and took several rapid-fire photos of Tang Feng's face. Caught off guard, Tang Feng couldn't dodge in time. Both confused and angry, she retorted, "Why are you taking my picture? Delete them now." Initially, she tried to keep her tone pleasant, attempting a peaceful and reasonable conversation. But Yi Lanqing, still nursing his grievance over being deleted, directly threatened, "Either you add me back on WeChat right now, or I'll post your picture on my Weibo and say you're a scammer." Tang Feng was furious. "I'm not a scammer. That's slander. You're the one who asked for my autograph photo," she shouted. "That was because you threatened me, saying I was harassing you," Yi Lanqing retorted, not backing down. "Did I or did I not add you then?" Tang Feng's question left Yi Lanqing momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had been added only to be deleted later. He continued to argue, "That's a twisted logic. You deleted me, and you think you're in the right. I went through all that trouble, called Nai, specifically asked her to send the photo, and then I gave it to you. After all that sincerity, you went and deleted me." As he spoke, his voice trembled slightly, as if he was about to cry. Tang Feng was starting to feel like she was the bad guy here. But wait, no, she couldn't think like that. They knew each other after all. Getting a photo for him was easy. It wasn't as difficult as he was making it out to be. Though she supposed it was a bit of a kick the donkey after crossing the bridge move on her part. But he was the one who wouldn't let it go. She had already apologized, and he kept arguing. He deserved it. So a flicker of guilt was quickly rationalized away, and she immediately said with righteous indignation, "Delete the photos now." Yi Lanqing replied with equal firmness, "I won't delete unless you add me back." Tang Feng looked at him, thinking, "Oh, you're asking for it now, are you? Threatening me? Do I look like someone who can be threatened?" So she struck out directly. A sharp elbow jab whipped out, followed immediately by a swift, powerful spinning kick aimed at Yi Lanqing's head. Although Yi Lanqing reacted quickly enough to dodge the direct hit to his head, the sheer force of the blow still caught him, sending him crashing to the ground. Tang Feng immediately moved in and applied a chokehold, using all her strength to pin him down firmly. In the close contact between them, Yi Lanqing completely forgot the pain of being hit. The soft sensation made the tips of his ears turn instantly crimson. He could even smell a faint milky fragrance emanating from her. He had the audacity to think, is she underage? Still drinking milk? But man, this feeling. It was really nice. Fragrant and soft. Tang Feng, however, thought she might have used too much force and knocked him out. She really didn't want to be guilty of manslaughter. A feeling of shame and embarrassment slowly crept up on him. But at the same time, he felt incredibly happy. This was the girl he had his eye on. That move just now was clean and decisive. A feeling of shame and embarrassment slowly crept up on him. But at the same time, he felt incredibly happy. This was the girl he had his eye on. That move just now was clean and decisive. If she could take him down, then ordinary guys wouldn't be able to bully her. He could rest a little easier. He was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, making no move or reaction. Tang Feng, fearing someone might see them in such an indecent position, her on top of a big celebrity on the floor, decided to act. She snatched his phone, intending to unlock it and delete the photos herself. But it was password protected. With no other choice, she handed the phone back and put on a fierce expression. "If you don't delete them, I'll hit your face." She raised her little fist as if to strike her expression, clearly saying, "If you don't agree, I'm really going to hit you." To Yi Lanqing, she looked absolutely adorable. A soft, cute girl turning into a fierce one was still a cute girl. How could she look so adorable even when angry? He actually let out a laugh. The sound was jarring in the tense atmosphere. Yi Lanqing seemed completely oblivious to the situation, his laughter filled with unrestrained joy. Tang Feng had tried both soft and hard tactics. Just as she was about to lose her temper and throw a punch, Yi Lanqing finally spoke slowly. Add me back on WeChat, and I promise I won't post your pictures. And once you have my WeChat when I'm free someday, I can take you to meet your idol. His voice was coaxing, his eyes full of anticipation. At the mention of meeting her idol, Tang Feng's eyes instantly lit up like brilliant stars, the light almost spilling over. Her mind raced, processing the possibility of Yi Lanqing's offer. After a moment's hesitation, she decided the deal was acceptable. So she slowly released him and began to stand up. But just as she was about to straighten up, Yi Lanqing suddenly reached out and pulled her. Caught completely off guard, Tang Feng fell straight into his embrace. Her small nose collided sharply with his hard chin. The sudden intense pain made tears well up uncontrollably in her eyes. Clutching her nose, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, the pain made her momentarily lose her sanity. Without a second thought, she swung her fist at him. Though she pulled her punch at the last moment, it still sent a jolt of pain through Yi Lanqing. When they finally staggered to their feet, one was clutching their nose, face contorted in agony. The other was holding their right cheek, grimacing in pain. Tang Feng demanded angrily, her voice sharp with fury and pain. What's wrong with you? I was getting up. Why did you pull me? Yi Lanqing looked utterly wronged and mumbled, I just wanted you to help me up. His eyes held a hint of innocence and pitifulness, as if his action had been an instinctive plea for help. The truth was, he just couldn't bear to part with the warmth of her body. He didn't want her to leave his embrace so soon. Even one more second of contact was an indescribable satisfaction to him. Tang Feng rolled her eyes dramatically and spat out mercilessly, psycho. Her tone was filled with disdain and exasperation. Yi Lanqing, however, was like a masochistic little wife. He wasn't angry at being hit, but instead was grinning foolishly. Tang Feng saw this and couldn't help but curse again, lunatic. Her brows furrowed deeply, utterly speechless at his behavior. Yi Lanqing, ignoring everything else, stared intently at Tang Feng's phone. His meaning was clear: hurry up and add me back. Tang Feng, with great reluctance, added him back on WeChat. However, she still warned him sternly, Big Star, you better keep your word and delete those photos. If you dare post them on your Weibo, they'll come to your house and beat you to a pulp. Seeing that she had added him back, Yi Lanqing's grin widened even further. He nodded eagerly, saying, don't worry, I definitely won't. His tone was sincere, but in his heart he knew he would never ever delete those photos. Just then his frantic assistant Xiao Wang finally found his artist, panting heavily. The moment he saw him, Xiao Wang's eyes reddened. Seeing his artist in such a disheveled state, his shock and worry doubled, and he nearly burst into tears. Before he could even ask who had done this, the boarding announcement for their flight blared suddenly, its urgent and loud tone signaling imminent departure. The little assistant snapped back to reality, remembering why he had been so frantic. Right, the plane was about to take off. If they missed it, the next schedule would be delayed. If his tardiness caused a work delay, Sister Chun would surely fly into a rage. The consequences would be unimaginable. So, suppressing his curiosity, he abandoned his questions. He gave a quick glance at Tang Feng, who was covering her face with teary eyes, then grabbed Yi Lanqing and turned to leave. Yi Lanqing knew he couldn't delay any longer. As he hurried after his assistant, he kept looking back, waving goodbye to Tang Feng with reluctance, and pointed at his phone, signaling to stay in touch. Tang Feng stayed rooted to the spot for a long while, the pain finally subsiding to a dull ache. She watched Yi Lanqing's retreating figure, and her anger flared up again. She swung her arms and kicked her legs wildly at the empty air, wishing she could be kicking Yi Lanqing himself instead of the air in front of her. After venting for a bit, she couldn't help but mutter, what a curse. Only then did she slink back to the waiting area. Returning to where the others were waiting in line, Gu Sheng was the first to notice something amiss with Tang Feng. Had she been any later, he would have gone looking for her. Now that she was back, he saw her clothes were slightly rumpled and her nose was red, as if she had been crying. He hurried over and asked Xiao Feng, were you bullied? Hearing this, Tang Qian and Yi Jinyan quickly crowded around, anxiously inquiring about what had happened. Tang Feng touched her still sore nose, hesitated for a moment, and decided not to reveal the truth. I wasn't watching where I was going and bumped into a wall. She let out a few foolish laughs, trying to play it off as clumsiness and embarrassment. Gu Sheng was certain that wasn't the case. From her reaction and subconscious gestures, he knew she was lying. However, he didn't press further. Instead, he took a wet wipe from his bag, went to the nearest McDonald's to get some ice, wrapped the ice in the wipe, and handed it to Tang Feng to apply to her nose. Yi Jinyan, clearly less experienced in such matters, couldn't help but admire how quickly and efficiently Gu Sheng handled it all. With such a formidable rival, he felt a pang of anxiety. At this rate, when would he ever gain Xiao Feng's special attention? With such a sterling example before him, he felt utterly inadequate. After thinking for a while, he finally spoke up, Xiao Feng, would you like to grab something to eat in the VIP lounge? I have a first-class ticket. Tang Feng's ears perked up at the word free. She had never seen the inside of a first-class lounge before. And after getting so riled up by that detestable person earlier, the prospect of free food was simply perfect. But she felt a bit embarrassed to accept. Her face wasn't thick enough to take such an offer for granted. She made a show of declining. Brother Jinyan, I couldn't possibly. Yet her eyes were glued to the direction of the ticket. He was pulling out her meaning unmistakable. Tang Qian shook his head, wondering what had gotten into his sister. Tang Feng, he said, abandoning the affectionate nickname, if you are hungry, I'll take you to a restaurant. Gu Sheng also quickly nodded, offering to pay. But Tang Feng had no intention of spending money on airport food. It was ridiculously overpriced, and tasted mediocre at best. Only a fool would buy it. She remembered a trip to Yunnan with her mother where Shed bought a bowl of plain noodle soup with just a few greens for a whopping 78 yuan, and it had been absolutely terrible. Tang Feng had sworn never to be fooled again. She had been tricked once, and that was enough. She shook her head, insisting she didn't need anything. It wasn't that she was hungry, as she just had a subconscious belief that free food tasted better. Honest. At this moment, Yi Jinyan, who had already taken out his ticket, said, it's no trouble. If I don't use the service ITLL, just go to waste. It's better that you as a girl get to enjoy it. Oh, and I was thinking since you're a girl we could swap seats. That way you can rest more comfortably on the flight. He had previously tried to upgrade the others' economy seats, but the general manager couldn't manage it. Even Yi Jinyan's own ticket had cost him several times the original price. Tang Feng felt like she was piecing things together. Brother Jinyan went this far for her. Could it be a mutual attraction? Were they both smitten? She looked at Gu Sheng, then at Yi Jinyan, then back at Gu Sheng again. He was willing to give up a first-class seat just to sit together with Gu Sheng and have some time together. Touching, truly touching. As long as she wasn't a pawn in their game, she was fine with it. She really wasn't into that kind of thing. But she genuinely wished them well if they were. Love knows no gender, right? She understood. So she grabbed Gu Sheng's hand with one hand and Yi Jinyan's with the other, sandwiching their hands together with hers like a cookie. Gu Sheng and Yi Jinyan finally understood the strange looks Tang Feng had been giving them earlier. They immediately pulled their hands back, even though it was the girl they liked holding them. They were desperate to distance themselves from each other. In unison, they said, it's not what you think. Tang Feng scratched her head. Not what I think. Tang Qian finally understood that his sister thought the two of them were a couple. He was speechless. Xiao Feng, I'm increasingly unable to follow your train of thought. You can imagine anything. Tang Feng got it. She looked left then right. She turned to Tang Qian for confirmation, bending her two thumbs towards each other. Not a couple. Tang Qian shook his head. The two men reacted even more strongly again in unison. No, I have someone I like, and they're female. Their answers were perfectly synchronized. Tang Feng was amazed. So in sync, and yet they say they're not a couple. Fine if they say so. What a pity, as she thought she was going to witness a real bromance. They both have someone they like. What a shame. Then she thought, wait, she just met Yi Jinyan, so she didn't know him. But Gu Sheng had a girl he liked. How did she not know about this? Had he secretly started dating, afraid she'd be jealous that he had a girlfriend? That must be it. Or maybe he was nursing a crush and hadn't managed to win her over since he didn't seem to have a girlfriend. Tang Feng was deep in thought, then slapped her forehead. Why not just ask him directly? She'd interrogate him thoroughly when they were alone. What a guy keeping a secret like that from her. Weren't they best friends? Shouldn't he share these things? Yi Jinyan handed his plane ticket to Tang Feng. She felt a bit embarrassed looking at her brother for permission. Tang Qian being the doting brother, he was figured since Jinyan offered, it would be foolish not to accept. He nodded. Tang Feng immediately and cheerfully pulled her own ticket out of her pocket and handed it to Yi Jinyan, saying sweetly, thank you, brother Jinyan. Yi Jinyan smiled happily in return. This annoyed Gu Sheng. He had originally suggested buying first-class tickets, but Tang Feng had vehemently opposed it, saying it was only a few hours on the same plane. Gu Sheng, are you out of your mind? Paying several times more for a first-class ticket. What a waste of money. Economy is fine. Gu Sheng still clearly remembered how adamant she had been. Now seeing her this happy about getting a first-class seat, as if she'd found money, he regretted not secretly upgrading her seat to make her this happy. What he didn't know was that if he had actually upgraded her seat, he would have been met not with surprise, but with a severe scolding. Tang Feng's ability to curse was honed in online games, as she could make you feel utterly humiliated. So Tang Feng happily grabbed her small backpack and skipped off towards the VIP lounge, leaving the three boys behind. From then until boarding, they wouldn't see each other again, as VIP passengers were guided onto the plane separately by flight attendants and had the privilege of boarding first through a dedicated channel. Once inside the lounge, Tang Feng was like a busy little bee grabbing a plate and piling it with her favorite snacks. She was determined to get her money's worth, so she picked the most expensive items that wouldn't fill her up too quickly. It was a strategy honed from years of battling at Aleokiniat buffets, and it worked just as well here. By the time boarding was announced, Tang Feng's stomach was pleasantly full. She boarded the plane with the flight attendant's guidance, thinking that the premium price did come with its perks. She had gotten a taste of the high life. Inside the first-class cabin, Tang Feng was like a country bumpkin seeing the big city for the first time, exclaiming wow and ooh at everything. When the flight attendant later asked if she wanted anything to eat, Tang Feng patted her full stomach and shook her head, realizing her strategy had backfired. Then she thought no matter. They hadn't even arrived yet. After an hour of digestion, she'd be ready for round 2. She had completely forgotten about the 3 people in economy class. Gu Sheng and Yi Jinian's seats were adjacent. Rivals meeting face-to-face is always tense, and now they had to sit together. They both instinctively leaned away from each other. The empty space between them was so wide it could have fit another adult. Tang Qian, on the other hand, fell asleep as soon as he got on the plane. He was exhausted, having pulled an all-nighter at work the previous day, and he had to get up early to take his sister to registration, so he had to catch up on sleep on the flight. Of course, it was also possible that he was too excited about taking his sister to school for the first time to sleep well. Gu Sheng and Yi Jinian each stared off in opposite directions, both thinking about Tang Feng, in first class, wondering what she was doing at that moment. Wondering if she was thinking about them. After getting off the plane, the other 3 all assumed Yi Jinian would part ways with them. Yet unexpectedly, Yi Jinian followed Tang Feng and the others to accompany them to Tang Feng's registration. He claimed that Tang Qian's sister was his own sister, and it was only fitting to escort her to school. Thus the group of 3 young men and 1 young woman arrived at the gates of Hua University. Tang Feng gazed at the entrance with a surge of emotion. She was finally a college student. They queued at the reception desk, waiting to verify their information. When it was finally Tang Qian's turn, he handed the prepared documents to the receptionist. After a careful inspection, the receptionist's expression turned somewhat peculiar. She returned the materials to Tang Qian while searching for a key, all the while casting glances at the young woman beside him. Her mind began to churn with all sorts of speculations. Perhaps these siblings were twins, and the sister had come to take her brother's place. Or maybe the brother had passed away, and the sister was fulfilling his studies. Another possibility was that the family had gone mad, forcing this boy, named Tang Feng, to undergo gender reassignment surgery over the summer break. Even more outlandishly, perhaps this child had suffered familial persecution, forced to wear male clothing daily and hide their true identity. Finally locating the dormitory key, she explained, because computer science class 1 originally registered 8 female students, all in standard 4-person rooms. Now that there's an extra girl, she'll have to go to a mixed dormitory. She handed the key directly to Tang Feng. After thanking her, the group departed. The young men were all quite handsome. Even Tang Qian, the least striking of them, qualified as a decent-looking lad. He wasn't quite on par with Yi Jinian and Gu Sheng, but among ordinary folks, he was certainly presentable. Some senior students kept stealing glances at Tang Feng's group, feeling that one of the young men looked familiar. To verify their suspicions, they pulled out their phones, stared at the screens, and then looked at Yi Jinian in disbelief. Their gazes burned with such intensity, as if they'd spotted some major celebrity. Tang Feng was utterly baffled. Yi Jinian, however, seemed long accustomed to this. He had held the title of Qing University's most handsome man for 4 consecutive years. Though he had graduated in June, that didn't stop people from recognizing him, even those from the neighboring university. After all, students from both universities often snuck onto each other's forums to browse posts and lurk quietly. Originally, the 2 schools' most handsome men were evenly matched, but when Yi Jinian arrived 4 years ago with looks that surpassed the average handsome guy by a wide margin, Hua University's chosen campus heartthrob suddenly seemed inadequate. Although Hua University students verbally refused to admit their campus heartthrob was less handsome than the neighboring schools, deep down, they all secretly admired the other school's heartthrob. If they had free time between classes, they'd sneak over to Qing University to catch a glimpse of him. In this day and age, looks truly are justice. Even prestigious universities can't help but favor attractive people. The seniors who recognized Yi Jinian began discreetly taking photos, maintaining their restraint and not approaching to disturb him. The freshmen who had just arrived, however, were completely bewildered. Beyond his looks, Yi Jinian carried the halo of a top scholar, handsome and academically brilliant. Who could resist that? After snapping enough photos, they gradually noticed that everyone walking with Senior Jinian was rather good-looking too. Especially that young man in the white shirt. His appearance exuded elegance and grace like a true gentleman. His smile was warm and approachable, making people instinctively want to draw closer. In contrast, Yi Jinian projected an icy, aloof aura, cold and inaccessible. The 2 young men formed a striking contrast, each radiating their own unique charm. Both were exceptionally handsome. Even the slightly less striking Tang Qian beside them was overshadowed by the presence of the 2 leading men. Then they discovered a hidden gem of a girl. Squinting at her, they thought, "My goodness, how adorable is she?" She had round, lively almond-shaped eyes, clear and translucent like a sparkling spring. Her long lashes fluttered like butterfly wings, and her nose was straight and delicate, perfectly framing her face with a soft, warm quality. Her cherry lips gleamed with a charming luster. When she smiled, the corners of her mouth curved upward, revealing 2 shallow dimples, as radiant as peach blossoms blooming in spring. Her face seemed to have stepped right out of a comic book. She was almost unrealistically beautiful. Instantly, especially the male students of Hua University, their gazes grew even more fervent. They all thought, among this year's freshman girls, there was actually one as beautiful. They prepared to strike while the iron was hot, snapping photos quickly while they were still closed lest they miss the opportunity later. As before, they maintained their restraint. No one was tactless enough to approach and ask for the girl's contact information. Besides, with such outstanding and handsome young men by her side, they felt even more inadequate to approach. Tang Feng nudged her brother and whispered, "Is brother Jinyan very famous at your school?" Tang Qian, without any hesitation in front of the man himself, boasted, though all of it was true, of course. With that face of his, he held the title of Qing University's most handsome man for 4 straight years. Tang Feng let out an admiring wow and gave Yi Jinyan a thumbs up. She then turned to Gu Sheng and said, "Gu Sheng, now that brother Jinyan has graduated, this year's campus heartthrob title is definitely yours." Gu Sheng didn't seem to care about such things, merely smiling content as long as Tang Feng was happy. Tang Qian nodded solemnly as well. "That's right, Gu Sheng. Your face is ridiculously good-looking too. Though I've seen it for a long time, every time I look again I can't help but think how unfair Nuwa was. Why didn't she give me a face that could captivate the masses?" He touched his own face with a hint of feigned dejection. Indeed, being surrounded by such handsome friends made him look like an ugly duckling in comparison, a truly troublesome matter. But then he remembered he had a cute and beautiful little sister that they didn't have. It seemed had won this round after all. Tang Qian's inexplicable competitive spirit surged. Within minutes, the campus forum exploded. The bulletin board, which had barely a few posts, began stacking layer upon layer, rapidly reaching hundreds of replies in just a few minutes. "While the former heartthrob of Qing University is spotted on our campus. That's not the point. The point is our school no longer has to envy their heartthrob. This year's freshmen are all incredibly good-looking." Right. At noon, there was a stunningly handsome freshman from the computer science department. "Yes, I saw the photo too. So handsome. Mommy's hungry. Food. Handsome guys come into my bowl. I never thought we'd see the day. Hua University has finally produced both a handsome guy and a beautiful girl. Their looks rival that noon freshman. What? In just a short while, another handsome freshman. Where? I need to drool over him. Pictures, JPG. Really good looking. On par with senior Jinyan. And there are 2 of them. Go Hua University." After being outshone by the neighboring Qing University for 4 whole years, which was frankly embarrassing, now that equally handsome freshmen had appeared, of course they were going to gloat. Soon the lurking Qing University students came back with sarcastic remarks. "What's the use of being good-looking? You also need brains." Immediately beneath that comment, Qing University street wanderers crawl back where you came from. While the jealousy and envy are practically dripping off the screen. Below, a stream of comments followed. "Stop being sour won't help, get lost," and so on, stacking up countless more replies. Indeed, Qing University hadn't yet produced any particularly handsome freshmen, leaving their visiting netizens short on confidence. Unexpectedly, an hour later, the tables turned. Gu Sheng, who had appeared at Hua University, actually went to register at Qing University. Qing University netizens immediately fired back, "So this freshman was actually one of ours. We misread the situation, didn't we? We misread it all." Instantly, Hua University's arrogance dwindled considerably. That evening, Gu Sheng of Qing University and Su Muyu, who registered in the afternoon, were publicly recognized as the new campus heartthrob and campus beauty. Meanwhile, at Hua University, Fu Siken, who registered in the morning, and Tang Feng in the afternoon, were likewise voted as the most handsome and most beautiful freshmen of this year's intake. There was a subtle sense of unknown competition brewing with Qing University. Even with the earlier mix-up and 1 fewer at least, it wasn't like previous years when their campus heartthrob was thoroughly crushed. In any case, each school supported their own heartthrob and beauty, each believing theirs to be the most handsome and most beautiful. When Gu Sheng and Yi Jinyan learned that the assigned dormitory was not only mixed gender, but also on the 6th floor, both considered pulling strings to get Tang Feng a private room. Their concerns differed though. Gu Sheng felt that with rivals emerging all around, he suspected Tang Feng's current orientation still favored women, evident from how much she loved Nai Nai. That had never changed. He feared that in the future he might have to guard not only against men, but also against women. In short, anyone at all, who was attractive he'd have to watch out for. Yi Jinyan, on the other hand, was concerned about the 6th floor. It was too high. A soft, delicate girl climbing stairs every day. Hua University had no elevators. Would be far too exhausting. As if by mutual agreement, both said, "Change the dormitory." Gu Sheng and Yi Jinyan exchanged a glance. Different reasons, but the same conclusion. They each presented their arguments, but Tang Feng shot them all down. Her family was just an ordinary household. Switching dorms clearly required connections, and the school wasn't her family's property. Besides, she thought living with other girls. She was actually a little curious what that would be like. Soon the 4 of them arrived at room 601. The other 3 roommates were already there. Seeing the new arrival, they all simultaneously set down what they were doing and looked toward the door. Tang Feng was the first to enter the dormitory. Before her eyes appeared a girl in a sea blue chiffon long dress, elegant in demeanor, slender in figure, and sweet in appearance. After introductions, Tang Feng's guess proved correct. Her name was Xu Yunhua, a local who had studied classical dance since childhood and was a classical dance major. The second girl was a bit plump and soft-looking, clearly a food lover. She had a cute appearance, wore round glasses, and carried herself with a bookish air. Her name was Ruan. She was a mathematics major, and she came from Yun Province. As soon as Tang Feng heard she was from Yun Province, she immediately brought up her travels there with her mother. The distance between them closed in an instant. Ruan even took out a pack of mushrooms and gave them to Tang Feng, telling her to make soup with them. She had brought quite a lot along with her own pots and utensils, planning to cook mushroom soup in the dorm whenever she had free time. The last one was an aloof girl whose expression was initially distant, the kind who seemed hard to approach. But after a few exchanges it turned out she was only aloof when silent. The moment she spoke her true nature came out. She was quite hilarious. She even performed an impromptu voiceover from a Tang Feng anime. Her major was broadcasting and hosting, so she could do voice acting. After hearing it, Tang Feng clapped enthusiastically. "Awesome, my friend." The three young men silently watched, saying nothing, as Tang Feng effortlessly bonded with her new roommates. Her social skills were truly impressive. She introduced the three of them as well, and they agreed to have dinner together that evening. Afterwards, Tang Qian was to accompany Gu Sheng to register at Qing University next door. Gu Sheng refused to let Tang Feng come along, saying she'd walked enough today, and that he'd come find her next time. There was no rush. Seeing Gu Sheng's caring words, the roommates' eyes instantly turned gossipy, exchanging secret smiles. From the introductions, they'd heard that this handsome, young man named Gu Sheng was Tang Feng's childhood sweetheart. Both in looks and in feelings they were a perfect match. Yi Jinyan seemed to have less to say than Gu Sheng. After entering the dormitory, he barely spoke, having apparently reverted to his usual aloof demeanor around others. The three parted at the main gate. Yi Jinyan went home first, agreeing to meet at the restaurant in the evening. It wasn't until noon the next day that everyone was discharged from the hospital. Tang Feng and his three roommates also returned to school. Gu Sheng, since his sophomore year of high school, had been specially recruited into Qing University's pharmacy program on a fast-track MD-PhD path. This program had extremely rigorous requirements for students, demanding mastery of a vast and complex body of knowledge. Yi Jinyan returned to the villa estate nestled halfway up the mountain. He assumed the house would be empty, but upon entering the living room, he found his grandfather at home, accompanied by a guest. Yi Jinyan nodded politely and began to cross the room toward the stairs to his bedroom. Just then his grandfather called out to him, "Jinyan, come over here for a moment." Yi Jinyan halted and approached his grandfather. The old man took his hand and introduced him to his old friend. "Old Li, this is the grandson I've told you about. I didn't expect him to return the very moment you arrived. It must be fate." Li Xiangdong studied the young man before him, who carried a somewhat aloof demeanor. Yi Jinyan stood tall with a handsome visage, and his cool temperament, rather than creating distance, added an air of enigmatic charm. Judging by appearance alone, he was indeed as old Yi had described, impressive and distinguished. Moreover, he had heard that Yi Jinyan was a top student at Tsinghua University and had already ventured into entrepreneurship on his own, achieving remarkable success. One could rightly call him a standout among men. Yi Jinyan then politely addressed him as Grandpa Li. Li Xiangdong responded with delight, and from this brief interaction, he could find no fault whatsoever. He was certainly different from old Yes' disappointing son. It was hard to believe he was of the same bloodline. It was clear he had been raised by his grandfather, and under his careful guidance and care, he had not strayed from the right path. After a round of pleasantries, old Yi finally released Yi Jinyan with satisfaction. As the young man walked away, Li Xiangdong nodded approvingly, but inwardly mused, "At first, I thought you were exaggerating." Yi Jinyan's grandfather smiled, seemingly unaware of Li Xiangdong's inner thoughts. "We've been friends for decades. I would never deceive you." Li Xiangdong merely smiled in response, but inwardly he sneered. He knew all too well what kind of person his old friend had been in his youth. He was a smiling tiger, all pleasantries on the surface, while scheming to ruin you behind your back. He had been burned badly by him in his younger days. He would sooner trust the words of a ghost than that old man. Even now in his old age, he was still a wily fox, still managing the Yi family company himself. But thinking of his own son compared to old Yes, he felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Li Xiangdong's smile grew even broader, as if it might overflow, and old Yi laughed just as heartily, the sound echoing through the living room. After seeing off his guest, old Yi went directly to Yi Jinyan's bedroom. Yi Jinyan had just finished showering, his hair still damp, with water droplets tracing down his chiseled jawline. Hearing the knock at the door, he had a fair guess who it was, and upon opening it found his grandfather indeed. Yi Jinyan invited him inside, and they sat on the sofa by the window. Grandfather, would you like some tea? Yi Jinyan asked. No, I've already had my fill of tea. Old Yi waved his hand in refusal, then cut straight to the point. Jinyan, you saw that guest just now. He has an outstanding granddaughter who just returned from studying finance abroad, same age as you. Old Yi had only begun when Yi Jinyan cut him off, his eyes dark and unfathomable as a deep cold pool. Grandfather, haven't my parents' example taught us enough? Even with a marriage alliance, what does it matter? True strength is what counts. Besides, aren't you afraid of inviting a wolf into the house? Yi Jinyan's parents had also been a business marriage. After the Yi family hotel business took off, they sought to rise further and formed a strategic alliance with the family of Yi Jinyan's mother, who had made her fortune in department stores. The alliance did serve its purpose. The Yi family's power indeed grew stronger. But Yi Jinyan's parents had married purely for profit, and after the wedding they each lived their own lives. And how extravagantly they lived them. One month his father would cycle through 5 women, and his mother would counter with 6 men, each refusing to be outdone, as if engaged in some absurd competition. The next month his father would insist on one more than his mother. Had it not been for Old Yi's masterful handling, their scandalous antics would have been splashed across the headlines, sending the stock price on a terrifying roller coaster ride. They were always on the brink of bankruptcy, for with such an unworthy next generation, what investor would believe the Yi Corporation could grow stronger? Old Yi let out a deep sigh laden with helplessness and the weight of years. Jinyan, I'm getting old. The family company will eventually fall to you. Yi Jinyan understood his grandfather's concern. He feared the young man would be taken advantage of by the board members and wanted someone to support him once he was gone. Grandfather, don't worry. Just take good care of yourself and hold the fort for a few more years. I'm making progress on my end too. Old Yi didn't press the matter, having only suggested that the two young people meet. Since Jinyan disagreed, he wouldn't force it. Jinyan was nothing like his father. He had a mind of his own with a streak of cold detachment. He was only close to his grandfather, showing little affection even for his own parents. Yi Jinyan looked at his grandfather's snow-white hair, which seemed to glint harshly in the sunlight. Grandfather, I have someone I like. Old Yi was overjoyed, the wrinkles on his face seeming to smooth out. Really? I thought you were made of ice, never playing with girls since you were a child. Then a thought struck him, and his heart skipped a beat. You're not into boys, are you? Yi Jinyan was speechless. Grandfather, she's a girl. I even drove her to school today. Good. But just as his relief set in, a new worry emerged. Wait, school? Is she even of age? If Yi Jinyan had fallen for a minor, then the cane he used on his son would have to pay a visit to his beloved grandson as well. She just turned 18, a freshman in college. Old Yi relaxed considerably. That's fine, just a bit young. I'd rather you get married this year and give me a great-grandson next year so I can die with my eyes closed. Yi Jinyan frowned deeply, his expression serious. Grandfather, don't say such things. It's inauspicious. He added, you're in good health. Get plenty of rest, and don't stay up so late. You'll live to see that day. The grandfather and grandson chatted for a while longer, and when the time was right, Yi Jinyan prepared to leave. Before heading to the restaurant, he stopped by the shopping mall and bought 4 bracelets. 3 of them gold, exquisitely crafted. The 4th was from the same boutique as before, another 4-leaf clover design matching the necklace. He felt it was not only complimentary, but also carried a deeper meaning. The bracelet was adorned with a ring of sparkling diamonds, and the 4-leaf clover was carved from fine green crystal, gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. Yi Jinyan intended to give these gifts to Tang Feng's roommates, hoping they would look after her in the future. Seizing this opportunity, he also had an excuse to give a gift to the girl he liked, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At the agreed time, Tang Feng and her 3 roommates headed downstairs to meet Gu Sheng and the others. As they left the dorm, Tang Feng carried the specialty gift from Ruan, wild mushrooms. She suggested they bring the gift to dinner and share it during their first meeting, making it more meaningful. Everyone thought it was a wonderful idea, especially Ruan, who immediately wrapped her arm around Tang Feng's, gazing at her with sparkling, watery eyes. Tang Feng, you're so sweet. I'm about to be moved to tears. Then came a flurry of playful coquetry. The soft touch and the girl's affectionate antics left Tang Feng feeling tipsy, even without a drop of alcohol. Her face flushed, and her words stumbled. It was the first time a girl had been so clingy with her so intimately close. Who could resist such a soft, adorable girl? Though she felt awkward and her steps grew stiff, the smile on her face never faded, as if she'd just won a $5 million lottery. Behind them, Gu Sheng frowned deeply. He wanted to step forward and stop them, but he couldn't. Tang Feng was a girl, and such interactions between girls were perfectly common. But the more he watched, the more it grated on him. Fine head, just look away. Maybe once Tang Feng spent more time with girls and realized they were no different from him, she wouldn't be so excited anymore. He needed to be understanding, so he took a deep breath to calm himself. Tang Xian looked at him baffled and whispered, Gu Sheng, are you nervous? No. Then why the deep breath? Come to think of it, Tang Feng's roommates were all quite distinctive in their looks. Could Gu Sheng have taken a liking to one of them and gotten nervous? His curiosity was instantly piqued, and he leaned in like a conspirator asking, "Is there one among those girls you like?" Gu Sheng answered honestly, without hesitation, yes. Tang Qian slapped his thigh, thinking he'd hit the nail on the head. His eyes were truly sharp. She's of age, so a sweet romance is fair game. Tang Qian slung an arm around Gu Sheng's neck. "Attaboy. Go for it. I believe in you." Gu Sheng was momentarily stunned. Qian Gu approved. A radiant joy burst forth from his gentle eyes. With family support, he was already halfway to victory. Gu Sheng said to Tang Qian with great solemnity, "I will work hard. Thank you for your approval and support, Qian Gu." Tang Qian felt something was off, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Approval. Well, it made sense. Gu Sheng was like Tang Feng, someone had watched grow up, practically a younger brother. It was only natural for a guy to want recognition and support when liking a girl for the first time. He remembered how much had yearned for support and encouragement when had liked his first girl. A wave of loneliness from having no one to cheer him on back then washed over him, and he encouraged Gu Sheng further. "I believe you'll succeed. You have to believe in yourself. Only those who fight can win." And so this half-baked failure at love who'd been dumped decided to dispense relationship advice to someone who'd never even dated, only harbored a silent crush. Anyone hearing this would have to say, wow. Doesn't he worry that all his failed experiences might serve as bad examples and lead the other down the same path? But Gu Sheng didn't know any better, listening intently as Tang Qian shared his so-called secrets to winning a girl's heart. As Tang Feng's group arrived at the restaurant, Yi Jinyan followed closely behind. This establishment was a regular haunt for Yi Jinyan, and Tang Qian had accompanied him here several times before. It was close to the school, and the food was decent. Inside the private room, Tang Feng and the girls entered first and took their seats. So on Tang Feng's left, and to the right of her right-hand side were her new roommates. Gu Sheng and Yi Jinyan exchanged a glance, realizing neither of them had a chance. They silently agreed to sit directly across from Tang Feng. Yi Jinyan, ever the gentleman, let the ladies order first. The four girls didn't stand on ceremony, and each ordered 2 dishes. Tang Feng also placed the wild mushrooms she had brought on the table. "Brother Jinyan, this is a mountain delicacy that my dear Ruan brought all the way from her hometown. Let's have it today, or it's sure to be delicious." She then recalled the mushroom soup she'd had while traveling in Yun province. Its savory flavor seemed to linger on her tongue, unforgettable. Yi Jinyan added 2 more dishes he knew were tasty, called the server over, and handed her the mushrooms as well. As soon as the server closed the door, Yi Jinyan took a box from his bag. "Little sister Feng, this is your first time at university. I hope you'll all look after her in the future." He then stood up and placed 3 identical boxes on the rotating table. With a gentle turn, the boxes spun around to stop in front of the girls. Everyone except Yi Jinyan was taken aback. Tang Qian was surprised at how much more thoughtful this was than his own consideration as a brother. He felt a bit overshadowed. And this habit of giving gifts at every turn, was it a rich family's quirk? Gu Sheng was stunned at first, then pressed his lips together. He had to admit that Yi Jinyan, despite his aloof demeanor, had extremely high emotional intelligence. Gu Sheng felt inadequate in comparison, but since the other had provided a perfect example, he could learn from it. He truly couldn't match Yi Jinyan in social graces. It wasn't just a difference in experience, but also in upbringing. Although Gu Sheng came from a divorced family, his mother gave him enough love and warmth. He had met Tang Feng in childhood, and her personality was lively and energetic, always on the move. With laughter and joy every day, it was hard to feel depressed. Yi Jinyan, on the other hand, seemingly had a complete family, but he was burdened with irresponsible parents and had been raised by a strict grandfather since childhood. If you asked him about happy childhood memories, he decidedly had none. The 3 roommates felt a mix of surprise and honor. They all looked towards Yi Jinyan, and the same questions surfaced in their minds had they misheard during the introductions. Was Yi Jinyan Tang Feng's biological brother? How wonderful would that be? But they all silently refrained from touching the boxes, intimidated by the logo on them. Tang Feng, however, was surprised not to have one herself. Oh, she remembered had just given her one, so that made sense. After a moment of surprise, everyone composed themselves. Shu Yun was seated to Tang Feng's right, looked at Tang Feng, and then at Yi Jinyan. "Brother Jinyan, may I call you that?" Yi Jinyan nodded. "You're too kind. Although we 4 aren't in the same major, it's fate that brought us together to meet and share a dorm." Shu Yunduo spoke sincerely. Looking out for each other is a given, the gifts aren't necessary. Ruan and Jing Tian echoed her sentiments with nods. Besides, it felt strange for a friend of a roommate's brother to give them gifts. If these gifts were from Tang Qian, it would make more sense. But these gifts were quite valuable. Shu Yunhua, being perceptive, began to suspect that senior Yi Jinyan might have feelings for Tang Feng. She had previously thought Gu Sheng, the childhood friend, definitely liked Tang Feng, and now here was another top-tier handsome guy. She glanced at her roommate's face again. What did it matter if he was a top-tier handsome guy? With a face that cute shed like her too. Then her gossipy nature took over as she looked from Tang Feng to the two men opposite her, a knowing look dawning on her face. Yi Jinyan smiled gently. I felt an instant connection with little sister Feng. Please accept them. And let's all add each other on WeChat. Even though I'm at Qingdao, I can still be considered your senior. After a few more sincere words, they finally accepted the gifts. Tang Feng was so moved by Yi Jinyan's heartfelt words that she nearly cried. She gave him a big air hug. Brother Jinyan, you're my real brother, better to me than my own. As the saying goes, love me, love my dog. Brother Jinyan treated her like a true sibling, so he was nice to her roommates. She was a mess of emotions. A torrent of flattery made Yi Jinyan's face slowly blush. Tang Qian, watching from the side, clicked his tongue in annoyance, muttering inwardly, hey, your real brother is right here, and you're already being swayed by such small favors. Then Yi Jinyan took out another box and walked over to Tang Feng's side. His voice was low and gentle. This is a gift to congratulate you on starting your university life, little sister Feng. Tang Feng was even more moved and accepted it without hesitation. After all, he was practically her brother now. She'd pay him back when she made big money. She had seen earlier that the roommates' gifts were gold necklaces, which they were now proudly wearing. She had just been envious. Gold, after all, was the universal currency in ancient times. It still was, really. She had heard that rich people hoarded gold bars in their safes. And now she had one too. Opening the box, she saw a familiar shape. Wasn't it a leaf? Except this leaf looked a bit more crystal clear. Tang Feng, who only valued gold and thought it was the most precious thing, felt a little disappointed. Yi Jinyan didn't notice, but Gu Sheng, watching from across the table, did. This rival in love knew how to make a move, but unfortunately had chosen the wrong gift. Gu Sheng, who had been feeling sour just moments ago, now relaxed. He couldn't wait for his paycheck. He thought of a rarely used card. He'd just have to buy one now. The money his father gave him was all on that card. Had only used it once for the candy production line acquisition. Yi Jinyan asked, do you like it, little sister Feng? Tang Feng replied happily, thank you, brother Jinyan, I love it. Would you like me to help you put it on? Yi Jinyan asked expectantly. Tang Feng quickly refused, no need. She immediately put the box away and sat up straight like an obedient child. Yi Jinyan had noticed earlier that day that Tang Feng wasn't wearing the necklace had given her before, so this time he deliberately chose a bracelet. But he had a nagging feeling she wasn't that fond of it. He'd have to ask his unreliable father. Had heard he was an expert at giving gifts to women. The look of disappointment lasted only a fleeting moment, unnoticed by anyone. Just then the dishes arrived, and Yi Jinyan returned to his seat. The three roommates simply enjoyed the show. Their keen female intuition allowed them to pick up on the subtle cues, and they were now 100% sure that senior Yi Jinyan was interested in their roommate. Besides, those two looked great together. When they stood side by side, they were a perfect match, pleasing to the eye. Luckily, they considered themselves cultured college students who couldn't scream in public. They could only let out silent internal screams of joy. This was the free thrill of shipping a couple live. With such a display of wealth, Yi Jinyan's stock soared in their estimations. Gu Sheng couldn't just serve food directly, but that was fine. He asked the server for an extra set of utensils. He picked up some food, and with a turn of the table sent it directly to Tang Feng. Tang Feng unabashedly picked up the small bowl, now piled high, and began to eat with gusto. But he wasn't done. Anything with shells or bones was meticulously cleaned, and then, with another turn, sent her way. This display left the three roommates wide-eyed. How come this couple was also so sweet to watch? They glanced at the new bracelets on their wrists, felt a pang of guilt for a few seconds, then decided to abandon the thought and enjoy the show. Yi Jinyan was not to be outdone. He imitated Gu Sheng, copying exactly what he served to Tang Feng. Soon another bowl of similar food appeared in front of her. Tang Feng, not paying close attention, thought it was from Gu Sheng and was about to tell him to stop when another bowl arrived. This one was from Tang Qian. He hadn't initially planned to serve her, as Tang Feng was grown up, not a child, and the table rotated, making it easy. But first he saw Gu Sheng serve her food, and then Yi Jinyan did the same. He thought, hey, what's this? Am I her real brother supposed to look like I don't care about my sister? So he followed suit and served her a bowl. Anyone can care for their sister. It's not like you two are the only ones who can. Tang Feng only then realized the later dishes were from brother Jinyan and her own brother. She swallowed her food and said sweetly, thank you, brother Jinyan. Then she scolded her brother. Hey Tang Qian, are you trying to fatten me up like a pig? Stop it. I need to save room for the mushroom soup. She even shot him a dirty look. Tang Qian was furious. They were both serving her food, so why was she treating them differently? Yi Jinyan felt even more disheartened by Tang Feng's thanks. He realized the difference in her heart between himself and Gu Sheng. He was an outsider, while Gu Sheng was not. After a moment to compose himself, he smiled. I sent you a WeChat message, little sister Feng. Did you receive it? You never replied. Tang Feng, who was busy eating, looked up in confusion. Huh. Puzzled, she checked her phone. She opened WeChat, searched for Yi Jinyan, and tapped on the chat. While there, it was a terrifying 99 unread messages. This was awkward. How had she missed it? Brother Jinyan had been very good to her, as she had already accepted 2 gifts from him. She opened her settings utterly confused. When had she set him to do not disturb? She only remembered setting that for that one annoying person. Had she made a mistake? Oh, forgive me. Tang Feng's scalp prickled, and her eyes darted away guiltily. Still she spoke apologetically, sorry Brother Jinyan. I must have accidentally changed the settings and put you on mute. I only just saw the messages. She quickly added, oh, I've turned it off now. If I see a message from you in the future, I'll reply right away. Yi Jinyan felt a wave of relief. At least she wasn't ignoring him. It's all right. Yi Jinyan replied understandingly. Gu Sheng's expression darkened upon hearing this, but his hands didn't stop diligently working on the crab in front of him. After a long wait, the much-anticipated mushroom soup was finally brought to the table. At this moment, Jing Tian first whispered to Xu Yunduo, asking if she wanted to go to the restroom. Xu Yunduo nodded in agreement. She then asked Tang Feng and Ruan readily agreed, saying she would go too. Seeing that all 3 were going, Tang Feng suddenly thought of something and agreed as well. She suddenly recalled that back in high school, girls seemed to enjoy going to the restroom in groups hand in hand. If she didn't go, wouldn't she appear unsociable? So she went along with it. Subsequently, 3 girls carrying exquisite small purses and Tang Feng, who was empty-handed without a purse, walked out of the private room together. This left the 3 boys inside the room exchanging glances. Although the voices were low, they had overheard the mention of the restroom. Gu Sheng briefly considered following, but then sat back down, realizing things were different now. It wasn't quite appropriate as they no longer used the same restroom. Tang Qian teased, Gu Sheng, why are you still like a shadow clinging to Tang Feng just like when we were kids? You two are inseparable. Gu Sheng merely smiled, not responding to Tang Qian's jab. Tang Qian then looked at Yi Jinyan and asked in a low voice, how much did that gift cost you? I've been thinking about it. You buying a gift for my sister's roommate to ask for their help, it's not right for you to pay for that. Yi Jinyan, following Gu Sheng's lead, ladled himself a bowl of mushroom soup, then stood up and placed it at Tang Feng's seat. Returning to his own seat, he replied, there's nothing inappropriate about it. Your sister is my sister too. Besides, you've helped me plenty. This is a small expense I can easily afford. Upon hearing this, Tang Qian's face lit up with a beaming smile, his heart swelling with joy. He hadn't expected to hold such a high place in Yi Jinyan's regard. The feeling of being valued by someone so accomplished filled him with an immediate urge to rush home and code, suddenly feeling incredibly motivated. After all, Yi Jinyan was not one to offer praise lightly. Hearing such words from him was a rare treat. All right then. Gu Sheng listened quietly to their conversation while eating. Looking at Tang Qian's radiant smile, Gu Sheng felt an indescribable emotion stirring within him. It felt like his future brother-in-law was being won over by the other man. Yi Jinyan's sweet words were like relentless attacks, bringing such joy to Tang Qian. Somehow it all seemed a bit grating to him. Meanwhile, Tang Feng and her roommates traversed a long corridor following the waiter's direction until they reached the restroom at the end. At the intersection, they nearly collided with a young man dressed in a waiter's uniform. Tang Feng, walking on the far left, was in a blind spot and couldn't see the person emerging from the intersecting corridor. At that critical moment, luckily Tang Feng had some martial arts skills. With lightning-fast reflexes, she agilely sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a collision. The young man spoke first, his tone full of apology. I'm truly sorry. After steadying herself, Tang Feng looked up at the speaker. At first glance, he seemed familiar, especially the contours of his eyes and brows. Suddenly her eyes lit up as she finally realized who this young man resembled. It was Gu Sheng, who she had grown up with. She knew Gu Sheng's face intimately, and this man bore a striking 4 or 5/10 resemblance. She couldn't help but take a closer look at him. Noticing the girl's curious gaze and lack of response, the young man lowered his head and said again, then miss, I'll be on my way. He gave a slight nod and walked ahead. Only after he had left did Tang Feng snap out of it and call out crisply, it's okay, it's okay. The young man paused his steps briefly as if hearing her response, then continued on his way, seemingly heading to the restroom just like them. Tang Feng watched his retreating figure, thinking to herself, the world is full of wonders. He really did look alike, though their auras were completely different. The man was indeed handsome, but he carried a melancholic air about him. As the girls would say, he was like a melancholic prince from a drama, a stark contrast to Gu Sheng's gentle and refined demeanor. Thinking about it, she felt they were less alike. Still, she had to admit the man was just as handsome as Gu Sheng. If she were still a guy, she might actually feel envious. Looking at her 3 roommates, they all seemed a bit excited. Why? Because they felt incredibly lucky today. It was as if top-tier handsome men were becoming commonplace. Usually they wouldn't encounter even one, but today they had already seen 3. The probability was so astonishing that the 3 roommates felt like buying a lottery ticket to celebrate. Their sparkling eyes all turned to Tang Feng, suspecting their roommate might have a special constitution for attracting handsome men. Tang Feng, puzzled by their stares, scratched her head and asked, what are you looking at me for? Are we going to the restroom or not? The three roommates answered in unison yes. However, their curious and gossipy gazes remained fixed on Tang Feng. The area was bustling with people, clearly not a suitable place for a chat. Speaking of which, why do girls like to go to the restroom in groups? Don't ask, it's for the sense of ritual. Tang Feng entered the public women's restroom again, still feeling a bit out of place, even though it wasn't her first time. After the three girls went in, Tang Feng chose a stall farther away from her roommates. She was truly embarrassed. Her face was already as red as a ripe apple. This was her first time going to the restroom with girls in her life, a novel experience that filled her with immense shyness, discomfort, yet also a tinge of excitement. So this is what it's like for girls. It really feels quite different from boys. Tang Feng, who had entered last, was the first to come out. After washing her hands, her three roommates leisurely emerged from their stalls. They unhurriedly walked to the sinks. After washing their hands, Tang Feng thought they were ready to leave. But then Xu Yunduo and Jing Tian simultaneously pulled small cases out of their bags. They then stood before the full-length mirror and began carefully touching up their makeup. Tang Feng was stunned. She honestly couldn't tell they had been wearing makeup at all. Wan, however, didn't bring out any cosmetics. Curious, Tang Feng leaned in to get a closer look at Wan's face and asked, "Are you wearing makeup?" Wan shook her head, indicating she wasn't. Tang Feng didn't dare to guess anymore, as she really couldn't tell whether someone had makeup on or not. Wan usually preferred reading and delving into her own interests, showing little interest in things like makeup. In contrast, Jing Tian and Xu Yunduo were art students. From the moment they decided to pursue this path, they had to be prepared with all the necessary skills. Makeup was just a basic skill for them. Moreover, it was their first day at school, and both girls had opted for a natural Namacup makeup look. It was clear their preferences were quite similar. Neither cared for heavy, ostentatious makeup. This fresh, natural, nearly invisible look suited them perfectly. They both had good skin to begin with. For them, cosmetics merely served to refine and perfect their appearance, making their faces look more delicate and their skin flawless. Tang Feng said, "Oh," and continued to stare intently at the two girls touching up their makeup, her eyes filled with amazement. Xu Yunduo caught Tang Feng's astonished expression in the mirror and gave a sweet smile. "Xiao Feng, is your expression that surprising?" Then, as if a thought struck her, she asked curiously, "Xiao Feng, do you never carry a bag when you go out?" Because even Wan, who didn't wear makeup, carried a small beige crossbody bag. Everyone carried those delicate small purses. Tang Feng was taken aback. "Is it mandatory to carry one?" Not understanding, she asked, "Is there some rule about that?" Jing Tian couldn't help but burst into laughter. The loose powder shook with her laughter, some of it puffing out of the compact, causing her to cough slightly. She turned around and patiently explained, "Xiao Feng, girls usually carry one to keep their personal items handy, like my foundation here, tissues, sanitary pads, keys, phone, and such." Tang Feng found this quite reasonable and nodded in agreement. That did seem true. She looked down at her keys and phone in her pockets. Her jeans had 2 pockets, one for each item. All set. It does feel a bit shabby. Maybe I should buy one. Then Tang Feng heard all three of them burst into simultaneous laughter as they had followed her gaze to her jeans pockets. Tang Feng's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. She muttered, "I'll wait for you guys outside," and swiftly slipped out of the women's restroom. The three tried to call her back, but failed. They had gathered so much gossip earlier and wanted to ask her about it in this gap, driven by sheer curiosity. But before they could ask a single question, she had laughed herself away. All three thought Tang Feng had a thin skin and that they could have fun teasing her in the future. Her reactions were just too amusing. Just as Tang Feng ran out of the women's restroom, she saw a stylishly dressed, middle-aged woman stride briskly into the men's restroom. Seeing this, Tang Feng thought, wrong restroom. She had experience with this, remembering her own awkward situation last time. Worried the woman might be embarrassed if she was indeed lost, she was about to kindly remind her, "You're going into the wrong restroom." But the woman walked as fast as the wind. By the time Tang Feng opened her mouth, she had already gone in. Just as she was about to use her lion's roar to loudly warn her, she heard the woman's voice. She couldn't make it out at first, as the woman was likely standing close to the entrance. Tang Feng was dumbfounded. So she wasn't in the wrong place after all. Could it be? Her mind started to wander into inappropriate territory. No, this was a restaurant, not a nightclub. Although she had never been to one, she had heard that nightclub restrooms were prime locations for illicit encounters. Quite thrilling. She thought to herself that once she came of age, she absolutely had to go and see such places for herself. Her curiosity piqued about what the woman was saying. She quietly crept closer to the entrance of the men's restroom. Now she could hear the voice clearly. The woman's tone carried a hint of menace and pressure. "What have you decided about what I mentioned before?" After a few seconds, she heard the woman speaking again, seemingly to herself. "You're still too young to understand the benefits of taking shortcuts. If you go along with me, they'll double your salary." She continued, murmuring on for a while longer. Tang Feng roughly understood the gist of it. It was a case of sexual harassment or coercion. She did catch a bit of a man's voice, but couldn't make out the words, as his voice was quite soft. Then she heard the woman storming out furious. Tang Feng tried to dodge, but the woman exited too quickly and spotted her. The woman merely cast a sidelong glance at Tang Feng before striding away on her sky-high heels. Tang Feng was about to move further away from the restroom when after just a few steps a young man came out. What a coincidence. It was the guy who had nearly bumped into her earlier. The young man glanced at her. She never imagined she'd witness a scene straight out of a period drama with a villain trying to force someone into a life of vice. While she had actually encountered this in real life. Considering this handsome guy bore some resemblance to her good buddy Gu Sheng. She walked over and patted him on the shoulder, speaking earnestly like an elder. It's just a job, no need to sacrifice that much. You're still young, take it slow, don't go down the wrong path. Just as she finished speaking, her three roommates emerged from the restroom. Seeing Tang Feng standing with a guy, they looked closer and recognized him as the handsome man from before. They then looked at Tang Feng with puzzled expressions, wondering if some plot had unfolded that they didn't know about. Seeing her roommates come out and the man having no reaction, Tang Feng figured she had said all she needed to. She hoped the handsome young man would heed her advice. She hoped there would be one less person led astray in this world. So she left with her roommates. Once they were a good distance away, the curious Ruan was the first to ask, What happened? What happened? We were only apart for such a short time. What is it that I, your esteemed roommate, am not allowed to know? The other two also looked at Tang Feng expectantly. Tang Feng, who loved to share, recounted what she had overheard, explaining how she had earnestly advised the man, hoping he would take her words to heart. Such a top-tier handsome man, and she just offered to double his salary. I'd love to see how bold that woman really is. The four of them then sighed in unison. Tang Feng was worried the man might truly go astray, while the other three girls were thinking if they had that kind of money, would they also lose their moral compass and pounce on him? They all felt grateful that their poverty kept them from crossing that moral line. Amen, Buddha be merciful. Jing Tian pressed her palms together and bowed slightly forward, and the other three followed suit. Passers-by couldn't help but give the four of them a second glance. The four of them, joking and laughing, made their way back to the private room. Back in the private dining room, Tang Feng plopped down, her gaze immediately drawn to the 2 bowls of mushroom soup already set out on the table. The bowls sat there quietly, emitting a tantalizing steam. She picked one up and took an eager sip. The delicate fragrance of mushrooms flooded her mouth, making her close her eyes in sheer appreciation. This sensation was truly exquisite. She took several more sips, each one more intoxicating than the last. She savored the deliciousness, feeling her taste buds utterly conquered. The others also began to drink their soup, and with the first taste they found it quite delightful. Ruan proudly introduced, the mushrooms I brought were all picked by myself. During the harvest season, the mountains are as crowded as ants moving their nest. Tang Feng, gulping down her soup, replied, I want to go mushroom picking too. I'd bring them straight back to make soup. Fresh ones must be even more delicious. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. The others also began to eagerly discuss the varieties of mushrooms. After all, some delicious types of mushrooms are as precious as gold. Take for instance the invaluable truffle, the revered matsutake, known as the king of mushrooms, the savory termite mushroom, and the uniquely textured bamboo fungus. Today's soup contained termite mushrooms. They were not only delicious, but also possessed a unique fragrance and sweetness. With each bite one could feel a crisp tenderness, as if a beautiful melody were playing inside one's mouth. Suddenly Tang Feng felt dizzy, as if the whole world was starting to spin. With a clatter, she lost her grip on the spoon, which fell onto the table with a sharp sound. Then she felt as if she could see many strange, misshapen little monsters appearing before her eyes. Tang Feng, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly stood up and began to laugh hysterically, the sound incredibly exaggerated. She struck a classic Ultraman pose and shouted, Do you believe in light? The future of Earth belongs to humanity. Let me drive these damn monsters away, she yelled, making laser shooting gestures as if truly engaged in a fierce battle against evil creatures. The others also began to show symptoms of dizziness and nausea. Gu Sheng, whose mind was still somewhat clear, staggered to the door and opened it. The waitstaff outside noticed something was wrong and immediately called 120 for an ambulance. Yi Jinyan had also drunk little, feeling nauseous and seeing heavy hallucinations before his eyes. He thought to himself that he wanted to grab one of the many Tang Fengs before him, take her home, and hide her away. That way no one else would find her. There were so many it wouldn't be greedy to take just one. With that, Yi Jinyan stumbled forward. Meanwhile, Tang Feng had now transformed into Yellowly. She shouted loudly, Power of love. Yellowly transformation. Grant me strength. Balala the fairies transform. All darkness begone. Begone. Her constantly changing battle cries and frantic shouts seemed to pierce through the very roof of the private room. Just as Gu Sheng and Yi Jinyan tried to step forward to restrain her, Tang Feng bellowed, You fiend. Return my master to me, or taste the Monkey King's staff. She then grabbed her chair, and with a loud crack hurled it in the direction of Gu Sheng and Yi Jinyan. Both were hit, instinctively shielding their vital areas, but they were still struck with considerable force. Then Tang Feng transformed into Ultraman again. Do you believe in light? Let's destroy these ugly little monsters together. Ultraman excels at close combat, and Tang Feng with arms swinging landed a punch squarely on each of Gu Shang's and Yi Jinian's eyes. Both of them fell to the ground in pain, unable to get up. Tang Qian, who seemed to have eaten a bit too much as well, acted as if he heard some kind of call. Facing Tang Feng's direction, he said, "My children, you are messengers of light. Well done. 1 punch per monster. Daddy is rooting for you." He even formed a big heart shape with his hands above his head, looking utterly ridiculous. Xu Yunhua, on the other hand, was quietly acting like a little blade of grass on the floor. Occasionally, she would look up, seemingly checking if there was enough sunlight, and then pour water from her cup over her head, indicating she was thirsty and needed a drink. Jing Tian, who hadn't drunk much, just felt dizzy and lay on the table complaining of discomfort. The most normal one was Ruan. She was still clear-headed, just a little dizzy. Seeing the scene, she thought, oh no, they've all been affected. Although for her this kind of situation was nothing new, she had built up an immunity. Otherwise, having eaten just as much, she would have had the mildest reaction. She then went over to break up the fight, mainly because she saw 2 handsome guys battling a brother-sister duo, and it looked like they were losing. After all, the siblings' only skill was a bit of taekwondo. Her sense of justice flared up, and her punches and kicks became swift and fierce. Ruan shouted, "Stop fighting! Stop fighting!" while trying to separate the brawling group. Tang Feng saw another little monster approach, but this one looked kind of cute. What should she do? She really wanted to take it home and keep it as a pet. She wondered if her dad would scold her for it. She decided to defeat the monsters first. She pulled the cute little monster aside, glared at it fiercely to make it go away, and then rejoined the fray. It all happened within just a minute or two. Other restaurant staff came over, pulling people apart and carrying others away. Among them was the young man who had been harassed in the restroom earlier. He glanced at Tang Feng, grabbed her, and with a swift motion lifted her in a princess carry, taking her to the ambulance that had just arrived outside. Several times Tang Feng struggled so violently that the young man nearly stumbled and fell with her. "Little monster, don't run. Don't you dare run. Human, I can still fight. I'm not hurt." The young man walked quickly while patiently soothing her. Yes, Ultraman, you're the strongest. But you're hurt now, and I'm taking you to the hospital." Hearing this, the tuckered out Tang Feng agreed that she needed proper treatment. Next time the monsters came, she'd transform and beat them up again. With that, she obediently let the young man carry her. 1 ambulance wasn't enough. U2 arrived, and everyone from the private room was whisked off to the hospital without exception. Later, the police arrived and conducted a thorough inspection of the food. The restaurant manager's face turned pale at the news, nearly fainting. In the end, the restaurant was cleared of blame. It wasn't the restaurant's food that was the problem. It was the ingredients brought by the customers themselves. A poisonous mushroom that looked almost identical to a non-toxic variety had been mixed in with the ones they brought. Even Ruan, the experienced forager, hadn't noticed. Although cleared of wrongdoing, the restaurant was still ordered to suspend operations for rectification. When it finally reopened, a big sign was placed at the entrance prohibiting customers from bringing their own ingredients for processing. The text was highlighted in bold, bright red paint. Indeed, that unexpected disaster had taught the restaurant a profound lesson. They would absolutely never process customers' self-brought food again. Last time they did, everyone ended up in the hospital. Tang Feng was the last to regain consciousness, having drunk those 2 big bowls of mushroom soup. Looking back, she thought if only Shed had 1 less bowl, she wouldn't have gone so crazy. When she woke up, she heard a chattering sound by her bedside. It was quiet, but she could still make it out. She saw it was her brother Tang Qian holding up his phone for a video call. On the other end were their parents. Their mother had been scolding Tang Qian nonstop since the call connected. "Tell me, how do you take care of your sister? You've been away from home for just 1 day, and you've managed to land her in the hospital." "Exactly. What use are you to me?" This last bit was from their mother. The 2 of them were like rocket launchers, firing off one blast after another, utterly shredding Tang Qian. Tang Feng, apart from feeling a bit dizzy, was otherwise fine. She called out, "Bro." Tang Qian, numb from the scolding, didn't hear her. But Tang's parents, who were watching her closely, noticed. Oh, honey, you're awake. You had us so worried." Only then did Tang Qian realize his sister was awake. He hurriedly went to fetch a doctor. The doctor examined her and nodded, saying she was out of danger and just needed to be observed. She could be discharged tomorrow. Tang Feng didn't want to stay in the hospital and protested, "Bro, I'm fine. Let's just pay the bill and check out now." Their mother directly objected, "No, Xiao Feng. Don't you dare cause any trouble. You're staying 1 night for observation before you leave." With the head of the Tang family having spoken, the 2 small fries didn't dare say another word. After a long stream of advice, the concerned phone call finally came to an end. Tang Feng was speechless. "Bro, why did you tell Mom and Dad about this?" Tang Qian was even more speechless. The hospital called them. They both fell silent. Well, they couldn't exactly blame the hospital. Tang Qian added, anyway, even if you wanted to leave, those two other patients can't leave. He meant Yi Jinyan and Gu Sheng. Their injuries were superficial, but they looked pretty banged up. Tang Feng was confused. Huh. She had just gotten food poisoning from the mushroom soup. How did two people end up beaten? She said angrily. Who had the nerve to hit the people I protect? Tang Qian rolled his eyes. You did. Tang Feng let out another huh, this one even more incredulous than the last, its tone longer and more drawn out. Tang Qian then showed her the surveillance footage from the private room. The restaurant manager had sent it as evidence for compensation claims. After watching the entire incident, Tang Feng clamped her mouth shut, blinking her big innocent eyes at her brother. Well, that. She ended with a long drawn-out sigh. She could only say that her love for them was so deep, her punishment so severe. Why else would she hit only them and no one else? Maybe they were enemies in a past life, and a fragment of that memory had resurfaced for a moment, driving her to seek revenge. If Yi Jinyan and Gu Sheng hadn't rushed over to check on her in her frenzy, this tragedy might never have happened. Once Tang Feng felt better, she went to the next ward. It was a two-bedroom, and Gu Sheng and Yi Jinyan were lying side by side. They did look pretty beaten up, especially the matching black eyes on their faces. Side by side, they looked quite symmetrical. Stifling a laugh, Tang Feng sincerely apologized. Gu Sheng, brother Jinyan, I'm so sorry. Gu Sheng and Yi Jinyan, who were half reclining, immediately sat up straight, both letting out a sharp hiss of pain simultaneously. Tang Feng could tell they were genuinely hurting. She quickly stepped forward, saying, lie down, both of you lie down. Gu Sheng forced a smile. The doctor said they're just superficial wounds. They look bad, but we'll be fine in a couple of days. It was true. They just felt some pain and had some bruises, but no broken skin or bleeding. Yi Jinyan also offered a warm smile. Sister Feng, don't worry about it. We don't blame you. Hearing this, Tang Feng's slightly guilty heart relaxed. Of course, one was her good buddy, and the other was her newly accepted big brother. They wouldn't be so petty. Then she thought of something. A hot water. Hot water cures all. So she went to pour 2 cups of hot water. Handing one to each, she said, Gu Sheng, brother Jinyan, drink lots of hot water. It'll help you get better faster. The two of them looked at the cups in unison. They both picked them up and obediently started drinking. The water was too hot, so they had to take small, careful sips. By the time they finished, another full cup was already waiting on the small table nearby. Seeing the girls' sparkling, expectant eyes, the two men, almost in sync, picked up the second cup of hot water and drank it all down, filled with the beloved girl's earnest concern. Then came a third cup, a fourth. Yi Jinyan was the first to give in, his stomach now completely full of water. He said with great sincerity, Sister Feng, the hot water you poured is truly miraculous. After drinking it, I feel no pain at all now. To demonstrate, he did some arm stretches with both hands to show he was fine. He then said he needed to use the restroom, gave a strained smile, and got out of bed to head to the bathroom. The moment he closed the door, Yi Jinyan, who usually had an unreadable icy expression, was now doubled over, wincing in pain. He really couldn't drink anymore, but he didn't want to make Sister Feng sad, so he had to use the bathroom as an excuse. Gu Sheng's face darkened because he had just thought of the same excuse, and the other had stolen his move. Tang Feng kindly asked, Gu Sheng, do you need to go to the bathroom? When you get back, we can continue drinking hot water. Gu Sheng replied, okay. Then with a smile, he quickly escaped out of the hospital room and headed for the public restroom. Tang Qian, who had witnessed the whole scene, started slapping the wall and howling with laughter. Laughing so hard his stomach hurt, he clutched his sides and still managed to ask his bizarre sister, who told you hot water can cure illnesses? Tang Feng was puzzled. Was her brother sick? Why was he laughing so loudly? Haven't you ever heard of that? How ignorant. She decided to ignore her brother, who was laughing way too exaggeratedly and seemed unwell. She simply waited for her 2 injured friends to return. It wasn't until noon the next day that everyone was discharged from the hospital. Tang Feng and his 3 roommates also returned to school. Gu Sheng, since his sophomore year of high school, had been specially recruited into Qing University's pharmacy program on a fast-track MD-PhD path. This program had extremely rigorous requirements for students, demanding mastery of a vast and complex body of knowledge spanning both the medical and pharmaceutical fields. He had already completed his undergraduate coursework back in high school. Earlier, his master's advisor, Professor Pei, had mentioned that Gu Sheng would be able to join him in the laboratory to participate in pharmaceutical research projects once he got to university. Gu Sheng was genuinely interested in this. His passion for the medical field had taken root in him from a very young age. He eagerly looked forward to the day when he could rely on his own relentless efforts to conquer the daunting and perplexing diseases that plagued humanity. So right after being discharged, Gu Sheng bid farewell to Tang Feng and immediately plunged into the busy world of the laboratory. On his very first day at the lab, he ran into an unexpected person, Su Muyu. Gu Sheng simply nodded politely, intending to brush past her. Su Muyu, however, noticed that Gu Sheng seemed to be injured. She asked with concern, Gu Sheng, what happened to your face? Gu Sheng left without answering. Now that he knew her feelings, he thought it best to keep his distance. Su Muyu watched Gu Sheng's retreating figure on the verge of calling out to him, but then she thought better of it. She decided she would buy some medicinal ointment for him later to help with the swelling and bruising. A sense of disappointment washed over her, but she had already anticipated this outcome, hadn't she? She stood there blankly for a long moment before slowly following him into the lab. Yi Jinyan had returned to S City with Tang Qian. Neither of them was idle, so sparing the time to see Tang Feng off was already quite a feat. When they were leaving, Tang Qian, as if possessed by their mother's spirit, kept nagging his younger sister with advice: be safe, eat, well, don't go out at night to fool around, and so on. Tang Feng, half listening, was shooing her brother away, saying, Jinyan is getting impatient. You better get going. Hey, you little brat. It was only after Tang Feng gave her brother a big bear hug that he was finally pacified. Yi Jinyan, watching from the side, yearned to reach out and get a hug too. As if she could read his mind, Tang Feng walked up to Yi Jinyan and gave him a big bear hug, as well patting his shoulder sincerely, saying, Jinyan, I'm entrusting my brother to you. Yi Jinyan's mind, slow to process, mechanically responded with an MHM. It wasn't until he was seated in the taxi that it hit him just now Xiaofeng had hugged him of her own accord. He could still feel her unique scent lingering, that sweet milky fragrance that lingered on his nose, an incredibly reassuring aroma. Yi Jinyan couldn't bear to look away, keeping his eyes fixed on Tang Feng, who stood at the door seeing them off until the car turned a corner and her figure completely disappeared from his sight. Only then did he reluctantly turn back around. The joy inside him, much like that warm embrace, filled his entire heart to the brim with warmth. After a while, Yi Jinyan took out his phone again and opened WeChat. At the top of his chat list was Tang Feng with the note affection, signifying his deep fondness for her. More precisely, it was love at first sight. He typed out a message, deleted it, revised it, deleted it again, repeating the process over and over before he finally managed to send it. Goodbye, Xiaofeng. Tang Feng, walking back to her dorm, felt her phone vibrate in her pocket. She took it out and saw the message. She immediately replied, Goodbye, Jinyan. Then she put her phone away, a puzzled look on her face. Didn't Jinyan just say goodbye? Why did he have to send a text to emphasize it again? He's oddly polite. As it turned out, their farewell scene was captured by a passing senior student who then posted it on the campus forum. The title reads, Shocking. The mysterious boyfriend of the new freshman campus belle is. The post was accompanied by several seemingly intimate photos. In the photos, there were clearly 3 people at the door, but Tang Qian had been digitally removed, leaving no trace of him. Oh wait, no place for him at all. Only Tang Feng and Yi Jinyan remained in the pictures. There were shots of them whispering to each other, gazing at each other, and smiling, affectionately embracing each other intimately, and even a few of the young man staring at the girl with deep affection despite Yi Jinyan wearing a mask. The wound near his eye was clearly visible, but it did nothing to diminish his loving gaze upon the girl. The photos captured it perfectly. Instantly, the campus forum exploded. Many initially clicked on the post thinking it was just a clickbait title designed to grab attention, but unexpectedly, they stumbled upon such a sensational piece of gossip. Soon the comment section under the post reached hundreds of floors. Wow, impressive. The newbie actually snagged the former campus heartthrob from the neighboring Qing University. What a talent. Look at that stunningly beautiful face of hers. Even I can't help but want to be her devoted fan. Hey, you up there? Being a devoted fan gets you nowhere, buddy. As if she'd want your devotion anyway. Open your dog eyes and see if you even qualify to be her fan. Stop arguing, guys. But seriously, the way senior Yi Jinyan looks at her. It's hardly innocent, is it? Agree 1, agree 2, agree 10086. No way, absolutely not. There's no way Tang Feng is dating already. I don't accept this. I just found my dream girl, and am I already losing her? Ha, as if you've ever had a girlfriend. Couldn't they be relatives, as some who refused to give up struggled to argue? What kind of relative looks at his sister like that? Report. The guy upstairs is a pervert. Someone call the police and take him away. You guys are wrong for this. The newbie just entered university and you're already spreading rumors about her. Does she even know about this? Well, senior Yi Jinyan is undeniably handsome. And since they were hugging, they must be a couple. This well-reasoned analysis quickly led to the emergence of CP fans for Yi Jinyan and Tang Feng on the forum. They even enthusiastically started a separate thread, naming it the Fengjin CP. With their looks standing together, any candid shot was a breathtaking sight to behold. In any case, the comments on the post were varied and plentiful, but most people were drawn in by those ambiguous photos, all speculating whether the two were really in a relationship. Many hoped it wasn't true because if they were together, a large number of lovelorn boys and girls from both universities would emerge. Tang Feng huffed and puffed her way up to the 6th floor and returned to her dorm. The moment she entered, she saw Xu Yunhua, who had just stepped out of the bathroom clad in a lacy, strappy nightgown. This visually striking scene nearly made Tang Feng's nose bleed. It was simply too alluring and captivating. Underneath that nightgown, Shu Yunduo was completely naked. The sight before her instantly short-circuited Tang Feng's brain. She stood frozen at the door, her face flushing crimson, the blush spreading all the way down to her neck. The other three burst into laughter at Tang Feng's dumbfounded expression, especially Shu Yunduo, who deliberately swayed her graceful serpentine waist as she sauntered over to Tang Feng. She breathed softly against Tang Feng's neck. "Oh dear customer, are you satisfied with what you see?" As she spoke, she reached out and touched Tang Feng's neck, then wrapped an arm around her waist, and even copped a feel of Tang Feng's modest chest through her t-shirt. Tang Feng, already stiff as a statue, found herself strangely captivated as Shu Yunduo, like a seductive little sprite, clung to her. She wore an expression of pure bliss. In all her 18 years, she had never experienced such close, intimate contact with a beautiful girl. This was a first, and the only feeling was sheer ecstasy, as if she were floating in a dream. But before she could enjoy it for long, her small chest was suddenly groped. Tang Feng's little face flushed, so red it looked like it might drip blood. She couldn't believe it felt like a bolt from the blue. She hung her head, even lower, wishing she could just bury herself completely. Seeing Tang Feng's amusingly flustered reaction, the three girls shook with laughter. She was just so endearingly cute, such a shy one. Shu Yunduo decided not to tease her anymore since going too far wouldn't be good. She quickly picked up a hairdryer and started drying her hair. Tang Feng was left standing there with her head down, looking like a quail before she trudged back to her desk, like a soulless robot. The dorm was a 4-person room with beds on top and desks below. Shu Yunduo had already finished drying her hair, but Tang Feng was still lost in her daze. Shu Yunduo walked over with a smile and said, "We're all girls here. You're way too shy. How about you cop a feel to make it even?" Tang Feng just lifted her head, and her eyes inadvertently landed on the impressive curve of Shu Yunduo's chest. She quickly lowered her head again. The view was certainly beautiful and alluring, but she just couldn't bring herself to look. She stammered, "No, that's okay." She truly didn't have the courage to do it. She'd just have to accept being groped. Shu Yunduo found it a bit strange. She really couldn't understand it. They were all girls, they all had the same parts. She hadn't expected Tang Feng to be so shy and reserved. It wasn't like she was parading around the dorm naked. She glanced down at her own flashy red lace, strappy nightgown. Sure, the neck was a bit deep, but other than that there was nothing wrong with it. At that moment, Jing Tian spoke up. "Tang Feng is probably feeling insecure because her boobs aren't as impressive as yours." "Huh?" Ruan chimed in. "Exactly. By the looks of it, Shu Yunduo is quite well endowed. We can't compete with that." Shu Yunduo had a sweet, cute face, but her figure was curvaceous and striking with a perfectly proportioned body. No wonder Tang Feng, who had never seen such a scene in his 18 years, was so shy. Even though he had transformed into a girl a few days ago, deep down, he still felt like a guy, a mindset that was hard to change. Shu Yunduo retorted, "Well, that's all the more reason for me to touch them. Maybe they'll grow bigger." Then, like a hungry wolf, she lunged at Jing Tian and Ruan's chests. As she succeeded, she proudly declared, "Looks like you girls won't be able to escape my clutches from now on." Tang Feng watched, utterly dumbfounded. So this is how girls fooled around in private. Only after all three of her roommates had finished showering did Tang Feng hesitantly step into the bathroom. Perhaps due to her absent-mindedness, the figures of her three roommates kept flashing unbidden through her mind. After undressing, she caught her reflection in the mirror and found herself quite fascinating, feeling as if she were radiantly beautiful. Suddenly becoming a girl wasn't such a bad thing after all. Oh, it even felt quite blissful. If she were still a boy, she'd never have such fortune. Recalling the sight of their partially exposed clothes during their earlier horseplay, Tang Feng's face flushed again. She quickly scolded herself internally. "Tang Feng, you little pervert, have some shame. Just focus on yourself and don't entertain any improper thoughts. They're your dear good roommates." After a bout of self-hypnosis, she began to sing cheerfully a catchy upbeat pop tune. Cold water from the large overhead shower soaked Tang Feng's body, while she used the handheld shower head as a microphone, swaying to the rhythm of her own music as she washed. When she was almost done, she squeezed out some body wash, turned off the shower, and then, slip, she fell flat on the floor. A pained shriek escaped her lips. Hearing the commotion, her roommates outside quickly flung open the bathroom door and rushed in, asking with concern, "What happened? What happened?" Then they saw Tang Feng completely naked, sprawled on the floor. The three roommates were stunned for a moment, then like mischievous ruffians they started whistling. Ruan boldly stepped forward and gave her a feel, exclaiming admiringly, "Now, I finally know what it means to have skin like congealed fat." The sensation was so incredibly smooth, like touching tofu, that she couldn't resist groping her a few more times. Seeing this, the others followed suit, reaching out to touch Tang Feng's skin as well. Jing Tian couldn't help but marvel, "Tang Feng, your skin is just too good. Tell me, what body wash and skincare products do you use? I want to try them too." Already blushing from the touches, Tang Feng felt even more embarrassed. She quickly stood up and wrapped a towel tightly around herself, explaining, "I just use this body wash, I don't use anything else." Shu Yunduo glanced at the brand, an ordinary domestic one, and said, "It seems you're just naturally blessed with beauty, Tang Feng." Can't compare, the three roommates said in unison. But despite their words, they all immediately ordered the same product online. After all, when it comes to the pursuit of beauty, women never miss a single opportunity. Shu Yunduo recalled scrolling past a video on Douyin. A girl had gone to climb Mount Tai only to be carried down by the police due to exhaustion. Strangely, the video went viral, but not because of the girl's arduous climb. Instead, the comment section was flooded with a single pressing question. "Hey beauty, I know you're struggling, but could you tell us what brand of foundation you're using? The coverage is amazing. Sorry girl, but can you share the foundation brand? Your neck is all red, but your face doesn't show a hint of it." The comments were all the same, begging for the foundation's brand. This just goes to show that women who love beauty will never let a single chance to enhance it slip by. Tang Feng rubbed her sore bottom, but as she kept rubbing, she sensed something was off. Looking up, she saw the three of them staring at her intently. Her hand froze instantly, as if under a spell. Ruan, despite being a science major, was no less devoted to beauty. "Tang Feng, do you really not use body lotion?" The three of them widened their eyes in disbelief. How could her skin be so supple and hydrated without any lotion? Their envy was palpable. Body lotion? Tang Feng looked bewildered. She knew about facial creams. Her mom had even bought her a few bottles. But did the skin on your body need product too? Her mind was filled with question marks. "What?" The three of them exclaimed in unison, their shocked expressions as if they'd just seen an alien. "Never heard of body lotion." Shu Yunduo immediately went to her cabinet and brought back a bottle. "See, this is it." Tang Feng looked closely and indeed saw the words body lotion on the label. It was an eye-opener. There really was a special lotion for the body. Shu Yunduo squeezed some out and gently applied it to Tang Feng's arm as a demonstration. "Like this, you apply it on your body and your skin becomes smoother, softer, and more hydrated." Tang Feng just felt a film clinging to her skin, making her feel uneasy all over. She touched the area where it had been applied and took a sniff. The scent was pleasant, but it felt a bit greasy. "Wouldn't it get all over my clothes when I get dressed?" Tang Feng asked, curious as a child. The three couldn't help but chuckle. Jing Tian replied, "After applying it, you need to wait for it to absorb. That's why girls take more than half an hour to shower." Tang Feng suddenly understood. So that was it. No wonder she used to finish her showers in 5 minutes. Now with longer hair, it took her about 10 minutes. She thought to herself how meticulous girls were. But as for using it herself, Tang Feng absolutely refused. It was too much trouble and felt too greasy and uncomfortable. Tang Feng resumed her shower. Aside from the few minutes spent on her fall, she was indeed done in about 10 minutes. It was already past 9 in the evening. Tang Feng reluctantly dried her hair, thinking, "My hair is so long it takes forever to dry." She found herself missing her short hair. After the roommates finished showering, they embarked on an extensive skincare routine. Tang Feng, while drying her hair, watched with curiosity at the sheer variety of products. She saw Shu Yunduo with 4 or 5 different bottles and jars lined up on her desk, opening one, applying it, and patting her face. A few minutes later, she had moved to the next bottle, patting her face again, and so on. By the time Tang Feng had finished drying her hair, Shu Yunduo was still working on her face. Tang Feng couldn't help but marvel again at how patient girls were. Wearing her Winnie the Pooh pajamas, she was ready to head straight to bed. Just as she was about to climb up, she saw Jing Tian with a face mask on reading a book. Tang Feng was astonished. So dedicated already. She praised her. "Jing Tian, you're studying hard right from the start of the semester. I'm impressed." Jing Tian was trembling with suppressed laughter, wanting to laugh, but afraid of wrinkling her mask, so her body just shook. Once the laughter subsided, she replied, "It's a novel." Then she turned the book around to show Tang Feng the cover. Tang Feng saw the title, "The Founder of Diabolism," and knew just from the name it was the type of novel she loved. Tang Feng was a huge fan of Xinxia power fantasies, with stories of underdogs rising to power being her absolute favorite. Jing Tian thought she'd found a kindred spirit, seeing the interest on Tang Feng's face. She enthusiastically recommended the novel she'd just bought, which was a set of 5 books. She was currently on the second one, so she handed the first to Tang Feng. "It's really good. If you like it, read it too, and then we can discuss the plot." Tang Feng took it excitedly. Okay. Just then Shu Yunduo finally finished her routine. Seeing Tang Feng, who had just dried her hair, she asked curiously, "Tang Feng, you're going to bed. I don't think you've applied any toner, lotion, or cream to your face, right?" Tang Feng waved her hand dismissively. "I don't like that stuff." She had secretly put back all the skincare products her mom had packed for her. As for the dresses, Tang Feng hadn't brought a single one, only 2 sets of t-shirts and jeans, her Winnie the Pooh pajamas, and the sports underwear and bra she had chosen herself. So her suitcase had been incredibly simple. The 3 roommates then looked at Tang Feng as if she were some kind of alien. Ruan directly reached out and pinched Tang Feng's cheek. It was just as smooth as the rest of her body. Looking closely, you could even see the fine, delicate fuzz on it. It was truly like a peeled egg, flawless and smooth. The three of them looked at Tang Feng with expressions full of envy and resentment. Especially Xu Yunhua, who considered herself the most diligent in skincare. She had just spent half an hour applying various products, and with daily meticulous care, she had achieved her smooth, fair complexion. Then she looked at Tang Feng. So frustrating. After a round of giggling and playful banter, Tang Feng finally climbed into bed to read. She was immediately captivated by the plot, which began with the protagonist returning from the dead, and was soon deeply engrossed. The others had also gotten into bed, when Xu Yunhua, unable to contain her curiosity, asked Tang Feng, "Thanks to you we encountered so many top-tier handsome guys today." Tang Feng looked up from her book. Huh? She looked bewildered, probably too engrossed in her reading to hear clearly. Haha, Tang Feng, Yunduo means that the two handsome guys who brought you here yesterday, and the one we met at the restaurant. We're lucky to meet one like that, but you've got three. Amazing. Tang Feng quickly explained, it's just a coincidence. Gu Sheng is my childhood friend, and brother Jinyan is my brother's roommate. We all know each other. As for the one at the restaurant, that was pure coincidence. So Tang Feng, don't you think you're amazing? You're surrounded by handsome guys of that caliber. Any feelings? Anyone catch your eye? Who do you like? This question came from Ruan. What? I don't like boys, Tang Feng blurted out. For 18 years, she had always liked girls, and had never thought about being with a guy. The other three were shocked. What? Such a pretty, soft, and cute girl was actually a lesbian. Those two handsome guys had been wasting their charm. They had clearly seen that both boys had feelings for Tang Feng. So you like girls? Jing Tian asked. Tang Feng was stumped. Now that she seemed to be a girl, would she be looked down upon for liking girls? As she was struggling to answer, Ruan came to her rescue. What kind of question is that? Are you suggesting she should like a ladyboy? A soft and cute girl like Tang Feng would obviously like a confident, dominant girl. You know, the type that rivals men in spirit. Right, Tang Feng? Although Ruan wasn't a lesbian herself, she loved watching lesbian short videos on Douyin. Two girls doing costume changes, filming in ancient style. She found them absolutely captivating. Tang Feng was stumped again. Why did she have to like a boyish girl? Her type was sweet and cute. So she asked timidly, can I like a soft and cute girl? I like girls like my idol Nai. Now that she had a specific image, the three of them were shocked again. They all looked Tang Feng up and down. If two soft and cute girls were together, it just seemed so unreal. Wasn't it supposed to be one strong and one weak? But just because it was uncommon didn't mean it was impossible. In this modern, inclusive age of information, having a lesbian roommate wasn't something they found unacceptable. In fact, Jing Tian, who loved reading boys' love stories, and Ruan, who loved watching girls' love videos, were even more excited. They had only ever seen this in videos and books before, never in real life. If they could witness it in person, they'd be overjoyed. They all eventually agreed, based on their observations over the past 2 days, that Tang Feng's personality was quite like a boy's, carefree and easygoing. Her features were sweet, but she could perhaps develop in the direction of being the dominant one. They chatted about many more things. Ruan shared a bunch of videos with A and O dynamics with Tang Feng, who was immediately hooked. There was so much good stuff in the girls' world. It was truly an eye-opener. There was so much to see. She even followed those two lesbian influencers. At 11 p.m., the dorm lights were about to go out. Tang Feng remembered the exciting novel and wanted to finish the first book overnight. So she hid under her covers, pulled out her phone, and used the flashlight to read. Then tragically, she didn't fall asleep until 4 a.m. and slept until 8 a.m. when someone woke her up. Only then did she remember there was something to do today. She had to attend a class meeting. She looked at the time. It was already 8:10. The other three girls were busy coordinating outfits and applying makeup. Tang Feng quickly got up, rushed into the bathroom, washed her face, brushed her teeth, and took care of business. All in one fluid motion. It took her 5 minutes. Then she changed her clothes in the bathroom, which also took 5 minutes. The only tricky part was putting on the bra. After putting it on, she had to adjust it and reposition her breasts. The time was now 8:20. The three roommates who still weren't ready all looked at Tang Feng and gave her a thumbs up. Amazing. They all rushed out together, grabbed breakfast at the cafeteria, and then hurried off to their respective classrooms. After the four of them parted ways, Tang Feng dashed off like a whirlwind, stuffing buns into her mouth and gulping down mung bean soup as she ran. She looked like a little soldier racing against time. She sprinted all the way to the 4th floor. Room 404, room 404. It's not here, where is it? Tang Feng muttered anxiously to herself, looking around breathlessly. She checked her phone in a panic. Oh no, it was almost 9 o'clock. She was about to be late. How could this university's teaching building be so massive? She had circled the entire floor and found room 403, but room 404 was nowhere in sight. Who would have thought it was in the building across the sky bridge? With half a minute to spare before 9, Tang Feng finally made it to the classroom door. Running in this sweltering heat had left her panting and drenched in sweat. Once she caught her breath at the doorway, she looked up to find the entire class staring at her, their eyes brimming with curiosity and surprise, including the two teachers at the podium. Tang Feng immediately straightened up, flashing an awkward yet polite smile as she waved and greeted, "Hello teachers, hello classmates." Then she swiftly scanned the classroom, spotted an empty seat, and dashed over without a moment's pause. She thought to herself that she probably wasn't considered late. The head teacher and the counselor on stage continued their speeches. When all eyes finally drifted away from her, Tang Feng let out a sigh of relief. Those looks earlier were so strange. She was only a little late. Why did everyone stare at her like that? That was because they had already been shocked once. After all, not only did the class have such a handsome guy, but in a major like computer science, which was usually male-dominated, a girl this pretty showed up. How could they not be stunned? And those classmates who frequented the campus forum were even more shocked. What? The new campus heartthrob and campus belle were both in their class. What incredible luck! And what a coincidence that the campus belle ended up sitting right next to the campus heartthrob. The reason was that the class had many male students, and seeing such an extraordinarily handsome guy, none of them dared to sit next to him, lest their ordinary looks be utterly overshadowed in comparison. The female students, on the other hand, felt they weren't worthy, and were also held back by a sense of shyness. So while the seats around other students were mostly filled, the spot next to the campus heartthrob remained empty. After Tang Feng sat down, she first took a moment to calm her racing heart, since she had been running so intensely. Then she looked left and right, listening to the teacher speaking up front, while curiously observing her classmates around her. When she turned to look at her deskmate on the right, she instantly wore a shocked expression. Wasn't this the handsome guy she had met at the restaurant? Tang Feng pointed at him with her finger, stammering, You. The teacher on stage coughed, and Tang Feng immediately returned to a proper demeanor, lowering her hand and softening her voice. She leaned in slightly and whispered, "Handsome guy, what a fateful coincidence. I never thought we'd be classmates." She wondered if he had taken her earnest advice from last time to heart. Fu Siken was also quite surprised. When he saw this girl at the door earlier, he had immediately remembered her. After all, the impression was too deep, her striking looks, the words she had spoken to him, and his unfortunate experience of mushroom poisoning. One thing after another, it was impossible to forget. Fu Siken replied softly. Then came the student self-introduction session, and one by one it quickly reached Fu Siken's turn. Fu Siken rose and walked to the podium with steady steps. His voice was somewhat cold and aloof. "Hello everyone, my name is Fu Siken." He then neatly wrote his name on the blackboard. When he said his own name, one could clearly sense his cold, gloomy aura intensify. Tang Feng was puzzled. Did this handsome guy not like his own name? Just like how she had almost been renamed Tang Tang. Fu Siken, that was the name his mother had given him. The meaning behind it was her longing for a man named Gu Minshin, the one she loved, who was also his biological father. He hated this name, but he had no right to change it. His father had never cared about him or his mother, yet his mother, like a madwoman, kept clinging on. Even after all these years, she still harbored the delusion of marrying into a wealthy family. The head teacher asked, "Fu Sichen, wouldn't you like to introduce anything else?" Fu Siken shook his head and walked straight off the podium. So he was a cold and aloof heartthrob, not one for talking. That was what everyone thought. But since he was handsome, no matter how aloof, he still seemed incredibly cool. The head teacher asked, "Fu Sichen, wouldn't you like to introduce anything else?" Fu Siken shook his head and walked straight off the podium. So he was a cold and aloof heartthrob, not one for talking. That was what everyone thought. But since he was handsome, no matter, she first picked up a piece of chalk, wrote her name in bold, flamboyant strokes on the blackboard, and then tossed the chalk into the chalk box with an impeccably precise arc. Only then did she begin her brilliant introduction. "My name is Tang Feng. I'm from S City, and I usually enjoy watching anime and playing games. If any of you like gaming, feel free to team up with me. I'm pretty good at it. And if you ever get the chance to visit S City, come find me. Food, fun, and everything else are on me." She went on and on about this, and that her chatter gaining momentum until it nearly turned into a one-woman speech. They had thought the campus belle would be an aloof goddess, but it turned out she was funny and down-to-earth. Everyone's perception of Tang Feng warmed considerably. During her speech, many guys had even chimed in about playing games together or going to anime conventions. It was all lively and full of goodwill toward this beautiful girl. They had thought the campus belle would be an aloof goddess, but it turned out she was funny and down-to-earth. Everyone's perception of Tang Feng warmed considerably. During her speech, many guys had even chimed in about playing games together or going to anime conventions. It was all lively and full of goodwill toward this beautiful girl. She was nothing like some girls who just because they were pretty acted all cold and aloof, ignoring people. That kind of attitude really turned guys off. Being attractive wasn't a sin, but using it as a reason to look down on everyone, that was going too far. Fu Sichen, sitting below, watched the girl on stage with complete focus throughout her entire speech. His heart, which had been so still and lifeless, began to beat just a little faster. The girl before him was so vibrant. Looking at her, it felt as though the darkness of the world faded away. It was as if a brilliant beam of light had been injected into the dark world of Fu Siken's heart. His parched, withered heart felt a hint of moisture and warmth. Perhaps even at their very first meeting, when the girl had patted him on the shoulder and spoken those words, he had already felt that faint, warm light. After sitting down, Tang Feng began to feel bored and secretly sought someone to chat with. Her first choice was her deskmate. "So you're Fu Siken. Your name is really nice," she said, thinking complimenting his name was a safe bet. Fu Siken was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Though his face showed no obvious expression, Tang Feng could tell he wasn't truly a cold person. He was just not good at expressing himself. Basically, she would ramble on, and he would just nod or reply with a simple Fine. She knew she was a social butterfly, but he was clearly an introvert. Tang Feng then complimented his looks, and he finally replied with more than one word, "You're very beautiful too." Fu Siken meant it sincerely. She wasn't just beautiful. She was like a sunflower full of vitality and energy. Then came the time for class committee elections. Tang Feng had zero interest in that, as she hated dealing with extra responsibilities. Fu Siken didn't participate either. Those interested in the positions bravely stepped up to present themselves. Someone even teased, "Tang Feng, go up there and they'll definitely vote for you." Tang Feng smiled and cupped her hands in a gesture of thanks. "I'm pretty lazy, so no need for that. But thanks for the support." Everyone understood, and the lively, laughter-filled class meeting soon came to a pleasant end. Finally, it was time to hand out new textbooks and the military training uniforms for the next day. As soon as everyone heard that training would start tomorrow, they all groaned in despair. The hardship was about to begin. When Tang Feng heard the news, she slumped onto the desk looking listless and utterly drained. Fu Sichen, however, felt indifferent, until he saw the girl who had been so energetic moments ago now looking so deflated. He figured she must not like military training. But participating earned credits, and without them, she couldn't advance. He felt a bit helpless about it too, but there was nothing he could do. As soon as the head teacher dismissed them, everyone shuffled out grabbing their things. Several male classmates proactively offered to help Tang Feng carry her things, but she politely, but firmly declined them all. How could such a small load possibly be a challenge for her? Ridiculous. Tang Feng didn't want to be underestimated, and indeed her stamina was still on par with what it had been back in her male days. If it were a man without any combat skills, she could take on 3 of them. Fu Siken had just opened his mouth to offer help when he heard Tang Feng turning others away. His lips, which had parted slightly, pressed tightly shut again. Tang Feng trudged up the stairs panting. Oddly, when she returned to the girls' dormitory building, she noticed a construction crew. It was already the start of the semester, yet they were still working. She couldn't quite understand it. Back in the dorm, she found she was the last to arrive. Passing by Xu Yundua, she asked curiously, "Did you see the construction crew downstairs? What's being renovated? That doesn't make sense. We've already moved in." Xu Yundua, who was tidying her desk, perked up at the question. She set aside her books and whispered mysteriously, "Rumor has it someone donated money to the school a few days ago, with the condition being the installation of an elevator in the girls' dorm." Tang Feng was delighted to hear this. Really? What a kind benefactor. They must be loaded. With so many rich people in the world, why can't one of them be me? Jing Tian joined in. "What about the boys' dorm?" Xu Yundua was stumped. She replied uncertainly, "It seems. No." The information she had was that only the girls' dorm was getting an elevator. If it applied to all dorms, they wouldn't have specifically mentioned girls. Ruan chimed in, "Guys are tough-skinned. Climbing stairs is good exercise, keeps them fit without needing a gym." Tang Feng felt a pang of sympathy for the male students. She thought to herself, the donor must be a woman understanding the struggle of climbing stairs in heels or with heavy loads. She suddenly felt a wave of relief. Wait, why did she feel so relieved? That was a bit selfish of her. She scolded herself for a few seconds, but then thought about the elevator and felt lighter. Climbing stairs was exhausting. In a good mood, she began organizing her newly acquired textbooks and the camouflage uniform. Tang Feng was about to return the first book of The Founder of Diabolism to Jing Tian, which she had finished reading the day before. She noticed some girls heading out with basins to wash their clothes, specifically the new uniforms they had received today. She glanced at her own uniform tucked away in the corner of her desk. It wasn't dirty, so why wash it? She grabbed the book and hurried after Jing Tian, eager to get the second book. She had been so engrossed in the story last night and was dying to know what happened next. The plot was incredibly gripping. The friendship between the 2 male leads was profoundly moving. Lan Wangji's 13-year quest to find even a trace of Wei Wuxian's soul. This bond, this brotherhood, was higher than mountains and deeper than the sea. Last night, Tang Feng had secretly wiped away tears multiple times over their deep friendship. She arrived at the laundry room. "Jing Tian, I finished the first book. It's so good. The friendship between the 2 male leads is so touching. Have you finished the second one? Can I borrow it? I read fast. You can have it back when you need it." Jing Tian listened while washing her clothes. But something felt off. What brotherhood? Were they reading the same book? She looked at Tang Feng puzzled. Are you talking about Lan Zhan and Wei Ying? Tang Feng nodded eagerly. Yes. I'm crying over them. 13 years of searching. I doubt my own brother would search for me for 13 years. Jing Tian looked up at the ceiling speechless. She felt Tang Feng's thought process was a bit different from most people's. Looking at Tang Feng's excited and moved expression, she said calmly, they're a couple. Tang Feng, still caught up in the brotherhood, let out a piercing, incredulous shriek that drew the attention of other students from their dorms. They came out to see what was happening, found nothing, and retreated back inside. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Tang Feng refused to believe it. Jing Tian mercilessly shattered her illusion. If you don't believe me, just read the ending. There's an extra chapter with some explicit scenes. Be careful. It's on my desk, the 5th book. Go grab it. Tang Feng stood there in a daze, her mind reeling. She turned, grabbed the book, and all she could think was there a couple. She had been so invested. Her heart was now in a state of utter turmoil. Could it be that she had always had a hidden affinity for this, just never realized it? Tang Feng shook her muddled head. Don't scare yourself. Even if it were true, she was a girl now. But then she looked at the book in her hand. She still wanted to read it. What should she do? It was her first time reading a story about gay men, but this book was as addictive as poison. Could she just hold back and not read? She wanted to see when Lan Wangji would finally realize that this person was the Wei Wuxian he had been searching for 13 years. Forget it. Since she had already read it, it must be existence is reasonable. She just hadn't appreciated it before. After reading this book, Tang Feng was completely hooked by Jing Tian, unable to climb out of the pit. In the end, she consoled herself by thinking of them as socialist brotherhood. At that moment, a random figure popped into her head. Gu Sheng. Why did she suddenly think of him? How was he doing? He just sent good morning and good night with nothing else. He must be busy. And brother Jinyan. Were those two long-lost brothers? Both just sent greetings eerily in sync. After thinking about all sorts of random things, Tang Feng finally got her hands on the 2nd book. She was so focused on reading that anyone would have praised her diligence. By the time the 3 of them had finished washing and hanging their clothes, they were waiting for them to dry in the afternoon, so they could wear them tomorrow. It was noon. Feeling hungry, the 4 of them went downstairs to eat. They decided they needed a good meal before military training started tomorrow. After a quick discussion, they agreed to eat out and have something hearty. Since they needed to build up their strength, they opted for meat and headed to a Western restaurant for steak. The prices were reasonable, around 100 yuan per person. Considering the area was mostly students, it was on the higher end, but not a charity case. They chose this place because it had good reviews on Dianping. As they walked in, a waiter led them to a table for 4 by the window. Since the restaurant was on the 4th floor, they had a view of the street below. After ordering their meals, they all pulled out their phones and started scrolling. Tang Feng, bored, didn't have time for a game, and was curious what Jing Tian sitting next to her was looking at. She leaned over and saw Jing Tian was scrolling through Douyin. Seeing Tang Feng's interest, Jing Tian enthusiastically said, "Come, let's look at some handsome guys." Tang Feng wasn't really interested, but when she glanced at the screen, she was stunned, her almond-shaped eyes widening in surprise. On the screen were 2 men. One was wearing a white shirt and jeans with a mask and hat, and the other was in a matching black shirt and jeans with a mask and hat. Both shirts had their collars open low, revealing sexy collarbones. Moving to the rhythm of the music, their bodies were pressed very close together. One of them was playfully rubbing the other's waist, gyrating with a seductive dance. She even saw one of them pull up the other's shirt, revealing a set of tantalizing abdominal muscles. What was even more explosive was the moment when the man in the white shirt almost kissed the one in the black shirt. Tang Feng looked away, embarrassed, but then curiosity got the better of her, and she looked again, then looked away again, then finally gave in and watched several more times to see if they actually kissed. While she was sneaking peeks, her 3 roommates were all staring at her. They were a mix of exasperation and amusement. Shu Yunduo couldn't take it anymore. Just watch it openly. Stop with that sneaky act. Jing Tian kindly moved her phone closer, placing it between the 2 of them, so Tang Feng could see more clearly. Tang Feng immediately sat up straight and watched openly, though her face was still red. She couldn't help it, the moves, the vibe. It was all so thrilling. Jing Tian teased her slyly. Who said they were a lesbian? I'm not so sure. What kind of lesbian gets all excited watching 2 guys dance? Tang Feng was silent. How was she supposed to answer that? She didn't know. Couldn't it just be a hobby, being interested in a little bit of everything? That was fine. She continued watching the video with great interest. It was like a whole new world had opened up for her. The world of girls was indeed exciting. Just then Jing Tian looked up and spotted a handsome foreign guy walking past. She pointed him out to the other 3. All 4 of them turned to look. Their first thought, this man has a great body. Jing Tian blurted out, "Wow, that foreign guy has a really perky butt. Based on my years of experience, he's definitely a bottom." The other 2 nodded in agreement. Tang Feng followed their lead, nodding along too. She didn't really understand what years of experience meant, but she couldn't help but focus on the perky but part her roommate had mentioned. She couldn't help but sneak a glance at the foreign guy's butt. He did seem to have a point. Before she would never have looked at a man's butt. That would have been crazy. But now she didn't feel any particular way as she was just fully assimilated. The foreign guy who had already walked past their table suddenly stopped, turned around, and came back. He walked directly up to them. His face was flushed red as he spoke in fluent Chinese. I may be British and but may be perky, and there may be a lot of gay people there, but I am not. I like girls. With that he turned and left. The four of them were left stunned. So he understood Chinese. Awkward. Jing Tian scratched her head sheepishly. She thought he wouldn't understand, and they hadn't spoken that loudly, but he had heard them. The four of them exchanged glances and silently lowered their heads in embarrassment. They busied themselves with their phones, watching videos, scrolling through Weibo, looking very occupied. After a while they snuck a peek at the foreign guy. Seeing he wasn't paying attention to them anymore, they all burst into muffled laughter. That steak dinner was eaten with great relish, whetting their appetites for more. An alarm clock rang, followed by 3 others blaring in unison. The 4 roommates moved faster than ever that morning. After washing up, they dashed out of the dormitory. By the time Tang Feng hurried into the classroom, more than half of the class had already arrived. The drill instructor was already standing there, his eyes fixed on the watch on his wrist, scrutinizing the time sternly. Another 10 minutes passed, and finally all the students in the class had gathered. The morning sun generously spilled over the vast playground, its golden rays coating every corner with a warm golden edge. At that moment the students stood in perfect alignment like soldiers awaiting inspection. The instructor gave a brief self-introduction. His surname was LV. He appeared to be the honest and simple type, with healthy wheat-colored skin radiating vitality under the sunlight. He looked to be in his early 20s, and his demeanor was not stern at all. Instead, he exuded an approachable warmth. Seeing such an instructor, the students felt a great sense of relief, secretly thinking, he doesn't look fierce, it should be easier. The tension that had been tightly wound in their hearts loosened a little. Tang Feng, however, thought otherwise. She scrutinized their instructor carefully. Though young, his sturdy build and steady, powerful steps revealed his extraordinary capability. Clearly, he possessed genuine skill. Following the instructor's command, everyone officially began the first day of military training. The university military training would last half a month. At first, Tang Feng thought it would be similar to high school, but the result greatly exceeded her expectations. The first day was spent reviewing the drills they had practiced in high school, standing at attention, marching in step, and so on. Unexpectedly, on the second day, the morning still consisted of these familiar movements. Since everyone had some foundation, they completed them fairly smoothly. But in the afternoon, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. They changed the activity. That afternoon, they were to learn military boxing. Everyone was stunned by this sudden change. Tang Feng also found it somewhat unexpected. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Looks like university military training has something to it. The instructor demonstrated in front, executing a series of moves. Straight punches, hooks, kicks, elbow strikes, knee strikes. All in one fluid motion, powerful and fierce with an imposing aura. Especially the boys, they stared wide-eyed, itching to rush up and show off their skills. The girls were also full of admiration, their eyes sparkling as they exclaimed, "That's so cool." Tang Feng's eyes lit up as well, and she thought to herself, why is the country placing so much emphasis on military power now? Universities are even popularizing military boxing. It feels like World War III is coming. This is preparation training. These moves were not flashy or superficial. Every single technique was a practical one that could be used in actual combat against an enemy. Tang Feng was eager to try them out, as she loved these fighting techniques the most. Thanks to her previous foundation in Taekwondo, her advantage in practicing military boxing in class became evident. She was definitely in the top 3 of the class. The instructor praised her several times, and Tang Feng became even more focused. The second and third days were scorching hot, like being in a steamer, as if trying to cook people alive. During those days, Tang Feng gulped down ice water continuously, yet it never seemed to quench her thirst. The autumn tiger was no joke, its power was truly astonishing. She was so exhausted that she had no energy for anything else, not even her favorite books. As soon as she returned to the dormitory and showered, she collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep instantly, without a second's delay. Meanwhile, the other 3 girls in the dorm had their skin tanned by at least one shade. They slathered sunscreen on themselves all day long, almost pouring the entire bottle onto their faces. Yet despite all that, they couldn't resist the vicious assault of UV rays. They still got tanned. As for Tang Feng, she didn't apply a single thing, took no precautions at all, and remained exactly the same as before the training. Sometimes they wondered if Tang Feng was even human. Tang Feng was also a bit puzzled, then remembered that she used to have dark circles from staying up late, but ever since she became a girl, that problem had disappeared. On the 4th day, she was once again utterly exhausted, and the training didn't end until 8 in the evening. Just as Tang Feng was about to head back to the girls' dormitory, she was called over. The people who called her were the class monitor and the recreational secretary. Besides her there were several other classmates, and even Fu Xiqing was among them. Tang Feng walked up to Fu Xiqing and whispered, "Do you know what's going on?" Fu Xiqing shook his head indicating he didn't know. Just as Tang Feng was about to ask another question, the monitor spoke up. "The school will hold a welcome party after the military training ends." The group of them was now sitting cross-legged on the grass of the playground, forming a small circle. Everyone listened attentively to the monitor. The monitor continued, "Each class has to present a program." The remaining students nodded. "The reason we kept you here is first because you all have a high completion rate of the military boxing during the day, so you can skip the evening training and use that time to rehearse the program." Tang Feng's eyes lit up instantly. "There's such a good thing." The other students were also happy. Having the evening off was a welcome break. Even though they wouldn't be idle, rehearsing a program was still better than military training. They all agreed and were willing to work on the show. Then it was the recreational secretary's turn. She was a girl named Gao Yuan who was very good at singing. She had mentioned during self-introduction that she had won the Best Campus Singer Award in high school. Gao Yuan cleared her throat and said, "Well, I've written a stage play. The inspiration came to me in high school, and I completed it over the summer. I'm very satisfied with this story." Then Gao Yuan began to outline the story of her stage play. The idea was adapted from the classic fairy tales of Snow White and Sleeping Beauty. The queen would ask the magic mirror every day, "Mirror, mirror, who is the fairest of them all?" And the mirror would always reply obediently, "Of course, your majesty, you are." The queen was overjoyed, every day blooming like a flower, because what she cared about most was her breathtaking beauty. As time passed, Snow White grew up. When the queen asked the mirror again, the mirror said, "The fairest in the world is of course Snow White." But what the queen didn't know was that Snow White was actually a boy. After repeated attempts by the queen to persecute and hunt down Snow White fell in love with the queen. Later, when the queen realized she couldn't kill Snow White, she felt there was no hope and committed suicide. Snow White then revealed his male identity, inherited the throne, and summoned the best wizard to bring the queen back to life. The wizard sacrificed 50 years of his own life to attach the queen's soul to a sleeping princess. As long as Snow White found that sleeping kingdom, he could wake the princess with a kiss. Thus the queen could be resurrected. As Tang Feng listened, she found it increasingly bizarre. This storyline. Are you sure a normal person could come up with this? It's like a mix of stepmother romance, Stockholm Syndrome, and reincarnation, a real hodgepodge. Sure enough, after hearing the entire story outline, all the students fell silent. It was hard to comment. Gao Yuan, who had been speaking enthusiastically, grew anxious at their reaction. Thinking they simply didn't appreciate the brilliance of her story, she quickly added, "This is what I call dark fairy tales, the complete opposite of those sweet, happy fairy tales. The theme is to show that fairy tales are all lies." Tang Feng felt that what she said made sense, so she was the first to applaud, offering encouragement. The others, though bewildered, were deeply impressed. Since it was the recreational secretary's 3-year masterpiece, they decided to go along with it. After all, outsiders shouldn't interfere. Gao Yuan's suspended heart finally settled a little. She hadn't expected that the dream she couldn't fulfill in high school would come true in college. This was what she considered her best story ever. Every time she read it, she was moved by the forbidden love between Snow White and the wicked stepmother, lamenting their fate. Luckily, the stepmother was saved in the end, giving them a happy ending. "Now let me assign the roles." Everyone nodded in agreement. Tang Feng, however, had a bad feeling. Snow White, Fu Xiqing. The evil queen, Tang Feng. The old king, Li Lai. The 7 dwarfs, the witch. Several students had to play multiple roles. Those who were witches also had to act as dwarfs, and those who were kings also had to play knights. In short, with just a few people, they had to create the presence of 20 or 30. Tang Feng's suspended heart finally died. She was so anxious, she almost jumped up. Wait. In playing the evil queen, and also Sleeping Beauty. Gao Yuan replied matter-of-factly, "You're the prettiest girl among us." That statement wasn't wrong, but Tang Feng really didn't want to act. So she protested, "Then why can't I be Snow White?" In her eyes, that would be the revenge protagonist of a satisfying story. Gao Yuan countered, "Snow White is Fu Xiqing because the princess is male." Fu Xiqing, who had been looking down, now stared at Gao Yuan in shock. This was really too absurd. Tang Feng thought, well, that does make sense. But still it felt so annoying. Fu Xiqing, a man of few words, rarely raised his hand to speak. "I refuse." Tang Feng quickly followed suit. "Me too." The monitor said coolly, "This comes with credits." Tang Feng immediately refused. "I can do without them." Then, just as she thought the monitor would come up with some other trick, the monitor suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Tang Feng and Fu Xiqing by the legs. He wailed loudly, "Please agree. Look at this poor child. I have to submit the program today, and I really can't do anything else." His tearful cries, combined with his utterly pitiful appearance, made Tang Feng feel that it wasn't that serious. But he was already on his knees, so she softened and nodded in agreement. She was the soft-hearted type after all. Fu Siqing thought for a moment, and also nodded. He thought, if I play Snow White in the stage play and fall in love with the queen, and the queen is played by Tang Feng, I can accept that. And so the program for the welcome party was settled and rehearsals would begin tomorrow evening. A week of military training quickly passed. Today Instructor Liu planned to assess the week's progress by having the students spar on Yanon. Before the sparring began, he wanted to select a student to demonstrate a few moves with him. After explaining the day's training objectives, Instructor Liu was about to choose a volunteer when Tang Feng raised her hand with such eagerness that she was impossible to ignore. All right, Tang Feng it is, he said. The students formed a circle as Instructor Liu's words fell, their gazes fixed on the two figures at the center. Tang Feng stood in her crisp uniform, her eyes resolute, her ponytail swaying gently in the breeze. The instructor, tall and imposing, wore a stern expression that exuded a soldier's authority. At the command, the sparring began. Tang Feng struck first with a powerful, swift, straight punch aimed at the instructor's face. He dodged with a sidestep and countered with a horizontal kick. Tang Feng reacted quickly, ducking low before lunging forward with a bow-stance punch aimed at his chest. The instructor remained composed, deflecting the blow with a block before spinning into a flawless roundhouse kick. Tang Feng leaped back, agilely steadied herself, and launched another attack. Her military boxing forms were precise, each strike carrying fierce determination. The instructor was equally impressive, his movements sharp and clean, each strike delivering immense power and precise control. They traded blows in a whirlwind of fists and kicks, drawing gasps from the watching students. Tang Feng clenched her jaw, sweat trickling down her cheeks, but her eyes showed no sign of retreat. The instructor, ever calm, countered each move. Suddenly seizing an opening, he executed a grappling technique and seized Tang Feng's arm. But she spun around swiftly, broke free from his hold, and launched a flurry of punches at him. The instructor met her attacks head in with his own fists. Suddenly a sharp pain shot through Tang Feng's abdomen. She felt something wet trickle down below, and her mind went blank. Had she wet herself? Her chain of attacks faltered and broke off just as the instructor's counterblow came straight at her face. Tang Feng couldn't withstand the blow and was knocked to the ground. Her classmates rushed over to help her up, but she was drenched in cold sweat, and the pain in her abdomen was like being cut with a knife, 10 times worse than the punch she had just taken. After being helped up, Tang Feng collapsed back to the ground, unable to bear the agony. A sudden scream rang out from one of the girls who had tried to support her. She had touched the grass, and upon looking at her hands saw blood. The other students were startled by the scream, and seeing the blood on her hand they assumed she was injured. The girl shook her head and pointed at Tang Feng. It's Tang Feng's blood. It's dripping onto the grass. All eyes turned toward Tang Feng. They noticed her pale face, and it seemed she really was hurt. The instructor was stunned. He had pulled his punch, and they were sparring on the grass, so a fall shouldn't have caused any harm. Still, he stepped forward and asked, Tang Feng, are you all right? Tang Feng's stomach pain was intensifying, making it nearly impossible to speak. Fu Siqing, who had an inkling of what was happening, quickly took off his military jacket and draped it over her abdomen. Then he scooped her up, told the instructor he was taking her to the infirmary, and hurried off with her in his arms. The class monitor followed close behind. Some students looked baffled, while a few perceptive girls seemed to understand the situation and exchanged knowing glances. Someone noticed the brownish bloodstain on Tang Feng's pants. The scene unfolded on a crowded field, and many people witnessed it. A photo of Fu Siqing carrying Tang Feng to the infirmary was snapped by a bystander and uploaded to the campus forum, along with several shots of her sparring with the instructor. At first, the comments focused on how Tang Feng might have been injured during the sparring match. But as the post spread, the rumors grew increasingly absurd. Someone claimed the instructor landed a punch on Tang Feng, and the delicate campus beauty spat out a huge mouthful of blood before collapsing seriously injured. Another embellished the tale, and then the campus heartthrob Fu Siqing swooped in like a hero, saving a damsel in distress, carrying her off to the infirmary at breakneck speed, as if her life hung by a thread. The photo of Fu Siqing holding Tang Feng was shared the most. In the sunlight, the two made a striking image. He handsome and tall, she delicate and fragile. The worry etched on his face as he carried her was palpable even through the photo. Soon fans began shipping them, even dubbing the pair sugar threads. The photo of the campus heartthrob carrying the campus beauty was just too sweet, sweet enough to pull into strands. Throughout the journey, Tang Feng kept her eyes squeezed shut, gritting her teeth, her mind racing with wild thoughts. What if she had a terminal illness? The pain was so bad, she felt like she was dying. Fu Siqing noticed Tang Feng clenching her jaw and worried she might bite through her lip. This vulnerable version of her was a stark contrast to the spirited girl who had sparred with the instructor moments ago. A pang of sympathy rose in his chest, and he said, if it hurts too much, you can bite my arm. It was then that Tang Feng realized she was being carried. She looked up and saw Fu Siqing. The pain had been so intense, she hadn't even thought about who was bringing her to the infirmary. She managed a weak smile. No need. I can bear it. Fu Sikin wanted to tell her something amusing to distract her, but he couldn't think of a single thing. He quickened his pace and soon reached the infirmary. Due to the military training, several doctors were on duty, and the facility was well equipped to handle emergencies. Seeing the situation, the doctors hurried over with serious expressions. Being carried and meant it was likely serious. Fu Siken laid her on a small bed. The class monitor explained the situation. Fu Siken stood to the side, suspecting it might just be her period, but the severity of her pain made him wonder if something else was wrong. He watched Tang Feng with deep concern. One of the female doctors was skeptical at first, but seeing the girl in such agony, she didn't jump to conclusions. She conducted a thorough examination and concluded that Tang Feng was menstruating with severe cold in her system, causing intense menstrual cramps. The female doctor asked, "Did you eat a lot of cold things before your period?" Tang Feng nodded. When the doctor confirmed she was having her period, Tang Feng was devastated. Her having a period. It felt like a bolt from the blue. The pain was caused by eating too many cold foods. Even more distressing. Did that mean she couldn't drink cold beverages anymore? No way. That was worse than death. Summer without something ice cold wasn't summer at all. She'd known periods were a thing, but she never thought she'd have to deal with it herself. No one had ever told her periods could hurt this much, like a knife carving her insides. Tang Feng's face was pale, her head hung low in sheer embarrassment. Who ends up in the infirmary because of their period? She had seen the doctor's teasing expression. And worse, two of her classmates knew. How could she ever face them again? The class monitor, sensing her discomfort, said, "Tang Feng, rest well. They'll explain things to the instructor and ask for leave for you. Fu Siken can stay and look after you." The instructor was probably still waiting for news. It was all a false alarm. At least she wasn't injured. After the class monitor left, Fu Siken went to speak with the doctor, listening carefully and mentally noting all the instructions. He looked at Tang Feng, who lay on the bed with her eyes closed, still drenched in cold sweat. He said he'd be right back and dashed out of the room. Tang Feng opened her eyes just in time to see his figure disappear through the doorway. She wanted to say something, but closed her mouth instead. Fu Siken headed to the nearest campus convenience store. He moved quickly, grabbing what he needed. Sanitary pads. He wasn't sure which kind, so he grabbed one pack of each. Disposable underwear, brown sugar, ginger tea, a cup, a basin, a hot water bottle, tissues. He paid and sprinted back to the infirmary. Tang Feng, Tang Feng. In a daze of pain, Tang Feng opened her eyes. She saw an IV drip in her hand, and the person calling her was Fu Siken. Fu Siken handed a bag of sanitary pads to Tang Feng. "You this?" Perhaps he was too embarrassed to say it out loud, so he pointed at the item in his hand, expecting her to understand. Tang Feng followed his gesture and saw a large bag of sanitary pads. Instantly, her face flushed bright red. She understood, but she hesitated because she didn't know how to use them. She wanted to ask for his help, but then suddenly realized he was a guy too. Fu Siken thought she was just shy, so he suggested she drink the prepared brown sugar ginger tea first, then go to the restroom later. Tang Feng saw the cup Fu Siken handed over again. She caught a strong smell of ginger and quickly dodged away. She hated ginger the most. Seeing her refusal, Fu Siken was at a loss. Had he done something wrong? She had rejected both items. His worried expression was tinged with disappointment. Just then a female doctor came over and saw what Fu Siken had bought. She couldn't help praising, "Classmate, your boyfriend is really thoughtful. You were breaking out in cold sweat just now. Although the IV contains painkillers, you should drink the brown sugar ginger tea quickly. It'll help you recover faster." Upon hearing the word girlfriend, Fu Siken's heart felt as if it were being gently brushed by a feather, a strange sensation rising within him. The word seemed to have a magical power, making his heart beat uncontrollably fast, and a faint blush spreading across his face. Tang Feng immediately denied it. We are not boyfriend and girlfriend. It's just that I don't like ginger. Can I drink plain hot water? Hot water can cure all ills, right? The female doctor was first surprised. This male classmate had been so anxious earlier, asking about the situation in detail and rushing to buy things. It turned out to be unrequited love. Seeing how good-looking both of them were, she felt it would be a pity if they weren't together. So she advised, "How can hot water cure anything? It's the brown sugar ginger tea your classmate made that can help. Trust me, just drink it quickly." Hearing this, Tang Feng recalled the time she had told Gu Sheng and brother Jin Yin to drink hot water, and she felt embarrassed. She still took the brown sugar ginger tea from Fu Siken and downed it in one gulp. Her face scrunched up as if she were drinking some bitter medicine. Just then Fu Siken took a piece of milk candy from his pocket and handed it to Tang Feng. The wrapper was already off. As soon as Tang Feng saw the candy, her eyes lit up, and she immediately popped it into her mouth. The milky flavor and sweetness instantly diluted much of the ginger taste. Her expression relaxed, and a satisfied smile spread across her face. The female doctor clicked her tongue in admiration, thinking this boy was unexpectedly attentive. How considerate. Watching their sweet interaction with a smile, she thought maybe she should find a boyfriend herself. she suddenly felt like falling in love. At that moment Tang Feng, who had been hesitating for a while, gently tugged at the female doctor's sleeve. She also sneaked a glance at Fu Siqian's direction. The doctor understood and looked at Fu Siqian, then leaned closer to Tang Feng. Tang Feng whispered very softly, "Pretty sister, can you teach me how to use this?" As she spoke, she secretly pointed at the bag of sanitary pads beside her. Now it was the female doctor's turn to be surprised. She looked at the girl's age. She was in college, probably 18. Was this her first period? The doctor also considered that the girl might be shy, so she whispered, "Is this your first time having your period?" Tang Feng blushed and nodded lightly. The female doctor was even more shocked, but then thought the world is full of wonders. There are even women born without a uterus, so a late start is normal. She just felt that the girl's mother had been too careless. Even if the period hadn't come, she could have taught her some basic knowledge. Then both of them simultaneously looked at Fu Siqian. At this moment Fu Siqian's face was even redder. Although they had spoken softly, he had heard everything. He quickly said on his own, "Classmate Tang Feng, I'll wait for you outside." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out of the ward like a gust of wind. Standing at the door, Fu Siqian leaned against the wall, his heart pounding. His mind was filled with the thought that today was the day the girl had grown up. Tang Feng followed the female doctor into the inner restroom. Under the doctor's patient guidance, Tang Feng's ears turned red with shyness as she finally completed the first sanitary pad change of her life. Afterward, the female doctor gave a detailed explanation of the various uses of the purchased sanitary pads. Daytime use, nighttime use, different materials and different thicknesses. She was extremely thorough. Tang Feng listened and silently memorized everything. At this point the female doctor teased, "I didn't expect your male classmate to be so thoughtful. He bought a bit of everything, very complete. I think this will be enough for you." She noticed the hot water bottle by the bed, picked it up, and asked Tang Feng to place it on her stomach. Gently she said, "Come lie down. See, he even prepared a hot water bottle for you. This boy is meticulous and earnest. Don't you want to consider him?" Just then Fu Siqian, who was about to enter upon hearing voices from the room, stopped in his tracks when he caught the doctor's question. He seemed to be waiting for something. Tang Feng finally felt like she had come back to life. With the brown sugar ginger tea and the hot water bottle warming her stomach, the pain was gone, and she was no longer breaking out in cold sweat. In a good mood she replied, "We're in the same class. We just met not long ago. Sister, you're overthinking. Classmate Fu Siqian is naturally a thoughtful person. I think anyone would have done the same in this situation. You've misunderstood." She didn't say no outright, but every word implied rejection. Fu Siqian actually knew that their connection was shallow. He had feelings for her, but she probably saw him as just another classmate. Just as the female doctor was about to say something more, Fu Siqian walked in. The female doctor dropped the topic and instead gave some instructions. After the four was finished, if she felt okay, she could go back. When the doctor left the room, only the two of them remained. Tang Feng felt a bit awkward, she didn't know if he had heard the earlier question. Fu Siqian, on the other hand, had regained his composure and asked with concern, "Are you feeling better? Does your stomach still hurt?" Tang Feng blushed and nodded, finally managing to thank him. "Fu Siqian, thank you for taking me to the clinic so quickly. I was in so much pain I couldn't even speak." After saying this, she scratched her head in embarrassment. Fu Siqian poured hot water into a basin he had bought earlier and put a towel in it, answering, "We're classmates. The class monitor was also there just now. Seeing that your condition wasn't too serious, he asked me to stay and take care of you." Tang Feng nodded. "I see. Then after I recover and the military training is over, I'll treat you and the class monitor to a meal." At this moment Fu Siqian wrung out the towel, sat on the edge of the bed, and gently wiped Tang Feng's face with the warm towel. The warmth immediately brought Tang Feng back to her senses. It was quite comfortable, but she felt that Fu Siqian was just too kind to others. A bit embarrassed, she took the towel herself. Another round of thanks made Fu Siqian's hand, holding the towel, freeze in midair. Then, feigning nonchalance, he withdrew his hand and waited for Tang Feng to finish wiping her face before taking the towel back. After she finished, Fu Siqian put the towel back into the warm water and wrung it out again. Just as Tang Feng was about to take it, Fu Siqian stopped her. "It's hard for you to wipe your hands yourself while you haven't for. Let me do it." Fu Siqian gently took Tang Feng's hand and carefully wiped each finger as if cherishing a precious treasure. Tang Feng found it reasonable and happily enjoyed his thoughtful service. Her fondness for Fu Siqian was rising rapidly. It seemed that from childhood to now, only Gu Sheng had been this attentive. Tang Feng looked at Fu Siqian's eyes and brows, which were somewhat similar to Gu Sheng's. "You really look like one of my good buddies." Fu Siqian didn't take it to heart. Hearing that he resembled someone she knew, he felt it was a kind of fate. What a coincidence. Is it really that similar? As for who he resembled, he recalled someone. About 40 to 50%. Your eyes and brows are quite similar. Thinking back to the first time she saw Fu Siqian, she felt they almost could have known each other. What a pity. She would tell Gu Sheng about this next time, and let him come see for himself. If they looked alike, it would be a chance for them to meet. Fate, indeed. Also, both of them were very meticulous in their actions, which was another similarity. Fu Sikin replied, "That's my honor." The atmosphere between them seemed to have improved compared to their first meeting in the classroom. At least Fu Sikin was now speaking more than just a grunt or a nod. Although his words weren't as rapid-fire as Tang Feng's, they were at least a few more characters. Tang Feng felt that her initial impression was correct. Fu Sikin was just not sociable, but he was kind and warm-hearted. This friend Tang Feng was determined to make. At noon, inside the laboratory, Gu Sheng was about to leave when he overheard Tang Feng's name mentioned by two people passing by. He paused mid-step. He heard one of the girls say, "Did you check the neighboring school's forum today?" Yeah. Apparently Tang Feng, the belle of Hua University, was beaten to a pulp. "Oh, that's serious. That's a bit much. There are pictures and evidence." They say the school belle overestimated herself and challenged the drill instructor. She tried to use her barely learned military boxing skills against him. The instructor didn't hold back and landed a punch, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood, injuring her internal organs. Well, that's a bit pitiful. Not like our school's belle, who is currently in the lab researching a new scientific project with her team. Another girl said, "How can you compare? Ours has both looks and brains. That other one is just a muscle-headed fool with a big chest." If Tang Feng had heard this, she would have been furious. She would have loudly retorted, "Sorry, but my chest is as flat as a steamed bun. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Also, who the hell spread the rumor that my internal organs were injured? Are we filming a martial arts movie here? I'm just having my period. My period. My period." Important things must be said 3 times. Unfortunately, Tang Feng wasn't there at that moment, or else with her sharp tongue, she would have left them speechless, and they wouldn't dare spread such rumors again. Gu Sheng immediately took out his phone and called Tang Feng. Although he didn't quite believe it, he figured she might really be injured. Not knowing the specifics, he called while walking quickly out. He called several times, but no one answered. Gu Sheng's quick walk turned into a sprint. He skipped lunch and rushed downstairs, hopped on his bicycle, and sped off towards Hua University. Finally, he managed to find out where she was via WeChat. Fortunately, just like Yi Jinyan, he had added Tang Feng's roommate on WeChat. When Gu Sheng arrived in a flurry, Tang Feng's spirit had already recovered significantly. She was already on her 3rd floor drip. Her face had regained its rosy color, and she was munching on potato chips with relish. Seeing Gu Sheng arrive, her eyes lit up. "Truly a good buddy," she asked happily. "You're pretty well informed, huh? How did you know I was in the infirmary?" She was also a bit curious. "But how did you find out?" Tang Feng asked purely out of curiosity, since they didn't even attend the same university. Although it wasn't far, it wasn't exactly close either. Gu Sheng ignored her question, instead focusing entirely on observing and checking Tang Feng's complexion. She seemed to be okay. He also looked at Tang Feng's medical records and the prescribed medication. His face darkened, and he said with some annoyance, "Didn't Auntie tell you to drink less cold stuff? If you really want to drink it, you should let it sit and take small sips. I guess you didn't take that to heart at all." This was the first time Tang Feng had seen Gu Sheng angry with her. She was completely stunned, then felt extremely wronged and shouted, "Gu Sheng, are you still my best buddy or not? You're starting to yell at me now. What, just because I'm a girl you think you can push me around? And using my mom to pressure me? You've gotten pretty bold." She then turned her head away, ignoring Gu Sheng, and continued eating her chips. She thought he came to visit a patient, but it turned out he came to interrogate her. She could cry. Seeing this, Gu Sheng's expression softened slightly. He reached out and turned Tang Feng's head to face him, but she was sulking and refused to look at him, deliberately staring elsewhere. Gu Sheng felt like he was dealing with a child he had spoiled. He had no choice but to compromise helplessly. All right, it was my fault just now. I was just too worried about you. Look at what the doctor said. You drank too many cold drinks, which caused your abdominal pain. How about this? They'll make some herbal pills for you over this period to regulate your body. You're a girl now, it's not like you can't drink it at all, but you need to control it around your period, okay?" This time Gu Sheng's tone was extremely gentle, full of coaxing. Only then did Tang Feng look at him properly. She immediately grinned again. Great. But will making these pills be too much trouble for you? Aren't you busy with your project? Do you have the time?" Gu Sheng knew Tang Feng was easy to appease. He sat down and told her about his recent project work. Meanwhile, outside the door, Fu Sichin, who had returned from buying porridge, paused his steps upon hearing the name Gu Sheng. Gu Sheng. He silently repeated the name in his heart. Surname Gu. Humph. A bitter smile tugged at Fu Sichin's lips, and his gaze gradually turned cold and deep. His laughter was low and hoarse, each humph like a sharp knife stabbing into his heart, causing his body to tremble slightly. A gloomy aura surged from him like a tide, spreading out and making the air feel suffocating and oppressive. His figure appeared especially lonely and desolate amidst this dark aura, as if abandoned by the world. He gripped the plastic bag with the porridge tighter, as if wanting to embed it into his flesh. It was as if he had returned to his childhood the first time he heard the name Gu Sheng. "Mom, are you going to spend the new year with me today?" Fu Lingxue happily helped the little boy put on new clothes. She replied, Yes, we'll go find your dad soon and spend the new year with him. The little boy became even happier, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Really? I have a dad too. Where is he? Where are we going to find him? At this moment Fu Lingsu's voice was gentle, her heart filled with sweetness at the thought of that tall, handsome man. Dad lives in a very magnificent and beautiful house. He'll take you to find him soon. When you see him, call him Dad, understand? Fu Lingxue instructed. Her son was her leverage, as she didn't believe Gu Minchen wouldn't like him upon seeing him. Looking at her son's eyebrows and eyes, which were identical to Gu Minchen's, Fu Lingxue felt extremely sweet inside. She had also given him a son. Surely he would be very happy now. The two took a taxi and arrived at the gates of a manor. After getting out, they were stopped by the security guard. Fu Lingxue said arrogantly, "Open your dog eyes and look carefully. This is the biological son of President Gu Minchen. How dare you stop us?" The security guard, upon seeing the child, wasn't entirely sure but had some doubts. Still, he opened the gate and conceded, "I'll go with you. If it's true, I'll apologize." He was just a hired worker. He couldn't afford to offend the rich who lived here. One word from them could get him fired. So the three of them went to Gu Minchen's villa together. Fu Siken saw such a beautiful and large house for the first time. Standing at the main gate, through the gaps in the railings, he could see a huge garden inside with rockeries, a fountain, and an exquisite pavilion. Just then someone from inside came out, saw Fu Lingxue, and looked disgusted. The CEO had divorced because of this woman. How dare she show her face here? Weren't they paying monthly child support? They had given her a large sum of money initially to get an abortion, but she ran off after taking the money, only to come back 3 years later to cause trouble. This wasn't even the first time. Previously, she always caused scenes at the company. Now she was coming to the house. If the CEO found out, he as the butler would be blamed. The butler said politely, "Miss Fu, the CEO isn't home. Please go back." Seeing the child standing to the side, he felt a pang of pity. What a tragedy. Just then Fu Siken heard the sound of fireworks. He looked up and saw someone setting them off. Meanwhile, Fu Lingxue began to throw a tantrum, arguing with the butler, insisting on going inside. No one noticed the child sneak through the gate. He wanted to see the beautiful fireworks, so he wanted to find the source to get a better view. As he walked, he saw a little boy accompanied by a tall man. He had seen this man in photos. He was supposed to be his father. He ran forward, happily shouting, "Dad! Dad!" Gu Minchen didn't hear him at first, but little Gu Sheng did, and tugged on his father's sleeve. Gu Minchen turned around and saw a little boy. He recognized him. It was that child. He then called for a servant to take the boy away. And so young Fu Sichen, without even getting close to his father, had his deepest impression be that this man called Dad looked at him with a cold, displeased expression. As someone carried him away, he saw that same man called Dad turn and smile warmly at the boy beside him. They even took out sparklers and played together. Under the brilliance of the fireworks, the two of them laughed happily, so happily. Meanwhile, Fu Sichen, being carried away, watched silently, mouthing "Dad, Dad," and cried loudly. But his cries went unheard under the sound of the fireworks. Later, as he grew older, he learned that he was an illegitimate child, and the boy he saw in his childhood could bear the surname Gu, while he could only bear the surname Fu. Every time his mother would go and pester them, but she was always driven away. Perhaps in their eyes his mother was a joke. Indeed, he was too someone who wasn't meant to be born. But that laughter under the fireworks. He was so jealous to the point of madness. Why was it so unfair? Fu Siken calmed his emotions, not wanting his distress to be seen by others, especially the two people inside. Just seeing him had almost made him lose his composure. So he still cared, didn't he? He let out a cold laugh inwardly, just as he thought. He was still that pitiful little creature no one loved, a fool yearning for affection. A wave of self-mockery surged within him as if the whole world was against him. When Fu Siken walked in, Gu Sheng heard the sound. He turned his head, was momentarily stunned, then casually looked back at Tang Feng. Seeing it was Fu Siken who had returned, Tang Feng said happily, "Fu Sichen, I was saying earlier that I'd introduce you to, and now it's happening. This is Gu Sheng, my best buddy since childhood that I told you about. Gu Sheng, this is Fu Sichen, the kind classmate I just mentioned. He brought me to the infirmary." Gu Sheng felt the young man before him looked somewhat familiar. Knowing he had carried Tang Feng to the infirmary despite feeling a pang of jealousy, he politely extended his hand in gratitude. "Thank you for bringing Tang Feng to the infirmary." Fu Siken stared at the outstretched hand for a few seconds before finally shaking it. "No need for thanks. We are classmates and friends." Tang Feng was delighted. Right. You're both my good friends." Gu Sheng extended his right hand with a polite, yet distant smile, shook the other's hand briefly, and quickly let go. His movement was decisive and clean without any hesitation. However, Fu Siken seemed a bit slow to react. His hand paused in the air for a moment before he slowly withdrew it. His expression stiffened, but he quickly regained his composure, forcing a faint smile. Tang Feng, noticing Fu Siken's somewhat forced smile, said, "Fu Sichen, you don't have to smile if you don't want to. We're all good friends. You don't need to force yourself. Let's not be fake with each other." Tang Feng could sense that Fu Siken was a bit closed off, not very communicative, and didn't mingle much with others. During the military training breaks these past few days, he would always sit alone in silence. It was only when she took the initiative to approach him that he would open up a bit. As for why he was like that, everyone has their own past. Tang Feng believed that as long as you treat others with sincerity, you can make friends, and there's no need to pry. Fu Siken opened the porridge and walked over to Tang Feng. Here, have some porridge to warm your stomach. Seeing the porridge, Gu Sheng reached out to take it, but was refused. Gu Sheng's hand, which was reaching for the porridge, paused slightly. Fu Siken said to Tang Feng, "Do you need me to feed you? I see your hand isn't convenient." Tang Feng noticed Gu Sheng's action just now. She looked at Fu Sichen, then at Gu Sheng, feeling that something was a bit strange. She just couldn't pinpoint what was strange. But her intuition told her it was better to drink it herself. Then she flashed a sweet smile. "I'll drink it myself. The four is almost done anyway, a few more minutes won't matter." Fu Siken let out a disappointed "Oh. All right then." He glanced at the 4 bags, saw it was almost empty, and took the initiative to go call the doctor. Once he left, Gu Sheng looked at Tang Feng. "He likes you." Tang Feng was stunned by this statement. Was her friend overworking his brain with research in the lab? Had he gone mad? She immediately retorted, "Gu Sheng, what's wrong with you? Do you think everyone likes me? I'm not like you back in high school, every girl had a crush on you." Gu Sheng remained silent. He knew she was just oblivious, seeing everyone as a potential friend or buddy. Just then the female doctor and Fu Siken returned. Tang Feng stopped talking, but the atmosphere between the two felt subtly awkward. Even the female doctor who just came in noticed it. She was the same doctor who had taught Tang Feng how to use a sanitary pad. As soon as she entered, she saw there was another handsome guy. Upon closer look, he was extremely handsome. Her gossip-loving heart began to stir. While removing Tang Feng's 4 needle, she quietly observed the 3 of them. She wore an expression of a spectator enjoying a juicy drama. She sensed the tense atmosphere of a love triangle. To prolong her stay and watch the show, she repeated the safety instructions. "You can leave once you feel your strength has returned." Then she looked at Fu Siken and Gu Sheng. "It's good that there are people to accompany you." Good. Tang Feng didn't know what to say at that point. Gu Sheng's earlier words, though they seemed nonsensical, had affected her, leaving her feeling awkward. Seeing that she had no reason to stay, the female doctor reluctantly left. Even as she was leaving, she glanced back at the 3 of them. Handsome men, beautiful woman. If it were me, I'd take all of them. Sigh, I wonder if these good catches will be snatched up by someone else. Tang Feng picked up the porridge, then, as if remembering something, asked Fu Sichen, "Have you eaten?" Fu Siken shook his head. Hearing this, Tang Feng quickly urged, "Then go eat soon. Thanks for today. I'll transfer the money to you when I get back." Fu Siken declined, saying it was no big deal and not to bother. Tang Feng insisted on paying, recalling that Fu Siken had been working as a waiter right before university enrollment, so he was probably short on cash. How could she possibly take advantage of him and spend his hard-earned money? That would be asking for divine retribution. Gu Sheng quietly watched the 2 of them go back and forth. Finally, when Fu Siken left, Gu Sheng remarked with a hint of melancholy, "You sure have a lot of close friends and good buddies. Where do I rank?" Tang Feng was taken aback. Such a question didn't sound like Gu Sheng at all. She threw off the covers and got up suddenly, noticing Fu Siken's jacket left behind. Remembering her soiled pants, she decided to wrap it around herself for now. So she used Fu Siken's military training jacket like a skirt to cover her lower half. Seeing this, Gu Sheng immediately snatched the jacket away, took off his own coat, and tied it around Tang Feng's waist to hide the stain. Tang Feng felt that Gu Sheng had changed somehow, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. In the past, he had treated her like a younger brother, always looking after her, and she had always been aware of that. Sometimes she would throw little tantrums, knowing that Gu Sheng would indulge her and never get angry. But this feeling now was subtly different. He used to never ask such strange questions, nor would he interfere so much with her social life. Tang Feng looked up and touched Gu Sheng's forehead, saying, "You don't have a fever either." Suddenly, she leaned in close to Gu Sheng, so near that her breath sprayed onto his neck. She eyed him suspiciously and demanded, "Tell me the truth, are you still Gu Sheng?" She suspected his body had been taken over by someone else. Wasn't there all this talk about soul possession and reincarnation these days? Gu Sheng's heart skipped a beat at her hot breath, and his face flushed slightly. But when he heard Tang Feng's nonsense, any amorous thoughts vanished instantly. He pushed her head away, exasperated, and said, "From now on, read fewer novels. Your brain is getting dumber." "Now that's more like it," Tang Feng muttered. The Gu Sheng, who seemed possessed by a jealous spirit, was too much for her to handle. Was she supposed to make a heart gesture and say, "Oh, you're always number 1 in my heart, you silly"? Tang Feng imagined that scene and shuddered. Yuck, she was becoming abnormal herself. However, afraid that Gu Sheng might feel neglected, she still wrapped her arm around his neck and said cheerfully, "Don't worry, no matter how many friends I have, you'll always be my first best friend." Gu Sheng rolled his eyes. "Are we going or not? You didn't even ask if I've eaten." Tang Feng asked, "So have you eaten?" "Yes." "Then why did you want me to ask?" Gu Sheng helped Tang Feng to the front desk to pay the medical bill, but they were told it had already been paid. Tang Feng thought to herself that Fu Sikin was indeed a loyal and kind friend. She definitely had to repay him. Gu Sheng's face darkened, and he remained silent. As they walked out of the infirmary with Gu Sheng supporting her, Tang Feng laughed and said, "See him all better." Just as she was about to hop around to prove she was fine, Gu Sheng walked in front of her, crouched down, wrapped an arm around her waist, and hoisted her onto his back. Tang Feng initially protested. "Why are you carrying me? My legs are perfectly fine, I'm not injured." She struggled to get down, but a firm smack on her rear silenced her. Tang Feng stammered, "Ji Gu Sheng, are you crazy? Why did you slap my butt? It's still bleeding. If you don't shut up, I'll do it again." Tang Feng was completely subdued. "Fine, carry me, then it's not like he hadn't done it before when they were kids. When they were little, she had even been Gu Sheng's bride." Thinking of this, her cheeks flushed slightly. Why did that memory pop into her head? It was just childish play, pretending to be mom and dad and playing wedding. Back then, Gu Sheng would bribe her with a chocolate lollipop, and she would always be tricked into being his bride. It was embarrassing to recall now. She wished she could travel back in time and slap her younger self silly. Selling herself for a single lollipop was so cheap, she should have held out for at least two. Once they had walked far away, Fu Sikin stepped out from behind a large tree. Sunlight bathed them, creating a beautiful picture, but in Fu Sikin's eyes it was glaringly offensive. Especially when he saw the boy carrying the girl on his back, that intimate atmosphere filled him with extreme discomfort. His eyes burned with envy as if pierced by something sharp. Why could he easily obtain everything good while he himself had nothing? When Gu Sheng carried Tang Feng to the entrance of the girls' dormitory, he finally set her down, a thin layer of sweat forming on his face. Seeing this, Tang Feng scolded, "I told you to let me walk, but you wouldn't listen. You'll exhaust yourself to death. You should head back now. It's too hot and don't get heat stroke." Gu Sheng nodded. "Go back and rest well. We'll go buy some things later. Check your phone. They'll leave the stuff with the dorm matron. You can have your roommate come down to get it. Also behave yourself for a while. No more cold drinks. Once I've made the pills, I'll bring them to you." Gu Sheng said whatever came to mind. This time Tang Feng didn't argue and obediently nodded at each instruction like a little chick pecking at rice, perfectly well behaved. Gu Sheng was a bit surprised, but felt relieved seeing her agree. Finally, he hesitated before asking, "Why don't you change your clothes and bring them down? I can wash them for you." Tang Feng's face turned crimson, and she ran off immediately, yelling as she went, "Gu Sheng, you're crazy, seriously." Gu Sheng really treated her like family. If it were in the old days when they were just brothers, it would be fine, but she was a girl now. How could he be so presumptuous? If any other girl heard him say that, they'd probably give him a good slap. Seeing Tang Feng run off into the distance, Gu Sheng was stunned for a moment and reflected, maybe I shouldn't have asked that. He just didn't want her to overexert herself. He had heard that girls on their period needed plenty of rest and should avoid contact with water. He had looked this up before. Last time when Aunt Tang told Tang Feng not to drink cold beverages, he had researched a bunch of things about girls' health, including menstruation. He just hadn't expected that she would get her period while he wasn't around. Gu Sheng went back to get his bicycle and bought a bunch of feminine products: sanitary pads, brown sugar, water tissues, wet wipes. He bought whatever came to mind. He also got rubber gloves to protect his hands when washing clothes. He also bought some snacks and fruits. Remembering Tang Feng's recent fondness for papayas, he bought 2 extra. After shopping, he quickly cycled back, left the items with the dorm matron, sent a message, and left. The previous day they had worked overtime to install the elevator in this girl's dormitory building, the first one to get it. Tang Feng was grateful for that. As she walked, she felt incredibly uncomfortable down there, like being tortured, afraid that any sudden movement might cause another leak. So now Tang Feng's walking pace was extremely cautious. Those few steps she had run earlier had made her feel the blood flow more heavily. 1,000 alpacas were stampeding in her heart. Being a girl was so tough, so uncomfortable. She wished she could die and be reborn as a man. So she silently prayed to all the Buddhas and immortals, begging them to turn her into a boy when she woke up. She didn't want to have her period anymore, and she wanted to eat ice cream without restraint. It was another day of wishing to be a boy again. Back in the dorm, she was alone. The others were still suffering through their training. This thought brought her some comfort. At least in this regard, boys asking for leave was a pipe dream. After taking a shower, she leisurely climbed into bed, half reclined comfortably, and with nothing else to do, decided to play a game. It had been so long as she missed it. Tang Feng had just logged into the game when a friend request notification appeared. Curious, he opened it to find an unfamiliar ID. Checking the history, he saw the same person had sent over 10 requests. Considering it might be someone he had teamed up with before, he accepted, as his in-game friend list was quite sparse. He used to have more friends, but after playing with him a few times, they all made excuses not to play with him again. Tang Feng had wondered for a long time if he was really that bad, but he didn't think so. Eventually, he got used to playing solo and matching with random teammates. She created a room and seeing the other person online directly invited them to join thinking they could play together. Ji Lianchuan had been logging in daily for the past few days hoping to find the girl he was looking for, but she hadn't been online. Today he decided to try his luck again. Shortly after logging in he saw her avatar light up. He was about to send a private message and a friend request when to his surprise the request was instantly approved. Previously his private messages and friend requests had all been rejected. He had a hunch that the person online now might be the girl he was searching for. His sleep quality had worsened recently, and he longed to hear her voice again, hoping it might still hold the power to soothe his restless mind. Tang Feng saw the newcomer's avatar, a cute plush cat, and the ID Ji Lianchuan 12345. She greeted her new partner cheerfully. "Hi girl. How are you?" She assumed the cute avatar meant a female player and recognized the ID as a famous esports player's name, thinking the girl must be a fan. Ji Lianchuan was momentarily stunned, worried she might prefer playing with girls and would block him if she knew he was male. So he instinctively replied with a simple MM. Tang Feng then launched into a boastful spiel. "Girl, I'm an amazing jungler. Come on, I'll carry you to victory. Check out my stats, they're incredible. Don't worry with me around, we're guaranteed to win." Ji Lianchuan replied with another MM. He was usually quiet in games anyway, and thought playing a few rounds together would be a good way to get familiar. Remembering from their last match that she liked to jungle, he decided to play support this time, ensuring she stayed alive. In the King's Canyon, a fierce 5v5 team fight was about to begin. Tang Feng, having a position advantage, immediately chose Akai for the jungle. Ji Lianchuan, as if reading her mind, chose Dongwang Tai as support, determined to protect her. The early game saw both teams carefully farming and probing each other's strengths. Tang Feng focused on clearing jungle monsters efficiently to boost her level and gold. However, her skills were a bit rusty and she struggled in several skirmishes against the enemy Lanling Wang in the jungle. Fortunately, Ji Lianquan's Dongwang Tai was always there, using his precise second skill, Blazing Dragon Omen, and clever positioning to defuse each crisis. As the game progressed, both teams began to group up for the first major team fight. Their teammates, Xiao Xiao Ho Yi and Lu Bu, gathered mid lane attempting to push the enemy's defenses. The enemy team, anticipating this, quickly regrouped with Daji Sun Wukong and Cheng Yaojin at the forefront, ready for a fierce battle. The fight erupted as the enemy Sun Wukong instantly used his second skill, Battle Charge, to dive into their backline and target Xiao Xiao. At that critical moment, Ji Lianquan's Dongwang Tai stepped forward, decisively unleashing his ultimate Demon's Pact to pin Sun Wukong in place, giving Xiao Xiao precious time to react. Simultaneously, Tang Feng's Akai swiftly entered the fray, using her ultimate illusory dance to turn invisible and approach the enemy's backline, posing a significant threat to Daji. However, the enemy's defense was tenacious. Cheng Yaojin activated his ultimate righteous potential, using his powerful healing to hold the line firmly, preventing any breakthrough. The teams remained deadlocked in the mid lane. The dazzling lights of Xiao Qiao's Sweet Love Cyclone, Ho Yi's Scorching Sun Arrow, Lu Bu's Fangtian Huaji / intertwined with the enemy's Daji Soul Impact Sun, Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang, and Cheng Yaojin's explosive twin axes, creating an intensely spectacular clash. Just then, Ji Lianchuan demonstrated his exceptional game sense. He spotted a slight weakness in the enemy's left flank and decisively signaled Tang Feng to flank them. Their sudden appearance caught the enemy off guard. Tang Feng seized the opportunity to unleash Akai's critical strikes instantly, throwing the enemy into chaos. Seeing the opportunity, their teammates followed up swiftly. Xiao Qiao unleashed a powerful area effect spell, Starlight Confusion. Ho Yi provided consistent damage from the back with Punishing Shot, and Lu Bu bravely charged forward, casting Demon God's Descent. Through perfect team coordination, the enemy crumbled, and they successfully eliminated several key heroes like Sun Wukong and Daji, securing a decisive advantage. But the battle was far from over. The enemy team respawned and regrouped, planning a counterattack. They set up an ambush near the Lord, hiding Sun Wukong and Lanling Wang in the bushes, hoping to steal the Lord and turn the tide when our team was unprepared. Alerted by Ji Lianchuan, Tang Feng cautiously approached the Lord's area. When they discovered the enemy's ambush, another fierce confrontation erupted. The Lord's roar mixed with the cacophony of skills, creating a breathtaking scene. Protected by Ji Lianquan's Dongwang Tai, Tang Feng's Akai continuously dealt damage while skillfully dodging Lanling Wang's Shadow Erosion skill. Ji Lianquan's Dongwang Tai constantly watched for key enemy abilities, using his own body as a shield to absorb damage for Tang Feng. At a crucial moment, their Lu Bu successfully used Demon God's Descent to lock down the enemy's core damage dealer Sun Wukong. Ho Yi seized the opportunity and finished him off with a well-aimed Dawnbreaker shot. Following up on this momentum, they defeated the remaining enemies and secured the Lord. Empowered by the Lord's buff, their team's morale soared, and they decided to launch the final assault. Under Ji Liangqun's command, the five of them stuck together and pushed towards the enemy's high ground. The enemy resisted fiercely, and the combination of their defensive turrets and abilities made the advance incredibly difficult. The enemy Cheng Yaojin activated his ultimate again, and Daji kept spamming her control skills. However, Tang Feng's team pressed on, relying on the strength of the Lord's minions and their flawless teamwork to gradually destroy the enemy's defensive turrets. In the final clash, Tang Feng, empowered by the dark energy orb from Ji Liangqun's Donghuang, Tai skillfully executed Akai's ultimate flash of eternity to defeat the last defender Cheng Yaojin. As the enemy's crystal exploded, Tang Feng's team secured the final victory. Tang Feng stared at the victory screen, accompanied by triumphant sounds and effects. Overwhelmed with excitement, she nearly jumped off the bed, shouting, "Yeah! Oh, we won! We won! I won! Awesome! Unstoppable!" Her team voice chat hadn't been muted, and her joyful cheers reached Ji Liangqun's ears. Sitting on the sofa in his room, Ji Liangquan felt the sound was like heavenly music, incredibly pleasant. It possessed a healing magic that swept away his fatigue and brought a sense of peace to his heart. He was just happy she was happy. Tang Feng attributed her win to her own improvement, but also acknowledged the new girl's excellent support. She typed in the chat, "Hey girl, you're amazing. Your support is incredible. Let's play together from now on. We'll be unstoppable." Ji Liangquan silently agreed. Tang Feng immediately shared her WeChat ID, and they played several more matches for hours. They only stopped when Ji Liangquan said he had something to do. After he left, Tang Feng played one more game and lost, frustratingly blaming her teammates for the defeat, forgetting her previous wins. She then quit the game. She went back to reading her book. Meanwhile, Ji Liangquan, after logging off, opened their WeChat chat and sent a message, "Xiao Feng, could you sing a song for me?" He thought for a moment and added, "I really like your voice. I've been having trouble sleeping lately. Could you record a song to be my lullaby?" Tang Feng, having just gotten off the game, saw the message Ji Liangquan had sent half an hour ago. She hadn't asked his name and had saved him as support goddess. Seeing the message, she asked uncertainly, "Girl, you like my voice?" This time the reply was quick, "You can call me Xiao Chuan." "Yes, I like your voice, it's very nice. Is that okay?" Tang Feng thought about it. Since they were going to be regular gaming partners, it was a small thing to agree to. She quickly replied, "Sure, Xiao Chuan. Is an a cappella version okay? I can just record an audio clip for you." "Okay," Ji Liangquan replied. He started to type more, but deleted it, leaving just that one word. His fondness for her grew unconsciously. He hadn't expected her to agree so readily. The thought of her sweet, soft voice made his ears twitch slightly, and his heartbeat seemed to quicken. A wave of inexplicable joy washed over him, causing a smile to curl at the corners of his mouth. The feeling was strange, as if he were completely enveloped in warmth. He couldn't quite explain why he felt so happy, perhaps because he could finally get a good night's sleep, or maybe it was the chance encounter with that lovely girl again. Regardless, this pleasant feeling was incredibly refreshing. Ji Liangquan had grown up in an orphanage, taking the surname of the headmistress, whom he called Mother. In high school, his gaming talent led him to be recruited by a professional club, solving his financial worries. Now he sent most of his earnings back to the orphanage. That place held a special significance for him. Without Mother's kindness, he would have frozen to death in the snow. She had told him that he was found abandoned by a river shortly after birth during the dead of winter, when the water was frozen solid. She had discovered him after hearing his cries. Ji Liangquan often wondered why his biological parents would abandon him after bringing him into the world. But as he grew older and saw other orphans like himself, he came to understand not all parents love their children, and not all deserve to be called parents. With that understanding, he found some peace. At least he had found Mother, giving his life family and purpose. Perhaps due to his abandonment, he had never slept soundly, and his sleep quality had always been poor. Later, when he had money, he sought treatment, but nothing worked. The last time he heard the girl's voice, he discovered to his amazement that it held a certain power that could soothe his nerves and relax his tense mind. It allowed him to fall asleep easily. This discovery filled him with joy and was the reason he had been searching for her. Soon, about 10 minutes later, Tang Feng sent an audio file. Ji Liangquan opened it. The girl's soft voice flowed from the phone, clear and captivating like a babbling brook. "My baby, let me give you something sweet so you can sleep well tonight. My little one, let me see you smile so you'll love all of tomorrow. La 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 la, my baby, at this moment there's someone by your side. Ah yeah, my baby, let you know you're the most beautiful. Wa la 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 la, my baby, when you're lonely someone is thinking of you." The melody was melodious and gentle, carrying a hint of playfulness and affection, as if softly caressing the listener's ears. Every note was filled with tenderness and love, enchanting the listener. Ji Liangquan slowly lay down, letting the melody wrap around him, warming his heart and lulling him into a peaceful state. Gradually his eyes closed. He drifted into a deep slumber. In his dream, he saw the silhouette of a girl bathed in sunlight, standing amidst a lush green meadow filled with wildflowers. Meanwhile, Tang Feng waited for a reply, but there was none. She sent a few more WeChat messages, but got no response. Assuming he was busy with something else, she shrugged it off and eagerly returned to her novel. She was already on her third one. It was good, truly captivating. By evening, the other roommates had dragged their weary bodies back one after another. Shu Yunduo placed the items on Tang Feng's desk, her voice weak from exhaustion. I brought up what you asked me to get. She then glanced at Tang Feng's rosy complexion, seeing no major issue. It had been mentioned in the dorm group chat earlier that it was just her period. When the gossip first spread, she was startled, genuinely believing Tang Feng had been beaten up. After inquiring at Tang Feng's class, it turned out to be a false alarm. Jing Tian and Ruan also offered a few caring words, but Tang Feng quickly urged them to go wash up and brush their teeth. They looked even more exhausted than she felt during her period. She opened the things Gu Sheng had sent, all her favorite snacks, and felt a sense of satisfaction from being pampered. But when she spotted 2 papayas, Tang Feng was dumbfounded. When had she ever said she liked papayas? Why would Gu Sheng suddenly buy her papayas? Associating papayas with breast enhancement, she glanced at her own modest chest, her expression turning subtle. Gu Sheng must think her as a girl wasn't well endowed enough. Instantly, she felt terrible. Jing Tian walked over then, hoping to snag some snacks. She picked up a pack, told Tang Feng, and began eating. Spotting the papayas, she teased, "Oh, he's quite thoughtful knowing you're a little bun and buying you papayas." She cast an ambiguous glance at Tang Feng's chest and asked in a gossipy tone, "Say, Tang Feng, what do you think of Gu Sheng?" Seeing how anxious Gu Sheng had been to rush over today, Jing Tian wanted to help him out and test the waters. Tang Feng found the question exasperating and absurd. "What do I think? He's my best buddy, my brother. We grew up together, closer than real brothers. When we were kids, we even compared." She suddenly recalled that others didn't know about her past as a boy, and her mother had told her not to let anyone know or they'd overthink. Her words caught in her throat. Jing Tian looked at her with confusion, annoyed by the half-finished sentence. "Why do you stop mid-sentence? Compared what?" Tang Feng let out a fake laugh. "Who's taller?" "Haha. That's it. A girl comparing heights with a guy, you'd lose every time, wouldn't you? Did you cry after losing? Hey, that's off track. You're a boy and a girl, and you call each other brothers. Did you realize you liked girls back when you were little?" If her sexual orientation had been an issue that early, it would be really tricky. Tang Feng nodded immediately. Of course she liked girls. She still remembered a cute girl in 3rd grade whom she thought was beautiful and wanted to be friends with. Unfortunately, that girl didn't even acknowledge her, and instead kept hanging out with Gu Sheng. That period broke her heart. Over time she got used to it, because it seemed every girl liked Gu Sheng. From childhood to now, no girl had ever liked her. Thinking about it, she felt a deep regret. Jing Tian ventured, "I think your Gu Sheng likes you." Tang Feng was so startled that the biscuit she was eating dropped to the floor. "Impossible. I asked him. He likes girls." Jing Tian was confused. "Right, he likes girls. That's fine. Aren't you a girl?" She glanced down at Tang Feng's lower body. Last time she'd seen everything. There was nothing extra there. Realizing she hadn't expressed herself clearly, Tang Feng didn't know how to explain. She used to be a boy. Gu Sheng knew that, so he wouldn't like a boy. Even if she'd become a girl, would a normal person accept that? Now she suddenly felt afraid of people knowing she had once been a boy. Sometimes she wondered whether she was a boy or a girl now. Her soul was male, having lived as a boy for 18 years. But her body had become female. At night, perhaps because she'd slept too much during the day, Tang Feng, who usually fell asleep, instantly found herself suffering from insomnia. She opened WeChat, found Gu Sheng's avatar, and sent a message. "Tang Feng, you there?" Gu Sheng replied instantly, "Here." He was still in the lab about to take a break when he heard the special notification sound. He waited a long time, but no further message came. Gu Sheng still awake. Tang Feng typed out the question she wanted to ask, agonizing over it, deleting and retyping only to see he had messaged first. "Tang Feng, not yet. I slept this afternoon, so I can't fall asleep." "Gu Sheng, is your stomach still hurting? I started preparing a remedy for you today. Should be ready tomorrow or the day after. Take it for a while and be more careful. Next time it won't hurt. Tang Feng, mm." She added a heart emoji. Suddenly, she felt the emoji she used to love looked awkward now and immediately withdrew it. Gu Sheng, who had been watching the screen, saw the emoji and then its withdrawal. He thought Tang Feng was acting strange today. She was uncharacteristically quiet and seemed weighed down, lacking her usual openness and liveliness. "Gu Sheng, did something happen? Do you need my help?" Tang Feng stared at those words for a long time, feeling an inexplicable tightness in her chest, wanting to cry. He was as attentive as ever, as kind as ever. But if he really had fallen for the brother he grew up with, what should she do? If she rejected him, would they sever ties like the protagonists in novels, never to see each other again? The more she thought, the harder she cried. Afraid of waking her sleeping roommates, she pulled the blanket over her head and sobbed quietly, tears streaming down. On the other end, Gu Sheng, seeing no reply for a long time, directly video called her. Tang Feng was crying hard when she saw the video call. Flustered, she tried to hang up, but accidentally answered. Though it was dim, Gusheng immediately noticed something was wrong. His heart clenched and his voice grew anxious. Why are you crying? Is your stomach hurting again? They'll come to your dorm building now and take you to the hospital, okay? Tang Feng grew even more flustered, wiping her tears hastily. No, it's not my stomach. I just miss my parents. Gusheng was skeptical, but pretended to believe, letting out a relieved sigh. He smiled gently and said, You're under the blanket, not easy to talk. They'll speak, you can type. Seeing Tang Feng hiding in the covers, he knew it was uncomfortable, but he wanted to know what was wrong and why she was crying. Tang Feng rarely cried, only when truly hurt. Xiao Feng. Tang Feng nodded. Is there something you want to ask me? He had noticed her typing in the chat box, but never sending. Tang Feng looked at Gusheng's face. He was really handsome, a top-tier handsome guy. Compared to her ordinary self, he was far superior. She had felt inferior before. Not handsome, not good at studies. But Gusheng still wanted to be her friend, which secretly delighted her. He was also very caring toward her, even better than her own brother. Tang Feng took that kindness for granted. She thought when she made big money, she'd give half to Gusheng, the other half to her parents, and let her brother earn his own. And when she needed money, she'd ask Gusheng. Tang Feng asked the same question she had before. Gusheng. Here. Will we be best brothers forever? After asking, Tang Feng was nervous, watching the screen intently. Gusheng, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a white coat, paused for a long time. If that's what you want, well, be best brothers forever. Tang Feng hung up the video call. Gusheng stared at the disconnected call, then headed for the door. He typed as he walked, Don't overthink. Half an hour later, Tang Feng replied, Gusheng don't like me. I like girls. He'll only ever like girls. Gusheng's brisk pace paused for a few seconds upon seeing the message, then he broke into a run. This time, he didn't use his bike. He sprinted all the way to the girls' dormitory building. He typed, Can you come to the window? I'm downstairs. Tang Feng closed her eyes, felt the screen light up, and saw the latest message. Shocked, she sat up straight. She scrambled down from the bed and tiptoed to the balcony. She spotted a light, Gusheng signaling with a flashlight. Though she couldn't see clearly, she followed the beam and made out a figure under the street lamp. Gusheng looked up and waved the flashlight. Tang Feng took out her phone. I saw you. Are you crazy coming here this late? She hadn't expected him to come. Gusheng typed, I just wanted to see you. It's fine as long as I know you're okay. Tang Feng, go back now. I'm fine. Gusheng, liking you is my business. Being good to you is my business. Can we stay the same as before? Tears silently streamed from her eyes. I'm your best friend in the whole world. Tang Feng, of course. You'll always be my very, very, very best brother. Gusheng. He looked up at the figure on the balcony, forced a happy smile, and waved toward the building. Gusheng, get some rest. I'm going back. Don't worry about me. I'm a grown man, I'll be fine. They'll bring you breakfast tomorrow morning. Tang Feng wanted to refuse, typing, You're busy, no need. Gusheng lowered his head, tears dripping onto the screen, blurring his vision and the words. He pretended she had agreed. Tang Feng watched him leave, then returned to the dorm. That night she had a dream. In it there was a figure that looked a lot like Gusheng. She called his name, Gusheng Gusheng, but no matter how she shouted, he wouldn't turn around or respond. He kept walking forward, always forward, and she couldn't catch up no matter how hard she chased. A blinding light ahead made Gusheng's figure grow increasingly blurry until it faded away. She kept calling, kept chasing, until she fell into a dark hole. With the last ray of light, the world crumbled and vanished. After a night of restless dreams, Tang Feng woke up with a groggy mind, but she still got up with her alarm clock. After all, it was only her period. Military training required attendance unless one was physically unable to get out of bed. As soon as she unlocked her phone, she saw a WeChat message from Gusheng. I left your breakfast with the dormitory Annie downstairs. Remember to pick it up. Tang Feng stared at the message for a long while before replying with a simple mm. Over the following days, the instructor also acknowledged the special circumstances of the female students and would go easy on those in such situations, ensuring they wouldn't overexert themselves. In the evenings, rehearsals for the program continued as usual, and everything went smoothly. Tang Feng logged into the game every day these past few days, playing until she was thoroughly exhausted and the dormitory lights went out before she slept. It still felt like the old times, unchanged. However, she knew she was only deceiving herself. She who used to love sending messages to Gusheng now rarely did. She couldn't quite explain this awkward feeling, but just felt off. They had promised to be best brothers for life, but the dynamic had shifted. After that layer of ambiguity was broken, Tang Feng didn't dare face Gusheng directly anymore. Sometimes she wished she had been born a girl from the start. 15 days later, the grueling military training finally came to an end. Tang Feng had thrown herself into learning the military boxing with full enthusiasm, as she had always been genuinely interested in such things. Seeing their dedication, the instructor even taught them some additional combat techniques afterward. All in all, Tang Feng felt she had gained a great deal from this military training. Finally, the day of the welcome party arrived. In the backstage dressing room, Tang Feng, having just finished her makeup, caught sight of Fu Siken dressed as Snow White. She was utterly mesmerized and praised him with exaggerated flair. Fu Xichin, you are simply breathtakingly beautiful, a vision that topples cities and captivates nations, truly ethereal and otherworldly. The other performers also turned their gazes towards Fu Xichen's Snow White ensemble. Before their eyes, Fu Xichen had successfully transformed into Snow White, not with comedic effect, but with a breathtaking, stunning elegance. His tall, slender frame clad in the princess gown exuded a unique kind of grace. The hem of the skirt swayed gently with his steps like a flowing river of dreams. Fu Xichen's features were already delicate as a painting, and with the meticulous makeup he was now incomparably beautiful. His deep eyes beneath thick false lashes sparkled with a mysterious and enchanting light akin to brilliant stars in the night sky. The golden wig he wore cascaded smoothly over his shoulders, complementing his fair skin perfectly. Everyone nodded in agreement, their praise making Fu Xichin, who rarely showed it, blush. When it was Tang Feng's turn to change, and she emerged, all eyes focused on her. How to put it? One would think a cute girl playing the evil queen would be a mismatch, but Tang Feng's evil queen brought a refreshing novelty to the role. Her petite frame was tightly wrapped in the ornate and exaggerated queen's attire. The robe that should have looked imposing instead added a touch of playfulness to her. On her round face, the makeup deliberately depicted the queen's sharpness and arrogance. Her slender eyebrows were arched high, her eyes glinting with a shrewd light, yet deep within those lively orbs her inherent cuteness and innocence still shone through. Her lips were painted a vivid red, the corners slightly upturned in a knowing half-smile, as if plotting some scheme. The dazzling crown on her head was heavy, but she tried to hold her neck straight, attempting to project the queen's nobility. As Tang Feng took small steps forward, her skirt swayed gracefully, yet she lacked the queen's composure, looking instead like a cheerful fawn hopping along. A wave of playful mischief washed over Tang Feng. She suddenly stopped, pointed her scepter forward, and feigned a fierce scolding. Her cute but menacing expression made everyone present want to laugh. All applauded and gave her thumbs up, while Fu Xichin simply watched the girl as if wherever she was a beautiful scenery unfolded. Tang Feng minced over to Fu Xichin and looked down at him with disdain. What's this? Seeing your queen mother, and you forget how to address me. Where are your manners, your upbringing? Fu Xichin let out a low chuckle, suddenly pulled Tang Feng towards him, pressed her down onto a nearby sofa, and leaned over her. Hey, queen mother. A wave of playful mischief washed over Tang Feng. She suddenly stopped, pointed her scepter forward, and feigned a fierce scolding. Her cute but menacing expression made everyone present want to laugh. All applauded and gave her thumbs up, while Fu Xichin simply watched the girl as her laughter was wild and uninhibited, radiating an air of queen of the world, most beautiful of all. Their impromptu performance left the other students playing roles utterly starstruck. This was content they got to see for free. Evil Queen versus Snow White. Evil Queen wins. Amidst more laughter and teasing, it was soon their turn to perform. Everyone headed to the waiting area backstage, preparing to go on stage. The lighting in the backstage waiting area was dim. Fu Xichin's gaze rested on Tang Feng's back, reminding him of the moments they had shared over these past days. His heart involuntarily began to race. In a rehearsal room, Gao Yuan watched Tang Feng and Fu Xichin perform, sensing something was off. It was vastly different from what she had envisioned. She had to call a stop. Tang Feng and Fu Xichin, who thought they were doing well, looked at Gao Yuan in confusion, not understanding why they were interrupted. Gao Yuan picked up the script and began explaining the plot. Fu Xichin, at this moment you have already fallen in love with the queen. You want the throne. You are no longer the Snow White who needs to play the weakling. Show your crazy side. Go for it. Maximum tension. The script section goes like this: Snow White is imprisoned by the evil queen in the high tower of the palace. His handsome face looks slightly haggard, but his eyes burn with a maddened flame. One day the queen comes to visit, adorned in magnificent attire, looking cold and noble. Snow White rushes to the iron bars, gripping them tightly, and yells hoarsely at the queen. Why do you treat me like this? But I still love you madly. The queen frowns and says contemptuously, you're just a pitiful prisoner. Don't delude yourself into thinking you can have my love. Snow White suddenly bursts into manic laughter, the sound echoing through the tower. Ha ha, you think this can stop me? I will make you mine. He begins to shake the bars violently, as if trying to break them. Seeing this, a flicker of panic crosses the queen's heart. Look at me. Snow White roars, I'll show you my resolve. With that, he slams his head brutally against the bars. Blood trickles down from his forehead, but he pays it no mind, his eyes fixed intently on the queen, filled with obsession and madness. The queen is startled by his actions and involuntarily steps back. You are mine, and only mine. Snow White pants heavily. I will find a way to have you no matter the cost. The queen steadies herself and sneers, you're truly insane. Snow White reveals a sinister smile, licking the blood at the corner of his mouth. Yes, I am insane, driven mad for you. But this love is so intense you will feel it eventually. The queen turns to leave while Snow White shouts after her, "I will wait for you until you accept my love." The sound echoes hauntingly through the empty corridor. Back in her chambers, the queen asks the magic mirror again, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all?" The listless magic mirror answers weakly, "Snow White, Snow White. Told you a million times already." The queen sighs wistfully. "Even after all I've put him through, he's still the fairest. Oh, this world is so unfair. How can there be someone more beautiful than me?" Gao Yuanyuan reads through the script, emphasizing the part where Snow White goes mad. She stresses this is the eve of Snow White's coup. He knows he's about to take control, but the one he loves doesn't love him back. He is in agony. Understand? Tang Feng and Fu Siken nod in unison. Even if they didn't, they had to pretend they did. Honestly, Tang Feng thought the script was pretty insane, and it got even wilder later. Being captured, tortured, nearly killed multiple times, and still falling for the evil queen. How is that logical? When Tang Feng voiced this question, Gao Yuanyuan looked enigmatic and said, "That's exactly the point, it's supposed to be illogical. I aim to break conventions, break morality, break worldviews, and engage in high-dimensional multi-world folding thinking." You wouldn't understand anyway. Just act as I instruct. Great genius creators are always lonely, destined to walk alone. Tang Feng and Fu Siken exchanged glances. Fu Sichen, however, seemed to grasp it somewhat. Consequently, the subsequent passionate scenes were performed to Gao Yuanyuan's immense satisfaction. While she hadn't expected him to understand her vision so well. The truth was Fu Siken's heart harbored darkness, perhaps well hidden. He had yearned for redemption, but no one had come to save him. Then just when he no longer needed it, a beam of light suddenly barged in. He wanted to seize it, hold on to it tightly. It seemed quite similar to Snow White's inner self. Snow White was someone who lost his mother at a young age, unloved, and desperately craving affection. Script excerpt: when the news of the queen's death struck Snow White like a thunderbolt, he felt as if pierced by 1,000 arrows, instantly losing all reason and strength. He rushed recklessly towards the queen's chambers, colliding with countless objects along the way, his mind consumed by a single thought: he had to see her. Finally, he burst into the chamber, permeated with the stench of death. At a glance, he saw the queen's once proud and beautiful form lying still on the bed like a withered flower devoid of all life. Snow White, as if possessed, lunged to the bedside and fiercely pulled the queen's corpse into his arms. His arms wrapped around her like unyielding iron hoops, holding on tightly, as if letting go would cause his entire world to crumble. His tears flowed like a breached dam, streaming freely, each crystal droplet falling onto the queen's cold, pallid face. An inhuman, agonizing wail tore from his throat, a sound seemingly wrested from the very depths of his soul, filled with boundless despair and heartbreak. "No, no, this can't be real. You can't leave me like this." He screamed and frantically kissed the queen's forehead, cheeks, and lips, as if trying to reignite the flame of her life with his own passion and love. His hair fell messily across his face, swaying violently with his frantic movements like withered grass struggling in a gale. His gaze had completely lost focus, leaving only a void of emptiness and mad obsession. The attendants around tried to pull him away, but he lashed out like a wounded beast, flailing his arms wildly and snarling in a low growl, "Who dares touch her? Who dares?" His voice was hoarse and piercing, sending chills down one's spine. Snow White held the queen's body tightly, as if time had stopped, leaving only the two of them in the world. He kept murmuring to himself, recalling their moments together. "Remember that meeting in the garden? Your gaze made me fall. And that argument we had, your anger fascinated me just as much." He alternated between wild laughter and bitter sobs, resembling a specter escaped from hell, utterly consumed by pain and despair. "Emma, fantastic. You were born for the stage. This feeling, this is exactly what I wanted. Crazy, absolutely crazy." Gao Yuanyuan exclaimed with heartfelt admiration after Fu Siken finished the scene following the evil queen's suicide by poison. As for Tang Feng, although she was playing a corpse, the trembling of her eyelids betrayed her terror. It was scary as hell. When the scene finally ended, Tang Feng instinctively moved a step away from Fu Siken. He was a little bit frightening. She explained awkwardly, "Fu Sichen, it's just a little scary, okay? I mean Snow White, not you. No offense. It's all the script's fault." Gao Yuanyuan muttered in dissatisfaction, "It was great. If the audience saw that, they'd give thunderous applause." Tang Feng just felt glad she wasn't the one playing Snow White. Damn, this was more than 1,000,000 miles away from the princess she had imagined. Was this still Snow White? This was the change of Snow White. From the front, the host's announcement came through. "Next, let's welcome the students of Class 1 Computer Science class of 2024 to present their stage play, Dark Fairy Tale." As the music swelled, the stage lights slowly brightened. The queen, adorned in a resplendent gown and a dazzling crown, walked with an elegant gait to the mirror on her dressing table. She paused, gazing at her reflection, her eyes revealing pride and arrogance. The queen gently caressed her own face, then tilted her head slightly and asked with a coquettish air, Magic mirror on the wall, who is the fairest one of all? The mirror's surface shimmered with a mystical light, and then a deep, respectful voice emanated from it. Your Majesty, you are the fairest in the land. Hearing this, the queen smiled with satisfaction, a hint of smugness and pride in her smile. She continued to admire her reflection, occasionally adjusting her crown or smoothing her dress. However, as time passed, Snow White grew up and blossomed into a woman of even more breathtaking beauty. One day the queen stood before the mirror again, repeating her question, Magic mirror on the wall, who is the fairest one of all? This time the mirror's answer was unexpected. Your Majesty, you were once the fairest, but now Snow White is 1,000 times fairer than you. The queen's face instantly darkened, her eyes filled with jealousy and rage. She bit her lip hard, clenched her hands into tight fists, her body trembling slightly with fury. Snow White, that wretch, impossible, absolutely impossible. Yet she spitefully muttered the name, vowing silently to eliminate this rival in beauty. As the stage play progressed, the plot reached its climax. The queen committed suicide by poison, and Snow White, in a frenzy, searched everywhere for a sorcerer to bring her back to life. Finally, in a dark forest, he found an ancient wizard. The wizard cast a spell directing Snow White to find a sleeping kingdom. There lies a sleeping beauty. When you kiss her awake, your queen will return. Fu Xichin, playing Snow White, had already changed costumes, while Tang Feng, who played the evil queen, had also shed the queen's attire and donned a princess gown. Clad in a magnificent lake blue court dress, she lay with her eyes closed. What she didn't notice was Gu Sheng standing in a corner of the backstage, holding a bouquet of flowers, watching her performance. Initially, Gu Sheng hadn't known about Tang Feng's participation, had learned of it from her roommate. The bouquet of baby's breath was something had specially gone to the flower shop to buy and wrap himself. Every single flower was handpicked by him, arranged with different colors and accents according to Tang Feng's preferences. The whole bouquet resembled a brilliant galaxy in the night sky. Countless delicate blossoms nestled together, keeping each other company. Their colors were soft and warm, as if they could soothe one's soul. A gentle touch revealed the petals' softness and fineness like smooth silk. Gu Sheng held the bouquet, his eyes beaming with a smile as he watched the girl perform passionately on stage. When the evil queen, played by Tang Feng, drank the poison and died, his heart clenched in sympathy. But when he saw Fu Xichin holding the girl and frantically kissing her cheeks and nose, his hands tightened into fists, his knuckles turning white. Although he was fully aware this was just a play, an inexplicable pain welled up deep inside him. He tried to tell himself it was only acting, that they hadn't really kissed. Yet every detail pierced his heart as if it were real. In the final act, Snow White, having reverted to his identity as a prince, set out to find the Sleeping Beauty. After enduring long, arduous years of relentless searching, he finally discovered the kingdom in a remote, thorny location, and within it the slumbering beauty. Fu Xichin, as the prince looked at the Sleeping Beauty lying peacefully on the ornate bed. Her skin, as fine as mutton fat, jade, radiated a charming luster in the soft light. Her long eyelashes, like two delicate little fans, rested gently over her closed eyes, as if concealing countless secrets even in her dreams. At that moment, Fu Xichin suddenly looked up, directing his gaze towards a specific direction with the joy of finding his beloved. A smile spread across his face, wild and manic. His gaze lingered in that direction where Gu Sheng stood. In the dim lighting, Gu Sheng saw the baby's breath in his hand, emitting a faint starlight-like glow, making the man appear exceptionally handsome. Their eyes met. The smile on Fu Xichin's lips turned even more wicked, like a demon who had just acquired a new toy, staring intently at the light, as if trying to extinguish that annoying glare. He smirked in provocation, his eyes filled with unprecedented excitement and thrill. Looking at the girl's closed eyes, he tilted his head and kissed her. After the lingering kiss ended Tang Feng, as the Sleeping Beauty awoke. Then she delivered her line, "Oh my God, didn't I die? Why am I here?" Seeing her detestable rival, the somewhat deranged Snow White. Her expression immediately became even more exaggerated. "Are you seriously competing with me even after death for the title of the most beautiful person in the world? You are the most vicious and twisted person I have ever met." Amidst the evil queen's grumbling protests about not wanting to be awakened to become the second most beautiful person, the stage play came to an end. As the curtain call ended, Tang Feng happily walked off the stage, only to see Gu Sheng. "Gu Sheng, you came to see my performance. Didn't you say you were too?" Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Sheng, with a grim face, thrust the bouquet of baby's breath towards her. Tang Feng was forced to accept the large, beautiful bouquet. Despite his strange expression, she was quite happy. After all, someone had given her flowers after her performance. But before she could even fully savor her joy, she saw Gu Sheng throw a punch at Fu Xichin, who was just coming off stage. Tang Feng was completely stunned, utterly bewildered. Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Gu Sheng. Is he fighting? Gu Sheng can fight. He's actually hitting someone. Before she could react, Sumiyu came up from behind and slapped her shoulder, saying urgently, "Are you an idiot? They're fighting and you're just standing here watching the show. Only then did Tang Feng snap out of it. Right, she should break it up. She didn't even have time to wonder why Su Muyu was here. Putting down the baby's breath, she rushed towards Gu Sheng and Fu Sichen, trying to separate them. However, Gu Sheng seemed to have lost his mind. He forcibly shook off Tang Feng's hand and continued to lunge at Fu Sichen. Fu Sichen also seemed to have a fire burning inside him, and the two fought fiercely. Tang Feng was frantic. She desperately tried to pull Gu Sheng back, while shouting, "Gu Sheng, stop it. Let's talk this out." Meanwhile, people around them gathered trying to mediate. Tang Feng's temper flared up. She screamed until she was hoarse, but no one listened, and they just wouldn't stop. So she used the military boxing shed recently learned. She went up to them, kicked them apart, and then delivered a left hook and a right hook, forcing them to retreat, and finally putting an end to the brawl. Tang Feng attacked them indiscriminately. If they tried to get back together to fight, she would threaten another kick to test its power. She used her strength cleverly, so she didn't actually injure them. While the commotion backstage was so loud, it even attracted the principal. Everyone involved, including Tang Feng and Su Muyu, who had tried to help, was summoned to the principal's office. Soon a video of the backstage fight exploded on the campus forum. Looking at the main protagonists of the fight, while both universities' campus heartthrobs and beauties were involved, immediately a sense of defending their alma mater kicked in. Under the fight photos, a flood of comments appeared. Every few seconds, dozens more were added. The comment section was overflowing. There were those arguing, those curious, those defending their own campus idols, those disparaging the others, and plenty indulging in romantic gossip. Damn, I was offline for just one day and the world has gone crazy in a way I don't recognize. Are Tsinghua and Peking University holding some kind of fighting competition? And the contestants are their new campus heartthrobs and beauties. One word: epic. Got some inside scoop, don't know if it's true, just take it with a grain of salt. Hey man, what's the scoop? Spill it already. Yeah, the guy above, I finished my business in the bathroom. Where's that scoop you mentioned? Don't let it sink. Bump it up. Alright, so hey Race, what I heard, she loves him, he loves her, she doesn't love him, he doesn't love her, and he doesn't love her. To clarify the relationships, someone even drew chibi versions of the four people, using arrows to map out the complex web of love and hate between them. Oh, with this drawing I get it now? A love square. What's this? The campus heartthrobs and beauties are sorting things out among themselves, and us mere mortals don't stand a chance. Hey, you up there, what do you mean sorting things out? They're turning love into hate, and then going on a rampage. That's why they're fighting. How is that sorting things out? You people from Tsinghua, get out of here. What, your university doesn't have its own forum? How dare you hit our campus heartthrob and beauty? From today on, our two schools are sworn enemies. That's right. Look at this. Your campus heartthrob went too far. I have photo evidence. He threw the first punch at our heartthrob. Unbelievable. Absolutely outrageous. Well, your campus heartthrob was trying to steal my campus heartthrob's girlfriend. He deserved it. Oh, come on. Come over here and say that. Let's look at the facts and reason it out. Seems like your brain has been eaten by a dog. Within half an hour, thousands of replies piled up. The feud between Tsinghua and Peking University started on their forums, but as the arguments escalated, it ended up trending on social media hot searches. Because some jealous students, seeing the other side being so aggressive, decided to go and raid the other school's forum. That couldn't be allowed. Both sides launched a fierce offensive, battling it out on the summit until dawn. It even made it to Weibo's hot search list. Eventually, the university administrators intervened, shutting down the forums and removing the hot searches, which finally brought the matter to a close. Since Gu Sheng and Su Muyu were not students of Hua University, the principal directly called the principal of Qing University to come over. He thought to himself, when his old rival arrives, he would have plenty of chances to mock him. This time, he finally had some leverage over him. He then sat firmly in his chair, looking at the four students standing in a row before him. His curiosity and gossipy nature were piqued. He glanced at his own two students, then at the two from Qing University. The boys were handsome and the girls were beautiful. He had just heard they were voted as the campus heartthrob and beauty. Their looks certainly matched that title, but he never would have guessed that such good-looking people could fight so fiercely. Their clothes were even torn to shreds. He did know about Fu Sichen, a provincial top scorer from a small county town who had been lured over with various preferential policies. He then looked at Tang Feng beside Fu Sichen, having heard that the fight was over this girl. Though he appeared calm on the surface, his mind was buzzing with dramatic thoughts. The four standing students, however, had been subdued by the scolding. Tang Feng thought to herself, what a mess this is. It's not like high school anymore, yet here we are being called into the office for a lecture. She glanced at Gu Sheng, still not understanding why he had suddenly decided to hit Fu Sichen today. Do these two have a grudge? As far as I remember, they've only met once, and wasn't I the one who introduced them? Unless something happened when I wasn't around. She suddenly thought of Su Muyu, and the awkwardness she hadn't felt earlier now surged over her. Meanwhile, Su Muyu was also observing Tang Feng. She had only caught a brief glimpse during the fight, but now she studied Tang Feng from the side. She was uncertain. Was this girl really the Tang Feng from high school who had such an ambiguous relationship with Gu Sheng? It didn't seem quite right, but her facial features were recognizable. Indeed, she looked very much like him. Sumiyu wasn't dwelling on Gu Sheng's fighting right now. Instead, she wondered, could Tang Feng have gone to Thailand over the summer break and had gender reassignment surgery just so his love could be accepted by the world? At that thought, Sumiyu's eyes widened, and a profoundly complex emotion welled up inside her. If that were the case, she had to admire Tang Feng's devotion and sacrifice for love. Could she do the same if she were in his shoes? Sumiyu didn't actually like medicine, but to keep pace with Gu Sheng, and because of the love letter he almost gave her long ago, she had always believed that Gu Sheng was merely inexpressive, that he had once liked her too. It was just that he had been led astray by Tang Feng. She firmly believed that sincerity could move even metal and stone. One day Gu Sheng would see her efforts. But witnessing Tang Feng's actions, she began to hesitate. These days in the lab working on research projects, though it was just simple grunt work and data calculation, it wasn't what she loved. She loved chemistry, the reactions, and the wonders that came from their collisions. Sumiyu stared for too long, and Tang Feng's and Sumiyu's gazes met. Both of them, like caught thieves, quickly averted their eyes, lowering their heads, not daring to look again. Both were thinking, she looked at me. Tang Feng thought, does she think him a freak? Remembering her own secret crush on Sumiyu, her emotions were complicated. After all, she was the first girl Tang Feng had truly liked. And Sumiyu thought, maybe I should talk to her. Perhaps 3 people in this world is truly too crowded, and she doesn't belong in ours. The 4 stood in a line, Fu Sichen on the far left, then Tang Feng, Gu Sheng, and Sumiyu. At this moment, Fu Sichen, whose face was usually gloomy, wore an increasingly obvious smile. Under the white light his grin grew more and more unsettling. Meanwhile, Gu Sheng was lost in a flood of memories, thinking of childhood days when Tang Feng dressed as a girl playing house. She smiled sweetly and declared in a clear, crisp voice, from now on I am Gu Sheng's bride. At this moment, Fu Sichen, whose face was usually gloomy, wore an increasingly obvious smile. Under the white light his grin grew more and more unsettling. Meanwhile, Gu Sheng was lost in a flood of memories, thinking of childhood days when Tang Feng dressed as a girl playing house. She smiled sweetly and declared in a clear, crisp voice, from now on, if his granddaughter were here, she would probably say that each of them could have their own page as a chart of complex and intricate psychological changes. The office door opened again. The principal of Qing University had finally arrived. At his age, he was ready to sleep early when he suddenly got a call from old Yang, dragging him out of bed. The caller said it was too complicated to explain over the phone and simply asked, your student came to my school to cause trouble. Are you going to deal with it or not? Upon hearing this, Qing University's principal Tang Xuemin rushed over immediately. As soon as Hua University's principal Yang Jigang saw his old rival, he said sarcastically, thought you weren't coming. I've been waiting for you for almost an hour. Tang Xuemin looked at the 4 students standing there, sat down unceremoniously, and the dean of students went to brew some tea. 3 sat, 4 stood. With everyone finally present, the Hua University principal initiated the attack. Old Yang, if you have a grievance with me, just say it directly. What's this, sending people to cause trouble at our school? The Qing University principal looked at his own students. He had learned the general situation on the way over and knew his school was in the wrong. But then he thought such good students wouldn't fight without reason, so he wanted to get to the bottom of it. Gu Sheng, why did you throw the first punch? Yang Jigang asked directly. Others who were in the dark like Tang Feng pricked up their ears. Yes, why indeed? She was curious too. But even after the question was asked, there was no answer from the person in question. At that, the atmosphere stiffened instantly. The Hua University principal was secretly delighted. His own student was being uncooperative. The Qing University principal looked at Gu Sheng, who kept his head down and remained silent, feeling helpless. He had dealt with all kinds of geniuses, some with all sorts of quirks, and a student who wouldn't answer a question was nothing new. Since that was the case, he didn't want to say much more. Gu Sheng, you struck first this time. Whatever the reason, it's wrong. Apologize to him directly, and we'll end it here. When we get back, you'll receive a demerit. Tang Feng kept urging him, secretly tugging at Gu Sheng's clothes, her eyes burning with anxiety, signaling him to speak up. Don't just stand there like a wooden dummy. If there's a misunderstanding, we can clear it up. Now that a demerit was on the line, she was truly worried and whispered close to him, Gu Sheng, just say something. Gu Sheng took a deep look at Tang Feng's lips, then lowered his head again. This was his first fight, but he didn't regret it. If this was the consequence he had to bear, he would bear it. Fu Sichen watched the two whispering to each other, his fists clenched tightly, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Sumiyu spoke up, both principals, it's all a misunderstanding. We were just fooling around, really. Tang Feng chimed in. Yes, we weren't fighting. We're all good friends, we all know each other. As she spoke, she glanced toward Fu Sichen and saw him with a faint smile in his eyes, looking at her with those watery eyes pitifully, his lips silently mouthing, please, please. Fu Siken let out a low chuckle. Everyone looked at him in confusion. He was the one who got hit, yet he was laughing so happily. As if he had laughed enough, he said casually, backstage, just now I was sparring with classmate Gu Shang practicing the military boxing we've been learning. I didn't expect it to cause a misunderstanding." The Qing University principal breathed a sigh of relief. The Hua University principal, though slightly frowning, knew Fu Siken was lying. But since the parties involved all said it was a misunderstanding, he couldn't very well keep pressing the issue. The two principals exchanged pleasantries, and the Qing University principal led Gu Shang and Su Muyu back to Qing University. Back in the office, Tang Feng watched Gu Shang's retreating figure wanting to chase after him and asked, but it wasn't the right time. Once they were gone, the principal dismissed the two of them as well. Fu Siken and Tang Feng walked out of the office side by side. Tang Feng said apologetically to Fu Sichen, "I'm sorry." The darkness in Fu Siken's eyes deepened. This game is so much fun, so interesting, he thought. Then he revealed a warm smile, one rarely seen, carrying an indescribable hint of playfulness. Fu Siken stopped walking, and Tang Feng, who had been walking ahead, stopped too upon noticing. She turned to look at him. "It wasn't you who threw the punch, so why are you apologizing to me?" He gazed into Tang Feng's eyes. Tang Feng was momentarily speechless, then thought of something and replied, "Gu Shang is a good friend I grew up with. He's no different from my own brother, so please accept this apology." "Own brother, huh?" Fu Siken slowly savored those words, his tone gentle and slow, as if tasting some delicacy. "Well then, I forgive your own brother." But the smile at the corner of his mouth grew even wider. This time it seemed like genuine laughter, and even his eyebrows, which resembled Gu Shang's, became lively because of that smile. Seeing that smile, Tang Feng blurted out, "When you smile like that, you look just like Gu Shang." Fu Siken's smile abruptly stopped, replaced by a face full of gloom. Seeing Fu Siken's sudden change, Tang Feng realized she must have said something wrong. Telling someone they look like someone else really does seem quite rude. Like a child who had done something wrong, she stammered, "I'm sorry. I just think you look really good when you smile like that. Really, I just feel that when you smile you seem so different from usual. You should smile more often." Fu Siken slowly closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. When he opened them again, the sinister look had vanished, replaced by his usual gloom. The corner of his mouth slightly lifted into a faint smile, and he said softly, "Oh." But in an instant, without any warning, he suddenly leaned forward and pressed Tang Feng against the wall. Bracing his hands on the wall on either side of her, he trapped her within his embrace, not wanting her to escape his sight. His voice was low and magnetic, as if carrying a bewitching charm. "If you like it, I'll smile for you every day. How about that?" Tang Feng wanted to push him away immediately, but remembering that he had just forgiven Gu Shang and her, she felt she owed him something. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes stared fixedly at him, not knowing how to respond. Just as she was at a loss for words, she heard a few coughs from behind. Fu Siken slowly stepped back, and the two turned to look at the newcomer. "Hello, principal." The Hua University principal coughed lightly again. "It's late. Don't stay here any longer. Both of you head back to your dorms." Tang Feng's face flushed slightly at that, while Fu Siken remained perfectly composed. "Yes, principal." Tang Feng was the first to dash out, screaming internally, "What a mess this all is." Fu Siken followed unhurriedly behind her, his eyes never leaving that small figure ahead. Watching the girl run like a little rabbit, he found her more and more endearing. Her steps were light and agile, each one carrying a joyful rhythm that made one want to leap along with her. Watching her adorable demeanor, Fu Siken's lips curled up involuntarily, revealing a doting smile. Suddenly remembering something, his smile flattened. Yi Lanqing had just finished filming a commercial and was about to sit down and rest. He noticed his assistant scrolling through her phone, completely engrossed, muttering, "I never expected this. The top male and female students from two major universities are fighting. Spectacular, truly spectacular." As she spoke, she eagerly replayed the video, mesmerized. Even though it was a fight, the two people involved were stunningly good-looking. One wore an ornate European-style prince costume, while the other was dressed in a simple white shirt and a pair of faded light blue jeans. One exuded an exotic charm, the other epitomized the classic university heartthrob look. Their looks alone could rival those in the entertainment industry. Comments flooded across the screen. "Oh, hurry up, tear his clothes off. Don't hesitate. Just do it. Eek, they're about to kiss. Get together, get together. Whoa, they're hugging now. Civil Affairs Bureau, be proactive and get them registered for marriage immediately. Press down, oh, they're down. Ah, exciting. Oh my, this is so embarrassing. Is this something we can watch for free? Better download it quickly before Weibo does something shady and takes it down." The video's title was "Top 2 University Heartthrobs Do This in Public." Many people clicked on the video because of the title. They were first struck by the visuals of the two, and with the physical contact between the two handsome men, they all let out squeals of excitement. They cheered wildly, shouting their support. "Any authors here writing fanfiction? Make it spicy, ill-favorited immediately." Same here one." The assistant even let out a pig-like squeal at the exciting parts. Yi Lanqing couldn't bear to look, but when he glanced over, he too was frozen in place. He quickly snatched the phone from his assistant, rewinding and fast-forwarding repeatedly until he finally saw it clearly. He gritted his teeth in anger. Good, I finally found you. He thought about how he had sent hundreds of messages without a single reply from that girl. It had made him so angry that he had lost weight these past few days. So she was a student at Hua University. The assistant was baffled watching her artist's furious expression without understanding what he was so upset about. While lost in thought, she heard her artist say, "Aren't we doing campus tours for the movie promotion? He'll go to the Hua University one." The assistant was stunned. "Wait bro, your schedule is packed. You only have a minor role in the movie, it's not worth it." She tried to reason with him. "Xinggu, your schedule is all set for the coming days. There's no time." Yi Lanxing's temper flared. "Push back anything that isn't crucial or reschedule it. I have to go that day. That's final. No more arguments." "Shut up." With that, Yi Lanqing unilaterally ended the conversation. He soon had to go back to filming. He took a sip of water and closed his eyes to rest. The assistant looked at her phone, then at her artist, then back at her phone. She slapped her phone in frustration, blaming it for the trouble, even though she had no idea what was wrong with it. With a sour expression, she opened her phone, found the manager's number, and called. She had already braced herself for a scolding. Tang Feng walked with his head down. "Xiao Feng." A warm, pleasant voice reached Tang Feng's ears. He turned around and saw Gu Sheng. He felt a flicker of joy and immediately ran over, not noticing that Gu Sheng's expression lacked its usual gentleness. "I was about to call you to ask why you were fighting," Tang Feng said, looking up at him with confusion in his eyes. Growing up, he had never seen Gu Sheng raise a hand against anyone. Gu Sheng remained silent, instead reaching into his pocket and pulling out a pack of wet wipes. He took one out. Tang Feng watched his movements, staring as Gu Sheng brought the wipe up to his lips and began to rub them. At first his touch was gentle, but gradually it became rougher. Tang Feng tried to dodge. "Gu Sheng, where are my lips dirty? Just tell me I'll wipe them myself." He thought he must have gotten something sticky on his mouth. Gu Sheng continued his actions. "They're dirty. They all need to be cleaned." Gu Sheng used one hand to hold Tang Feng's head in place, forcing him to endure the wiping, going through wipe after wipe. He only stopped when Tang Feng's tears welled up and his lips were rubbed a vivid red, as if they might bleed. Tang Feng just thought the other was in a bad mood. It was just wiping his mouth, painful, but bearable. If it had been anyone else, Tang Feng would have slapped them. Just as Tang Feng was about to ask what was going on, his mouth barely opened. Gu Sheng suddenly lowered his head, leaned in, and kissed him. Tang Feng's eyes widened in complete shock. He had never expected this. Gu Sheng's kiss was both clumsy and fervent, like a sudden storm, catching him completely off guard. Tang Feng's mind went blank, but he finally snapped out of it and forcefully pushed Gu Sheng away. His eyes blazed with fury and he cursed inwardly. "Didn't we agree to be best brothers forever?" He wanted to slap Gu Sheng across the face, raising his hand, but then lowered it again. He shouted, his eyes shooting fire. "Gu Sheng, what's wrong with you? Are you crazy today? First you get into a fight, and now you." Gu Sheng meanwhile looked utterly dejected and sorrowful, as if abandoned by the whole world, his gaze fixed intently on Tang Feng. His voice trembled slightly, laced with despair. "Yes, I've gone crazy. You drove me crazy. He can kiss you, so why can't I?" His eyes were also red, burning like flames, staring directly into Tang Feng's eyes, filled with accusation and resentment. "What?" Tang Feng was completely confused. "Who kissed me? Is Gu Sheng talking about the stage performance? Over that? It wasn't even real. Gu Sheng must be seriously ill." Still, he explained, "It was just acting, okay? And Fu Siken, and I didn't even touch lips. It was fake." He kissed his own thumb. Tang Feng pouted in protest. This explanation, however, instantly calmed the irrational Gu Sheng down. A camera angle trick. Fake. They didn't actually kiss. Looking at Tang Feng's furious expression, Gu Sheng's earlier arrogance vanished, replaced by a look of uncertainty. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but then felt he was in the wrong and closed it. His eyes darted around nervously, as if he were feeling guilty. Tang Feng suddenly thought of something. Startled, he said, "So you got into a fight tonight because of this too?" Tang Feng was utterly incredulous. When had Gu Sheng, who was always so upright and proper, become someone he didn't even recognize? Tang Feng watched Gu Sheng nod. At that moment, Tang Feng felt like he was going crazy. He shouted, truly angry at Gu Sheng for the first time. "We're not talking for a month." With that, he ran off. His mind was a complete mess. Gu Sheng stood there for a long time, his heart a jumble of conflicting emotions. So they hadn't kissed. Does that mean Xiao Feng's first kiss is mine? He unconsciously touched his own lips, as if he could still feel the softness and sweetness of hers. The feeling intoxicated him, and a blissful smile unconsciously spread across his face. When he came back to his senses and realized how impulsive he had been, remorse flooded his heart. He had planned to take things slow, but he had lost his composure first. He stood there alone until late into the night. Under the soft glow of the streetlight, a gentle light fell upon his face, his eyes smiling with a hint of tenderness like a spring breeze. Tang Feng lay in bed, unable to sleep once again. Her mind was entirely occupied by Gu Sheng and that kiss. Suddenly the screen lit up. She picked up her phone, saw it wasn't from Gu Sheng, and felt a pang of disappointment. What was she doing? She slapped her own forehead. It was Xiao Chuan. She tapped to open the message. Xiao Chuan, how did the performance go today? Tang Feng, pretty smoothly. Xiao Chuan, Xiao Feng, what do you think of me? Tang Feng sent a question mark emoji. A creeping suspicion arose in her heart. Could it be what she thought? At 18 years old, was she about to be confessed to by a girl? Instantly, all the earlier gloom and chaotic thoughts were cast aside. Brothers were nothing compared to the allure of a girl. People say brothers are like limbs and women like clothes. But if you have no clothes, how can you go out? So it's fine to be missing an arm or a leg, but if you step out naked, they'll lock you up in a mental hospital. With an excited heart and trembling hands, she stared fixedly at the WeChat window, not blinking, watching the words, typing, appear. The 10-second wait felt like an eternity. Finally, she saw the message. Xiao Chuan, I've really enjoyed being with you these days. I like you. I like your voice, I like talking to you, I like everything you like. So can you be my girlfriend? Reading the first part, Tang Feng's heart soared like a roller coaster. Then, as she reached the last few words, she froze. Huh? Tang Feng was utterly confused with a black question mark face. What did that mean? She thought for a moment, then her eyes lit up. Could it be that the other wanted to be the alpha while she was the omega? No way, no way. Even if she had become a girl, she still had pride. She had to be the one on top. But then she thought, what if she said that and the other didn't want to be with her? It was hard enough to find a girl who liked girls. Most importantly, they really clicked, at least in gaming. Their chats were on the same wavelength too. Every joke she made, the other could pick up. Tang Feng was quite satisfied with that. For someone who shared her interests for the first time, feeling the joy of being liked by a girl, she didn't dare to voice her own demands. These thoughts passed in just about a minute in reality. Ji Lianchuan saw no reply and thought for a moment. Xiao Chuan, I want to be your guardian in the game, and in reality, I want to protect you, cherish you. Can I? Tang Feng read this message and instantly blushed furiously. She buried her entire head under the covers, let out a small scream, then finally threw the covers off, poked her head out, took a deep breath, and started typing a reply. Tang Feng, okay, but I have one tiny request. Is that okay? On the other end, Ji Lianchuan, upon seeing the word okay, had been sitting lazily on the bed, but now his body tensed involuntarily, his heart raced, and he felt frozen, not knowing how to move. After a long pause, so long that Tang Feng thought he might refuse, she finally saw the reply, okay. Tang Feng got excited again. He agreed. He actually agreed. She could turn the tables. She typed, Tang Feng, can I call you wife and you call me husband? It's a pet name. After typing those words, her face grew even redder, and she kept giggling foolishly. She had heard that couples in love used such terms, and she wanted to experience being called husband. Ji Lianchuan saw the message and initially thought she had made a typo, but knowing her personality, he assumed it was just a special pet name between lovers. He remembered in high school his dorm mates, all guys, had a system where two of them were called dad and mom, and the others called them son. So he quickly replied, okay, followed by a cupid heart emoji. Tang Feng saw the okay, and felt as if she was floating on clouds, soft and light. Then another message came from the other side. Xiao Chuan, husband. Seeing those two words, Tang Feng felt as if he were whispering them right in her ear. She was so happy she almost fainted. Her face as red as a boiled shrimp, her hands trembling with excitement like Parkinson's, she replied, Tang Feng, wife. Still not satisfied after the excitement subsided, she sent several voice messages, wife. Her voice was tender and sweet, so sugary it could stretch. Ji Lianchuan opened the voice messages, listened to the girl's soft, sweet voice, and played it over and over again. Addicted, he even saved it, placing it in a folder with other audio files. He typed countless replies of husband. He couldn't bring himself to say it out loud. Ji Lianchuan really couldn't utter the word at that moment. The two of them continued caring for each other, chatting about gossip, games, life, dreams, romance, and trivialities, back and forth until 1 in the morning. It was Ji Lianchuan who realized it was so late and worried that staying up would be bad for the girl's health, so he stopped the conversation. Tang Feng reluctantly turned off her phone and fell asleep within seconds. In her dreams, adorable girls called her husband over and over. She slept until 10:30 before waking up groggily. When she got out of bed, only Ruan was left in the dorm reading a book. The other two were not there. Tang Feng yawned and asked, Ruan, where are they? Military training had ended just in time for the weekend. Classes would officially start on Monday. Ruan didn't look up from her book and replied, Shu Yunduo went home and Jing Tian seems to have gone out on a date with her boyfriend. Tang Feng paused mid-yawn. What? A date? Her voice, because she hadn't drunk any water after waking up, was a bit husky, soft, and sweet like bean paste wrapped in powdered sugar. Hearing that voice, Ruan finally lifted her head. Your voice just now was pretty special. You can learn some voice acting from Jing Tian sometime, don't waste your talent. She handed Tang Feng a bottle of mineral water. Tang Feng took it, chugged a big gulp, and said, wait, such big news, and I'm just finding out now. Ruan was speechless. You never asked, did you? Was Jing Tian supposed to get a loudspeaker and announce to the whole world, I have a boyfriend, I have a boyfriend? That would be pure madness. Tang Feng's curiosity was piqued. She leaned closer to Ruan and asked, so do you have a boyfriend? Ruan rolled her eyes. Sorry, no. And am temporarily afraid of men. Tang Feng got even more excited. What? Did she hear that right? Could it be a kindred spirit? Seeing Tang Feng's expression, Ruan knew exactly what she was imagining. Stop those wild thoughts. I'm not into girls. But I do watch Yuri videos and read Yuri novels. Tang Feng let out a disappointed oh, thinking she had found a like-minded person. Her curiosity was piqued again. Why are you afraid of men? Usually there was a reason for such things, and Ruan didn't seem like she had been hurt. She was a cheerful, open-minded girl. So Tang Feng asked without regard for privacy. Ruan upon hearing the question suddenly thought of a particularly terrifying man, and her body involuntarily shuddered. I can't think about it, it's even scarier. Secret. Those two words dismissed Tang Feng. Tang Feng responded with an, oh, and went to wash up and brush her teeth. Ruan called out, I left a sandwich and a carton of milk on your desk. Tang Feng shouted back, thanks. After finishing breakfast, she felt at a loss. She opened the game and logged in. Her newly acquired girlfriend was offline, and she felt a little disappointed. But she saw a WeChat message, good morning husband. Tang Feng smiled contentedly, and replied, good morning wife. Ruan, who had just looked up to rest, caught sight of her silly grin. Did you find money on the ground this morning? You were smiling so happily. Tang Feng, bursting with the urge to share, was afraid Ruan wouldn't ask. She mysteriously pulled her chair closer to Ruan. Guess, she said, and before Ruan could even guess, she added a hint. We just talked about it earlier. Ruan was shocked. You're in a relationship. Shh. This was something she really hadn't expected. Just last night, two handsome guys had fought over her. Though the reason was unclear, anyone with eyes could see it was because of Tang Feng. Especially their dorm mates who knew that Gu Sheng liked Tang Feng. They were childhood sweethearts. And now Tang Feng was telling her she was in a relationship. How could she not be surprised? Then she thought it couldn't be Gu Sheng, could it? She probed boy or girl. After all, Tang Feng had said before that she liked girls. Tang Feng said enthusiastically, of course it's a girl. A sweet, soft, adorable girl. Ruan's heart sank completely. She silently mourned for Gu Sheng for 1 second. Then her curiosity and gossipy instincts exploded. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Tang Feng. Wow, a girl. Tell me, where did you pick her up? Do I know her? Tang Feng said blissfully. Hee, you don't know her. We met in the game. These days, every time I played I won. Whenever I jungled, she would support me. We had perfect synergy. Whenever we teamed up, we would definitely take the victory. Once she started talking about the game, she couldn't stop. Ruan wanted to pry open Tang Feng's brain and take a good look. Could a game be reliable? This was basically an online romance. Her own roommate's first girlfriend was an online dating partner. She asked, have you seen her photo? Tang Feng shook her head. Ruan felt at a loss. Aren't you afraid she'll trick you? Tang Feng retorted confidently, impossible. I haven't sent her any money. On the contrary, she always sends me red packets telling me to buy more good food because I worked hard during military training. Hearing this, Ruan was full of helplessness. What if she's after your looks? Tang Feng shook her head even more vigorously. Even more impossible. We've never met. If she tries to trick me, I'll smash her dog head. Then she stood up and performed a series of roundhouse kicks. Ruan applauded, relieved. At least she had some fighting skills. That was fine. As your roommate, I wish you good luck. When you two meet in person, let me know so I can see if she's a human or a ghost. Since Tang Feng was a lazy homebody and Ruan didn't like going out, either the two of them ended up staying in the dorm all afternoon. Ruan checked the time. It was almost dinner. She asked curiously, Tang Feng, have you ever been to a bar? Tang Feng's eyes lit up and she shook her head frantically. No, never. They exchanged a glance. Maybe they should go check it out. Everyone was curious about bars. They had only seen them on Douyin. 2 words, thrilling. Young people love thrills. So they quickly decided to have dinner and then take a bus to the nearest bar street. They didn't bother with makeup. Both were barefaced, not fans of cosmetics. But they did change clothes. Ruan put on a crop top and a short skirt. The top hugged her upper body, revealing her nice figure, and the skirt hem stopped just above the knee, but she wore safety shorts underneath to avoid any wardrobe malfunctions. As for Tang Feng, she had only 2 outfits. Ruan insisted she change into a dress, threatening that if she didn't they wouldn't go. So Tang Feng reluctantly swapped her t-shirt and jeans for a bodycon dress that beautifully outlined her curves. It was black, making her figure look even more slender. Ruan looked at her with some dissatisfaction. Something felt off. Maybe it was the chest area. It seemed a bit small, not having the desired effect. Tang Feng noticed Ruan staring at her chest, and shyly covered it with her hands, feeling embarrassed. Ruan clicked her tongue and shook her head. With those little steamed buns of yours, the dress doesn't bring out its charm. It's a waste of your pretty face. Don't you have a padded bra with better push-up effect? Tang Feng shook her head desperately. No, really she didn't. All she had were sports bras with no push-up effect, just a little support. Then after dinner we'll go to an underwear store and buy one. A thicker one with great push-up, turning your A cup into a cup. Tang Feng was completely dumbfounded. Going to a club? It wasn't that serious. But in the end she resignedly let Ruan drag her to buy one, and even put it on. The main reason was if she didn't she wouldn't be allowed to go to the bar and see the world. Ruan also said that everyone who goes to bars dresses like this, otherwise people would think it's your first time and look down on you. However, later they found out that these were all Ruan's guesses and summaries from Douyin, which turned out to be very unreliable. After taking the subway and walking for another 15 minutes, they finally arrived at the bar street. The area was ablaze with neon lights and already bustling with activity. Tang Feng and Ruan wandered along the street like curious children, exploring every corner. They were looking for the largest and most lively bar mentioned on Dodo, named Yi's. After walking a bit further, they finally reached their destination. On the lively street of this bustling city, the entrance of Yi's bar stood out as a unique spectacle. A tall and wide black iron gate adorned with exquisite carvings was set in the center with a golden plaque. The words Yi's were written in a bold flowing script, shimmering under the surrounding neon lights, as if extending an enticing invitation to every passerby. The ground was covered with a dark red carpet that extended to the street like a passage leading to a dreamlike world. The two stood at the entrance, their faces filled with awe, as if they had stepped into a grand garden for the first time. Ruan nudged Tang Feng's arm and said, the #1 bar on this street really has something special. Look at this decor, impressive, right? Tang Feng agreed. It was indeed different from the other bars they had passed. This one combined classical elegance with modern design. As a science student, Tang Feng could only murmur awesome. Even without stepping inside, the design of the gate alone made them eager to explore. Ruan instinctively straightened her back and gently smoothed her clothes, trying to appear composed. Tang Feng took a deep breath, lifted her chin slightly, and attempted to look more confident and at ease. Let's go in and take a look. Tang Feng broke the silence, her voice tinged with both nervousness and anticipation. Okay, Ruan replied with a resolute tone, as if she had heard a command on the battlefield, and they began to march forward. Arm in arm, they felt as if they were marching in the goose step they had just reviewed a few days ago. Anyone watching might have thought they were here to pick a fight. Just as they were about to step through the luxurious gate, a waiter at the entrance stopped them. They halted abruptly and looked up at the waiter in confusion. Sorry ladies, please show your tickets first, the waiter said with a polite smile. Ruan and Tang Feng were baffled. Did they have to pay to enter a bar? Ruan asked uncertainly, do we need to pay just to go in and look around? Tang Feng stared at the waiter without blinking. The waiter smiled again, revealing a perfect set of 8 teeth. Yes, miss. If you forgot to buy a ticket, you can purchase one at the ticket window over there, or buy an electronic ticket online. Just then a man wearing sunglasses approached. He was dressed in a well-tailored black suit, every line seemingly measured to perfection, hugging his robust physique. Broad shoulders and a narrow waist created a flawless proportion, and his straight trousers wrapped around his long, powerful legs. Each step he took was steady and determined. Although the sunglasses obscured most of his face, his high nose bridge and sharply defined features hinted at a handsome man. When he spotted Ruan and Tang Feng, he raised his hand, and the attendant behind him stepped forward to receive his instructions. Then he walked straight into the bar. The attendant immediately approached the waiter and said that the expenses for the 2 ladies would be charged to his boss account. The waiter, realizing they were dealing with someone formidable, respectfully replied, ladies, you may enter. Ruan was still opening an app to buy tickets, and Tang Feng thought, since they were already here, they might as well spend the 500 yuan for a ticket to see the sights. They felt a bit embarrassed for not having done their research. Just as they were about to pay, the waiter told them they could go in. They both looked up again, glancing at the man in the suit beside the waiter, puzzled. The man repeated that his boss felt a connection with the 2 ladies and wanted to treat them. Ruan and Tang Feng exchanged bewildered glances. Could this really happen? They looked at each other, their eyes darting around. It was as if they were having a silent conversation. Should we take this offer or not? Take it. A fool passes up a bargain, was Tang Feng's thought. What if they have ulterior motives? Was Ruan's concern. Tang Feng patted her chest and said, don't worry, I'm here. If things go wrong, we can always call the police. Besides, this is under the emperor's nose, safe and sound. After their silent exchange, they thanked the man and entered the gate without any hesitation. They saved 500 yuan. What a thrill. That guy is surprisingly nice, they thought. Both were curious about the generous benefactor and secretly wished to meet him someday to offer their blessings and wish him a peaceful life. As Tang Feng and Ruan stepped into Yi's bar, they felt as if they had entered a dazzling, surreal dream world. Brilliant lights cascaded down like stars. A massive crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, its countless crystals refracting a myriad of colorful rays, making them feel as if they were in a magnificent palace. The interior was spacious with tall pillars supporting the dome, each carved with intricate patterns that seemed to come alive under the lights. The dance floor was in the center where people swayed energetically to the dynamic music. Surrounding the dance floor was a ring of curved sofas where stylishly dressed individuals sat on soft leather, holding colorful cocktails and chatting animatedly. Large abstract paintings adorned the walls, their bold lines and intense colors interweaving to create a unique artistic atmosphere. Bartenders were busy behind the counter, their shakers flipping up and down like a mesmerizing performance. An array of liquor bottles glistened under the lights, presenting a dazzling sight. The air was thick with a mix of perfume, alcohol, and tobacco, stimulating the senses. The deep, rhythmic music was deafening, making their hearts race involuntarily. On the distant stage, a singer with a magnetic voice performed a pop song, while the audience cheered and applauded, creating an electrifying atmosphere. The two girls wore identical expressions of shock, their mouths wide open and eyes bulging. Their hearts were filled with exclamations of wow, wow, wow. Ruan leaned close to Tang Feng's ear and shouted, "Let's go grab a cocktail. I've never had alcohol before." She pointed toward the bartender where a crowd was gathered watching the mixology show. Tang Feng had never had one either and was curious, so she nodded in agreement. Under the dim lights, the two slightly hesitant young girls looked around, marveling at everything new and beautiful, feeling like they were seeing the world for the first time. They squeezed through the crowd to the bar counter. There were many beautiful women here too. The bartender, a young man, wore a fitted white shirt with the collar slightly open, revealing delicate collarbones, and sleeves casually rolled up to his elbows, showing off his toned forearms. A black vest clung to his body, accentuating his perfect physique. His movements were fluid and graceful. He held the shaker high with his right hand, then quickly flipped it, sending it arcing through the air in a smooth trajectory. The ice and liquor clinked inside the shaker, producing a crisp sound. His gaze was focused and deep, as if the only things in the world were the shaker in his hand and the exquisite drink about to be born. With his left hand, he swiftly grabbed a bottle, flicked his wrist, and the liquor streamed precisely into the shaker without a single drop spilling. His fingers were long and agile, each movement full of rhythm, captivating the onlookers. The girls at the bar stared at him unblinkingly, their faces filled with admiration. Tang Feng and Ruan soon joined the applause and awe. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. This technique is so cool. Tang Feng had never seen a bartender mixing drinks before, and she felt a strong urge to learn. It would be such a great way to show off. Ruan was mesmerized by a freshly made tequila sunrise, its beauty stunning her. It sat elegantly in a tall stem glass, the bottom a deep, vibrant orangey like the first burst of sunlight at dawn. This rich hue gradually rose, transitioning into a bright, lively orange, as if the light were expanding. At the very top, a layer of clear pale yellow resembled the faint clouds in the morning sky, light and soft. The ice cubes floated in the liquid, shimmering like scattered stars in the night sky. Moisture condensed on the glass like morning dew, adding a touch of freshness and vitality. It's so cool, I want one too, Ruan thought. Then she glanced at the price list, 588 yuan per glass. Her expression shifted from admiration to horror. 588. Why not just rob us? Tang Feng also saw the price and whispered into Ruan's ear, "I've heard that the most profitable thing in a bar is the drinks." It's true. Ruan was torn. They huddled together, discussing whether to buy the cheapest one. The cheapest options were. They looked at the price list: screwdriver 128, a gin tonic 138, rum and coke 138. They both fell silent. Compared to the expensive cocktails, these names seemed a bit cheap. The other names sounded so beautiful: tequila sunrise, blue Hawaii, margarita, pink lady. Why did they have to settle for these? Just then the bartender finished mixing 2 margaritas and placed them in front of Tang Feng and Ruan. He smiled and said, "Someone is treating you." They were still debating whether to splurge on an expensive drink when they heard that someone was buying them a drink. The bartender pointed to an open window on the second floor. Both looked up and saw a man standing quietly by the window. Due to the distance, they couldn't make out his features. They guessed he might be the generous rich kid who had paid for them earlier. Since he was treating them, they waved to thank him. The man raised his glass in response. When they turned back, their excitement was unmistakable. Ruan speculated, "Tang Feng, it must be because of your face that he's treating us." Tang Feng retorted, "Why does it have to be me? Couldn't it be you?" Ruan was very cute with a round face, big eyes, and fair skin. Although she wasn't a conventional beauty, she had a distinctive charm. Coupled with her figure, curves in all the right places, even Tang Feng found her attractive. If the guy liked girls, Tang Feng figured, he would have made a move already. For now she just enjoyed the view, letting out a few lecherous chuckles. Ruan shook her head, thinking she was just a little cute, nowhere near the other 3 girls in their dorm. Only her roommates often told her she was pretty. Ruan thought Tang Feng was just flattering her. In truth, Tang Feng's compliments about her figure were heartfelt. They sipped their drinks, slowly savoring them, while watching the stage show. On the screen they saw that a very popular handsome guy would be performing soon. Ruan said she needed to go to the restroom. Tang Feng nodded, telling her to come back quickly, and she would watch over their cocktails. The bar lights dimmed, leaving only a single spotlight on the stage. A handsome guy made his entrance amid widespread anticipation, instantly becoming the center of attention. He wore a studded leather jacket over a tight black vest, accentuating his muscular chest and fit physique. His lower half was clad in ripped jeans paired with black leather boots, exuding a trendy and rebellious vibe. He closed his eyes slightly, gripped the microphone tightly, and as the music intro began he parted his lips, and a magnetic voice pierced through the entire bar. "The flower in my heart, I want to take you home." In the late-night bar, who cares if it's real or fake? His voice was powerful, every note brimming with passion and energy. He swayed to the rhythm, his facial expressions rich and immersed, as if he were completely lost in the song. His voice alternated between low and husky, high and impassioned, perfectly commanding every twist and turn of the melody. Tang Feng sipped her cocktail while watching the stage, feeling a growing sense of familiarity. She thought she might be drunk, so she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Although the handsome guy on stage was wearing makeup, making him look more refined and wild than usual, the exaggerated stage style giving him an even more dashing appearance. Tang Feng's mouth formed an O shape. Fu. Si. Chum. He. This was a side of him she had never seen. The guy singing and swaying on stage was none other than Fu Siqing. He was completely different from the melancholic prince image he had at school. It was as if he had turned into a different person. Could he be a twin? Tang Feng watched the performance in shock and suddenly made eye contact with the singer on stage. She instantly knew this was definitely Fu Siqing. She marveled inwardly, not only does he work as a waiter, but he also has a side gig at the bar. On stage, Fu Siqing sang, yet his peripheral vision remained fixed on Tang Feng's direction. He had been momentarily surprised to see her at the bar. A faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at his lips. Thought she was the demure type. That elusive smile of his was like a hook, ensnaring souls and igniting the atmosphere of the entire venue. After finishing his song, Fu Siqing changed into a new set of dance attire. Tang Feng, sipping her drink, was swept up in the fervent energy, her body swaying instinctively. On stage, smoke began to swirl. 7 or 8 young men appeared in fully unbuttoned white shirts, each revealing a tantalizing set of 8-pack abs paired with sleek, sheer suit trousers and belts adorned with silver chains. Matching silver accessories adorned their necks. At the center, clad in a distinct outfit, stood Fu Siqing. He wore a sheer black mesh top, which subtly revealed his solid chest and defined abdominal lines exuding pure allure. A few shimmering rhinestones at his collar caught the light, refracting dazzling brilliance. His lower half was sheathed in tight leather pants clinging to his long legs with metal zippers at the ankles, adding a wild edge to his overall look. The moment he appeared on stage, a wave of screams and shouts erupted from the girls in the audience. As the music "Lot It" thumped to life, a subtle tilt of the neck, a slight tremor of the shoulders, a wave of supple undulation rippled from his right fingertips to his left, twisting hips and thrusting his pelvis. Their bodies moved like living flames, reflecting off each other in a sea of notes. Every rhythm, every spin, every hand gesture radiated a dangerous sensuality. As the dance wore on, sweat beaded on his forehead, tracing a slow path down his cheek, gliding from his chest muscles to his abs, trickling down until it vanished beneath the buckle of his belt. Tang Feng forgot her drink entirely upon seeing Fu Siqing in his new outfit. Her eyes widened like brass bells, her pupils nearly popping from their sockets, her gaze a mixture of shock and utter disbelief. A torrent of curses flooded her mind. Was this the Fu Siqing she knew? Her eyes had been truly opened. When Fu Siqing's gaze swept over, their eyes met. Tang Feng immediately lowered her head in embarrassment, covering her eyes. This was a bit too much to handle. But she wanted to watch, didn't she? So she peeked through the gaps between her fingers at the handsome dancer's performance. Right, she wasn't watching him specifically. Why should she be embarrassed? If anything, he should be the one embarrassed. The more she thought about it, the more she convinced herself. After building up her mental resolve, she raised her head and straightened her back, looking directly at the stage. Just then Fu Siqing sent a smile and a flying kiss in her direction. Instantly the screams from the girls below intensified to a deafening roar. Tang Feng watched the performance, and honestly, it was a feast for the eyes. She could now understand why older men sought young girls and wealthy women sought young men. Such young, vibrant bodies, they looked so invigorating, making one's blood race. Even she, with a man's soul inside, felt infected by the scene. It was incredibly seductive, enough to make one want to commit a crime. Tang Feng felt envious jealous. She never thought the slim-looking Fu Siken would have such a great body. 8-pack abs looking rock hard. The type that looks lean in clothes, but is definitely ripped underneath. She glanced at her own. Tang Feng felt envious jealous. She never thought the slim-looking Fu Siken would have such a great body. 8-pack abs looking rock hard. The type that looks lean in clothes, but is definitely ripped underneath. She glanced at her own figure and yearned for the days of being a man again. Tang Feng was lost in thought when a realization struck her. Something was off. Had she forgotten something? Then it hit her. She had gotten so carried away watching that she had forgotten. Ruan had been gone for ages. Had she fallen in? Tang Feng got up and headed towards the corridor to see what was going on. Half an hour earlier, Ruan couldn't hold her pee any longer. She hadn't had much to drink, nor had she enjoyed the show, but she rushed off to the restroom to take care of urgent business. As she reached the end of the corridor, near the bathrooms, a man in a suit looking like a bodyguard blocked her path. He politely extended his hand in a gesture. "My boss requests your presence, miss." Ruan, whose mind was foggy from the pressing need, was slow to process for a few seconds. "No, don't block me. I'm in a hurry, a real hurry." Even if the Jade Emperor himself descended, she'd have to use the bathroom first. But the man in the suit acted as if he couldn't understand human language, repeating robotically, "My boss requests your presence, miss." This time Ruan was furious. She cursed, "Are you insane? Your boss is insane too. Can't you see I'm busy? I need to go to the restroom." "Restroom? Do you understand?" The man's hand remained blocking her. Ruan shoved him several times, but he wouldn't budge. He just said like an emotionless robot, "My boss requests your presence, miss." Ruan was completely speechless. "You want to play this game with me? I'll smash your head in." So she launched into the half-baked military boxing she'd just learned. But as she threw a punch, the bodyguard sidestepped and spun, sending her sprawling onto the floor on her rear. Luckily there was a carpet or her, but would have been split in 8 pieces. As she lay on the ground frowning and groaning in pain, the bodyguard was suddenly kicked flying. He quickly scrambled up, bowed, and apologized. "Boss, I'm sorry." Ruan was stunned by the incredible twist. She followed the line of the kicked foot upwards, looked up, and her face contorted in pure terror. She saw the one face she never wanted to see in her life. Her finger trembling as she pointed at him. "M.O. Ingxiao." Oh my God, was she seeing a ghost? Forgetting the pain in her rear, she scrambled to her feet and sprinted desperately towards the women's restroom. M.O. Yingxiao's hand, which had been reaching out to help her up, froze midair. He watched her panicked retreat, and a wry, amused laugh escaped him. Ruan meanwhile burst into a stall to relieve herself. Seeing that man had given her a huge scare, but nature called. She had to take care of business first, or she'd wet her pants. She muttered under her breath, pleading for divine intervention. "Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, good roommates, please save me." Then she heard a man's voice from outside. Ruan tried to pump herself up, but her trembling legs betrayed her sheer terror even at the mere sound of his voice. She was having a full-blown panic attack. Pressing her back hard against the stall door, she weakly questioned, How did you get into the women's restroom? You should leave before someone mistakes you for a pervert and beats you up." A low chuckle sounded from the other side, his tone unexpectedly gentle. "Don't worry, Ruan. It's just you and me here. No one else will come in." Then his tone shifted, turning menacing. "Are you going to come out on your own, or do you want me to come in and get you?" Ruan hesitated, deliberating for a long time. Just as M.O. Ingxiao was losing his patience, the door finally swung open. Ruan offered an awkward yet polite smile, looking up at the towering man who stood a full 30 centimeters above her. She waved and said, "Well, what a coincidence." M.O. Ingxiao gazed at her with a knowing smirk. "Indeed, what a coincidence, my savior." The moment she heard the words savior, the memories she desperately wished to forget came flooding back. This man was truly relentless. She had come all the way to the capital for university, far from her hometown, and still she couldn't escape him. Heavens, what kind of cursed fate was this? She wished a bolt of lightning would strike this man down. Since our last encounter, I never imagined we'd meet again. My men were a bit rigid earlier. I simply wish to invite Miss Ruan to my place to chat about the unfinished matters from last time. At the mere mention of that incident, Ruan felt uneasy. "Well, you see, I'm rather busy. Perhaps we could discuss it another time." Ruan intended to make a dash for it. Standing at just 160 centimeters, she figured she was nimble enough. She'd heard that tall people weren't particularly quick on their feet. Remembering her instructor's advice to leverage her strengths, she prepared to seize her chance and break free. Summoning all her courage, she concentrated her strength into her left foot, ready to spring forward like a cannonball. She barely managed 3 or 4 steps before a long, slender hand blocked her path. In an instant, her entire body was lifted off the ground like a helpless chick. The man let out a cold laugh. "It seems Miss Ruan remains as uncooperative as ever." Just as he spoke, Tang Feng, who had come looking for Ruan in the restroom, was blocked at the entrance. Upon hearing Tang Feng's voice, Ruan immediately began shouting, "Tang Feng, help! Tang Feng, come save me!" Ruan kicked her short legs, frantically struggling to break free from the man's grasp. Hearing the commotion, Tang Feng charged forward without a second thought. However, the two bodyguards outside were highly skilled and easily intercepted his attack. To them, Tang Feng's movements were decent but lacked substance, like a child playing games. These men were battle-hardened veterans whose moves were lethal. For now, they only blocked his path as they recognized this girl was likely a friend of the boss target. Don't worry, Ruan. I've already called the police. You in there, listen up. If you know what's good for you, come out now, or he'll beat you to the ground. Mo Yingxiao watched the restless girl in his grasp as she lashed out with fists and feet. Finally releasing her collar, he frowned at the vulgar curses coming from outside. Why was his chosen woman's friend so crude? It was truly unbearable to witness. Freed at last, Ruan sprinted frantically toward the exit. She saw Tang Feng fighting with reckless abandon, cursing Mo Yingxiao's ancestors between blows. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she thought what a true friend. She hurried over, determined to protect him in this critical moment, even if she'd probably just end up as extra cannon fodder. Seeing Ruan, Tang Feng finally stopped cursing and attacked with even greater ferocity, though every strike was still blocked. The bodyguards sensed someone approaching from behind and knew who it was, so they let their guard down, giving Ruan the perfect opportunity to strike. Caught in a pincer attack, Tang Feng knocked one down with a punch and kick, while the other staggered back several steps. Tang Feng quickly pulled Ruan behind him, assuming a protective stance. At that moment, Mo Yingxiao stepped out. Seeing the scene before him, his expression darkened. The bodyguards, realizing their failure, bowed deeply and apologized, ready to accept their punishment. Fu Sichen, who had changed into fresh clothes, approached and acknowledged Mo Yingxiao with a respectful boss. Tang Feng and Ruan both stared at Fu Sichen in shock. Tang Feng was stunned that Fu Sichen would call this intimidating man boss, the same man who had just been bullying Ruan. Looking at his friend trembling behind him, he held her even more protectively. Ruan was confused at first, but upon recognizing Fu Sichen, her shock deepened. Wait, isn't that the guy from Tang Feng's class? The school heartthrob. Taking in his appearance, she felt like she'd uncovered a massive secret. Clapping a hand over her mouth, she wore the same incredulous expression Tang Feng had when had first met Fu Sichen. So consumed by the drama unfolding before her, she momentarily forgot about Mo Yingxiao entirely. The visual impact of this revelation was simply too overwhelming. What luck tonight? She desperately wanted to sneak out her phone and snap a few photos. That outfit was quite distinctive, worth keeping as material for her dreams. Snapping back to reality, Tang Feng stealthily moved closer to Fu Sichen and whispered, "He's your boss." Ruan followed closely behind Tang Feng, sticking to his side for a sense of security, also casting curious glances at Fu Sichen while straining to listen. Fu Sichen hummed in acknowledgement. "Mr. Mo owns this bar." Both Tang Feng and Ruan wore identical expressions of shock. The bar belonged to him. They turned in unison to look at the man across from them. Mo Yingxiao observed every nuance of their interaction. Ruan, come here." Mo Yingxiao's commanding tone made Ruan jump. Her body trembled involuntarily. There was no way she was going over there. It would be like a lamb walking into a wolf's den, and she feared she'd never come back. Besides, she was genuinely terrified of this man. He had a real gun. The image of that barrel pressed against her head was still burned into her memory. She'd had nightmares for nights afterward, dreaming of her brains splattering everywhere. It was utterly horrifying. She refused outright. "I'm not coming over. We're not even close. Really, I swear I'll never tell anyone about what happened last time." Tang Feng was beginning to piece things together. The two apparently knew each other from before, and for some reason Ruan seemed absolutely terrified of him. He held her even more tightly. Fu Sichen observed the scene in silence. Mo Yingxiao's eyes darkened, and he let out a low chuckle that sent chills down one's spine. "Not close, but you've already seen everything. And isn't it said that one should offer themselves to repay a life-saving debt?" Tang Feng's head filled with question marks. He shot Ruan a curious, gossip-hungry look. Ruan glanced at the man across from them, grinding her teeth in frustration. Then she whispered into Tang Feng's ear, "Tang Feng, listen. He's involved with the mafia? Don't believe a word he says. He's not a good person." With the situation too complicated to explain fully, Tang Feng nodded in understanding. Based on what his roommate was saying, this guy was bad news with clear designs on Ruan. Clearly a one-sided pursuit. Ruan glared with her big eyes and retorted, "You're insane. Who owes you a life-saving debt? Who's offering themselves to you? And for your information, I don't like men, I like women." A mischievous glint flashed in her eyes as she suddenly wrapped her arms around Tang Feng's waist from behind. The unexpected intimacy nearly made Tang Feng jump out of his skin. Wait, did he just hear that right? He looked down at Ruan in disbelief, only to see her blinking frantically. Tang Feng understood immediately. Playing along with the act, he pulled Ruan even closer. That's right, Ruan is my girlfriend. We've actually been together for a while now. We just kept it private because of societal judgment. Fu Sikin was rendered speechless by the two girls' performance. Mo Xiao, however, let out a light laugh, clearly unconvinced. So you're saying you two are together? Tang Feng and Ruan nodded in unison, exchanging several seconds of deep affectionate eye contact to demonstrate their undying love. Then kiss each other on the lips right here in front of me, and they'll believe you. Mo Yingxiu's words instantly froze both of them. They exchanged panicked glances. There's a pervert here. How do we get through this? Kiss or not kiss? Ruan's eyes said, well, kiss. Let's show him. Tang Feng's eyes replied, got it. Ruan closed her eyes and leaned in toward Tang Feng's lips. Tang Feng's heart was pounding. Though this was all just an act, still, a girl, a soft, sweet-smelling girl's kiss. He felt both excited and shy. Was this really okay? Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, he suddenly saw Ruan being snatched away by the tall man, who grabbed the back of her collar and hauled her over to his side. Ruan opened her eyes, utterly exasperated. Snatched again. Damn it, do you look down on short people? Just because you're tall doesn't mean you're all that. She started flailing again. Put me down. If you don't, I'll bite you to death. Mo Xiao released her, and Ruan regained her freedom. She shoved the man with all her might, but couldn't budge him an inch, so she reluctantly stopped glaring at him. My dear is absolutely right. You're sick, seriously sick. Weren't you the one who told us to kiss? Mo Yingxiu's temple veins bulged. This wasn't the outcome had expected. He never thought the little woman would actually go through with it. He was starting to wonder if she really did prefer women. Fu Sikin was equally stunned. His earlier doubts had now solidified into genuine belief that Tang Feng liked girls. He suddenly thought of Gu Sheng and wondered if he knew about this. Everything seemed absurd yet strangely normal, and so it happened. The four of them settled into a private room. Tang Feng and Ruan sat close together, Fu Sikin on one side, and Mo Xiao directly across from them. He looked at the two girls, feeling a headache coming on. Had come here specifically to find the little woman to ask her for a commitment. Had anticipated rejection, but never that she'd already have a partner, and a female one at that. So the little woman had a girlfriend now. What was he supposed to do then? Mo Xiao fell silent, and the room grew deathly quiet. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere, Tang Feng cleared his throat. Mr. Mo, it's getting quite late. Perhaps Ruan, and I should head home now. Mo Xiao refused to let it go. No. The two of you will break up right now. Ruan wanted to cry. She could slap herself twice for being so curious. That day she had gone up the mountain to pick mushrooms and stumbled upon Mo Xiao lying on the ground. She swore she was just curious. She approached to take a look, not to rescue him, just to check if he was dead so she could call the police. But the moment she got close, the man grabbed her calf and pulled out a gun, aiming it at her head. He threatened her not to call the police and to take him back with her. If Ruan had known this would happen, she would never have gone near him. She would have turned around, run down the mountain, and called the police immediately. This story truly teaches us, don't pick up strange men by the roadside. Pick one up, and you'll regret it in silence. In the end, Fu Sikin said something to Mo Xiao, and only then were Tang Feng and Ruan allowed to leave the night bar. The moment they stepped through the door, they bolted like dogs were chasing them. Earlier, Fu Sikin had stepped outside with Mo Xiao and proposed. He admitted he liked Tang Feng, and since the boss happened to like Ruan, they could cooperate. Break up the couple, then redirect their twisted gender preferences back to normal. After much deliberation, Mo Xiao agreed. He forcibly added Ruan on WeChat and saved her phone number. Before leaving, he didn't forget to threaten her. Little woman, if you dare delete me, I'll come to your school and kiss you in front of everyone, telling them you're my girlfriend. Even with Tang Feng standing beside her, Ruan was terrified by these words. She nodded vigorously like a bobblehead, agreeing. How could she dare not agree? Tang Feng felt helpless. He wanted to punch this arrogant man, but thinking of his bodyguards and his nearly 190-centimeter frame, he chickened out. He probably couldn't win that fight. The man had money and connections. Tang Feng doubted even the police would be of any use. Damn it. Had let him have all the glory. Why was his heroic rescue so pathetic? After sprinting for a full 15 minutes, they finally collapsed onto the subway seats, their taut nerves beginning to unwind. Tang Feng and Ruan exchanged a bewildered glance, each studying the other's face, when suddenly both of their phones chimed simultaneously, signaling incoming messages. They both opened WeChat. Ruan saw a message from Mo Xiao, who had just added her as a contact. Mo Xiao, Ruan, be a good girl. I know you're just sick, but it's alright. I know a few reputable psychologists. They'll take you for counseling when you're free. He had also sent a barrage of recommended articles, all extolling the virtues of heterosexual romance and detailing the tragic downfalls of same-sex relationships. Tang Feng opened her WeChat, and at the top was a message from Fu Sichen, whom she had just parted with. Fu Sichen, did you enjoy tonight's performance? Did you like it? Tang Feng replied with a simple mm. A second later he responded, How about a private show just for you next time? Upon reading the messages, both Tang Feng and Ruan's eyes widened in shock. What kind of abnormal talk was this? They simultaneously lifted their heads to look at each other. After a few seconds, they began to converse. Ruan was the first to ask, "Was that Fu Siken just now? From your class? The one voted as our school's most handsome guy?" Tang Feng nodded. Ruan couldn't help but let out a gasp, which Tang Feng quickly stifled with her hand, signaling for her to keep it down. They glanced around. The sudden exclamation had drawn the attention of the other passengers. Ruan nodded in understanding, still utterly stunned. Tang Feng released her hand and whispered, "I need to ask you a favor. About Fu Siken working at the bar singing and dancing. Please don't tell anyone." She feared that if people at school found out, it would reflect poorly on him. Worried that Ruan might misunderstand, she also recounted how she had seen Fu Siken working as a waiter at a restaurant during registration. Ruan nodded knowingly, gave an okay sign, and mimed zipping her lips closed with her fingers. Ruan recalled the wild, untamed look Fu Siken had on his face earlier. It was a stark contrast to the images on the campus forum. They were two completely different styles, one the image of a cool, melancholic young master, the other a flamboyant, charismatic nightclub model. Had she not recognized the face, she would have sworn they were different people. Tang Feng nodded in agreement. "You have no idea? Fu Sichen, who's usually so quiet and introverted, when he dances on stage, he's..." Tang Feng trailed off using a knowing look that said, "You get it." "What? Really? Oh, then I missed out on so much. If I'd known, I would have stayed, even if my bladder was about to burst." I'd have watched his entire performance before running to the bathroom. She then let out a silent scream, feeling like she had missed out on a fortune. The next second, Tang Feng opened her phone and offered Ruan an earbud. They shared the earbuds and watched a video she had recorded. Huddled together, they watched Fu Siken's dance, a feeling of holy crap washing over them, amplified by the shared experience. At the most exciting parts, Ruan felt like giving Tang Feng a kiss. "Sis, you get me? Oh, what a godsend of a roommate. She never hoards good stuff." She loved it. After the video ended, she asked Tang Feng to send her a copy, so she could save it and repeatedly admire the charm of this male seductress. Tang Feng immediately shared the video with her. They now shared a little secret, and it made them feel like true sisters. Tang Feng had an indescribable feeling. Was this what having a close girlfriend felt like? Tang Feng was instantly stunned, realizing she was feeling more and more like a girl. Ruan tugged on Tang Feng's arm, who had been enthusiastically talking, but had suddenly zoned out, and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Tang Feng snapped back to reality. "Oh, I wanted to know what's the deal with you and that man. A life-saving grace thing." "Huh, tell me your story." Tang Feng felt that the man was not simple. Even though he hadn't made a move, she could tell he had seen bloodshed. That sharp, piercing gaze of his was the mark of a true big shot. She also hadn't been able to land a single hit on either of his two subordinates. She was self-aware enough to know they hadn't even used their full strength, just toying with her like a cat with a mouse. Thinking about it, Tang Feng felt she had lost all face. Who would have thought she'd run into such a terrifying man? She didn't know where Ruan had met him. Ruan furtively glanced around, then leaned in close to Tang Feng's ear, whispering, "I'm telling you this, but you can't tell anyone. It's our secret." Tang Feng nodded, and mimicking Ruan made a zipping motion over her lips. "My lips are sealed, don't worry. He has a gun. A real one. He's been shot before, and he speaks Burmese." Tang Feng's jaw dropped when she heard this. This was information she wasn't supposed to know. Was she going to be silenced? After the initial shock, she finally understood where the big shot's intimidating aura came from. He had been in real life-or-death battles. Unlike her, who was all show and no substance, just a rookie. She suddenly felt it wasn't so shameful to have lost to him. He was the real deal, who she couldn't compare. Her curiosity piqued, she whispered, "So what's the story with the life-saving grace? How did you meet him?" Ruan's face immediately scrunched up in misery, and she replied in a low voice, "It's a tragic story. One day I was up in the mountains looking for wild herbs when I saw a man lying on the ground. I didn't know if he was dead or alive. I thought he's a person after all, so I decided to check if he was breathing and maybe call the police." Tang Feng listened as if hearing his story, urging her on. And then, Ruan silently appealed to the heavens. "You're really treating this like a story." She continued, "I was just about to check his carotid artery to see if he was dead. But as soon as I crouched down, he whipped out a gun and pressed it to my forehead." Tang Feng gasped at the thrilling part, her expression vividly animated like she was watching a magic show. "Then he threatened me, told me to take him down the mountain and not call the cops. If I did, he'd kill me. So I had to secretly hide him in a room in my house. I didn't actually save him willingly. If I'd known he had a gun, I would have run the moment I saw him." Wow, that was thrilling. She also mentioned that the man had a bullet wound at the time. She had to remove the bullet with her bare hands, and he just took some antibiotics and was fine. Tang Feng's look of admiration for the big shot sent a shiver down Ruan's spine. Hey Tang Feng, stop with that admiring look. Aren't you afraid he'll cut out your kidneys? I suspect he's from Myanmar. The main reason being that Yunnan province borders Myanmar, and with his fluent Burmese Wan had caught a few words. The implications were too terrifying to dwell on. As the saying goes, knowing too much brings you closer to death. It's better to feign ignorance to live longer. Tang Feng was shocked again. Oh my god, was I almost a kidney donor? Good thing the big shot was too busy to bother with a nobody like me. She figured it was probably for Wan's sake. She suddenly remembered novels her high school classmates used to discuss, like The Mafia Boss Sweetheart, Captive Love Forcing the Little Girl, and The Gang Leader's Hard Imprisonment. Just thinking about it gave her a certain feeling. Then she suddenly thought of the cocktails and entrance tickets someone had treated them to earlier. It was like she had discovered a huge secret. Could the one who paid for our drinks and tickets be him? That big spender. Wan thought for a moment, and it was quite possible. She nodded, thinking it must be him. Tang Feng let out a sly chuckle, thinking again of the plots from those novels. How similar. It was like fiction had become reality. Seeing that Tang Feng was clearly up to no good, Wan rolled her eyes. Stop it. Don't get any weird ideas. My situation is a cautionary tale. I shouldn't have even looked at him back then. Tang Feng had to agree with that. Novels were just novels. So this was the real story behind the life-saving grace. Indeed, you can't just pick up random men on the road. She didn't even pick him up, just one look had caused all this trouble. In the future, shed out a rule, don't even look, just stay away. Look what happened to Wan, as shed fallen head over heels. They both sighed in unison. Tang Feng was worried about Wan. That man was trouble. Even though their country Huaxiao was very safe, he was in the capital, which meant he wasn't someone to be taken lightly. Wan was scared that he might actually follow through on his threat to kiss her. Based on his personality, it was a real possibility, and that would be the end of her. She had managed to deceive him this time, but what about the next? It was a tough situation. Upon returning to the dormitory, Tang Feng found Jing Tian had already arrived. Jing Tian's eyes lit up at their outfits, exclaiming, "Wow, dressed so seductively, where did you two go to have fun?" Both Tang Feng and Wan slumped down in despair. Tang Feng replied, "We went to see the world, a bar." "What? You two went to a bar and didn't invite me?" Jing Tian perked up, genuine regret etched on her face. Wan shot her a look of exasperation and said, "You were on a date. If your boyfriend found out you went to a bar, he'd probably kill me." She then made a frightened expression. Jing Tian tossed a plush toy at her, saying, "Oh, shut up. He wouldn't. Now tell me, were there many handsome guys there?" And so the conversation drifted back to the bar for a while, but both of them wisely omitted the events that had transpired there, only describing the atmosphere and the performances. Suddenly Tang Feng shifted the topic, asking Jing Tian, "When did you get a boyfriend?" "I only heard about it from Wan today." "Oh, that? You never asked." "We grew up together, he lived right across from me. We're basically childhood sweethearts. We got together in our sophomore year of high school." He confessed, and I felt the same way, so I agreed. Tang Feng and Wan listened to Jing Tian talk about her boyfriend, finding the story quite sweet. It seemed like they'd get married right after college. A true love story, from school uniforms to wedding gowns. Seeing Tang Feng's envious expression, Jing Tian remarked, "You have a childhood sweetheart too, why didn't you two ever get together?" Tang Feng froze and said a bit awkwardly, "Don't talk nonsense. I've told you I like girls, and I already have a girlfriend." This revelation stunned Jing Tian. She had been away from the dorm for just one day. When did this happen? Wan felt she had to clarify. "Well, her girlfriend. It's a long-distance online relationship. They met while gaming." Jing Tian was speechless, her thoughts aligning with Wan's. She silently mourned for a second for Gu Sheng and Yi Jing Nian, the two handsome guys they'd met once. There was no hope for them. She had thought her roommate was just joking, but it turned out she was serious. She actually had a partner now. Still, online dating felt unreliable to Jing Tian. Tang Feng listened to her roommate's advice, but firmly refuted it, insisting that her girlfriend wasn't a scammer. Besides, as Shed told Wan before, there was nothing to scam. After washing up, Tang Feng lay in bed and saw a message from her girlfriend. "Xiao Chuan, I've been busy these past few days, so I'm sorry, babe. I've sent you a red packet as compensation." Below it was a red packet. Tang Feng opened it to find 520 yuan. She was momentarily stunned by the word babe, but the red packet made her happy. Still, she felt like she was being kept, which wouldn't do. So she sent a cute kitten emoji with a red packet of 1,314 yuan in return. Just as she sent it, a friend request notification popped up. The note said Sumuyu. Tang Feng's hand trembled, and her phone slipped, smacking her right in the face. The pain brought tears to her eyes. After recovering, she hesitated for a long time, unable to bring herself to click accept. It was actually Sumuyu. Why would she want to add me? Tang Feng wondered. She recalled the look Sumuyu had given her last time. It was as if she knew something but hadn't quite grasped it. Her mind raced with wild thoughts. Did she want to ask why I'm a girl? And if I accept, should I answer her? Meanwhile, the WeChat message from Fu Si Chun, which she had ignored on the subway earlier, also arrived. Tang Feng wrestled with her thoughts for a long time before finally clicking accept. But then nothing happened. She waited but no message came through. She then saw Fu Xichen's message and opened it. Fu Xichen, I like you. It was love at first sight. Tang Feng's hand twitched again and her phone slipped, smacking her in the face once more. This time it wasn't as bad. Her nose didn't hurt as much, but it hit her mouth and knocked against her teeth. What kind of absurd development was this? Tang Feng was utterly stunned, momentarily forgetting the pain in her teeth. She picked up her phone and read it again. It really was from Fu Xichen. In disbelief she replied, "Did you get hacked?" Lying in bed, Fu Xichen nervously awaited her reply. He had anticipated rejection, but not that she would find the very idea of him liking her to be impossible. Was he not being obvious enough? His feelings for Tang Feng were genuine, as was his desire to take her from Gusheng. Plus, there was the matter of Tang Feng becoming the lover of the bar owner's target tonight. He knew that bar owner was not someone to be trifled with. It was best for Tang Feng to stay away from that girl named Ruan and not get entangled in this mess. Fu Xichen typed his reply, his grip on the phone unconsciously tightening. "No hack, it's me. Because I think you're kind and good. The first time we met you told me not to go down the wrong path. I listened to you. I've already quit that part-time job. Aren't I a good boy?" He then sent a shy kitten emoji. Tang Feng was so shocked that she sat up in bed to reply, "Dude, no chance. I like girls and you're a guy? If you went to Thailand for a sex change, maybe I'd consider it. Meaning give up." Fu Xichen chuckled softly and replied, "Okay. But your girlfriend's admirer is not someone to mess with. Seriously, Tang Feng, don't get too involved with her. You'll be in trouble." Tang Feng was taken aback by his sincere concern. After a moment she replied, "Oh, thanks for your concern, but sorry, my girlfriend isn't her. That was just an act. My girlfriend is someone else." She thought he would back off now, but the next second another message came through. "Fu Xichen, it's fine. I don't mind being your bestie. Just treat me like a girl. When you two break up, he'll be first in line to take her place." Wow, what a shocking statement. She really wanted to know what was going on inside Fu Xichen's head. She was absolutely flabbergasted. Could he really think like that? In a single dorm room at school, Su Muyu, after agonizing for an entire day, finally mustered the courage to ask a high school classmate for Tang Feng's WeChat ID. She then gathered her resolve and sent the friend request. She felt she needed to make a decision. She wanted to meet and talk, but when the request was actually accepted, she hesitated again. Was she really going to give up? She genuinely liked Gusheng. It was her first time liking someone, and that feeling of a racing heart was something she couldn't forget. It's true that one shouldn't meet someone too dazzling during the naive years of youth, or it's hard to escape the quagmire of love. You get pulled in and can't crawl out. Gusheng was too perfect. So perfect that even she knew she might never meet someone so radiant again. Even if she did, it wouldn't be at that age nor with that youthful flutter in her heart. It would be different. After agonizing for a while longer, she thought about how he had someone he liked, and that person had made a huge sacrifice to reciprocate his feelings. Why should she debase herself by getting involved? She didn't want to be a villainous supporting character in a novel. She should be the protagonist, the center of attention, wherever she went right. Finally, after a long time, she typed out a message. "Sumu, you let's meet tomorrow at 10 a.m. at the Bien coffee shop outside the South Gate. I want to talk to you." After sending it, Sumu Yu let out a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted, finally allowing herself to move on. Tang Feng, who was in a verbal sparring match with Fu Xichen, immediately opened Sumu Yu's message upon receiving it. She saw the time and place for the meeting. After a long pause, she replied with a single word, "Okay." Since the other party knew and had seen her, there was no need to deliberately avoid it. That would only make her look guilty. She was a girl after all. At least for now, that was the fact. Tonight, Tang Feng couldn't sleep once again. Having slept poorly the night before, it was already 9 o'clock by the time Tang Feng rose from bed. In a flustered rush, she washed up, brushed her teeth, and changed her clothes. After checking herself once more in the mirror and deeming everything satisfactory, she hurried off toward the cafe. She finally arrived at the cafe entrance at 9:50. Tang Feng, who had been sprinting moments before, halted at the door. She took several deep breaths to steady her nerves. A full 5 minutes passed before her racing heart settled enough for her to step through the cafe's door. As she pushed open the glass door, she heard a familiar male voice. "Welcome to the Other Shore Cafe." Tang Feng looked up. What a coincidence. There stood Fu Xichen smiling at her from behind the cash register. Fu Xichen in turn had spotted her the moment she approached the entrance, noticing her apparent nervousness as she kept taking deep breaths. He then glanced at the person sitting by the window and understood. She was meeting someone. Tang Feng's immediate reaction upon seeing Fu Xichen was embarrassment and a desire to flee. Why was he everywhere? He seemed to have so many part-time jobs, and yet she kept running into him like this. Nevertheless, Tang Feng stepped forward to greet him. After scanning the room, she gestured toward a spot and indicated she was heading over. Fu Xichen nodded in acknowledgement. The moment Tang Feng entered, Su Muyu, seated at her table, had already noticed her. She watched the face of the girl who walked in and made her way toward her. As she drew closer, the details became clearer. Su Muyu's first thought was that this face was genuinely beautiful. So this was the type Gu Sheng favored. Tang Feng possessed the kind of looks that were fresh, ethereal, and innocent, radiating purity and an air of guilelessness. Her complexion was pale as snow, delicate as porcelain, as though the slightest touch might bruise it. Her eyes were clear and luminous like two crystalline gems. When she looked at people, her gaze was filled with a certain naive, endearing confusion that stirred a protective instinct in others. This artless expression made her appear like a child unacquainted with the world's ways, someone needing shelter and care. Su Muyu perhaps was the polar opposite. She had few friends herself. Perhaps due to her temperament, others always perceived her as aloof and unapproachable. And she truly had no need to befriend those self-righteous fools who couldn't understand plain speech. At that thought, Su Muyu spoke. "You're quite punctual. Have a seat." Tang Feng offered an awkward smile. Anyone else might have thought she was being mocked. Tang Feng, however, genuinely believed the other woman simply meant she wasn't late. She let out a quiet breath of relief as she sat down. Sneaking a glance at her phone beneath the table, she saw it was exactly 10 o'clock. Right on time, thank goodness. Looking up at Su Muyu, who sat upright with her spine perfectly straight across from her, Tang Feng felt a sense of surrealism wash over her. This was the first time since she had been scolded that time, and since becoming a girl again, that she had looked at the other woman so seriously face to face. It felt as though those 18 years of living as a boy belonged to a previous lifetime. Time was a strange and wondrous thing. It slipped away ceaselessly, neither heavily nor lightly, vanishing between one breath and the next. The world around you changed imperceptibly, and only when you finally noticed did you realize it's already been so long. Su Muyu was exactly as she remembered, the image of an aloof goddess radiating a cool distance that set her apart from ordinary mortals. When her gaze fell upon you, you instinctively wanted to present your best self. As Su Muyu's eyes turned toward her, Tang Feng unconsciously straightened her posture. Su Muyu observed her for a long moment, both women remaining silent. Finally, as though she had satisfied her curiosity about Tang Feng's new face, she asked languidly, "What would you like to drink?" Tang Feng knew little about coffee, perhaps only the word latte. "They'll have whatever you're having," she said. Su Muyu was taken aback for a moment, then let out a low chuckle. She summoned the server, and Fu Siken approached. After Su Muyu placed her order, the coffees arrived quickly. She had ordered an iced Americano. People often remarked that she had never known hardship, born into wealth and privilege, destined for a life of comfort. Perhaps the most bitter thing she had ever tasted was that iced Americano. When Su Muyu heard such comments, she would sneer inwardly. She truly had no desire to converse with those who lacked brains. But Gu Sheng was different. He was the most spiritually compatible person she had ever met. Whether in intellect or outlook, their conversations were always infinitely delightful. They had even been fortunate enough to be admitted to Qing University together. Thinking back to their high school days when they had participated in competitions side by side, she sighed softly. Soon Fu Siken approached carrying a tray. But on the tray was not an iced Americano. It was a cappuccino topped with an adorable heart-shaped latte art. Tang Feng glanced at her cup, then at Su Muyu's across the table. Why weren't they the same? She wanted to call out to Fu Sichen, but couldn't bring herself to say his name. Did you get the order wrong?" Fu Siken smiled gently. "You don't like bitter things. Iced Americano wouldn't suit you. And there's the stomach pain from last time." Comprehension dawned on Tang Feng. After Fu Siken walked away, Su Muyu spoke with interest. "So this is the one who got into a fight with Gu Sheng last time. Quite a coincidence. I just picked a random cafe, and here he is." Glancing at the cappuccino before Tang Feng, Su Muyu let out a soft laugh. Things were about to get even more interesting. Tang Feng still felt ill at ease. "Yeah, we're in the same class. I didn't know he worked here part-time either. What a small world." She let out two awkward chuckles. She had no idea what else to say, so she simply answered whatever was asked of her. Just like this time, it was the other woman who had initiated the meeting. Su Muyu cut straight to the point. "I truly admire your courage. Having the bravery to sacrifice yourself for the one you love." Tang Feng had expected her to ask how she had become a girl, and had prepared her usual explanation. But instead she heard, "What?" She understood every word individually, but couldn't make sense of them collectively. Confusion was written plainly across her face, so evident that Su Muyu didn't even need to wait for her to speak. So she stated directly, "What I mean is you and Gu Sheng. I know it. Gu Sheng likes you, and you like Gu Sheng. So to make everyone accept you too, did you go to Thailand for sex reassignment surgery?" "What?" That was what she meant. Tang Feng's face nearly turned to stone, shock overwhelming her. Since when did she like Gu Sheng? And getting surgery for him? Su Muyu finally saw the expression change on the other's face and assumed she had guessed correctly. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I won't pursue Gu Sheng anymore either." Him stepping aside. "I wish you both the best." No, no, no. Tang Feng panicked, her words stumbling and tangling. "I know you." "Ugh, I didn't." She took a breath. "And also I like girls." Su Muyu processed her jumbled words, then asked uncertainly, "You didn't? What? Wait, you like girls?" Tang Feng's panic eased somewhat. She trotted out her usual explanation, saying that this condition could only be confirmed as an adult, and that she had eventually discovered she was supposed to be female all along. Now it was Su Muyu's turn to be rendered speechless. Was she sure this wasn't a plot straight out of a science fiction novel? Such a condition existed in the world. She had one foot in the medical field and had never heard of anything like this. Still, it was someone else's secret, and she wasn't one to pry. Curiosity sparked in Su Muyu. "So even though you're a girl now, you still like girls, is that right?" Tang Feng nodded vigorously. "Yes, please don't misunderstand." She had always thought highly of Su Muyu, intelligent, beautiful, from a good family. And Gu Sheng was her best friend. Though thinking about everything that had happened before, her feelings were complicated, but as someone who had grown up alongside him, she still wanted to try to salvage this good girl's interest in him. "So rest assured there's nothing between Gu Sheng and me. You like him. I figured that out at that gathering. Why don't you give it another try? Gu Sheng is easy to win over. He's a really good person." It was as if she feared Gu Sheng would never find a match and end up stuck on the shelf, desperately wanting him to snag Su Muyu before someone like her, outstanding in every way, was gone forever. Su Muyu had imagined many scenarios, but never this one. Her emotions were a tangle of complexity and amusement. She gathered her thoughts. Regardless of other circumstances, one thing she was certain of: Gu Sheng liked Tang Feng. "I'm going abroad, you know. I don't actually like studying medicine. I want to pursue a subject I'm genuinely interested in. I was planning to go abroad anyway for." She left the sentence unfinished, and everyone understood. Tang Feng felt a pang of regret, but she believed Su Muyu was making the right choice. Between love and herself, she hoped Su Muyu would choose herself. That was the Su Muyu she knew, someone who always strove to be the best at everything, radiating confidence. Not someone who would compromise herself for a man, even if that man was Gu Sheng. Though saying that about her own best friend was a bit uncalled for. Her mind wandered further, drifting to the naive, innocent first love of her high school days. Seeing that the other woman had truly let go and no longer wished to pursue Gu Sheng, Tang Feng teased, "Back in high school, I felt like every boy in school was in love with you. Me included. I thought you were just so beautiful and so accomplished. I even wrote you a love letter." At the memory, she scratched her head, sheepishly recalling the love letter she had racked her brains to compose. Well, no, she had actually copied it off the internet. But those were beautiful memories of youth. She had genuinely had a crush on Su Muyu. A girl like that was so dazzling, everyone couldn't help but be drawn to her radiance. It was only natural that she had fallen for her. Su Muyu was genuinely surprised. She had thought the other was gay. What an absurd misunderstanding. Remembering how she had once cursed at her, she felt even more awkward. Then, as if a sudden thought struck her about the love letter, she asked eagerly, "Do you remember what day you gave me that letter?" Tang Feng blurted out, "April 1st, April Fool's Day of freshman year." Because April Fool's was a holiday after all. That day she had thought if the goddess accepted her letter and actually read it. If she replied, it meant she felt something too, but if she didn't reply, and someone found out, she could always claim it was an April Fool's joke. Back then she had been immensely pleased with herself, thinking she was a genius. Su Muyu was stunned, reminded of that afternoon. Sunlight streaming through the window, winter fading, spring arriving, everything green and full of life. That day she had returned to her classroom and discovered Gu Sheng standing inside it. At first she was surprised, then slightly expectant, because Gu Sheng was standing right at her desk. They had become acquainted through competitions, and that day she had thought he had come to confess or deliver a love letter. But in the end, nothing happened. But that incident had made her believe he was simply too reserved, that he had lost his nerve when discovered. Though Su Muyu checked her desk for love letters every day afterward, none were the one she hoped for. Gradually she simply stopped opening them. But wait, she didn't remember receiving a letter from Tang Feng. After April 1st, she had opened every letter she received. Perplexed, she asked, "But I never found your letter in my desk that day." Tang Feng was even more baffled. That couldn't be right. She clearly remembered putting it in there. Had she put it in the wrong desk? Or dropped it on the floor? At that moment, Su Muyu, still lost in thought, happened to glance toward the entrance. A figure slowly approached, instantly capturing her full attention. The person she had been waiting for had finally arrived. Tang Feng, with her back to the door, was completely oblivious to this development, still lost in her own thoughts. Su Muyu's gaze suddenly turned tender and affectionate. Involuntarily, she leaned forward, closing the distance between them. The sudden closeness caught Tang Feng completely off guard. She froze, utterly bewildered. Before she could react, Su Muyu had already cupped her fair, delicate face in both hands. Then an incredibly soft kiss was gently pressed onto Tang Feng's left cheek. In that instant, Tang Feng's pupils dilated to their utmost, her eyes filled with unprecedented shock. Her mind went completely blank, as though time itself had stopped. She felt as if she were suspended in an illusion, thinking in disbelief, "Did Su Muyu just kiss me?" But before Tang Feng could even process what had happened, Gu Sheng, standing behind her, stepped forward with an icy demeanor. He grabbed Tang Feng by the arm, his face dark and terrifyingly cold, his gaze fixed piercingly on the spot where she had been kissed. Then quickly pulling a wet wipe from his pocket, he scrubbed at the spot, again and again, as if trying to erase the very trace that had just been left there. Only then did Tang Feng snap back to reality. When she saw Gu Sheng, shock flooded her once more. Wait, what was going on here? Gu Sheng stared coldly at Su Muyu, his voice icy. So you called me here just to show me this? Su Muyu was taken aback, surprised to see Gu Sheng, who was always gentle and never showed a cold face, actually losing his temper. One might have thought he had only one expression, but it turned out he could get angry too. Su Muyu let out a soft laugh. Just a joke, no need to get so worked up, classmate, Gu Sheng. Then her tone shifted. Besides, Tang Feng just confessed to me, said she likes me. The last 3 words were drawn out, each syllable lingering in the air. Fu Sichen, who had just served a customer his coffee, noticed the commotion. Seeing Gu Sheng suddenly appear in the coffee shop, he raised an eyebrow, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Tang Feng, on the other hand, stood there dumbfounded, watching the two of them talk, without a clue what was happening. If she heard correctly, Gu Sheng was called here by Su Muyu. And then what? She couldn't understand it at all. Was this some new kind of prank game? Plus her face was stinging from all the wiping. Tang Feng's skin was just too delicate. Even though Gu Sheng used normal pressure, he had wiped it several times and ended up rubbing it red. Tang Feng looked at Su Muyu with a pitiful expression, touching her sore cheek, then cast a resentful glance at Gu Sheng. My confession was from high school, please get the timing right. She didn't want any misunderstandings lest Gu Sheng decide to sanitize her face with wet wipes again. Su Muyu smiled softly, tilting her head as she looked at the two of them, thinking they looked quite good together. Tang Feng is right. Oh, Tang Feng, that love letter you wrote me, I think I might know where it is. Just as Su Muyu was about to continue her teasing, Gu Sheng cut her off. Su Muyu. Gu Sheng's sudden raised voice startled Tang Feng and drew the attention of every other customer in the coffee shop. Tang Feng, who had been listening intently for the whereabouts of the love letter, was jolted by the interruption. Seeing all the eyes on them, she tugged at Gu Sheng's sleeve, signaling him to tone it down as people were staring. Gu Sheng was fully aware that he had lost his composure, but he absolutely did not want Tang Feng to notice. He harbored a deep secret. He had been in love with her since the days she was still known as Tang Feng. At this moment, Gu Sheng was so nervous that cold sweat broke out. He kept asking himself, if Tang Feng ever discovered this secret, how would she see him? Would she think he was a pervert for having such feelings for his own good brother? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy Gu Sheng became. Su Muyu, sensing she had pushed enough, decided to back off. She wasn't really there to break them apart. Just then Fu Sichen walked over, his deep eyes giving Gu Sheng a cold once-over. Sir, please keep your voice down. You're disturbing the other customers. Then his expression instantly shifted to a gentle smile as he turned to Tang Feng. His slender fingers carefully retrieved a delicate hairpin from his pocket, held it in his palm, and slowly extended it towards her. This must have fallen from you that day. I found it. Here, let me return it to you. The moment Tang Feng saw the familiar hairpin, a delighted smile bloomed on her face. After returning from the bar that night, she had discovered that the hairpin Ruan had put in her hair to match her dress was missing. She had searched for it everywhere at the time. It probably fell off during the scuffle at the bar, which was far from school, and more importantly, she never dared to go back there again. She had even told Ruan about it. Although Ruan reassured her it was fine, Tang Feng couldn't shake the feeling of guilt. She planned to check the shops to see if they had a similar one. But then this surprise came so unexpectedly. Fu Sichen had actually found it. Tang Feng happily took it, expressing her gratitude. Thank you so much. This saved her from having to go from shop to shop looking for a replacement. This entire scene was witnessed by Gu Sheng and Su Muyu. Gu Sheng's face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He hadn't even dealt with one problem, and now another one appeared. His gaze darted back and forth between Fu Sichen and Tang Feng. And also that day. What day? Why were they out together? What were they doing? He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. There were countless questions Gu Sheng wanted answers to. Finally, unable to contain himself, he looked at Tang Feng. You went out with him? Tang Feng immediately waved her hands. No, we just ran into each other. Fu Sichen chuckled softly at that moment. That's right. That day we were at. Tang Feng, hearing this, quickly reached out and covered Fu Sichen's mouth. If Gu Sheng found out she went to a bar and he told her mother, her legs would be broken. But in the eyes of Gu Sheng and Su Muyu, the sight of Tang Feng frantically covering a boy's mouth looked incredibly intimate. As for Fu Sichen, the moment that soft, delicate hand touched his lips, it felt like the entire world stood still. At that moment, the wonderful feeling washed over him like the gentle warmth of the spring sun. An uncontrollable joy spread across his features, and the corners of his mouth curved upwards slightly. His deep eyes sparkled with a radiant light. That light held a joy he could not hide. However, Fu Sikin's enjoyment of the pleasant sensation was short-lived, as Gu Sheng yanked Tang Feng back abruptly. Tang Feng meanwhile was looking at Fu Sikin with a desperate pleading expression, blinking rapidly, as if to say, please don't say anything. Her eyes were large like two crystal-clear gems, and her rapidly fluttering lashes were like little fans fluttering away, looking utterly adorable. Fu Sikin looked at Tang Feng like this, a faint, almost imperceptible smile, curling at his lips, seemingly acknowledging her silent plea. Sumu Yu finally understood. That fight the other day was indeed a love triangle. Oh, not a triangle, but a case of pure, unrequited love. Not only had two guys fallen for the same girl, but even more absurdly, that girl liked girls. We met at a restaurant near the school. I happened to see your hair clip fall, and I wanted to return it to you right away. But you and your roommate ran off too fast, and I couldn't catch up. Luckily, I ran into you today, and I remembered I had it, so am returning it to its rightful owner. While saying this explanation, his eyes were fixed on Gu Sheng, as if to say, yes, I'm lying, but there's nothing you can do about it. The provocative look in his eyes was just too blatant. Gu Sheng's gaze towards Fu Sikin turned even colder. This guy was like a persistent ghost showing up everywhere. So he directly grabbed Tang Feng by the wrist, intending to leave this place away from this uncomfortable scene. At that moment, Sumu Yu called out to Tang Feng, saying playfully, thank you for liking me. You're really cute. Tang Feng turned back, saw Sumu Yu's smiling face, and smiled back. After the two left the coffee shop, Sumu Yu glanced at Fu Sikin and was surprised to find that he actually looked quite a bit like Gu Sheng. She wondered about it briefly, but then thought, what did it have to do with her? Still, this drama was quite entertaining. So Gu Sheng also had his moments of unrequited love, and he even had a rival. She was thoroughly enjoying the show. She then slung her bag over her shoulder and sauntered off. Fu Sikin watched their departing figures through the window, seeing Gu Sheng pulling Tang Feng along as they walked. The sight was a bit glaring. Gu Sheng let go, it hurts. Tang Feng had tolerated him in front of others, since Gu Sheng was different from other people. Now that they were alone, she immediately shook off his hand and rubbed her wrist, wondering what was wrong with him now. Seeing Tang Feng rubbing her wrist, Gu Sheng's heart tightened. He quickly stepped forward to check. He saw a faint red mark around her wrist, clearly from where he had gripped her. A wave of regret and self-blame washed over him. He gently took her hand, carefully examining the red mark, his eyes filled with pain and guilt. His voice became low and hoarse as he lowered his head like a child who had done wrong. I'm sorry. His gaze never left her wrist, his thumb gently stroking the red mark, as if doing so would ease the pain. Tang Feng was at a loss for what to do. Had she been too fussy just now? She reflected for a moment, and then pulled her hand back. Looking at Gu Sheng's remorseful expression, he seemed more and more pitiful, like a bullied little wife. It's fine, just a bit red, no big deal. You. She wanted to say Gu Sheng act normal. She really didn't know how to deal with this current version of Gu Sheng. Everything about him felt strange and awkward. At that moment, Gu Sheng looked up, finally tearing his eyes away from the red mark on her wrist. It was as if he had reverted to his usual, gentle, refined self, with a warm smile and soft eyes looking at Tang Feng. Come with me. Seeing that Gu Sheng seemed to be back to normal and wasn't asking about the earlier incident, Tang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The two arrived at the Tsinghua University male dormitory. Gu Sheng asked Tang Feng to come upstairs with him. Tang Feng looked at the dormitory building. If she were a guy, she would have gone up without hesitation, but she was a girl now, and it probably wasn't appropriate. Seeing her hesitate, Gu Sheng said, all right, I'll go up and get something. You wait for me downstairs. Tang Feng nodded. After Gu Sheng left, she stood around idly looking here and there. It was her first time at Tsinghua University. She had heard the campus was about the same size as Huada's, but walking through it, she could feel a sense of history and profound heritage that Huada couldn't match. She sighed, inwardly impressed. No wonder it was the top university in the country. As Tang Feng looked around, passing male students were also sneaking glances at her. A pretty girl standing outside the male dormitory was bound to attract curious looks. Everyone wondered who she was waiting for, speculating if she was waiting for her boyfriend. At that moment, a handsome guy about 1.8 meters tall finally couldn't resist and walked over. Tang Feng, who had just been staring at a tree to her left, noticed someone approach. Thinking it was Gu Sheng, she looked up with a smile, ready to greet him. But it wasn't Gu Sheng, it was a guy she didn't recognize. Tang Feng looked at him, puzzled. The guy, seeing the girl's sweet smile, felt his heart race uncontrollably, as if an invisible hand was squeezing it, making it hard to breathe. His face gradually turned red, and he felt shy before even speaking a word. Tang Feng watched as the guy's pale skin flushed bright red like he had applied blush. It was the first time she had seen such a clear change in skin color, and she found it quite novel, so she stared for a bit. She was even more intrigued when he couldn't even lift his head to look at her. She was curious why he had come over. Was he looking for her? Watching him dither, she wondered why he was blushing to himself. Tang Feng asked directly, is something the matter? He was a big guy, why was he so hesitant? It was frustrating to watch. Finally, as if mustering up all his courage, the guy looked up at Tang Feng, meeting her curious gaze. In his eyes all he could see were her bright watery eyes seeming to hold a spring within them looking at him, making his heart thump so wildly it felt like it would lose its rhythm. He lowered his head again. He hadn't expected this. The girl's eyes were just too beautiful, and she was just too perfect. He considered himself somewhat handsome, but now he actually felt a sense of inferiority. Maybe he shouldn't have been so impulsive in coming over. Tang Feng watched as the guy lowered his head again, wanting to ask what are you doing. But she was a well-mannered university student, so she asked politely again this time with a softer, sweeter voice, excuse me, did you need something from me? She even slowed down her speech. The guy finally looked up again, and just as he was about to speak, Gu Sheng walked over. Seeing an unknown guy had appeared next to Tang Feng, his face darkened again. He had only been gone for a few minutes. His only thought now was that he wished he could tie Tang Feng to himself, so they would always be together, and then no one else could covet her. He could only wish. Gu Sheng directly interrupted the guy who had just managed to find the courage to speak and address Tang Feng instead. Do you know him? Tang Feng shook her head. Gu Sheng knew she didn't know him, of course. The guy, upon seeing Gu Sheng's appearance, felt what little courage he had shatter instantly. So the girl really did have a boyfriend. His face turned even redder, flushing crimson. He stammered, I just forgot the way I wanted to ask for directions. He had finally managed to come up with an excuse. Tang Feng finally understood why he had come over. He had asked the wrong person. Gu Sheng, seeing right through the lie, didn't expose it. She's not a student here. You should ask someone else. The guy, taking the opportunity to leave quickly, said, okay, sorry to bother you, and immediately sprinted away, disappearing from their sight. Tang Feng scratched her head, confused. Gu Sheng was a student here. She wanted to ask, why didn't you ask him? Why run away? Well, students at a top university certainly had unique ways of thinking. Gu Sheng felt a bit exasperated. Now he had to watch out for both guys and girls. Why was his life so difficult? He took out a tube of ointment, and despite Tang Feng's repeated protests that it wasn't necessary, insisted on gently applying a layer of it to the red mark on her wrist. Then he handed Tang Feng the box he was holding. Tang Feng pointed at the box, and then at herself. For me. It's not a holiday, or my birthday. You're being too polite, giving me a gift. Gu Sheng thought for a moment, and said, last time at your performance I lost control of my emotions, and caused you trouble. This is an apology gift. He offered it to her again, and Tang Feng finally took it. She figured she could just get him something in return later. It wasn't the first time they had exchanged gifts. When she opened it, her eyes widened instantly. Under the sunlight, a gold necklace gleamed, dazzling her. Real gold. Shiny yellow gold. Tang Feng was stunned by such a lavish gift. In the past, the gifts they exchanged were always cheap. Handmade items, greeting cards, or things from the store that cost under 100. After all, they were students without much money. What Tang Feng didn't know was that Gu Sheng felt his own handmade gifts were more meaningful and thought giving something tacky would be inappropriate. Tang Feng was genuinely poor, but Gu Sheng's annual red envelopes were at least $1 million. He really wasn't short on money. The necklace was crafted entirely from pure gold, radiating a warm and charming glow. Every inch of its surface was meticulously polished, smooth as a mirror, reflecting a brilliant golden gleam. On the front of the necklace, 2 small, exquisite puppy charms served as decorations, so lifelike they seemed ready to jump and play at any moment. Each puppy had a name engraved on it. On the belly of the cute, chubby puppy was Tang Feng, and on the belly of the gentle, relaxed puppy was Gu Sheng. The 2 puppies were nestled together, creating a heartwarming scene of affection. Tang Feng took out the necklace to admire it. Seeing the 2 little dogs, she thought they were cute, but she didn't understand why he chose dogs. Oh right, she was born in the year of the dog. Also had Gu Sheng come into some money. She asked directly, Gu Sheng, did you win the lottery? This is pretty heavy. It must have been expensive. Gu Sheng looked at Tang Feng, so smitten and enamored with the gift, and let out a soft laugh. Yes, I won the lottery, so I'm sharing half with you. Tang Feng actually believed him. Forgetting the gold necklace for a moment, she eagerly asked, really? I'm so smart I guessed it right away. You're so amazing and so lucky. How much did you win? This time Gu Sheng couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing heartily. He patted Tang Feng's forehead. Silly, you believe everything I say. If someone ever tricks you in the future, you'll have plenty of time to cry. Tang Feng was dumbfounded. She really never thought Gu Sheng would joke with her like that. She retorted, unconvinced, you're the silly one. I believe you, but I wouldn't believe anyone else. Suddenly realizing that this wasn't a windfall, the necklace suddenly felt a bit hot in her hands. She quickly put it back and said hurriedly, Gu Sheng, you should go return this. You didn't buy it with your living expenses, did you? If that were the case, she would feel terrible. If Gu Sheng ended up broke because of this, she would be the culprit. Gu Sheng took the necklace out of the box and directly placed it around Tang Feng's neck. At that moment, the distance between them was extremely close, and Tang Feng could smell the familiar scent of his body wash. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, she wanted to step back, but Gu Sheng seemed to sense it and held her shoulder, pulling her closer. Tang Feng suddenly felt her heartbeat quicken. Her ear was right against his chest, and she could hear his heart pounding rapidly. The sound made her ear tingle. Once the necklace was fastened, Tang Feng finally felt a bit more at ease. Gu Sheng explained gently. You forgot I told you that I started working in a lab at the university, so I have a salary now. I used my advance pay to buy this for you. Oh, I see, Tang Feng said, looking down at the two little dogs nestled together, and said happily, all right then, I love this gift. Don't worry, when I start working and earning money, I'll buy you something with my first paycheck too. Then just like old times, she instinctively went to put her arm around his neck like they were old pals. Gu Sheng's smile deepened while the surrounding onlookers watched with even more interest. Tang Feng, who had previously sworn to cut ties with Gu Sheng for a month, had completely forgotten all about it. It was fair to say that Gu Sheng had Tang Feng's personality and preferences completely figured out. That afternoon, a series of photos of Tang Feng in front of the boys' dormitory at Qing University, along with pictures of Gu Sheng and Tang Feng together, were posted on the campus forum. Oh my, those photographers must have graduated from a master class in photography. The angles they chose were simply impeccable. It felt like they had mastered the art of invisibility, lurking in some obscure corner to snap those shots. Each photo was breathtakingly beautiful, as if the subjects had stepped right out of a painting. Especially the scenes of the young man and woman together. They captured every nuance: tender gazes, embraces, and holding hands. The only thing they missed was a kiss. The post went viral instantly like a rocket. Hey, if I'm not mistaken, isn't that the campus belle from the neighboring Hua University? What's she doing here at Qing University? Ha. Right. And she's waiting right in front of the boys' dorm for none other than our very own campus heartthrob. Wow, these two are definitely a couple. Absolutely, just look at this one. They're hugging. In reality, due to the tricky angle, it was actually just Gu Sheng putting the collar on Tang Feng, which made it appear as if they were embracing. But what about Senior Jin Yen? This question dropped like a bombshell, instantly reminding everyone of the photos taken during registration. That post had also been wildly popular, and a CP had been formed nicknamed Fengjin CP. That thread was still active and highly popular. Suddenly, the comment section under that query exploded with replies popping up like dumplings in a boiling pot. On my Fengjin CP. Is it over? Oh no, I still think they're the perfect match. After all, Yi Jin Yin, the reigning campus heartthrob for 4 consecutive years, had far more popularity than the newly crowned Gu Sheng. I still support this couple. A look at them, it's a perfect match of mutual affection. The street wanderers from Hua University caught wind of the news and came over to check. They saw their own campus belle. How could she be stolen away by the neighboring campus heartthrob? They immediately shouted, requesting backup. And so a massive crowd from Hua University swarmed over, and the forum thread skyrocketed. What the heck is going on? Our campus belle, please don't make a rash decision. We have plenty of handsome guys here, don't be fooled by those from the other school. None of them are trustworthy. What about my Tang C? Fu, the campus heartthrob, come quick. Your girlfriend is being taken away. On my CP, it cannot be broken. The CP of Tang Feng and Gu Sheng also made a grand debut, complete with the name Sheng Tang. They boasted proudly, just look at this name. Compared to the Tang C or Fengjin, we are Sheng Tang. Isn't that just majestic? Instantly, the 3 CPs clashed like the 3 kingdoms at war, creating utter chaos. A few fans who wanted their campus beauties and heartthrobs to remain single and bloom alone were quickly drowned in the overwhelming tide of this battle. Indeed, when it comes to fighting power, the CP armies were the strongest. That afternoon, the Qing University Forum was ablaze with activity as lively as the crackling of firecrackers during the new year. Due to the high beauty quotient of the photos, the CP photos nearly made it to the trending searches. Fortunately, to avoid affecting the image of the beautiful Tang Feng, it was quickly suppressed. After all, it was fine for people to fantasize, but it would be truly despicable to let others misunderstand the campus belle as playing the field. After a delightful lunch with Gu Sheng, Tang Feng headed back. Gu Sheng mentioned he would be busier now that he was short-handed, and to call him if anything came up. After they parted ways, Tang Feng suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh no, wasn't I supposed to give him the cold shoulder for a month? She glanced at the box in her hand. Well, since he gave me gold, which I absolutely love, I'll forgive him this once. As she neared the dormitory, her phone buzzed with a special ringtone she had set. She saw a message from her beloved. Xiao Chuan, what are you doing? Have you had lunch? Tang Feng immediately typed back, while walking, just finished eating. What about you? And why didn't you accept the red packet I sent you last time? Xiao Chuan, my job is to earn money to support the family, and your job is to be beautiful. Just spend the money, I give you no need to return it. Tang Feng thought about it. She knew the other person was 5 years older. Tang Feng was 18 and Xiao Chuan was 23. Xiao Chuan always claimed to earn a good income and frequently sent her red packets, which Tang Feng often declined. But sometimes Xiao Chuan would send pitiful emojis asking if she didn't love her anymore, so Tang Feng would reluctantly accept. She thought to herself that she would buy her a gift later. Speaking of gifts, she looked at the box in her hand. Right, she had a girlfriend now, and Qixi Festival was approaching. She needed to prepare a gift for her beloved. She sent a cute emoji of a cat patting its head. They'll give you a surprise then, hee. Xiao Chuan replied with an emoji of two figures embracing warmly. What kind of surprise? Tang Feng's smile was so sweet it could attract bees. She almost bumped into someone and looked up to see her roommate Xu Yunduo. Xu Yunduo had seen her roommate walking while smiling goofily at her phone from a distance and had curiously approached. Tang Feng, engrossed in her chat, bumped into her. The impact was light and Xu Yunduo teased, "Whoa," smiling like a fool. "What's up? Not watching where you're going. Must be chatting with your girlfriend, right?" Tang Feng was surprised. She guessed correctly on the first try, her eyes wide. "How did you know?" As they walked and talked, Xu Yunduo began her rant. "People in the honeymoon phase are all like this. Phone glued to hand, spending hours chatting or on long calls. The most obvious sign is constantly grinning like an idiot." Tang Feng asked in disbelief, "Really? Was I smiling just now? Was it really that silly?" Xu Yunduo burst into laughter and pinched Tang Feng's cheek. "Even without being in love, you smile like a fool with that look of innocent foolishness." Tang Feng puffed her cheeks and swatted away Xu Yunduo's mischievous hand. "What do you mean? You're the silly one." "I'm not silly at all." The two returned to the dormitory where coincidentally Jing Tian and Ruan were also present. Tang Feng sat down and immediately dove back into her enthusiastic chat with Ji Lianchuan. These conversations were lightning fast, happening whenever either of them was free. Tang Feng puffed her cheeks and swatted away Xu Yunduo's mischievous hand. "What do you mean? You're the silly one." "I'm not silly at all." The two returned to the dormitory where coincidentally Jing Tian and Ruan were also present. Tang Feng sat down. When they had time, they'd dominate the battlefield in King of Glory. If they lost to a strong opponent, Ji Lianchuan would switch from support to jungler to redeem Tang Feng. In the middle of chatting, Tang Feng suddenly remembered the clip and said to Ruan, who was also playing on her phone, "Ruan, look, I found your hair clip. Here you go." She took the hair clip Fu Siken had given her that morning and returned it. Ruan took it, and a thought struck her mouth agape in shock. "No way. Did you go to the bar to get this?" Tang Feng shook her head vigorously. "Absolutely not. I'd never go back to that place. That man of yours is too much to handle. Get lost." "Who's my man?" "Shut up." Ruan rolled her eyes. The other two roommates curiously gathered around, and the conversation turned back to the bar. Neither of them had ever been and were curious. They asked Tang Feng and Ruan to go again, but they shook their heads like spinning tops, firmly refusing. The four then discussed clubs, as they were required to join at least one for credits. After having dinner together at the cafeteria, they went to check out the club booths and sign up. There were so many clubs it was dizzying. Tang Feng was so conflicted she nearly pulled her hair out. After much deliberation, she finally signed up for the anime club simply because they said it had almost no obligations and was perfect for just coasting by. After Tang Feng left, Fu Sichen, who had just finished his part-time job nearby, also came to the anime club's recruitment booth and filled out a form. Early Monday morning, Tang Feng really didn't want to get up. She had been gaming and chatting with her girlfriend until 2 a.m., only going to sleep when the other reminded her. She had almost forgotten that today was the first day of real university classes. It was another rushed morning of frantic scramble. She threw her textbooks haphazardly into her backpack, dashed to the cafeteria, grabbed breakfast, and sprinted to the classroom, arriving just in time. Today, however, she saw many classmates doing the same, so it seemed everyone liked to arrive right on time. Tang Feng found a seat in the very back, hoping to avoid the teacher's attention and any questions. Soon the bell rang. The first class was Introduction to Computer Science, and they had 4 full periods in the morning. Tang Feng had been lying limp face down on the desk, trying to catch a few more minutes of sleep. When the bell rang, she reluctantly opened her eyes, mustered some strength, and sluggishly lifted her head from the desk. The teacher was already at the podium. She was a middle-aged woman in her 30s or 40s, wearing black-rimmed glasses, her hair neatly tied back, revealing a smooth forehead. She looked very capable and was already using the class roster to call attendance. Tang Feng found it a bit boring and looked around. Suddenly, she turned her head and was startled. Fu Siken had somehow appeared and was now sitting right beside her. Noticing Tang Feng's shocked expression, Fu Siken couldn't help but find it amusing, and he actually let out a snicker. Then he suddenly leaned close to Tang Feng, a playful tone in his voice. "Are you that surprised to see me?" Tang Feng quickly waved her hands in explanation. "It's not that. It's just that there was no one beside me a moment ago. Someone suddenly sitting down really startled me. My poor heart nearly leaped out of my chest." Truth be told, she just hadn't had time to react. A faint smile tugged at Fu Sicheng's lips as he watched Tang Feng instinctively lean back. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. He leaned in a little closer, his voice soft. "Then allow me to apologize. I'm sorry, but if you keep leaning back like that, you're about to fall." Just at that moment, the teacher called out Tang Feng's name, Tang Feng. Caught completely off guard, Tang Feng's body wobbled, and she nearly toppled over backwards. Fu Sicheng, having anticipated her excessive backward lean, was already on guard. He immediately reached out, steadying her waist and pulling her back upright. Tang Feng's voice was unsteady as she stammered out a response here. The entire scene had drawn the attention of every student and the teacher alike. Tang Feng wished she could just bury her head in the ground. She shot daggers at Fu Xiqing with her eyes, silently fuming at the instigator of all this for standing so close. The teacher at the podium glanced at the two students' appearances, and their eyes lit up. Two attractive kids looking quite close. Indeed, university was a beautiful place brimming with youthful vitality. It made one feel younger just being there. The teacher hummed in acknowledgement, then withdrew their appreciative gaze and called the next name, Fu Xiqing. With a smile still playing on his lips as he watched Tang Feng's huffy expression, Fu Xiqing answered here. The bell for the fourth period had already rung. Tang Feng was struggling to stay focused, desperately trying to keep up with the teacher's rapid-fire pace. But the drowsiness came on like a relentless tide, wave after wave crashing over her, finally drowning out her pathetic defenses. Her eyelids felt as heavy as lead, and her head began to bob uncontrollably like a chick pecking at grain. Fu Xiqing, seated beside her, watched her, as if observing a rare creature. She was so sleepy, looking just like a little chick exhausted from pecking. The girl's slightly upturned eyelashes cast a faint shadow on her eyelids, fluttering gently with each breath. It was rather endearing. Fu Xiqing stared unabashedly, a smile unconsciously curving his lips, his mind a mystery. At the podium, the teacher was lecturing passionately, spittle flying, when suddenly their sharp gaze swept like a searchlight towards the back row. Their one student was fast asleep, while another stared at the sleeping one without blinking, looking at them as if they were a treasure. The teacher paused, then raised their voice. Could the young lady in the back row wearing the light yellow t-shirt please answer this question? The sudden call shattered the classroom's tranquility. Instantly, all the students turned to look at the back row. Fu Xiqing quickly nudged Tang Feng with his elbow, startling her from her sweet dream. Seeing the situation, she was dazed for a moment. Suddenly, she noticed the words Fu Xiqing had written on a piece of paper. She managed to stumble through an answer for the teacher. The teacher, seeing through the situation, clearly knew the boy beside her had helped, but still sternly reminded them. Don't sleep in class. And even if you know the material, some students should refrain from staring at their sleeping classmates during lessons. Then the teacher added humorously, one sleeping one watching, you'd think you were shooting a romantic drama. The teacher's words sent the classroom into a roar of laughter. Waves of laughter swept through the room like the ocean tide. Tang Feng's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, so red it seemed to drip blood. She wished she could find a hole to crawl into, screaming internally, "Oh my God, this is so embarrassing." Fu Xiqing also felt a bit embarrassed, lowering his head, though a secret amusement lingered within him. Tang Feng silently vowed, "Today was the most humiliating day ever. I swear I will never sleep in class again. If I do, I'm a pig." Once the teacher's attention was elsewhere, Tang Feng finally glanced at Fu Xiqing beside her, wanting to say thanks. But her mouth opened and closed, the words refusing to come out. She thought to herself, seriously, what kind of weirdo is Fu Xiqing? Why was he watching me sleep? For the rest of the class, Tang Feng behaved herself and didn't dare sneak a nap. When the final bell rang, Tang Feng moved as if her pants were on fire, packing her bag at lightning speed. Seeing Fu Xiqing's slow, leisurely packing, she found her path blocked. Without a second thought, Tang Feng leaped over the desk in front of her, landed, and dashed out of the classroom like a gust of wind, not wanting to spend another second with Fu Xiqing. She had him figured out. He was definitely unwell. Earlier had even talked about being her best friend. Something was seriously wrong with him. On the way to the cafeteria, passing the sports field, a few guys were playing basketball, sweating profusely despite the heat. Suddenly spotting the campus beauty approaching, one of the guys nudged his friend's arm and whispered slyly, "Look, the campus belle is here." With a flick of his wrist, the basketball curved in a strange arc, heading straight towards Tang Feng. Tang Feng was still feeling happy that her 4 classes were finally over. She was exhausted. Only one class left in the afternoon, and after a whole morning of exertion, she was both tired and hungry. A basketball flew straight at her. She didn't notice it at first, but when she looked up and was about to raise her hand to block it, a figure suddenly rushed out. The ball hit him square in the face, and blood immediately started to flow from his nose. Tang Feng saw it was Fu Xiqing and was stunned again. When had he gotten behind her? She hadn't noticed him at all. Fu Xiqing held his nose, a pained expression on his face, which left Tang Feng speechless. She could have easily swatted that ball away herself. Fu Xiqing's action was completely unnecessary. But she couldn't think of him that way. He didn't know she could block it. The fact was, he had selflessly shielded her from the basketball. Tang Feng felt utterly exasperated with Fu Xiqing, but she was still genuinely worried. She stepped forward to check on him, quickly pulled a tissue from her bag and handed it to him, saying, "Quick, wipe the blood." The guys playing basketball saw what happened and knew they were in trouble. The original trajectory of the ball wouldn't have hit anyone's face, it would have just flown over Tang Feng's head. Their intention wasn't to hit her. They'd recognized the campus belle and used this ridiculous tactic to get her attention, hoping to casually strike up a conversation. But now they'd actually hit someone. And worse, they recognized him, the new campus heartthrob that many girls on the forum were gushing about. What made it even more infuriating was that had gotten to play the hero. The four guys exchanged glances. After picking up the ball, the one who threw it apologized sincerely. "I'm so sorry, I lost control of my strength." The ball flew off. "Is it bad? Do you need to go to the infirmary?" Though the apology was directed at Fu Xiqing, all four guys were staring intently at Tang Feng, their faces flushed with embarrassment, looking like guilty schoolboys. What could Tang Feng say? First, she wasn't even touched. Second, their attitude was genuinely sincere. She looked at Fu Xiqing, who was still holding his nose. He seemed to be recovering. With a hint of concern, just a tiny bit, she asked, "Do you want them to take you to the infirmary?" Feeling that sounded a bit cold-hearted, she added, "Thanks for blocking the ball for me. They'll treat you to a meal sometime." Considering his help in class as well, Tang Feng felt she should repay the favor. Fu Xiqing gave a weak smile, looking as pitiful as possible, and said to Tang Feng, "It's not too bad. You said you'd treat me to a meal. How about today at lunch? They'll just go wash it at the sink. Cold water will do. Will you come with me?" At this point, the other four guys' expressions turned strange. They looked at each other, all thinking, "Are we a bit redundant here?" After all, the campus heartthrob hadn't even acknowledged them, treating them as if they were invisible. His eyes were only on the campus bell. And honestly, what was with the act of being fragile? It was just a nosebleed. It wasn't that serious, really. The four guys were cringing. But the key point was the campus bell nodded. She agreed. They were going to eat together. And there was no invitation for them. She even took the campus heartthrob's backpack and carried it for him. The two of them then completely ignored them and walked off, leaving them in the dust. Watching the two retreating figures, the four guys felt like they were just side characters in their little drama. Damn, are we that insignificant? Their attempt to get close had failed. All four were dejected, wilting like frostbitten eggplants. They went their separate ways, feeling that the campus bell had already been taken. They were sad, and to add insult to injury, they had inadvertently become the catalyst for their budding romance. It was truly infuriating. Fu Xiqing watched his backpack being held by her, using a tissue to cover his nose. He had been following Tang Feng just now and saw the ball coming. Without a second's hesitation, he decided to block it. He even adjusted his angle deliberately, letting the ball hit his own face. He used a subtle technique to absorb the force so it wasn't severe, and he was quite satisfied with this outcome. As soon as class ended, Tang Feng had run off to avoid him. He had no choice but to follow, deciding to win her over through strategy. It didn't matter that she liked other guys. He would first become her male best friend, making himself a part of her life. Whatever kind of person she liked, he didn't mind pretending to be that, staying by her side and becoming the person she wanted. Tang Feng made a special trip to the school convenience store to buy a bottle of iced water, handing it to Fu Xiqing. "Take this, put it on your nose to ice it. It might help." Fu Xiqing took it, his face beaming with undisguised joy, his voice turning lighter. Thanks. Don't be so polite with me. You got hurt because of me, it's only right. Come on, let's go eat. What do you want? The two walked toward the cafeteria. "I'll eat whatever you eat. I'm not picky." Tang Feng gave Fu Xiqing a few extra glances. Honestly, he had changed quite a bit. When they first met, he was quiet and reserved. But now he could talk normally with her, and even seemed a little too enthusiastic. Thinking that he spent all his free time working part-time jobs, it wasn't easy. She decided to treat him to a nice meal. The second floor of the cafeteria served stir-fried dishes, so they went up together. Fu Xiqing called out to Tang Feng, who was about to go upstairs, "Can't we eat on the first floor?" He didn't want her to spend too much. The food on the second floor cost much more than the first. Although his tuition was fully waived, he usually ate on the first floor to save money. The food there was decent enough, for him it didn't matter as long as it was cheap. Tang Feng didn't stop, so Fu Xiqing had no choice but to follow. Hearing his question, Tang Feng turned around on the stairs, looking down at Fu Xiqing. The dim lamplight cast half of Tang Feng's face into shadow. At that moment, Fu Xiqing also looked up at Tang Feng, pausing in his steps. A faint smile graced her lips, her eyes shimmering with bright light, remarkably sincere when she looked at someone. "Because you're my lifesaver. Today, whatever you want to eat, I'll treat you." Her voice was soft and warm. Fu Xiqing was slightly stunned, watching Tang Feng, the corners of his mouth lifting involuntarily. Everyone should have things they like or dislike. Maybe think about it. We still have time. Every word she spoke was exceptionally earnest, each sentence sincere. Looking up at Tang Feng, Fu Xiqing's heart began to pound fiercely. Indeed, she was very kind. A genuine smile spread across Fu Xiqing's face. When they reached the ordering area, Tang Feng looked at the menu and let Fu Xiqing choose. This time he didn't refuse, but he still ordered dishes he thought girls would like. He had worked in restaurants before and knew which dishes girls tended to enjoy, though he wasn't sure about her. When Tang Feng saw what Fu Xiqing ordered, her eyes lit up. "Wow, we have such similar tastes. You like sweet things too. Great minds think alike." Fu Xiqing let out a soft breath. Fortunately, he had guessed right. A gentle smile graced his face as if all the smiles of his 18 years had been made up for since meeting Tang Feng. In the afternoon class they sat together again. This time Tang Feng didn't avoid him, instead she felt that Fu Xiqing was a really nice person and she had misjudged him. He probably just wanted to be friends. Remembering how quiet and unsociable he had been when they first met, she felt a little sorry for him. She had heard his tuition was fully waived and that he was the provincial top scorer, so he must be very smart. Yet he still worked part-time jobs everywhere. Tang Feng truly admired him and thus silently accepted that they were already good friends. Back in the dormitory, Tang Feng saw that Ruan had already bought materials for the college English test band 4 and exclaimed, Ruan, you're way too hard-working. Ruan replied, you should sign up too. The exam is in November, it's easier to pass. If you put it off for a year or two you'll forget your high school English, and it'll be much harder. Tang Feng found this quite reasonable, but she had only scored 115 in the English college entrance exam, and that was by sheer luck. She had no confidence in CET4 at all. She thought of Gu Sheng. Maybe she could ask him for tutoring. After all, if she couldn't pass CET4 in college, graduating would be tough. Instantly, the feeling of relief after finishing a day's classes vanished, and Tang Feng completely deflated. She muttered under her breath, I hate Confucius, I hate Robert, I hate Shirlu, I hate Wu Zetian. Ruan heard her and asked curiously, why do you hate them? Tang Feng, her head buried on the desk, replied weakly, Confucius invented school, Robert invented homework, Shirlu invented exams, and Wu Zetian invented closed-book exams. Ruan burst out laughing. Tang Feng, you're hilarious. Now that you mention it, I hate them too. Who wouldn't? Every student hates them. She let out another long sigh. Ruan, send me the list of your CET4 materials. He'll go buy them. Ruan gave an okay gesture. From then on, Tang Feng and Fu Xiqing became deskmates, sitting together for every class. After Tang Feng signed up for the CET4 exam, she went to the study room whenever she had no classes. And wherever Tang Feng was in the study room, Fu Xiqing would be there too. Whenever Tang Feng encountered something she didn't understand, Fu Xiqing would patiently explain it to her. Their relationship developed exactly as Fu Xiqing had hoped. One day Tang Feng was about to head back to the dormitory, almost at the entrance of the girls' building, when Xu Yunhua, who had just come downstairs, saw her and immediately grabbed Tang Feng, pulling her into a run. Without even asking if Tang Feng was willing. Seeing Xu Yunhua running so enthusiastically, Tang Feng grew curious. Along the way they encountered other students running too. She became even more intrigued. What were they all rushing to see, acting like they'd been injected with adrenaline? After running for a full 10 minutes, Tang Feng really wanted to say they could slow down, but she never got the chance. Because Xu Yunhua was afraid Tang Feng would fall behind, she kept pulling her hand and trying hard to drag her along. Tang Feng was touched by how hard her roommate was trying, always including her in good things. They finally reached the destination. It turned out to be the Grand Auditorium. The last performance had been held here too. Xu Yunhua and Tang Feng queued up, the line was already long. Xu Yunhua was panting heavily, while Tang Feng was a bit better, only slightly out of breath. Finally able to ask, Tang Feng said, Yunhua, why are we here? Xu Yunhua, having caught her breath, stomped her feet, excitedly gesturing wildly to express her overwhelming excitement. Her tone was elevated. Tang Feng, you don't know. Yi Lanqing is here for a campus roadshow. Tang Feng's expression was one of shock. Not that Yi Lanqing had come, but that Xu Yunhua had dragged her at a dead sprint for over 20 minutes just to see that guy. Also, Xu Yunhua was a fan of his. Maybe she shouldn't reveal that she was a black fan of Yi Lanqing. After all, her account had targeted Yi Lanqing more than any other celebrity. If she said she wasn't a black fan, no one would believe her. Looking around, she, a little black fan, had better not expose herself since everyone here seemed to be Yi Lanqing's fans. Tang Feng still couldn't help asking, so Yunhua, you're a fan of Yi Lanqing? Xu Yunhua nodded frantically, as if she wanted to nod her head off. Tang Feng was afraid her head would fall off seeing how hard she was nodding. I'm a star? I've been a fan since my 3rd year of middle school when he debuted. I was one of the first stars in the fan support group. Now our star family is growing bigger and bigger because our idol is so incredibly talented and handsome. Then Xu Yunhua launched into a one-sided praise session for her idol. In her eyes, everyone should love Yi Lanqing, and those who didn't like him were just weirdos. Tang Feng was even more afraid to let Xu Yunhua know that she had criticized her idol online. Surrounding them were excited girls, and she, a little black fan, felt a shiver. She silently chanted to herself, pretend to be a Yi Lanqing fan. I suddenly crave vermicelli soup. After Xu Yunhua finally finished praising, she remembered to ask, you know Yi Lanqing, right? I was so happy I forgot to ask if you're a star. Tang Feng stammered a little. She didn't want to lie because once she lied to her roommate, it would be awkward later. There was no need to lie about such things. She glanced around. Whispering, she said, I'm not his fan, but he's very famous. I know him. However, I'm a fan of his junior fellow apprentice, Nai Nayu. She's my idol. Apparently Xu Yunhua wasn't an exclusive fan of Yi Lanqing, and was quite happy to hear that. Oh, I see. My star is incredibly talented. It's a pity you don't stan him, but Nai is great too. They're from the same company, and once collaborated on a music video that turned out really well. Tang Feng could tell that Shu Yunduo was a career-focused fan of Yi Lanqing. She didn't dare reveal that she actually disliked him, so she went along with it. Soon it was their turn to enter. She had completely forgotten about leaving. Tang Feng was a bit annoyed. Why had she been stupid enough to line up? She could have said she had something to do and left. So she got too carried away talking about Nai. Tang Feng wanted to leave, but the crowd was all pushing inward, and she couldn't figure out where the exit was. She decided to just sit down since she was already inside. Shu Yunduo and Tang Feng had arrived relatively early, securing seats near the front of the stage, roughly 7 or 8 rows back. After they sat down, about half an hour passed. Once every seat in the auditorium was filled, the doors were shut, and late-coming students were turned away. Many students who had heard the news arrived a step too late. Even though they couldn't get in, they lingered anyway. Since they were already here and their idol was inside, they knew he would eventually come out. Even a distant glimpse would be worth the wait. Thus, both inside and outside the auditorium, it was a sea of people. Since it was also the time when afternoon classes ended, most students had nothing else to do, which led to this situation. Fortunately, being on campus, the students remained relatively restrained, without any frantic pushing. With security guards maintaining order, everything stayed quite organized. In the lounge, Yi Lanqing kept staring at his phone, still sending messages to a cartoon avatar of a silly dog. Still, there was no reply. He looked at the silly dog avatar and grumbled, "Humph, not replying to my messages. Even if you haven't deleted me, I'm still mad. When I see you later, ill." He hadn't figured out what he would do. It wasn't exactly anger, but rather a sense of loss and melancholy from being ignored. Perhaps because Yi Lanqing's life had been so smooth, his personality was free-spirited and willful, reaching the pinnacle of fame right at his debut. His mother was a Triple Crown Best Actress winner, and his father was a renowned singer. From the start of their relationship to their marriage, and up to now, there had never been any rumors of a breakup. Whenever they were photographed, they were either showing off their love or on their way to do so. Even now, with their son at 23 years old, they were occasionally spotted on sweet dates, sharing passionate French kisses. They truly didn't treat their fans as outsiders. Both sets of fans, now parents themselves, remained harmonious, feeling as joyful about their idol's happiness as if it were their own. Yi Lanqing's excellence was evident to all. However, because his parents were insiders in the industry, his path to stardom was smooth without any exposure to dark or dirty dealings. Sometimes when his temper flared, he didn't consider the consequences. As his mother once said, "As long as you don't cross moral or legal lines, it's fine. Mom's got your back." Deeply influenced by his parents, he also wanted to find a kindred spirit. So when he first encountered a girl who piqued his interest, he became genuinely invested. Perhaps this was his destiny. Assistant Xiao Wang saw Xing Gu acting up again. He was used to it. Judging by the expression the girl Xing Gu liked had probably ignored him again. It happened several times a day like clockwork. First a conflicted and expectant look, then irritability and disappointment, and finally utter despair. He had grown accustomed to it. Still, he was curious. Who was this goddess that had captivated someone as picky as Xing Gu? A man who never did real kissing scenes, always using body doubles or camera angles, keeping his on-screen first kiss intact. Someone seemingly uninterested in women, was now pining away in unrequited love. He wanted to meet her too, hoping she might teach him a few tricks to handle Xing Gu, making his own life easier. Fewer scoldings, and a raise would be perfect. A knock came at the lounge door. Xiao Wang opened it, and a staff member said the roadshow was about to start, and they needed to gather over there. Hearing this, Yi Lanqing irritably tossed his phone onto the sofa and headed out. Seeing this, Xiao Wang knew he was in a bad mood. He quietly put the phone in his bag and followed behind. The host on stage began the introduction and opening remarks. The students below responded with enthusiastic applause and cheers. Then the main cast and crew came on stage. Each was introduced one by one. Seeing so many stars at once, the students below were thrilled with fans of every celebrity present. But when the microphone reached Yi Lanqing, the applause and cheers erupted like a torrential flood, as if the crowd had doubled. Most were female fans, but there were also male fans shouting, "Husband! Husband!" The shouts were ear-piercing. Tang Feng looked left and right, utterly amazed, as this was her first time seeing a celebrity in person. She couldn't help but think that if she ever saw Nai live, she'd probably be just like the girl sitting to her left, continuing to shout and clap, even if her throat gave out and her hands swelled up. That's the only way to express such excitement. Caught up in the atmosphere, she unconsciously started clapping and cheering too, though not shouting Yi Lanqing's name, just whooping and whistling. Going with the flow, she was all in. Yi Lanqing took the microphone, introduced himself and his role in the film, then looked at the enthusiastic students below, flashing a charming smile. With his soulful peach blossom eyes and that disarming smile, the audience erupted once again. Tonight he wore a meticulously tailored black suit, its smooth lines hugging his perfect physique, exuding elegance and nobility. Beneath it a simple white shirt with the collar slightly open casually revealing a hint of unrestrained charm. A dark red tie added a touch of color to the ensemble, subtle yet tasteful. Most striking of all were his amorous peach blossom eyes whose shifting gaze seemed capable of captivating the soul. Truly, as online comments about him said, those eyes looked even at a dog with deep affection. His delicate features were nothing short of divine. A high-bridged nose, slightly upturned lips, every line a masterpiece crafted by God. The diamond earring on his left ear glittered brilliantly under the lights, as dazzling as he was. Tang Feng watched helplessly as the unknown girl on her left and her roommate, Shu Yunduo, on the right screamed, with earth-shattering fervor, so loud, she felt her ears ringing. She had to admit, this face, this body. You could criticize anything else, but his looks and physique. Not a single flaw to be found. Since stepping on stage, Yi Lanqing had been scanning the students below. He searched one by one thinking she might not have come. Just as he was about to lose hope, he spotted a girl in a white t-shirt. The little minx he was looking for, Tang Tang. He still thought her name was Tang Tang. He smiled like a blooming flower, every trace of joy spreading from the corners of his narrow eyes. The teardrop mole at his eye corner seemed to come alive like a star fallen to earth, adorning this exquisite picture and stirring hearts. Soon everyone settled into the screening. The auditorium fell silent and the lights dimmed. Seeing this, Tang Feng wanted to leave. She had no interest in watching Yi Lanqing's movie. Excusing herself to Shu Yunduo that she needed to use the restroom, she slipped out of the auditorium. She exited through the side door since the main entrance was locked and crowded with waiting students. The side was quieter. Clutching her stomach and claiming a stomachache, the staff let her through. Meanwhile, Yi Lanqing, who had been keeping an eye on the audience, saw the girl get up and leave. He quietly followed, donning a mask, cap, and sunglasses, slipping out of the auditorium right behind her. The side door area was deserted. Stepping into the empty corridor, Tang Feng finally breathed in fresh air. She took a few deep breaths and rubbed her nearly ruined ears. Much better. Just as she was about to leave, a large hand grabbed her. She turned around and, despite the mask and sunglasses, recognized him instantly by his striking ash-gray hair and signature earring. Though he had changed clothes, she knew the man before her was none other than the big star Yi Lanqing, who had just been speaking on stage. Yi Lanqing pulled down his sunglasses, expecting to see excitement, joy, or delight on the girl's face. Instead, he got none of that. Her expression was more like, "Why you again? What bad luck?" Tang Feng yanked her arm free from his long, slender grip. She glanced around. Luckily no one was nearby, and cut straight to the chase. "Why are you pulling me?" Her demeanor made it clear they weren't that familiar. This irritated Yi Lanqing so much it made him laugh. He snorted and reached for his phone, only to realize it wasn't on him. "Let me see your phone." Yi Lanqing wanted to check her phone. Could it be that she hadn't deleted him, but simply never received his messages? He refused to believe she was just ignoring him. After all, he had plenty of confidence in his own charm. Tang Feng rolled her eyes. "You're insane." She turned to leave, but Yi Lanqing blocked her path. "We added each other as friends last time, so aren't we friends now? Why are you leaving? Don't go. I just want to see if your phone is broken. You haven't replied to a single one of my messages." Tang Feng had barely taken 2 steps before being stopped again. She halted and said exasperatedly, "Hold on, big star Yi, when did we ever become friends? I haven't even settled the score with you. You dared to threaten me last time, huh?" Remembering how he had threatened her with photos, she scoffed internally. Quite bold, this kid. Seems like he hadn't been beaten enough last time. She clenched her fists, raising them knuckle to knuckle in a menacing display before Yi Lanqing. Seeing this, he recalled how formidable she had been in their last encounter. But he refused to back down, retorting defiantly, "When did I threaten you? Didn't I promise to take you to see Nai Nai? During the National Day holiday, Nai Nai's group has a concert. I have tickets. Want them?" It seemed bribery was the only way. Clearly she was still angry. He didn't want to fail at making friends and get deleted again, so he decided to appease her and take it slow. He had figured out that this girl responded better to soft persuasion than hard tactics. Tang Feng indeed couldn't resist the temptation and asked, "Really? You're being this generous?" She couldn't quite figure Yi Lanqing out. Both encounters had been less than pleasant. First she threatened him, then he threatened her. What, did he have a masochistic streak? Did he enjoy being hit? Was he looking for her to beat him up for a thrill? Tang Feng looked at Yi Lanqing with a peculiar expression while these thoughts ran through her mind. Seeing her staring at him so intently, Yi Lanqing thought she was admiring what a great guy he was. He puffed out his chest and assured her, "Of course. But you have to agree to one condition." "Oh." Tang Feng pushed aside her wild thoughts. So there was a condition, not what she had imagined. "What condition?" she asked. Yi Lanqing leaned in closer and said with a smile, "Take a photo with me. Look, we've met 3 times by chance. Isn't that fate? Fate is making us friends. Don't you think I'm right?" What he really wanted to say was, "Fate brought us together to make you my girlfriend," but he feared getting punched before he could finish. So he settled for a roundabout approach, dropping the word girl from girlfriend. Tang Feng thought it over and agreed. She waited for him to take the photo, but Yi Lanqing just stared at her intently. Tang Feng, exasperated, urged, "Well, take the photo with your phone." He spread his hands. "I didn't bring it. Use yours and send it to me on WeChat." Tang Feng figured that was acceptable and agreed. Tang Feng took out her phone and saw the battery was almost dead. She opened the camera app and Yi Lanqing immediately leaned over. Tang Feng pressed the shutter. Then she opened WeChat, her fingers gliding across the screen with practiced ease, found Yi Lanqing's name, and was about to send the photo she had just taken. But the phone was snatched away by Yi Lanqing, who held it high above his head. He saw the messages he had sent her, all marked as unread. Instantly his mood soured. The excuses he had tried to feed himself crumbled, unable to hold up any longer. Those peach blossom eyes, usually sparkling like stars, now seemed to lose their luster, becoming dim. As for Tang Feng, seeing her phone stolen, she quickly tried to grab it back. But Yi Lanqing, the scoundrel, simply held it high up with his arm. Even though she was 1.7 meters tall, which was tall for a girl, she was no match for Yi Lanqing's 1.85 meters, especially with his long arms stretched out. Even standing on her tiptoes and reaching up as far as she could, she simply couldn't reach the phone. All she could do was hop around like a little rabbit, trying to snatch the phone from his hand. Tang Feng was furious. She yelled at Yi Lanqing with the most ferocious tone she could muster, "This is robbery. Give me my phone back right now, or I'll call 110. After Yi Lanqing finished reading the messages on the phone, he wore a pitiful expression, still holding the phone up high, and asked, "Why haven't you replied to any of my messages?" Tang Feng's face turned red with anger. "Are you crazy? We're not even close. Why should I reply to you? Who do you think you are? Give it back, or I'll hit you." Seeing that Tang Feng was genuinely angry, Yi Lanqing finally prepared to return the phone. Just as he started to lower his hand, he was met with a punch from Tang Feng, landing squarely on his chest. Yi Lanqing couldn't help but grunt in pain, then crouched down, curling into a ball, looking as if he were in excruciating agony. The sudden change left Tang Feng dumbfounded. She forgot all about grabbing the phone. She looked at her own fist, filled with confusion. Did she really pack that much of a punch? And she had even held back a bit, not using her full strength. After all, she had her reservations. He was a public figure. If she seriously injured him, paying for damages would be the least of her worries. If she ended up trending on social media as the attacker and incurred the wrath of his rabid fans, that would be a real disaster. She had heard that some extreme fans would even throw sulfuric acid on people to defend their idols. At this thought, Tang Feng quickly crouched down, her face full of anxiety and worry, wanting to see if she had actually hurt Yi Lanqing. Just as she was asking if he was okay, Yi Lanqing, who had been curled up head down, clutching his stomach, suddenly shouted, "Boo!" It startled Tang Feng so much that she almost fell backward. Thankfully, she caught herself with her hands on the ground and steadied herself, avoiding an embarrassing fall. Once Tang Feng regained her balance and saw Yi Lanqing's goofy, teasing face, she angrily shoved him. She realized she had been fooled. Yi Lanqing let out an ouch and landed squarely on his backside. The phone in his hand accidentally hit the ground with a sharp crack, leaving the screen shattered beyond recognition. Yi Lanqing had just picked up the fallen phone when Tang Feng snatched it from him. Seeing her phone's demise, she felt like the world was ending. It was the new phone her mother had bought her, and she had only used it for less than 2 months. Ark! She cursed Yi Lanqing inwardly, calling him every name under the sun. Her glare was murderous, as if she wanted to skin him alive. Yi Lanqing, getting up from the ground, knew he had gone too far. He gave an awkward smile and said, "I'll buy you a new one." Tang Feng continued to glare at him, her eyes red with anger, and shouted, "Even if you buy me the exact same one, it won't be my Xiao AI anymore. You've killed Xiao AI. Yi Lanqing was baffled. Huh, Xiao AI. He thought to himself, the phone has a name. And it's just a cracked screen. If you're really that attached, you could just replace the screen. He suggested, well, it's not completely dead. Maybe you can try to save it by just replacing the screen. This made Tang Feng even angrier. If you replace the screen, it's not the same Xiao AI. It's like giving you a new face. Would you still be you? Yi Lanqing's mouth twitched. What kind of analogy is that? His face, after all, was insured for a fortune. A mere phone couldn't possibly compare to his face. But of course that was just his inner thought. Seeing how furious the girl was, he didn't dare to add fuel to the fire. Suddenly a girl's scream came from not far away. Yi Lanqing, come quick. He's here. Yi Lanqing's heart sank at the scream. He turned to see more and more people drawn by the commotion, surging toward them like a tide. He immediately put his hat and sunglasses on Tang Feng, then, without hesitation, grabbed her hand and took off, running westward with lightning speed. Tang Feng, still fuming, was caught completely off guard by the sudden turn of events, her mind blank. When she finally snapped out of it, she couldn't help but complain inwardly, what kind of ridiculous situation is this? Why are you dragging me along? I didn't need to run. I could have just pretended not to know you. Your fans don't know me. Ooh, I could have just walked away. But now, with Yi Lanqing tugging her along in a frantic sprint and a crowd chasing behind them, everyone had seen them. Even if she stopped now and claimed she didn't know the infuriating Yi launching, no one would believe her. What a mess. Left with no choice, Tang Feng started running too. But once she understood the situation and saw how closely they were being pursued, she put in a full-out sprint. Soon the roles reversed, and Tang Feng was the one pulling the unreliable Yi launching along. After all, she knew Hua University better than he did. The sky was gradually darkening around 7 o'clock. At a corner, Tang Feng came to a sudden halt, and Yi launching, unable to stop in time, slammed right into her. Tang Feng stumbled forward, her body wobbling, almost falling again. She was now absolutely certain that Yi launching was her bad luck charm. She resolved to stay far, far away from him in the future, or disaster would surely strike. She quickly led him into the storage room of the gymnasium, which was dimly lit by the encroaching darkness. By the time Yi Langsing's fans caught up, they had lost sight of their idol. They only knew that their idol had run off with a girl. Immediately the news exploded within the fan community, and everyone began frantically searching for the identity of the girl their idol had run away with. Could their idol be dating someone? Others speculated whether she was a member of the film crew. Since they had a roadshow at Hua University today, there were actresses from the movie with them. It was probably just a misunderstanding given the crowd. Yi launching had a huge following of devoted female fans and solo stans. Everyone knew their idol was incredibly conceited, acting like he was the most handsome man in the world, and he would never look twice at any female celebrity in the entertainment industry. After all, in his 5 years since debut, he had never done any intimate scenes or kissing scenes. Any that existed were fake. So the fans automatically cleared his name, insisting that she was definitely not his girlfriend. Absolutely not, and she couldn't be. Star belongs to everyone. The news spread like wildfire and quickly became a trending topic. Although the photo only showed two blurry figures running, anyone familiar with Yi launching could immediately recognize that the male figure was indeed him. Soon fans who had gotten the news, along with fans of Yi Langsing's rivals, started a massive online war. Rival fans taunted, "Your idol has fallen. He has a girlfriend, but won't make it public. He's a two-faced fake." Yi Langsing's fans were busy fighting off the haters, managing the comments, countering arguments, and trading insults. The social media platforms were certainly buzzing that day. The two of them were hiding behind some shelves in the sports equipment storage room. Meanwhile, fans were still milling about outside. A female teacher in charge of the equipment room placed the last ball in the bin and then casually locked the door behind her. The two were terrified of being discovered. They had seen figures passing by the window, and footsteps kept coming and going. So Tang Feng and Yi launching dared not make a single sound. About half an hour later, the footsteps outside seemed to have faded. The sky was completely dark, and only the dim yellow streetlight outside the window cast a faint glow into the room, preventing them from being engulfed in absolute darkness. During that half hour, Tang Feng had been mentally cursing Yi launching, who still had the audacity to smile at her with a different insult each time. Yi launching, on the other hand, was ecstatic. He got to spend time alone with the girl he liked, even though she seemed to be angry with him. It was a little sad, but compared to the joy of being with her, that minuscule sadness was barely a blip on the radar. Since she was angry, this was a problem he knew how to solve. At home, his father missed her. Yi was a devoted husband. When he made Mrs. Fan angry, the way he would coax her back. Thinking about it now was a sight he preferred not to recall. He was conflicted about whether he should really emulate Mr. Yes, shameless tactics. He had spent a full half hour deliberating, mostly just staring at the cute, angry expression on the girl's face. Just as he was about to put his plan to charm her into action, he saw her suddenly get up and walk towards the door. Yi launching stood up too, feeling a sudden, inexplicable sense of loss. What was this? It felt like time had passed by too quickly. He wanted to spend more time alone with her. Tang Feng reached the door and pulled on it. It didn't budge. She frowned, pulled again with more force, but the door remained resolutely shut. Yi launching walked over, secretly delighted, but pretended to be clueless. What's wrong? He then pulled on the door himself, and indeed it wouldn't open. He thought to himself, who's the genius who locked this door? This is a godsend. He was overjoyed inside, but he feigned a look of helplessness and confusion on his face. Tang Feng looked utterly defeated. She kept pulling at the door, but after a long while she finally gave up. Suddenly an idea struck her. Wait, I have my phone. She quickly thought of calling her roommate for help. But as she pulled out the phone with the shattered screen, it remained black, no matter how many times she pressed the button. Oh no. When it fell, it had less than 5 battery. Did it just give up and die? No way. Tang Feng didn't give up. She kept pressing the button, trying to coax Xiao AI back to life. Come on, just hold on for one more minute. But to her disappointment, it was truly off, completely unresponsive. Tang Feng was finally resigned to her fate. She walked over to the window, but it was barred with security bars. She squinted into the darkness, hoping to see someone passing by. Not a soul in sight. Just as she was about to call out for help, a hand clamped over her mouth from behind. It was Yi launching. The scream for help she was about to let out was stifled in her throat, turning into a series of muffled whimpers. Enraged. Utterly enraged. She was completely furious. Without a second thought, she executed a reverse grappling move and slammed Yi Lanqing to the ground. Now you'll behave. Yi Lanqing was completely stunned. He had been taken down by a girl. He had never doubted his physical prowess before, but now he was a firm believer in his own weakness. He swore to himself that he would find a martial arts master to teach him some moves when he got back. This was too embarrassing, constantly being floored by a girl. His masculine dignity was completely shattered. As he was wallowing in self-pity, he suddenly caught a faint scent of milk. It was a unique fragrance emanating from the girl. He couldn't help but take a deep, intoxicating breath, savoring the pleasant sensation the scent brought. It was then that he realized she had him pinned beneath her. Her small, soft hands had a firm grip on his arms, rendering him unable to move. He felt the warmth and softness of her body, and a strange sensation stirred within him. What made his heart beat even faster was noticing her fair, delicate skin and her long, slender fingers. Her touch against his skin sent a delicate shiver through him. This sensation spread through his entire body like an electric current, causing the tips of his ears to flush a faint red. His voice even became a stutter. "You let me go." But in his heart, he was hoping she would continue secretly enjoying being pinned down. Tang Feng said, using her most menacing glare and tone, "Tell me, are you the reincarnation of a jinx? In this situation, you're still covering my mouth. Do you have a death wish?" Well, that's what this was about. Yi Lanqing's eyes twinkled. His voice was lazy and charming, with a hint of unintentional seduction, a slight upward lilt. "I was afraid that if you shouted, someone might find the two of us together and it would affect your reputation." But his true thoughts were, "I just want to be alone with you." His alluring voice, with their bodies so close, traveled directly along her ear canal, sending tingles down her spine. Wow, this guy's voice is pretty good. No wonder he's a singer. It's quite distinctive. After being momentarily mesmerized by his voice, she mentally scolded herself, "Tang Feng, stay strong. He's a guy. No matter how good his voice sounds, it's useless." After this self-reflection, she returned to the topic at hand. "Alright, so we're stuck in here. What do we do now? And this whole mess is your fault. You run your own way, but you had to drag me along. Were you out of your mind? Huh? Talk. Answer me." As she spoke, she transitioned into full-in rant mode, shaking Yi Lanqing beneath her so hard that his head was... Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Lanqing wrapped his arms around Tang Feng with such force it seemed he wished to meld her into his very being, all in a desperate bid to halt her relentless shaking. In that instant, their posture was nothing short of scandalously intimate. Tang Feng was pressed flush against him, not a sliver of space remaining between them. Their breathing and heartbeats in the hushed stillness were starkly audible, like frantic drumbeats. The moment Tang Feng perceived this, fury ignited within her. How dare he resist? She rose with alacrity, her movements swift as lightning, and delivered 2 resounding thuds with her fists before springing nimbly to her feet. Yet a moment later, a belated realization washed over her that her actions might have been somewhat inappropriate. Her gaze began to dart about restlessly, flitting from the ceiling to the floor, feigning a busy preoccupation with anything but the man she had just struck twice more. Yi Lanqing lay sprawled on the ground, the 2 punches having landed with considerable force, causing a pain so sharp he nearly cried out. But mindful of his masculine pride, he gritted his teeth and swallowed the yelp that threatened to escape. However, he couldn't quite suppress a muttered complaint. "You little minx, are you trying to off your own husband?" As he spoke, he gingerly rubbed the sore spots. His captivating peach blossom eyes shimmered with a radiant light, curving into crescents of mirth. His long lashes fluttered like the wings of a butterfly, and the tenderness lurking in his gaze was enough to melt a heart into a puddle of spring water. Yet even this mesmerizing smile, capable of captivating all who beheld it, now lacked an audience. Gritting his teeth against the lingering ache, Yi Lanqing finally managed to rise to his feet, dusting off his clothes. He began to search the vicinity, his eyes scanning every corner with urgency, until he discovered a stack of yoga mats. He retrieved them with palpable delight, meticulously smoothing them out on the floor. Once laid out, he offered Tang Feng a smile brimming with anticipation, beckoning her to join him. But Tang Feng pretended not to notice, her gaze fixed resolutely on the ceiling, then the floor, anywhere but at Yi Lanqing. A light, pleasant chuckle escaped Yi Lanqing, his smile like a gentle spring breeze. "What's the matter? Afraid I'll gobble you up? It's not like I could beat you anyway. I'm more worried about you turning feral and taking advantage of me." Tang Feng retorted immediately, as if, "I wouldn't touch a scrawny thing like you. And for the record, I like girls. Guys like you. Not my type." Yi Lanqing arched an eyebrow, his disbelief palpable. He gave the girl before him a slow, scrutinizing once-over. Outwardly, she was the picture of a sweet, soft, and adorable girl, demure as a gentle kitten. But her personality, now, that was a different story, blunt, straightforward, and refreshingly free-spirited. A thought struck him, causing a jolt of surprise. Maybe her liking girls wasn't so far-fetched after all. Thus he probed cautiously. "Oh, I find that hard to believe. I recall 2 guys getting into a fight over you. How do you explain that?" Tang Feng was stunned. She never imagined Yi Lanqing would know about that. How did you find out? She asked, her tone laced with pure curiosity. You didn't know? It was all over the trending searches this morning, though it seems to have been taken down since. Yi Lanqing explained patiently. Tang Feng's legs were growing weary from standing. Seeing Yi Lanqing lounging around like some lord of the manor sparked a surge of indignation within her. Mimicking his actions, she fetched a yoga mat, laid it out meticulously, and plopped down with a satisfied sigh. God, she was exhausted. The combined weight of fatigue and hunger crashed down upon her. Seeing this, Yi Lanqing immediately stood up, dragged his mat next to Tang Feng's, laid it down, and settled himself again. Tang Feng inched away, Yi Lanqing stubbornly followed. Eventually Tang Feng surrendered in defeat. They sat side by side, but Tang Feng kept a wary distance, raising her fist in a threatening gesture whenever he showed signs of edging closer. Once settled, she finally remembered to answer his earlier question. And why should I know? Also, what's this nonsense about two guys fighting over me? Keep talking like that, and I'll sue you for defamation. As she spoke, a flicker of guilt crossed Tang Feng's face. She inwardly wondered how he had guessed so accurately. It had been just those two fighting with her, and Su Muyu trying to break it up. Why hadn't anyone mentioned Su Muyu? Puzzled, she voiced her confusion directly. How come you think they like me? You don't even know them. Were you hiding under their beds, eavesdropping? Yi Lanqing observed Tang Feng's guileless face, which displayed every emotion and the brief flash of guilt he had just caught. It only solidified his certainty that his guess was correct. It seemed he had quite a few rivals. But he consoled himself with the thought that none of them were as handsome as he was. He had been acutely aware of the devastating impact of his own face since he was a child. Wherever he went, he drew the gaze of countless people, captivating individuals of all ages with his stunning good looks. Just use your eyes. Even while they were fighting, they were shielding you from harm. A few of those photos put together could easily be mistaken for stills from a cheesy soap opera. His words left Tang Feng speechless. But could you really tell all that from a few pictures? She refused to believe it, silently vowing to find that video and those photos when she got back. Even if you're right, so what? One of them is my sworn brother for life. The other is my best male confidant for life. They said so themselves. So don't go spreading rumors. What we have now is purely platonic. Besides, I told you I like girls. They know that. They've seen the error of their ways. Yi Lanqing let out a long drawn out. Oh, but inwardly he was exasperated. Did this girl actually believe that? It was obvious both of them were up to no good, trying to boil the frog slowly. Just because they said brothers didn't make it true. And best male confidant. That was even more absurd unless the guy was gay. However, he kept these thoughts to himself, reminding himself that he wasn't exactly pure of intention either. With that in mind, he leaned in while she seemed lost in thought, and asked, So when did you figure out you liked girls? Tang Feng replied weakly, Since I was old enough to know better. She wasn't actually thinking, she was just hungry. Her stomach was empty, and her brain felt sluggish. His question was met with a profound silence from Yi Lanqing. Did that mean Shed had a confused gender identity since childhood? As he sat there silenced, and unsure how to respond, a loud growl broke the quiet. Yi Lanqing chuckled. You're hungry. Tang Feng rolled her eyes emphatically and retorted. And whose fault is that? Get lost. She turned away, unwilling to engage, and started counting her fingers out of sheer boredom. Suddenly a pack of beef jerky appeared before her eyes. It was only a small pack, but Tang Feng's eyes lit up with a brilliance that rivaled the most dazzling stars in the night sky. Then to her dismay, the pack of jerky began to recede from her view. She turned her head, glaring at Yi Lanqing. He saw the longing in her eyes, a smirk playing on his lips as he teased, Want it? Then say something nice. Tang Feng shot him a withering glare, and stated firmly, In your dreams. But her stomach chose that exact moment to betray her with another loud growl. Yi Lanqing burst into laughter, finally handing over the jerky. Tang Feng snatched it from him, tearing it open with frantic speed, and shoving a piece into her mouth, looking for all the world like a possessive little kitten guarding its food, as if terrified someone might steal it from her. Yi Lanqing watched her wolf down the snack, his gaze overflowing with affection. Time slipped by, and before they knew it, Tang Feng's head began to droop, her eyes fluttering closed. Without a second thought, Yi Lanqing gently guided her head to rest upon his shoulder. Feeling the weight on his shoulder, Yi Lanqing carefully shifted his posture to make the sleeping girl more comfortable. He looked down at her peaceful face, her long lashes casting delicate shadows on her cheeks, her small nose rising and falling with each breath, her lips still glistening from the jerky. She was utterly adorable. Yi Lanqing's heart pounded violently against his ribs. A feeling he had never experienced before began to sprout and spread within him, growing wild like a weed. He slowly raised his hand, intending to brush a strand of hair from her face, but stopped just before contact, afraid of waking her. Moonlight streamed in through the window, casting a soft, ethereal veil over the scene, making it seem like a dream. Yi Lanqing simply gazed at Tang Feng, feeling as if time itself had frozen, the entire world hushed and serene. After an unknown length of time, Yi Langsing's eyes grew heavy, and he too drifted into a slumber. In his dream, he and Tang Feng walked hand in hand through a sea of flowers. A gentle breeze rustled past, carrying a heady, intoxicating fragrance. The riot of colorful blossoms swayed in the wind, as if cheering for their love. Morning sunlight crept softly across their faces, stirring Tang Feng awake. Finding herself leaning against Yi Langsing's shoulder, she sprang up like a startled rabbit, quickly backing away from him. She cursed inwardly. How had she fallen asleep on him? Damn it! Startled awake by her sudden movement, Yi Langsing saw her flustered state, and couldn't help but laugh. What's this? Scared of me after just one little nap? Tang Feng turned her head away, stubbornly retorting, Who's scared of you? I'm just afraid you might try something. Yi Langsing stood up, stretching luxuriously, and teased. Well, you certainly seemed to enjoy it last night. A faint blush crept onto Tang Feng's cheeks as she retorted, That was just because I was exhausted. It was an accident. Yi Langsing stepped closer, his gaze turning serious and tender. Accident or not, I rather enjoyed it. Tang Feng glared at him. Don't talk nonsense. Just then a distinct click sound of a lock turning reached their ears. They both fell silent, instantly scrambling to hide behind a storage rack. Someone was unlocking the door. After the door opened, and the person's footsteps faded, the two of them cautiously peered out, checking left and right before darting out of the storage room. The day before, Assistant Xiao Wang was frantically searching for his boss Star. He was pacing around like an ant on a hot pan. He had immediately called Sister Chun to report the situation, which prompted a fresh wave of scolding from her, this time directed at Yi Langsing for causing trouble yet again. She instructed him to search discreetly, under no circumstances drawing any attention. Xiao Wang received the order as if it were a royal decree and began scouring the school grounds, all by himself. He had seen the fan-posted pictures, knowing his boss had run off holding a girl's hand. Perhaps he was hiding in some corner of the school waiting to be rescued, given the horde of frenzied fans chasing them. But after searching all night without a trace, he wondered if Star had taken the girl off campus. Grumbling to himself, he headed back to the hotel they were staying at to check. Back at the girls' dormitory, when Tang Feng didn't return by nightfall, her three roommates grew worried. Shu Yunduo mentioned they had gone to see a roadshow movie together, but hadn't seen her since. Just as they were about to head out and look for her, they overheard people gossiping that Yi Langsing had run off holding some girl's hand. Who was she? Could she be from our school? The three of them immediately pulled out their phones to check, and what they saw made their jaws drop. While others might not have recognized her, they could tell from the clothes alone. It was unmistakably Tang Feng. Their worry evaporated, replaced by a wave of relief. Knowing their roommate was with Yi Langsing, they launched into a gossip session. Shu Yunduo in particular was beside herself with envy. She was screaming around the dorm, that traitor Tang Feng. Why didn't she take me with her? I want to see my idol up close too. She continued her dramatic outburst, while the other two, though also fans of Yi Langsing, were more casual admirers of his looks rather than diehard fanatics, so they weren't quite as unhinged as Shu Yunduo. During their discussion, Jing Tian observed, seriously, Tang Feng must have some kind of magical charm. Just count them: Fu Xiqing, Gusheng Sr., Yi Jinyan, and now the top-tier handsome Yi Langsing. Each one is more stunningly good-looking than the last. It's practically supernatural. When she gets back, we should ask her which temple she went to for this kind of luck, and try it ourselves. Ruan teased with a laugh. Jing Tian, if your boyfriend heard you say that, I doubt you'd be able to get out of bed tomorrow. Jing Tian threw a pillow at her, playfully scolding. Oh, shut up. Tang Feng's the one who wouldn't be able to get out of bed. I've only got one, as she's got four. If she were to take all of them, she'd probably be stuck in bed every single day. The two of them then dove into a series of increasingly suggestive topics about Tang Feng and her men, getting more and more animated. Shu Yunduo eventually joined in, still refusing to believe her idol would like Tang Feng. But she had to admit Yi Langsing never willingly held a girl's hand. She felt a pang of despair. Maybe her idol really had been captured by Tang Feng and her so-called mystical luck. After a moment of sorrow, a new thought struck her. Wait a minute, if her idol became her roommate's boyfriend, wouldn't that mean she could get close to him, take photos, and get autographs whenever she wanted? The more she thought about it, the better it sounded. Hell yeah, get together, just get together already. And so the three of them engaged in a long, colorfully speculative conversation about Tang Feng and her harem of handsome men, chatting late into the night. They had completely forgotten that Tang Feng already had a legitimate girlfriend. A few days later, Tang Feng indeed received a phone and 2 concert tickets. Judging by the seat numbers, they were quite close to the front. It seemed this person wasn't so bad after all. At least he kept his word. Tang Feng tucked the tickets away contentedly. Tonight the anime club was holding a meeting, and the group chat had instructed every member to attend. After dinner, Tang Feng headed straight to the meeting room. By the time she arrived, many people were already there chatting and laughing. As Tang Feng appeared at the door and stepped inside, she drew everyone's attention, and they all recognized her. They enthusiastically came over to greet her, and Tang Feng responded to each one in kind. A few minutes later, just after she had taken her seat, she spotted Fu Siqing entering the classroom. He scanned the room, located Tang Feng, and just as he did in regular classes, sat down beside her. Tang Feng was surprised. Once he was seated, she asked, "I didn't expect we'd both join the anime club. What a coincidence." Little did she know it was because Fu Siqing had seen her sign up for the club that day, and only then did he decide to join as well. "Emma, maybe this is fate. I didn't expect to find you here either. From now on we can be partners for any activities." Soon, all the anime club members had arrived. The club president announced that everyone was required to participate in an upcoming comic convention where they would take photos and shoot videos. Tang Feng instantly felt she had been tricked. She had joined expecting a laid-back time, yet just days in there was already a group event. Sighing inwardly, she thought about how exhausting it was to prepare for CET4 and keep up with her coursework, and now she had to attend activities too. Fortunately, the club would provide all the cosplay costumes and accessories. She just needed to show up in person. Time flew to Sunday morning. Since the venue was a mall in the city center, and she needed makeup and styling, Tang Feng set her alarm for 5 o'clock. When they had discussed cosplay characters the other day, Tang Feng had requested to cosplay Zhou. She had recently become obsessed with this mage character while playing Honor of Kings simply because Zhou's combat ability at level 2 was quite strong. Using his first and second skills, he could create a large area of damage, both harming enemies and restricting their movement. She thought it was really cool. Meanwhile, Xiao Chuan would choose Xiao Qiao because Xiao Qiao is a flexible magi assassin. Her skills include throwing a fan in a specified direction to deal damage using a skill to briefly increase movement and attack speed, while damaging nearby enemies, and summoning a fan-shaped wind that damages and knocks up enemies in its path. Their skills could form a good combination. When they arrived at the dressing room, Fu Siqing was already there. Upon hearing that Fu Siqing was cosplaying Xiao Qiao, she was utterly stunned. She had chosen Zhou because she liked him. It wasn't strange for a girl to cosplay a male character, but Fu Siqing, a guy actually cosplaying Xiao Qiao, was something she never expected. It took 2 hours in total to finish everything. When Tang Feng and Fu Siqing stepped out of the dressing room and appeared before everyone, the crowd collectively gasped, stunned by their breathtaking appearances. Tang Feng's Zhou wore a deep crimson robe with flowing sleeves like blazing flames. The robe was embroidered with intricate golden patterns resembling ancient runes, mysterious and majestic. A black belt adorned with sparkling gems was tied at her waist, glimmering brilliantly under the lights. Her hair was tied high into a neat bun with a few strands falling loosely by her cheeks, adding a touch of untamed charm. Her sword-like brows were dark as ink, and her eyes were sharp and deep as if they could see through everything. Her nose was straight, and her lips curved slightly upward in a confident, subtle smile. In her hand, she held an exquisite feathered fan with golden-laid ribs and a surface painted with roaring flames, as if it could summon wind and rain at any moment. Fu Siqing's Xiao Qiao, on the other hand, was delicately charming. Her pink silk dress was light and ethereal, its hem swaying gently in the breeze like dreamlike clouds. The collar and cuffs were trimmed with soft white fur, making her appear even more adorable and gentle. His hair was styled into 2 playful buns adorned with pink flower ornaments like blossoms blooming in spring. His large eyes were bright and clear, their gaze lively and mischievous. His cheeks were fair as snow, and his cherry-like lips curved upward in a sweet smile. In his hand, he held a pink folding fan embroidered with delicate butterflies, as if they might flutter away at any moment. Standing side by side, one radiating heroic charm, and the other exuding sweet beauty, they formed a stunning picture. There was absolutely no sense of dissonance. Each had their own distinct allure. The other club members couldn't help but let out exclamations of admiration. Especially Fu Siqing's Xiao Qiao. No one expected that a boy with his height advantage could perfectly replicate Xiao Qiao from Honor of Kings down to the finest detail. Many of the guys, upon seeing the costume, couldn't help but get starry-eyed. Tang Feng couldn't help but praise him either. "Fu Siqing, you look absolutely gorgeous. I never knew you had this side to you. I'm almost falling in love with your Xiao Qiao. She's the best I've ever seen." Upon hearing Tang Feng's compliment, Fu Siqing blushed slightly. After clearing his throat, he suddenly spoke in a crisp, sweet voice, like a girl's, improvising a line of Xiao Qiao's entrance dialogue from the game. His bright eyes were filled with deep affection, gazing intently at Tang Feng, as if she were the only one in his sight. "In love and in battle we must charge forward bravely." He gently raised his hand, as if wanting to touch Tang Feng's face, his voice soft, yet resolute. "Xiao Qiao must strive to grow stronger." Fu Siqing leaned in slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting in a coy smile, his gaze like the warm spring sun, gentle and intoxicating. "Hurry up and win. After this it's just the 2 of us." As he spoke those words, his voice grew even softer, like a gentle breeze brushing past the ear, his eyes filled with anticipation and longing, as if telling Tang Feng of a future meant only for the 2 of them. Especially when he said the words, "Zhou, my lord." He deliberately directed those words at Tang Feng, his voice laden with endless tenderness and reliance, as if Tang Feng were his sole anchor in that moment. Beneath his slightly trembling lashes lay a deep, barely concealed devotion. Tang Feng, a girl who liked girls, found herself blushing, furiously charmed by Fu Siqing's impromptu portrayal of Xiao Qiao. Her heartbeat quickened involuntarily, as if it might leap out of her throat. The others applauded as well, amazed that their club had such a talented member who could even do voice acting in a female pitch. It took Tang Feng a long while to calm the racing heartbeat brought on by that visual impact. This guy was just too good at it. She truly felt as if Xiao Qiao from the game had escaped into the real world. It was just too amazing. Tang Feng gave Fu Siqing a thumbs up. If only he wouldn't direct those sparkling eyes at her. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to hold her ground and would fall for him. No, she already had a partner. She had to stay strong. Everyone boarded the coach bus, heading together to the convention center. On the bus, everyone was buzzing with excitement about the upcoming anime convention, yet Tang Feng and Fu Siqing sat in adjacent seats, the atmosphere between them subtly charged. Fu Siqing stole a glance at Tang Feng, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips, as if still savoring the triumph of having just successfully charmed her. Finally, they arrived at the convention center, a sea of people vibrant and alive. Amidst this bustling spectacle, Tang Feng and Fu Siqing moved slowly with the crowd. They spotted a group of Naruto cosplayers. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and others. So lifelike they seemed to have stepped straight out of the Hidden Leaf Village. One cosplayer portraying Naruto even demonstrated the Rasengan hand gesture, drawing cheers from the surrounding crowd. Not far away, a girl dressed as Snow White stood gracefully interacting with 7 cosplayers dressed as dwarfs. The realistic scene seemed to transport everyone into a fairy tale world. Suddenly, a surge of stirring music filled the air as a Demon Slayer cosplay team took the stage. The spectacular performances of Tanjiro Nezuko and others drew rounds of applause and cheers from the onlookers. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, their expressions vivid, as if they were locked in fierce battle with demons. In a corner, a group of Marvel superhero cosplayers gathered. Iron Man, Spider-Man, Captain America, and other heroes struck various cool poses, attracting a long line of fans waiting for photos. At that moment, a grand cosplay runway show captured everyone's attention. On stage, models adorned in magnificent cosplay outfits strutted with confident strides, showcasing their characters. From ancient fantasy to futuristic sci-fi, from classic anime to popular games, a diverse array of styles dazzled the audience, leaving them spoiled for choice. They followed suit and went on stage together, Tang Feng and Fu Siqing appearing simultaneously. The moment their figures emerged, they captivated the gaze of the audience below. The crowd instantly erupted, cheers rising and falling in waves. Absolutely stunning. Exclamations of admiration were endless. Many fans fervently chanted Xiao Qiao's name, Xiao Qiao, Xiao Qiao, my wife. The shouts surged like waves, brimming with passion and obsession. As Tang Feng walked the runway, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Xiao Qiao beside her. Indeed, Fu Siqing's portrayal of Xiao Qiao was overwhelmingly popular. Look at those guys in the audience, eyes wide as saucers, screaming at the top of their lungs, Xiao Qiao, my wife. Their fervor was so intense they seemed ready to charge onto the stage. Tang Feng couldn't help but wonder inwardly. I wonder what Fu Siqing thinks when he hears these shouts. Could Fu Siqing actually be gay? Meanwhile, on stage, Fu Siqing was thoroughly devoted to his role as Xiao Qiao. Every one of his movements was as precise and iconic as if directly replicated from the King of Glory game. He subtly turned sideways, giving a gentle flick to the pink folding fan in his hand, a pose like a willow swaying in the spring breeze, delicate yet lively. As his gaze drifted, it seemed to hold a myriad of tender feelings, enchanting to behold. When he spun lightly, his pink skirt flared out like a blooming flower, resplendent and dazzling. With a slight bow of his head, he revealed a hint of shyness and playfulness, capturing Xiao Qiao's essence perfectly. Every subtle expression, every graceful movement was just right. After they stepped off the stage, the thunderous cheers still echoed in their ears like surging waves, crashing one after another, showing no sign of abating. Fu Siqing and Tang Feng walked side by side to the exhibition area, ready to take commemorative photos. At that moment, the crowd around them converged like iron filings drawn to a magnet. Numerous onlookers and fellow cosplayers gathered expectantly, eagerly requesting photos. Tang Feng's side was relatively manageable. She smiled warmly and patiently posed for everyone. Fu Siqing, however, was completely swarmed. People surrounded him in layers upon layers, their excited faces and eager gazes all fixed on him. Fu Siqing's only thought was to find Tang Feng, longing to stay by her side. Gazing at the impenetrable crowd before him, he had no choice but to speak in Xiao Qiao's sweet, soft voice, gently pleading, "Excuse me, could you make way?" At that lively moment, Ji Liangchuan, invited to the convention, arrived on the scene. In the esports circle, Ji Lianchuan was a name that thundered with renown. Not only were his gaming skills awe-inspiring and unmatched, but his handsome striking features were also unforgettable. His charm carried a unique rebellious flair like an untamed wind, free and flamboyant. Especially his magnetic voice, deep and slightly husky, playfully dubbed the player breaker voice, was irresistibly alluring. To boost attendance, the anime convention had specially invited Ji Lianchuan to appear. Sure enough, the venue was packed. The moment Ji Lianchuan stepped into the hall, his presence was like a boulder crashing into a calm lake, instantly causing waves of commotion. Fans who spotted him descended into frenzy, rushing desperately toward him, pushing and shoving with all their might. Their fervent faces seemed to lose all reason, their eyes fixed solely on Ji Lianchuan. Fortunately, the prearranged security guards were well-trained, swiftly forming a solid barrier to barely contain the situation. As Ji Lianchuan struggled through the crowd, he passed by Fu Siken and suddenly heard that familiar girl's voice. That voice, like a gentle breeze on a summer day, struck the softest corner of his heart. His eyes instantly lit up like brilliant stars, and he stood frozen as if under a spell. Without a second thought, he whipped his head around, his long, powerful hand reaching out eagerly to grasp the girl's wrist firmly. Fu Siken had just lifted his foot to approach Tang Feng when he was suddenly seized by a strong hand. His heart jolted, his expression freezing in shock and bewilderment. The two locked eyes. Ji Lianquan's gaze filled with incredulous joy and urgent anticipation, his fiery stare seemingly piercing through the other. Meanwhile, Fu Siken's eyes were full of confusion and puzzlement. Tang Feng, who had been smiling at the crowd nearby, saw this, and her eyes widened like brass bells, her mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg. Her expression was as if she had witnessed the most unbelievable thing in the world. "Is it you?" Ji Lianquan's voice trembled slightly, his heart pounding wildly in his chest, as if about to burst. He never imagined he'd encounter her in a place like this. However, the next second Fu Siken replied in his natural male voice, "You've got the wrong person." Ji Lianquan's body gave a slight shudder. He was momentarily stunned, then his blazing gaze dimmed instantly, his expression shifting from overwhelming joy to profound disappointment. It was then that he snapped back to reality, realizing his mistake. He quickly released Fu Siken's hand, saying, "I heard your voice, and it sounded like my girlfriend's. Sorry, my mistake." With that, Ji Lianchuan turned and hurried away, his slightly disheveled figure looking conspicuously forlorn amidst the bustling crowd. He couldn't believe he'd been so impulsive and lost his composure over a voice that was only marginally similar. Fu Siken had been mimicking Tang Feng's voice, the voice that was in his heart, the most familiar and cherished of all. He loved everything about her, including that unique tone. Tang Feng finally managed to recover from her utter shock. That guy's voice, deep and magnetic as she'd heard it, was a textbook player's voice. It suddenly hit her. Wait, wasn't that Ji Lianchuan, the esports star renowned for his godlike King of Glory skills? Though she wasn't his diehard fan, missing the chance to get his autograph earlier did leave her with a tinge of regret. That dramatic scene kept replaying in Tang Feng's mind. For some reason, her thoughts drifted to the Untamed. Perhaps because she'd seen related cosplay at the convention, making her mind wander. So at that moment, Tang Feng stared at Fu Siken with a look he found utterly bizarre and unsettling, making his skin crawl with confusion. Ji Lianquan's arrival had instantly drawn away a large portion of the crowd. The once cramped venue suddenly felt much more spacious. Those who remained took photos with Fu Siken and Tang Feng before dispersing content. Tang Feng's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she probed, "Fu Siken, do you really not know Ji Lianchuan?" Fu Siken looked equally puzzled and answered seriously, "I really don't." "Why do you like him?" The topic shift was rather abrupt. Tang Feng quickly waved her hands. "No, not at all. I'm not his fan. I only have one idol, my Nai. I'm a solo fan and a career fan, utterly loyal to my Nai, and I'd never betray her." Fu Siken couldn't help but let out a soft laugh, gentle and warm like a spring breeze. "Oh, you like Nai that much? Should I cosplay her stage outfit for you next time?" He suddenly leaned and closed his face mere inches from hers. His voice lowered, becoming husky and deep. "Just for you to see, okay?" His warm breath brushed lightly against Tang Feng's cheek. Tang Feng was about to nod, but then hesitated. Wait, that didn't seem quite right. Although she was admittedly a tiny bit curious what Fu Siken would look like in Nai's stage outfit. It felt like two little people were arguing fiercely inside her, one saying she wanted to see, the other saying it wasn't appropriate. After agonizing over it, she took a step back, feeling that being so close created an awkward, ambiguous atmosphere. Then a sudden realization dawned on her. Once a guy wears women's clothing, it's never just once. It's either 0 times or countless times. That meant Fu Siken genuinely had this hobby, and she should support him. With an expression of "I understand you," Tang Feng patted Fu Siken on the shoulder. "I support you, of course I'll support you." Her eyes were filled with encouragement, and understanding. Although Fu Siken felt that what she said wasn't quite what had meant, he figured he was overthinking it, and happily laughed along with her, his smile radiant as sunshine. Inwardly he thought, it seems she's slowly starting to accept me. After wrapping up his comic convention activities, Ji Lianchuan returned to the lounge. He plopped down on the sofa, pulled out his phone, and opened WeChat with practiced ease, his heart brimming with joy as he began typing a message to his beloved. Xiao Chuan, baby, what are you up to? I miss you. After sending that, he felt it wasn't enough to express his longing, so he quickly typed more. Xiao Chuan, I went to a comic convention today and heard someone whose voice sounded just like yours. I thought it was you, but it turned out to be a mistake, a real mix-up. I was so embarrassed. However, his messages sank like stones into the sea with no immediate reply. A pang of disappointment struck Ji Lianquan's heart, yet his yearning only intensified, driving him to send more. Xiao Chuan, baby, I miss you. Do you miss me? To express his affection, he also sent a red envelope of 1,314 yuan. Xiao Chuan, baby, buy yourself something nice to eat. Also, I want to give you a surprise. You went to university at Jingdu Huada, right? After that, Ji Lianchuan seemed to have opened a floodgate, and an endless stream of sweet nothings flowed from his fingertips. All heartfelt words of deep longing. Ever since Ji Lianchuan got a girlfriend, he became like a shy youth, often searching online for posts about how to charm girls with sweet talk, diligently learning from them, since this was his first real relationship. He carefully nurtured this relationship, wanting to perfect every detail. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Feng returned to her dormitory after the comic convention. It was already 10 o'clock at night. Exhausted and breathless, she washed up quickly and collapsed onto her bed. Only then did she remember to take out her phone. When she opened WeChat, she was instantly startled by the barrage of unread messages. She hastily scrolled through the chat history, and when she spotted the word comic convention, her breath hitched for a few tense seconds. How could this be? I went to the convention today, and Xiao Chuan went too. Didn't he say he wasn't in Jingdu, but in City Z? Could it be that City Z also happened to have a convention today? While conventions are a dime a dozen happening in different cities every day, it's perfectly normal for them to coincide. Tang Feng reasoned with herself and decided not to dwell on it. So she replied, oh, what a coincidence. I went to a comic convention today too. There were tons of people and an esports star showed up. Ji Lianchuan, the one who's amazing at King of Glory. I saw him today, and he's actually pretty handsome. The moment she sent the message, Ji Lianchuan received it at his hotel. At that time, he was preparing for his trip back the next day, planning to rest for the night. In truth, deep down, he had longed to meet his girlfriend during this visit to Jingdu. He had envisioned the moment of their meeting countless times, imagining her delighted expression. But then he thought, since they had only recently confirmed their relationship, wouldn't it be too rash to just show up unannounced? Would it make him seem immature? These doubts swirled in his mind, and he eventually gave up the idea of going straight to Huada. As he was lost in thought about his girlfriend, his phone buzzed with a message from his baby. He eagerly opened it, and the moment he read it, he shot up from the bed as if struck by lightning. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the screen again, carefully reading his baby's message word by word. I'm not mistaken. Could it be that my baby was there today, and I missed her? Ji Lianchuan was filled with regret. He had mistaken someone else for her, and worse, he hadn't even recognized his own girlfriend. But then he remembered, he didn't even know what she looked like. Her voice was all he was familiar with. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and tentatively replied, Xiao Chuan, baby, you went to the convention today. Did you have fun? Were you there to watch others, or did you cosplay yourself? Tang Feng's reply came quickly. Tang Feng, I'm part of my school's anime club. I went to take photos and videos for the event. Ji Lianquan's heart tightened when he read this. So his baby really had been there. Xiao Chuan, what character did you cosplay? Was it tiring? Did you just get back? Tang Feng, it was okay, not too tiring. It was my first time at such an event, and I was a bit reluctant at first, but it turned out to be really fun. There were so many characters, it was dazzling. Today I cosplayed Zhouyu, since we've been playing Zhouyu and Xiao Qiao in the game lately. Suddenly, as if a thought struck her, Tang Feng excitedly continued typing. Tang Feng, oh, it's a shame you're not here. If you were, I could be Zhouyu and you could be Xiao Qiao. Would be the perfect pair. Ji Lianquan's expression shifted slightly when he saw this message. He suddenly recalled the scene at the convention. The Xiao Qiao he had mistaken for his baby was actually a man. And upon further reflection, that voice definitely wasn't his baby's. He seemed to remember there had been a Zhouyu beside that Xiao Qiao. Could that have been his baby? At the time, caught in the surging crowd, he had only caught a fleeting glimpse, vaguely noting that the Zhouyu's costume was quite impressive, faithfully recreating the game character. A fairly successful cosplay. At this thought, Ji Lianquan's regret reached its peak. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. His baby had been right in front of him, and he hadn't recognized her. How could I be so stupid? I missed such a perfect chance. He berated himself endlessly. Meanwhile, Tang Feng, noticing he hadn't replied for a while, felt a flicker of confusion and began typing rapidly on her screen. Tang Feng, baby, let's meet. He'll come pick you up and bring you to Jingdu. I want to spend Qixi together with you. She imagined spending Qixi with Xiao Chuan, celebrating Valentine's Day together and going to Nana's concert. Taking her girlfriend to see her favorite idol perform would surely be a memorable occasion. Moreover, since Xiao Chuan was a girl, it was only right for her to do the picking up. And since Qixi coincided with the National Day holiday, it was perfect. No need to take time off work. Ji Lianchuan was stunned at first, then his heart flooded with sheer elation. He read the message over and over again before fumbling to reply. Xiao Chuan, baby, no need to pick me up. I'll just book a flight and come over myself. But Tang Feng was insistent. Tang Feng, no, I have to pick you up. Wait for me. Xiao Chuan still insisted it wasn't necessary. The two went back and forth on WeChat for a good while, until Xiao Chuan eventually won the argument. In the end, they agreed that Tang Feng would pick him up at the airport on the evening of September 30th. That night, after more affectionate banter, they reluctantly turned off their phones and went to sleep. That night, Tang Feng had a beautiful dream. In the dream, she and Xiao Chuan walked hand in hand down a bustling street, sunlight casting their happy shadows upon the ground. Together, they headed toward the venue of Nana's concert, surrounded by cheering crowds, yet their eyes were only for each other. The moment the bell for the last class on the 30th rang, Tang Feng couldn't wait to pack up her textbooks. Her face radiated a brilliantly beaming smile, the joy seemingly overflowing from every pore. Anyone could tell at a glance that her mood was absolutely at its peak. Fu Xiqing had keenly noticed Tang Feng's peculiarity all day from morning till night. Throughout the entire day, she would inexplicably laugh to herself, the smile carrying a deep sweetness. Moreover, whenever she had a spare moment, she would clutch her phone, her fingers typing rapidly on the screen, her expression focused and enraptured. Fu Xiqing had wanted to ask several times, but the words would die on his lips. Yet seeing Tang Feng's eager, almost frantic desire to rush off and do something, his curiosity finally got the better of him. You seem very happy today, Fu Xiqing said, his voice gentle, carrying a hint of subtle concern. Tang Feng's lips curved up high, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Yep, because my girlfriend is flying to Kyoto to see me today. I'm heading to the airport to pick her up soon. Her tone was filled with unbridled excitement and anticipation. With Fu Xiqing, she genuinely felt she could share anything, treating him as her closest confidant. Whenever she encountered tricky problems, Fu Xiqing would always, without a word of complaint, rack his brains to devise solutions. Most importantly, she firmly believed Fu Xiqing was gay solely because he had a penchant for cross-dressing. In the anime club, Fu Xiqing had specially commissioned a drawing of Nana's stage costume and had genuinely worn it for Tang Feng to see. Back then, Tang Feng was the sole audience in the dance studio. After the makeup artist left, Fu Xiqing played some soft music and in the spacious, empty studio danced several of Nana's routines just for her. Every expression, every movement was impeccably precise, a perfect one-tune replication. That day, Tang Feng was utterly captivated. If she hadn't looked closely at his face, just observing the expressions and movements, the resemblance was so striking it was as if Nana had stepped right out of the 2D world. Tang Feng's heart felt like it was filled with thousands of screaming prairie dogs. She couldn't help but wonder if she had found the perfect stand-in. She also felt that Fu Xiqing was like a treasure trove of a guy, seemingly knowing a bit of everything and possessing an extraordinary memory. Tang Feng had initially assumed Fu Xiqing must have spent a long time learning Nana's dances, but the reality was a pleasant surprise. He had mastered them after just a few viewings. Inside the dance studio. After Fu Xiqing finished dancing, Tang Feng cheered excitedly. Quick, confess. Are you some kind of magical girl? How can you mimic anything so perfectly? I thought your dancing at the bar was already top-notch, but your impersonation is truly unmatched. Fu Xiqing slowly sat down beside Tang Feng, his gaze filled with tenderness, looking deeply into her eyes. He mimicked Nana's voice again, soft and alluring. To win a bow-tie smile, I do it willingly. Then came a signature Nana-style charming smile, seemingly carrying a magic that sweetened the very air around them. Tang Feng was utterly bewitched. She cupped her flushed cheeks with both hands, her eyes sparkling like stars as she gazed at him adoringly. Wow, Nana's smile, Nana's voice, so nice, so good. Can you say more? Tang Feng's voice was pleading, completely immersed in the dreamlike atmosphere. Fu Xiqing smiled softly, leaned close to her ear, and gently blew a warm, ambiguous breath. Whatever you desire, I'll fulfill it, okay? Do you want my body or my heart, Hamoy? His seductive voice, coupled with the Nana imitation, was the most lethal temptation. Tang Feng, not one to be outdone, lifted Fu Xiqing's delicate chin with her hand, her eyes smiling. Then I want both your body and your heart. Give them all to me, all right? After packing her things and saying goodbye to Fu Xiqing, she dashed off in a hurry. Fu Xiqing was left with a bewildered expression, watching her retreating back, murmuring to himself, so she really does have a girlfriend. He packed his own school bag, slung it over his shoulder, and walked out of the classroom. On the way, Fu Xiqing pondered Tang Feng's words. Even if she had a girlfriend, what of it? He could just break them up. He took out his phone and saw the little tracking dot moving away from him. Under the setting sun, his smile was exceptionally beautiful. Back in her dormitory, Tang Feng changed her clothes again and again, even though she didn't have many outfits in total. In the end, she put on what she considered her best outfit, topping it off with a black cap. Today she wore a simple white shirt on top, with the collar slightly open, revealing elegant collarbones. The sleeves were casually rolled up, exuding a carefree and spontaneous aura. Her bottom was a pair of dark blue jeans, the straight legs encasing her long, slender legs, looking sharp and powerful. A black belt was fastened around her waist. She had a dashing, unrestrained, heroic beauty about her. After checking herself in the mirror perfect, she grabbed her bag, went to a flower shop, bought 999 red roses, and took the subway to the airport. On the way, she started chatting with her girlfriend on her phone. Her heart was full of anticipation. Tang Feng so excited. Honey, we'll meet soon. Along with a sticker of a little figure spinning around in excitement. Xiao Chuan, me too, babe. Tang Feng, darling, you'll see me the moment you get off the plane. He'll be waiting with a huge bouquet. Xiao Chuan, haha, then he'll run and hug you for sure. Tang Feng, I wish I could see you right now. Every minute and second feels so long. Xiao Chuan, me too. Knowing you'll see you soon makes the time on the plane feel agonizingly slow. Tang Feng, honey, guess if I look handsome today. Xiao Chuan, in my eyes you look good no matter what. Tang Feng, he knew you'd say that. When you see me you'll be even more surprised. Xiao Chuan, can't wait. Tang Feng, I can already imagine you running towards me. Xiao Chuan, then you better be ready to catch me. Tang Feng, don't worry darling, I'll hold you tight. Xiao Chuan, babe, how much longer? Tang Feng, I'm almost at the airport. You get ready too. Xiao Chuan, always ready. I'm about to land. Tang Feng bustled into the airport terminal, found the arrival exit for the flight, holding a large bouquet of red roses. She sent a message saying she had arrived. On the other end, Xiao Chuan also messaged back saying they had landed and were getting ready to disembark. Tang Feng, perhaps due to nervousness, suddenly felt the urge to go to the bathroom. Checking the messages, she figured there was still some time, so she sprinted towards the restroom. When she came out, people were already exiting the arrival gate. Tang Feng eagerly went to look for her, but then, oh no, she suddenly realized she had left the roses in the bathroom and turned to run back for them. Just then Xiao Chuan sent a message. Babe, I'm at the arrival exit, but I don't see you. I told you before, I'm wearing a black beret. Tang Feng looked towards the arrival exit. A black beret. What a coincidence, she was also wearing a black cap today. A wave of sweetness washed over her. This must be what they call a spiritual connection. Tang Feng, what a coincidence. I'm wearing a black cap too. I bought 999 red roses. Wait a sec. Then she saw a tall guy wearing a cap and sunglasses looking around, but she didn't see any girl with a black beret. Tang Feng's heart skipped a beat. No way, no way. She quickly typed a reply. Tang Feng, I think I see you. Don't move. Are you wearing a black beret, a white shirt, and sunglasses? Looking down at her own white shirt, she had to admit they were quite in sync. But, was the gender wrong? Xiao Chuan, yeah, you saw me, why didn't you call me? Tang Feng was stunned, unwilling to believe it, and continued to test. Don't move yet. I'm not sure it's you. Do a squat stand right where you are, then look towards the exit here. The moment the message was sent, Tang Feng saw the guy in the white shirt, sunglasses, and black cap actually doing a squat stand. Tang Feng felt as if struck by lightning. Her face froze, her eyes widened in disbelief, and she wailed internally. So, her girlfriend had turned into a guy. Where was her sweet, soft, fragrant girlfriend she had been longing for? Liar. She had been catfished. She felt her life was utterly bleak at that moment. She had been deceived online, her feelings toyed with. Tang Feng, F, it really is you. F, the one by the trash can at the exit is you. I'm done. Don't come near me. I'm so mad I could die. Stay away. I'm going back alone. Tang Feng was fuming with anger. She quickly stood up, but having squatted for so long her legs were numb, and she nearly stumbled and fell. Then she bolted away as fast as she could. At that moment, Ji Liangchuan saw Tang Feng's fleeing figure. He had an intuition that that girl was his girlfriend. But not entirely sure, he quickly typed a message. Why are you running? Seeing the message on her phone, Tang Feng replied furiously while running. You big liar. You Feng pretended to be a girl to deceive people's feelings. You liar, get lost. I like cute girls. Go back to where you came from. Ji Liangchuan saw the message just sent and was completely baffled, scratching his head in confusion. What's going on? When did he become a liar, let alone deceive someone's feelings? And more importantly, his girlfriend actually liked girls. So, what was he supposed to do? Now he confirmed that the girl who ran off was indeed Tang Feng, his online girlfriend. So abandoning his luggage, he sprinted after her at full speed. Tang Feng, alright you big liar, we're breaking up. But then followed a smooth practice sequence of blocking and deleting. At the airport entrance, not caring about the cost, she just wanted to quickly leave this place of instant heartbreak. She immediately hailed a taxi to return to school. When Ji Liangchuan finally chased out, he saw the girl getting into a taxi. He looked around, spotted a guy on a motorcycle who had just dismounted. He immediately went over to negotiate, saying he had made his girlfriend angry and asked to borrow the motorcycle, instantly transferring 1,000 yuan. The motorcyclist immediately handed him the keys. Ji Lianchuan swiftly mounted the motorcycle and sped off in pursuit. Tang Feng's heart ached slightly. Gazing out the window at the nightscape shrouded in darkness, she raised her phone, pressed the shutter, and captured the scene. Then she posted a status on Moments, "I'm heartbroken," accompanied by the photo of the night view. The driver glanced through the rearview mirror and saw the young girl looking dejected. His curiosity piqued. He asked, "Little girl, what's wrong? Didn't you meet anyone?" In his experience, people at the airport were either arriving or picking someone up. Seeing that she had no luggage beside her, he assumed she was there to pick someone up and guessed that her gloominess was due to failing to meet that person. Tang Feng forced a sorrowful smile and said, "Driver, I just got dumped." The driver let out an "ah," and a hint of embarrassment crept onto his face, feeling he had asked an inappropriate question. Then in the tone of someone with experience, he comforted her, "Little girl, don't be too sad. Out with the old, in with the new. You're still so young with a long road ahead. Just treat it as an experience." As he spoke, he studied the girl, thinking she looked like an innocent college student. The car continued forward, but the driver suddenly sensed something wrong. The motorcycle behind seemed to be following them, and it was speeding up, threatening to catch up. Tang Feng also noticed the anomaly. She glanced over and saw the rider's clothes. Although the helmet obscured the face, she recognized the familiar outfit at once. It was the one who had deceived her feelings. That despicable liar. How dare he chase after me? She was furious. "Driver, that's the guy who conned me. For it, don't let him catch up." The driver responded with a "got it," stomped on the accelerator, and the car shot forward like an arrow, quickly widening the gap. Ji Lianchuan saw this, steeled himself, and twisted the throttle to the max. The motorcycle roared and surged forward again, the distance between them shrinking steadily. Finally, the sleek motorcycle caught up and drove alongside the taxi. Tang Feng sat on the right side. Ji Lianchuan quickly opened the visor of his helmet, his eyes filled with anxiety and pleading. However, Tang Feng merely cast a cold glance, then stubbornly turned away, ignoring him. Helpless, Ji Lianchuan removed his helmet and called out, "Baby, please stop and listen to my explanation." But Tang Feng had turned her head and refused to look at the man chasing her on the motorcycle. The driver glanced at the young man on the bike, assuming it was a lover's quarrel. Just then a thunderclap exploded in the sky and large raindrops began to pelt down. Meanwhile, the young man on the motorcycle persisted in his pursuit. Inside the taxi, music played softly, falling petals fill the sky, land on the spring soil, nourish the earth, and bloom into the next season. The motorcycle's engine roared deafeningly, as if venting his inner urgency. With each acceleration, the powerful thrust pushed him back. His hands gripped the handlebars tightly, veins bulging, using all his strength to control this wild beast. Rain began to pour down instantly, soaking his clothes and helmet. Raindrops splattered on his visor, creating a misty curtain. His gaze remained locked on the receding taxi, with only one thought in his mind: I must catch up. The wheels spun rapidly on the slick road, kicking up sheets of water. His body rose and fell with the motorcycle's jolts, yet he remained leaning forward, as if merging with the bike to break through all obstacles. His world narrowed to the taxi carrying Tang Feng, and his own desperate heart longing to explain. The driver was about to say something when he heard the siren of a traffic police car warning the vehicles ahead to stop. The driver quickly hit the brakes, and the taxi came to a slow stop. Ji Lianchuan was forced to stop his motorcycle, as well rainwater streaming down his face. Tang Feng sat in the car with a mix of emotions. The traffic police officer approached and sternly questioned them. Ji Lianchuan hastily explained the situation, his voice tinged with urgency and helplessness. "Officer, my girlfriend and I have a misunderstanding. I just wanted to catch up and clear things up." His words were somewhat blurred by the rain. The officer frowned and turned to Tang Feng in the taxi. "Miss, is that true?" Tang Feng bit her lip, unsure how to answer. After warning them not to chase with motorcycles and giving them a lecture, he left. The driver looked at the situation, shook his head helplessly, and drove slowly. He found a suitable spot and let the young girl out, kindly advising, "Since you're quarreling with your boyfriend, talk it out. Don't let a misunderstanding cause you to miss out." "He's not my boyfriend," Tang Feng said, her mood at its worst. What had she seen? Ji Lianchuan. Nanny. So not only was my girlfriend a guy, but he was also the famous esports player Ji Lianchuan. What could she say? That she had been mistaken. But after thinking it over, she decided it was better to clarify things. Outside, the rain was still pouring. The driver dropped her off in front of a coffee shop. Ji Lianquan's motorcycle arrived right behind. Tang Feng stood at the entrance, seeing Ji Lianchuan completely drenched. A surge of complicated emotions rose within her, along with irritation at the awful weather. She had checked the forecast, and it said no rain. Ji Lianchuan, upon seeing Tang Feng's face, was dazed. Baby was not only sweet-voiced, but also sweet and lovely in appearance. This made him even more infatuated, and he regretted even less his decision to chase after her. Seeing Baby's icy expression, Ji Lianchuan felt a piercing pain in his heart, yet he truly couldn't understand what he had done wrong. He wanted to step forward and take Baby's hand. Hadn't they agreed that when they met they would give each other a big hug, hold hands, eat delicious food, and play fun games together? Tang Feng sidestepped to avoid him. Ji Lianquan's heart instantly chilled. His wet hair stuck messily to his forehead, rainwater streaming down and obscuring his eyes, making him look as if he had been crying, utterly pitiful. Seeing Ji Lianchuan like this, so different from the last time at the comic convention, Tang Feng felt as if she were a heartless bully. She finally spoke. I know you, Ji Lianchuan. Go back. I won't tell anyone about you pretending to be a girl online. After all, she had wanted to say that they had indeed chatted very happily, but it was a pity his gender was wrong. Anyway, lying is wrong. Ji Lianchuan hastily defended himself. No, I didn't. I always thought you knew I was a guy. I told you my name was Xiaochuan. Then why did you answer when I called you wife? Tang Feng posed another sharp question. Ji Lianchuan explained again. I thought we were playing a couple's game. I really didn't think much of it. I had no idea you thought I was a girl. Just then Fu Sikan appeared at the coffee shop entrance holding an umbrella. Tang Feng was still arguing heatedly with Ji Lianchuan about the deception when she caught a glimpse of Fu Sikan in her peripheral vision, surprised. Why was he here? Also, she looked at the coffee shop. It wasn't the one near school. Was he working here too? Tang Feng's first thought was that he was here for a part-time job again. After all, every time she ran into him outside, Fu Sikan was either working or on his way to work. Fu Sikan greeted her, as if unaware. Tang Feng, what a coincidence. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted. Ji Lianchuan turned around and saw a strikingly handsome young man, his brow furrowing slightly. He was still trying to explain, and now another guy showed up, giving him a bad feeling. He gestured with his eyes, asking who this was. Tang Feng felt awkward now, being caught by an acquaintance while arguing with her online love. How should she answer? Still she replied, I'm not familiar with him. We just ran into each other. What are you doing here? Hearing this, Ji Lianchuan panicked. Baby, you called me wife every day. How can you deny it now? He wore a look of grievance, as if Tang Feng were a heartless player. He grabbed Tang Feng's hand, tightly refusing to let her so easily dismiss their relationship. Fu Sikan understood immediately. He stepped forward quickly and forcefully brushed Ji Lianquan's hand away. I'm her male best friend and classmate. She said she doesn't know you. Don't harass her. His eyes were icy as he looked at Ji Lianchuan, as if viewing a disgusting piece of trash that shouldn't be here. The next moment his face turned tender as he explained to Tang Feng. I came here to buy something. I thought I saw you, so I came over to check. I didn't expect it really was you. Tang Feng uttered an, oh, so he wasn't working. Seeing their intimate interaction, Ji Lianchuan couldn't help but feel angry, and the emotion seeped out. Baby, is it because of him that you won't acknowledge our relationship? Tang Feng was genuinely hurt. After all, she had thought the other was a soft and cute girl, and she had truly liked him, but now it had turned into this. Seeing him questioning her, as if she had cheated, what was that about? Fu Sikan answered first. Tang Feng and I are close friends. It's not what you're imagining. Besides, she likes girls. How could she possibly like you? But in his mind he was calculating, I went through all the trouble of being her bestie, and even cross-dressed to make her accept me. Who do you think you are popping up out of nowhere? He knew Tang Feng best. At least for now her sexual orientation couldn't be changed overnight. He could only gradually influence her to accept his presence. So Fu Sikan cast a disdainful glance at Ji Lianchuan. He recognized him. The esports player from the comic convention. Seemed quite famous. What a coincidence. He couldn't help but mock. I recall that last time at the convention you mistook someone for your girlfriend. So do you really love your girlfriend? Tang Feng was stunned. Was this the same Fu Sikan who was usually quiet and introverted? He was unexpectedly sharp-tongued, one remark after another. Ji Lianchuan looked closely and also recognized Fu Sikan, the guy who cosplayed Xiao Qiao. He didn't expect him to be a crossdresser. Although Ji Lianchuan had no prejudice against crossdressers, this one kept making Tang Feng misunderstand him, so he found him more and more annoying. Even so, he had to admit the guy had delicate features and was very handsome. If there was someone like this between him and Tang Feng, she would definitely be influenced. So this was the person who had led Baby astray. His disgust for Fu Sikan deepened. Damn crossdressers, so disgusting. Fu Sikan caught the look of disgust from Ji Lianchuan. He sneered inwardly. You're not even a rival for her affection. I don't care about you at all. He turned to Tang Feng with a smile and said, I'm heading back to school. Do you want to come together? Tang Feng nodded but asked Fu Sikan to wait aside. Then she walked up to Ji Lianchuan and said solemnly and seriously, let's say we both were at fault. I mistook you for a girl and you didn't deny it, so the misunderstanding arose. I like girls, so let's break up. She thought of the 999 roses, perhaps the fact that the roses were lost already foretold that their relationship would never begin. After saying this, she turned directly and walked away, without hesitation sharing an umbrella with Fu Siken. Ji Liangqun's hand reaching out to stop her frozen midair. His heart seemed to have a hollow ache, and at the corners of his eyes whether rain or tears gradually moistened. But I wanted to go with you. How could you just say you don't want me anymore? Tang Feng walked for a distance, then turned back to glance in the direction of Ji Liangquan. Seeing that he was still standing there, she paused momentarily before continuing forward. Fu Siken noticed her movement and asked casually, "Are you worried about him?" Tang Feng kept her head down as she walked, refuting his inquiry. "No, I was just checking if he had left given the heavy rain." Oh, Fu Siken's response was laden with meaning. Tang Feng, seemingly oblivious to the implication, felt a pang of disappointment and added, "So it was Ji Liangquan who chatted and played games with me all along." Fu Siken stood there quietly, attentively listening to Tang Feng's outpouring without interruption. His expression was calm and gentle, his eyes reflecting understanding and concern. Meanwhile, he kept the umbrella steadily tilted towards her, as if afraid she might get touched by even a single drop of rain. Yet as time passed, his own shoulder gradually grew wet. Rainwater trickled down his clothes, but he seemed not to notice, or perhaps he simply didn't care. His attention was entirely focused on Tang Feng, hanging on to her every word, sensing the emotional fluctuations deep within her. "Sigh, it was just a misunderstanding, and now I feel this emptiness. This was my first real relationship, I guess. Even though we never met in person, that feeling. It was wonderful." Tang Feng then recounted how they had met, how they seemed to align on so many things, detailing her fondness for Ji Liangquan. Another sigh escaped her. Fu Siken's grip on the umbrella handle tightened, as if he might crush it. His gaze remained fixed on the girl, a flicker of complexity and helplessness in his eyes. Although he knew full well that being together was no longer a possibility for them, hearing her praise another guy so openly still stirred an indescribable sense of loss deep within him. His brow furrowed slightly, as if he was enduring something intensely. He knew that revealing his intentions now would only worsen the situation, so he chose to continue concealing his feelings, biding his time. He told himself this was the only way to get closer to her. Fu Siken took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil inside. He silently told himself, "Take it slow, don't rush." The fact that she could open up to him now was proof enough, wasn't it? No rush. A hunter's greatest asset is patience. Without it, how could one ever capture the prey? Fu Siken occasionally offered a word of agreement, then asked, "So you've broken up now? Will you look for him again in the future?" Tang Feng was silent for a moment before replying, "Probably not. You know me, I've always liked girls. Even though Ji Liangquan is quite handsome, it would have been better if he were a girl." Knowing that was impossible, and since they had already cleared things up, a thought suddenly struck her. She should probably return the red packets he had sent her, and the gifts she had bought were likely wasted too. She then remembered the planned itinerary, climbing the Great Wall, visiting the Forbidden City, and watching Nana's concert at the Bird's Nest. The entire National Day holiday schedule was now rendered useless. Other things could be skipped, but Nana's concert was a must. Gusheng seemed incredibly busy, as she couldn't help but admire him. So young, yet able to withstand the solitude and dedicate himself to scientific research. If it were her, spending entire days cooped up in a lab would feel no different from being in prison. So who could she ask? The dormitory was empty. Ruan seemed to have been whisked away by Mo Ingxiao on a trip to a tropical island. Although she had left unwillingly after witnessing everything Mo Ingxiao had done, she had begun to ship the two of them. This Mo Ingxiao was quite the romantic. Sending flowers and gifts was minor. Once when Ruan refused to see him, he bought a hot air balloon, rose to the height of the 6th floor in broad daylight, and shouted his confession right at the dormitory window. That day their dorm was absolutely the center of attention. Tang Feng had even seen Mo Ingxiao kiss Ruan a few times. Although her roommate hadn't officially confirmed they were a couple, the whole "she runs, he chases, she can't escape" vibe was unmistakable. Good news for those two was probably on the horizon. One roommate was on a date, another had gone home. She should have just gone home too. Sighing, Tang Feng suddenly remembered Fu Siken beside her. She couldn't let the concert ticket go to waste, and she didn't want to sell it either. Perhaps it was also the lingering sadness and melancholy of a minor heartbreak. She wanted someone to accompany her to see her idol. When she discovered her girlfriend was actually a guy, Tang Feng's initial feelings were disappointment and let down, yet strangely, she lacked the deep sorrow typically associated with a breakup. She hadn't realized this herself, assuming that this slight unhappiness was just how relationships felt. But if one truly loved someone deeply, how could the emotional ups and downs be so mild? Fu Siken noticed this. He had seen how happy Tang Feng was before, especially her excitement about meeting her girlfriend. However, now that she said they had broken up, her reaction wasn't the crying, heart-wrenching mess he had expected, needing his comfort. As Fu Siken walked and pondered, he suddenly heard Tang Feng ask, "Fu Sichen, are you still working part-time during the National Day holiday? Are you free the day after tomorrow?" Fu Siken was lost in his own thoughts and didn't answer immediately. Tang Feng thought he was busy and was about to give up. Then he spoke, "Yeah, I'm free. Even if he weren't, he would make time. This was Tang Feng's first time inviting him. Tang Feng's eyes lit up. That's great. Nana's concert is on October 2nd. I have 2 tickets. I was going to. Well, anyway, one for you, one for me. Let's go together. Your imitation makeup last time was a huge success, and so was the dance. Can I post the videos I took before on Douyin? She asked 2 questions in a row. Fu Siken answered them one by one. Sure, you can do whatever you want as long as you're happy. We're best girlfriends, aren't we? His tone of voice carried a timbre that Tang Feng liked. Perhaps this was a way of playing to her preferences. Fu Siken was constantly catering to what she liked. It seemed that he was slowly transforming into the person Tang Feng admired. He had changed so much that he himself couldn't tell which was his true self anymore. Sometimes in acting you have to deceive yourself to achieve true success. After they agreed, they took a taxi back to the school. Fu Siken walked Tang Feng to the girls' dormitory. Because it was a holiday, even though it was almost 11 p.m., the dormitory gate wasn't closed. Just as they reached the dormitory entrance, Tang Feng saw Gu Sheng holding an umbrella. She was startled for a moment, thinking, didn't he say he was busy? Why is he here so late? Fu Siken also saw him, and gave Gu Sheng an ambiguous smile. That smile held a multitude of meanings, all of which Gu Sheng received. Gu Sheng's usually gentle brows furrowed tightly, his lips pressed into a thin line devoid of any hint of a smile. Under the dim streetlight, the rain acted like a barrier, blurring his features and expression. Tang Feng, unaware of the tension, cheerfully waved at Gu Sheng and quickly ran under his umbrella. Then she waved at Fu Sichen. Thanks for seeing me off. You should head back now. Fu Sichen smiled and nodded, turned with his umbrella and left. Gu Sheng quietly watched the retreating figure, a complex emotion welling up inside him. Just before that person turned, he had distinctly caught a faint, almost imperceptible sneer of mockery and derision at the corner of his mouth, as if laughing at his ignorance and incompetence. What stung Gu Sheng the most, however, was a hint of triumph he detected in that smile. Yes, triumph. It was as if the other man was flaunting something, showing him what he possessed, but Gu Sheng lacked. This feeling was like a sharp thorn deeply embedded in Gu Sheng's heart, impossible to ignore. Gu Sheng's lips pressed into a tight straight line, making him look even more desolate. His gaze dropped to the ground, his thoughts a tangled mess. He should have been in the lab right now. He had been incredibly busy these days with very little sleep and rarely checked his phone. However, he still made time every day to look at Tang Feng's social media updates and WeChat messages. He was afraid of missing a message. He had always believed that he was the first person Tang Feng would turn to for help, and he had grown accustomed to this dynamic between them. He didn't see it as a burden. No, in fact, he relished the feeling of her relying on him. It proved that he was someone special in her heart. But ever since they started university, Tang Feng had changed. Perhaps it was the distance, even though it was only the distance separating 2 schools. Or maybe it was because Tang Feng had become an adult and no longer sought his help. Gu Sheng found this hard to accept, but he also blamed himself. It was true that he had been too busy neglecting to spend time with Tang Feng and failing to be by her side. For the first time, he doubted his choice to major in the medical field. Today, while checking his social feed, he was stunned to find a new post from his Xiao Feng saying she had broken up. When he saw that status, Gu Sheng was completely frozen. When had he become so out of the loop that he didn't even know she had been in a relationship, only finding out after it had ended? Panicked, he hastily asked his supervisor for leave, saying he had an urgent matter, and rushed over to the dormitory building. His mind was in such a whirl that he even forgot he could have simply called her. And so, holding his umbrella, he waited downstairs for a full 2 hours until Tang Feng's figure appeared in his sight. Only then did he seem to regain his senses, his chaotic thoughts finally finding a thread to grasp. But then he saw that detestable person again, Xiao Feng's classmate. It seemed like every time he came to see her lately, this guy was always by her side. Unbeknownst to him, there was no longer a place for him by Tang Feng's side. His position had been taken over by this person named Fu Sichen. Gu Sheng. Gu Sheng. Tang Feng called softly, waving a hand before Gu Sheng's eyes, before he finally snapped back to reality. He looked at Tang Feng, his expression complex and hard to read, as if he had 1,000 words on the tip of his tongue, but couldn't find the way to begin. A single syllable, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 unsaid things. Tang Feng sensed something amiss. The rain continued to fall, pattering against the umbrella, and the 2 locked eyes. After a long moment, Tang Feng spoke first. You told me on WeChat that you've been busy lately. Did you come all this way because something's up? Can't I come see you without a reason? The words escaped before he could stop them, laced with a strange, inexplicable resentment. He regretted them instantly, but once spoken, he couldn't take them back. He desperately needed to know what he truly meant to her. Tang Feng was taken aback, her eyes widening slightly in surprise at his sudden irritation. That's not what I meant, she tried to explain. What I'm trying to say is. Before she could finish, she heard Gu Sheng's apology. I'm sorry. Tang Feng was stunned, staring blankly at Gu Sheng, as if he had become a stranger she no longer knew how to talk to. She had only been puzzled by his strange behavior, wondering if something had gone wrong in his lab, putting him in a bad mood. She had merely wanted to break the awkward silence between them, yet somehow she had managed to upset him. And now Gu Sheng was apologizing even though he hadn't done anything wrong. Why was he saying sorry? Had they really grown so distant from each other? After a moment of silence, Tang Feng composed herself and gave a bright smile. Don't say sorry to me. You're my best buddy who grew up with me, and that's a fact that will never change. She wanted to say that he was like a brother to her, forever a close friend, and their bond didn't need such formality and caution. But Gu Sheng's face paled upon hearing her words. So it had all been a one-man show. He was the only one lost in the beautiful dream he had woven for himself, dreaming of a future together that in reality could never exist. They were destined to be just good brothers. The questions he had prepared to ask her earlier. When did you start dating? Why did you break up? Who was the other person? He no longer had the courage to voice. Gu Sheng struggled to steady his emotions, his eyes stinging slightly though the darkness hid his reddened rims well. But the hoarse low timbre of his voice betrayed his inner turmoil. We are best friends forever. The words came out slowly, his voice trembling as he fought for control. He didn't want the person he loved to see him in such a pathetic state. If this was her final answer, then he understood. It had been wishful thinking on his part, his thoughts too impure. Xiao Feng deserved better. Tang Feng's eyes lit up even more at his words. She thought he understood. She just wanted to go back to how things used to be. That easy, carefree feeling where they were like family, never having to tread so carefully around each other. That was all she wanted. Overjoyed, she threw her arms around Gu Sheng's neck, her voice light and cheerful. Gu Sheng, are you free on the National Day holiday? How about we go out and have some fun? It was a 7-day holiday, plenty of time. In the past, they'd always spend their breaks hanging out together. Sometimes Tang Feng would stay over at Gu Sheng's place, and vice versa. Their families were used to it when they played too late and got too carried away. Tang Feng realized they hadn't had a proper outing since the summer vacation, so she thought this break was the perfect chance. Beijing was a great place with so many scenic spots. She even wanted to see the flag-raising ceremony. Tang Feng was sure he would agree without hesitation because he had never turned down an invitation to hang out before. When Tang Feng wrapped her arm around his neck, Gu Sheng's body stiffened. Then upon hearing her question, his instinct was to say yes. But the word okay caught in his throat, swallowed back down. I'm a bit busy, he said instead. It's late. I should get going. He shoved the umbrella into Tang Feng's hands and ran off into the rain. His footsteps were frantic, and it happened so fast that Tang Feng didn't even have time to react. Weren't they just talking? Why did he suddenly run off, and into the downpour no less? Tang Feng was about to chase after him when she heard his voice from a distance, muffled by the rain, carrying a sob. Xiao Feng, I love you. It wasn't clear as she only caught the words I and you. The rain was heavy, and Gu Sheng had deliberately whispered the word love, so Tang Feng didn't hear the full sentence. By the time she ran after him, he was already gone. Looking at the umbrella in her hand, she thought to herself that she was already at the dormitory, and she just needed to walk a few more steps to get inside. Gu Sheng needed the umbrella more than she did. Was he not getting enough sleep? He seemed so out of it, his mind all over the place, and then he ran off like that. All these strange behaviors left Tang Feng baffled. She just felt that Gu Sheng was acting weird. Weren't things fine just a moment ago? Holding the umbrella, she stood in the rain watching until his figure disappeared, then headed back to her dorm. Only after Tang Feng had entered the dormitory building did Gu Sheng emerge from the corner watching her. The rain beat down on him, but he felt nothing, his gaze fixed on the girl's retreating figure. His eyes were rimmed with red like the shattered remnants of a sunset, a vivid hue spreading across them. Perhaps he was crying, or perhaps not. The rain was falling so hard that it could mask any trace. The crystal-clear droplets scattered down, each one seeming to tell a story of sorrow. Back in her dorm, she hurried to bring in the clothes from the balcony. The heavy rain had dampened them. As she collected the laundry, she felt a strange sensation of being watched. Instinctively, she glanced down towards the ground floor, but saw nothing. After washing up, Tang Feng lay in bed. She took out her phone and sent a message to Gu Sheng. Let me know when you get to your dorm. Also, since you got caught in the rain, remember to take a hot shower and drink plenty of warm water. She thought for a moment, recalling what Gu Sheng used to say when she got soaked. Alright, had say to drink some ginger tea to ward off a cold. She wondered if he had any at his place. She opened a food delivery app and searched for a drink shop. After browsing for a while, she found options like longan and red date tea and brown sugar ginger date tea. Tang Feng ordered 2 cups, thinking the red date one sounded good too. She wanted both. Since she had the money now, Gu Sheng could just drink half a cup and throw the rest away. She filled in the address, grateful that she had remembered his dorm from the last time she visited. After ordering, she sent another message to Gu Sheng telling him that a delivery would arrive in half an hour and to go down to the front desk to pick it up. With nothing else to add, she closed the chat window. Then she remembered someone else. Oh right, the ex-boyfriend. She needed to pay him back. She opened WeChat, searched for Ji Liangquan's profile, but couldn't find it. She was puzzled for a moment, wondering where he had gone. After searching for a while, she finally remembered. She had been so angry at the airport that she had blocked him. Tang Feng facebombed at her own foolishness. Then resignedly she unblocked him. She counted the red packets he had sent. There were over 50 of them. Tang Feng was astonished. She hadn't realized there were so many. There were too many to count in her head, so she climbed down from her bunk to get a pen and paper, meticulously recording the amount of each red packet. Adding them up, they totaled over 30,000 yuan. Tang Feng was shocked. If she didn't return this, would Ji Lianchuan sue her for fraud? She had heard of such cases. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. She had to return the money immediately right now. She tried to send a red packet, but it failed. A prompt appeared saying the amount was too large for a single transfer. Damn, Tang Feng cursed learning this for the first time. She remembered when Brother Jin Yin had sent her a 10,000 yuan red packet before, and that had gone through fine. So she tried sending 10,000, but it still didn't work. Then she tried 5,000, and it still failed. Huh, what? Finally, after a long Baidu search, she learned that this required a setting adjustment. She fiddled with the settings and found out her maximum per red packet was 1,000 yuan. Well, there was no other way, as she had to transfer them one by one. So for the next several minutes, Tang Feng was sending red packet after red packet. It took a full 5 minutes to finish. Just as she sent the last one, a video call request suddenly popped up on her screen. Startled, Tang Feng accidentally declined it. Right after, a voice call request appeared. Seeing it was from Ji Lianchuan, Tang Feng hesitated for a moment, then picked up, intending to tell him to accept the red packets she had sent. She heard his low, raspy voice, sounding even more hoarse through the phone. At that moment, Ji Lianchuan was at the main gate of Hua University, standing by the guard booth. Since Tang Feng had blocked him on WeChat, the only means of contact he didn't know how else to reach her. He had regretted it the moment she left. He should have chased after her instead of standing there watching her leave with another guy. By the time he thought to run after her, she was already gone. He had told the driver the location of his car and taken a taxi to Hua University. Then unexpectedly he received a flurry of red packets from his baby on WeChat, the same account he thought had blocked him. He was overjoyed. Seeing that she was still sending them, he waited quietly, not daring to interrupt. Only when she stopped did Ji Lianchuan finally muster the courage to call her via video. It was declined almost immediately. His heart sank to the depths. The brief joy of being unblocked by his baby instantly shattered. Ji Lianchuan told himself that she probably just didn't want a video chat, so he tried a voice call instead. This time she answered. He held the phone to his ear, his body trembling slightly, his hand gripping the device tightly, as if clutching a lifeline. Baby. Tang Feng was taken aback by Ji Lianchuan's voice. Hearing him call her baby brought back memories of their old pet names for each other. Back then, whether in games or on WeChat, she used to call him wife, and he would call her baby. They had both tacitly accepted these affectionate nicknames as proof of their love. But now the term felt alien and strange to Tang Feng, a bizarre sensation she didn't know how to handle. Hearing a guy's voice call her baby, even through the phone, felt utterly surreal. It was like a dream, unreal. Tang Feng paused, then said, "Don't call me baby anymore. We've broken up, and I've made it clear that our relationship was a mistake." Ji Lianchuan's heart felt like it was pricked by a needle, a sharp, fleeting pain. He listened in silence. Indeed, no matter how many times he heard her voice, it never failed to make his heart race. "Also, I've returned all the money. Please accept it," Tang Feng added, feeling she had said everything she needed to. At that moment, Ji Lianchuan felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He tried to swallow, but his throat felt constricted, as if something was blocking it, making it hard to breathe. Tears fell one by one, tracing paths down his cheeks, just like the rain outside. It was raining outside, and in his heart it was raining too. Ji Lianchuan wanted to say something, afraid she would hang up, but he couldn't find the words. Tang Feng didn't hang up. Noticing he had gone quiet, she asked, "Are you at the hotel now?" After all, even though they had broken up, he had traveled all this way to see her. She had been so angry that she had just left him there, which did feel a bit inconsiderate. Regardless, they had shared genuine feelings for each other. Out of concern for her ex, and considering it was raining heavily, and he had seemed to get soaked earlier, she asked. Though he was a grown man, he should be able to take care of himself, right? Tang Feng wasn't so sure. After a long while, a response finally came from the other end of the line, the voice sounding utterly desolate and hoarse. "I'm at the main gate of your school. I wanted to see you, but you blocked me. I'm not familiar with this place, so I could only take a cab to find you. But I can't find you. I want to find you. I thought when dawn breaks I'd go into the school to look for you." Tang Feng was utterly stunned. She had been lounging leisurely, but now she sat up straight, her expression shifting to one of profound shock. You said you're where?" Her tone was laced with disbelief. This was the last thing she had expected. That fool Ji Lianchuan, why would he come looking for her in such heavy rain? And hadn't they already made everything clear? Tang Feng felt a surge of agitation. Ji Lianchuan, hearing the anxious and concerned voice of the girl through the phone, felt a warmth spread through his rain-soaked body. His previously lifeless face finally showed a hint of vitality, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly. His heart, which had felt as good as dead, began to beat anew. Ji Lianchuan couldn't help but wonder, could this mean that Bao Bao still cares about me after all? This thought filled him with a wild elation. If Bao Bao truly still cared, would she come to him? At the thought, Ji Lianquan's heart pounded even more fiercely. He could almost hear the blood rushing through his veins. His gaze pierced through the curtain of rain fixed on the distance, anticipating the familiar figure to appear. Ji Lianquan's heart was now at its peak of tension. His body trembled slightly, and his fingers unconsciously clenched, turning white from the force. He was terrified of dropping his phone, which was his only link to Bao Bao. His voice trembling, he answered, "I'm at the main gate of Hua University." Tang Feng, upon hearing the confirmation again, froze completely. Then scrambling off the bed, she quickly got dressed and switched the call to speakerphone. "Don't move. Wait for me. I'm coming to find you right now." Tang Feng was utterly defeated by Ji Lianchuan. While grumbling into the phone, she still reminded him not to move, saying she would find him as fast as possible, followed by a stream of complaints calling him an idiot and asking if he had lost his mind. Luckily, it was the holidays, so there was no dorm matron to stop her, otherwise Tang Feng wouldn't have been able to leave at all. She grabbed 2 umbrellas, thinking Ji Lianchuan probably wouldn't have thought to buy one for himself. Half an hour later, Tang Feng finally arrived at the gates of Hua University. She rushed to the guard booth and called out Ji Lianchuan. And so both from the phone and in person, her soft, sweet voice rang out. Ji Lianchuan, whose back was turned to her, felt as if he had been hit by a freezing spell upon hearing Bao Bao call his name. His body stiffened like a statue, unable to believe what his ears were hearing. An indescribable joy and excitement surged within him. Bao Bao had really come. All Tang Feng could see was a drenched figure from behind Ji Lianchuan, standing there motionless, phone in hand. Lianchuan slowly turned around, his eyes filled with anticipation and surprise. But he didn't lower the phone, afraid this was just an illusion, fearing that if he hung up, that familiar voice would vanish. Seeing Ji Lianchuan in such a pathetic state, Tang Feng felt a complex mix of emotions. But the priority was to get him settled. He was like this partly because of her. She was the one who suggested meeting, the one who got the gender wrong, and the one who unilaterally called it quits. When she counted them all, she really had been a jerk. Seeing Ji Lianchuan still unresponsive, Tang Feng hung up the WeChat voice call and called out again, "Ji Lianchuan." She walked up to him and waved her hand in front of his face to snap him out of it. Ji Lianquan's eyes suddenly brightened, shining like brilliant stars in the night sky. It wasn't an illusion. Bao Bao had truly come to see him. His gaze locked onto Tang Feng, his eyes shimmering with joy and excitement. A warm smile touched the corners of his mouth, a smile born of genuine happiness. He barely uttered a single word before his vision went dark and he nearly stumbled. Fortunately, Tang Feng saw what was happening and steadied him, preventing him from falling. The moment Tang Feng touched Ji Lianquan's bare skin, she felt it was scorching hot. She thought, "Oh no, he has a fever." She asked anxiously, "Ji Lianchuan, you seem to have a fever." It must have been from being in the rain so long, his clothes soaked through and never changed. It would be a miracle if he didn't get sick. Tang Feng helped Ji Lianchuan to a chair and got him seated, then took out her phone to book a ride. Once seated, Ji Lianchuan couldn't help but grin, a silly smile spreading across his face. His gaze was fixed intently on Tang Feng, unwilling to look away even for a second. "I'm fine, Bao Bao, don't worry." He was overjoyed like a child who had found a lost treasure, all his emotions written plainly on his face. Just then the cab arrived. Tang Feng had no choice but to support Ji Lianchuan, open an umbrella, and walk with him towards the car. Once inside the car, Tang Feng told the driver to take them to the nearest hotel. The car started moving quickly. Ji Lianquan's condition wasn't good. As soon as he got in, he became drowsy. Perhaps because he had seen the person he wanted to see, the tension he had been holding on to finally gave way, and he drifted into a semi-conscious state. Tang Feng planned to get him to the hotel, have him take a hot shower, change clothes, and then order some fever and cold medicine. Looking out the window, she remembered something and asked, "Ji Lianchuan, didn't you bring any luggage?" Hearing Tang Feng's voice, Ji Lianquan's foggy mind perked up as if injected with a stimulant, clearing significantly. His voice grew even hoarser. At the airport, Tang Feng could only sigh in exasperation. What a mess. They arrived at the hotel. Tang Feng used her own ID to book a room, helped Ji Lianchuan into the elevator, and got him to the room. It had been exhausting. Looking at Ji Lianchuan lying on the sofa, eyes closed and drifting off, she knew this wouldn't do. She nudged him. Ji Lianchuan, get up. Go take a hot shower." Ji Lianchuan responded with difficulty. He tried to stand, but barely took 2 steps before pitching forward. Tang Feng immediately rushed over to steady him, but Ji Lianchuan, perhaps feeling the cool touch of her skin, found it comforting and instinctively leaned his weight against her. "Ugh." Tang Feng grunted under the weight. She wanted to push him away but hesitated. Unable to bear the weight of Ji Liangqun's 185 centimeters frame, she tumbled backward with him, both of them landing on the sofa. Thank goodness for the sofa breaking their fall, or Tang Feng would have been hurt. But at that moment Ji Liangquan suddenly tightened his arms around Tang Feng, holding her close as if afraid she would disappear. His voice was low and hoarse, filled with boundless tenderness and love. "Bao bao bao bao, please don't be angry, okay?" He murmured softly, his tone laced with a hint of pleading and helplessness. His brows were furrowed tightly, carrying a touch of inexplicable grievance. Tang Feng could barely breathe under his weight. She tried to push him off with all her might. If not for the fact that he was sick, she would have loved to just knock him flat. Seeing Ji Liangquan looking so pitiful, she had to soothe him. All right, I'm not angry. Just let go of me first and go take a shower. If you don't do as I say, then he'll get angry." Hearing this, Ji Liangquan, with his muddled mind, hurriedly tried to get up and go shower, terrified that Bao Bao would be angry otherwise. Tang Feng finally got a chance to breathe. She helped him to the bathroom, turned on the hot water, and placed the bathrobe where he could easily reach it after his shower. She reminded him worriedly, "Be careful. If you feel dizzy, hold onto the wall. Don't fall." Ji Liangqun's face was flushed an unnatural red, and his eyes were somewhat unfocused, clearly very dizzy. He nodded obediently. Tang Feng watched him anxiously for a moment, then told him to undress and shower on his own, closing the bathroom door behind her. She then took out her phone again to order medicine as well as disposable underwear from a 24-hour convenience store, some congee and brown sugar ginger tea. Anything she could think of. But just as she finished placing the order, she heard a sound from the bathroom. Tang Feng's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately opened the bathroom door to check. She had completely forgotten she was a girl now, and that there were boundaries between men and women. She saw Ji Liangquan stripped down to his underwear lying on the floor. Tang Feng rushed over, grabbed him, and struggled to pull him up from the ground. Looking him over, she saw several red marks on his arm, his thigh, and a bruise on his forehead. It was clear he had taken quite a fall. As she was checking his injuries, her eyes inadvertently drifted to his lower region. She stared for a few extra seconds, instinctively wanting to compare with her own little brother. It seemed his was more impressive. She pursed her lips, thinking not bad, quite substantial. As she was admiring, she realized something was off. Right, she was a girl now. Was it appropriate to be staring at another guy's little brother like this? Even though it was covered by underwear, and she could only see the outline, it still felt wrong. At this point she forgot all about the severity of Ji Liangqun's fall. Then she thought, why should she feel bad about it? It's not like Shed never had one. Shed had one for 18 years. They all look pretty much the same, just different sizes. So what if he had one? And so she blatantly stared at it a few more times as a tribute to her own departed good brother. There's a saying, wan wan lei qing, you don't cherish something when you have it, and you miss it constantly when it's gone. That probably summed up Tang Feng's feelings at that moment. Another day of envying others for having a little brother. After steadying Ji Liangquan, she helped him under the shower head. The bathroom was now filled with steam, and the temperature was high from the hot water. The effort had made Tang Feng break a sweat. Ji Liangquan was aware of what was happening. His head was foggy, but his mind was still clear. If not for the fever making his skin hot and red, his face would have been as red as a monkey's, but by now, his body and heart trembled. Bao Bao was actually helping him shower. Tang Feng wasn't really doing much. She didn't even use any body wash. She just held Ji Liangquan under the hot water, hoping this method would wash away the chill from the rain. After about 4 or 5 minutes, she decided that was enough. She turned off the shower, helped him out, grabbed a dry towel, and first dried his hair. Then she moved down to his body. As the towel went lower, the outline of his soaked underwear became more pronounced. Tang Feng gave it a quick fumbling rub, then quickly moved past it and helped Ji Liangquan into the bathrobe. As for the wet underwear underneath, she had no idea what to do about it. In the past, she would have just yanked it off without a second thought. You have one, I have one, everyone has one, no big deal. But now that she was a girl, she knew she couldn't be so bold anymore. She thought for a moment, then had an idea. Ji Liangquan, look, you know I'm a girl now, so it's not convenient for me to help you take your pants off. How about you do it yourself? Don't worry, I promise I won't peek. I have some morals, you know. And besides, you know I like girls. After all, she had possessed the thing for 18 years, it wasn't like she was particularly curious about it. Hearing such bold and shocking words, Ji Liangquan's already reeling mind went completely blank. All he could do was watch as the skin on his neck and above turned so red it looked like it was about to catch fire. Tang Feng thought his fever had spiked again, so she urged him, hurry up. I'm turning my head now. You get those off quickly. I've ordered stuff, including disposable underwear. I've thought of everything. I won't leave you with a bear, but okay. She had an air of, you should be so lucky to have me. Tang Feng genuinely felt she was doing a great job taking care of someone for the first time, and all her knowledge came from the experience of Gu Shang taking care of her in the past. She only heard a low mm from Ji Liangquan, barely a whisper, but the bathroom was quiet, and she heard it. Tang Feng obediently kept one hand on Ji Liangquan's arm for support, and used her other hand to cover her own eyes, proving she wasn't peeking. She could only hear the rustling of fabric and feel Ji Liangqun's body shifting. After listening for a while, Tang Feng heard no more movement, but the other party remained silent, unsure if they were done. So he asked, "Are you done?" No response. Tang Feng asked again, "Ji Liangquan, you're changed, right? He'll turn around then." After waiting a moment with still no response, Tang Feng turned around and saw, oh my, the person had fainted. Tang Feng immediately wrapped his arms around the other's waist to keep him from sliding to the floor. Touching his forehead, Tang Feng thought, oh dear, would this burn his brain? If he cracked an egg on Ji Liangqun's face, he could probably fry a sunny-side-up egg. Tang Feng was about to drag the unconscious Ji Liangquan back to the room when he looked down. Well, this was a bit awkward. Ji Liangqun's half-pulled-down underwear was conspicuously hanging around his ankles. Tang Feng had no choice but to first pull the underwear off his feet, then straighten the bathrobe to avoid accidentally seeing something he shouldn't, since the man was truly going commando underneath. Tang Feng directly hoisted Ji Liangquan up and carried him to the bed. Even though she was a girl now, she was still quite strong, easily lifting a grown man, and she felt a little proud of that. She then covered Ji Liangquan with a blanket and set the air conditioner to 16 degrees. Perfect. This way he could break a sweat, while she wouldn't feel too hot herself. After all that bustling around, Tang Feng felt herself drenched in sweat and quite uncomfortable. She really wanted to take a shower. Just then she heard a knock on the door. Tang Feng went to open it, and the delivery had arrived. After saying thanks and closing the door, Tang Feng placed the things on the table. Now she should quickly get Ji Liangquan to take the fever-reducing medicine or head burn into a fool. Tang Feng poured mineral water into a disposable cup and took out 3 fever relief pills. She came to the bedside and saw that the man was completely unconscious. Looking at the water and pills in her hands, what should she do? She first propped him up, then patted Ji Liangquan's cheek. Hey Ji Liangquan, wake up, time to take medicine. No response. Tang Feng increased the force a little and patted his cheek again, raising her voice slightly. Ji Liangquan, take the medicine, you'll feel better after taking it. Still no response. With no other choice, Tang Feng had to resort to more drastic measures. She let Ji Liangquan sit up on his own while she went to get the water and medicine, but the moment she fetched them, his body toppled over. This. Tang Feng thought, forget it, he can take the medicine lying down. She first pried open Ji Liangquan's mouth, stuffed the pill inside, and then directly poured water in. Then she noticed he hadn't swallowed. The water flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Tang Feng quickly grabbed a towel and wiped the spilled water dry. Not one to give up, she pinched Ji Liangquan's mouth open and poured water directly in. This time it had some effect. Ji Liangquan coughed violently, and amid the coughing he spat the pill out. Seeing the glimmer of hope, Tang Feng directly shoved the slightly dissolved pill back in and poured more water into his pinched open mouth. After trying again and again, she finally got all 3 pills down, though the bed did get a wet patch. She then moved Ji Liangquan to a different spot away from the damp area. She had also bought fever-reducing patches, a whole pack of 10. Tang Feng took them all out, first placing one on his forehead, then one on each cheek. She stuck a few on his neck, and with the remaining ones she turned him over and placed them on his back. Finally the task was complete, and Tang Feng collapsed onto the side of the bed exhausted. The two lay side by side. After resting enough, she sat up and looked at Ji Liangquan. The furrowed brows from earlier seemed to have relaxed a bit, and his expression no longer looked as pained. Tang Feng was about to get up when a scorching hot large hand firmly grasped hers. She turned back and saw it was Ji Liangquan. Tang Feng tried to pry his fingers open but couldn't. The harder she tried, the tighter he gripped. Fine, so this is how it's going to be. Tang Feng ultimately gave in and lay back down, and as she lay there, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. By then it was already 2 in the morning. Tang Feng was truly exhausted and slept deeply. As she slept, she felt cold all over, dreaming that winter surrounded her on all sides. Suddenly a large bonfire appeared ahead, and Tang Feng sprinted desperately toward it. The closer she got, the warmer she felt. Finally she reached the bonfire and was completely warm. So she fell into a comfortable sleep right by the fire. In the early morning, sunlight filtered through the thick curtains, spilling gently through the gaps like strands of golden thread, gradually illuminating the entire room. The once dim space began to fill with warm light. On the bed, Ji Liangquan's eyelids slowly flickered, and he gradually opened his eyes, taking in his surroundings as consciousness slowly returned. His forehead throbbed faintly, but the dizzy sensation from yesterday was gone. His mind still hazy, he didn't notice anything unusual at first. However, when he tried to shift his body, he felt a warmth different from his own beneath the covers. His heart skipped a beat, and an indescribable surprise surged within him. He carefully turned his head and lifted a corner of the blanket, and what met his eyes was Tang Feng's peaceful sleeping face. At that moment, Ji Liangquan seemed to be struck by a freezing spell, his breathing becoming extremely careful, afraid to disturb this rare tranquility. Then, as if under a paralyzing charm, his body remained perfectly still as he gazed at Tang Feng's serene sleeping features. Only now did he have the time to slowly admire his baby's appearance. Her flowing black hair lay scattered carelessly across the pristine white sheets, and her fair, delicate skin was as smooth and warm as finest suet jade. Her lashes were thick and long, gently curved like two exquisite little fans quietly resting over her closed eyes. Her pink lips curled up slightly at the corners as if she had encountered something delightful even in her dreams. That curve was as sweet and enchanting as a flower blooming at dawn. The young man's silhouette, like a shadow, gently enveloped the girl's sleeping face. His eyes were filled with tenderness and adoration, as if wishing to freeze this beautiful moment forever. His fingers lightly brushed her cheek, feeling her warmth as a wave of tenderness welled up in his heart. After who knows how long, Tang Feng's eyelids fluttered gently, and she slowly opened her eyes, a hint of waking confusion lingering in them like a thin veil of mist. She let out a big yawn and rubbed her eyes before finally opening them fully. But the moment she opened her eyes, she saw a face, so close that she could make out the fine fuzz on it. And then, her gaze met Ji Liangqun's blazing eyes directly. First thing in the morning, suddenly seeing a person right in front of her startled her quite badly. She nearly threw a punch, but fortunately her rationality held, and she remembered what had happened the night before, pulling her fist back just in time before it landed. She grumbled, "Ji Liangquan, are you crazy? It's early in the morning, why are you so close to me? Scaring people to death is a real thing, you know." Then she got up, ignoring Ji Liangqun's reaction behind her, and headed straight to the bathroom to take care of morning business. She didn't seem to have the slightest awareness of being a girl, nor any sense that something might be off about suddenly waking up in the same bed as a man. Not a single ounce of that awareness. Meanwhile, Ji Liangquan was dazed, finally snapping out of his stupor at the realization that he and Tang Feng had slept in the same bed last night. He and his baby had shared a bed last night. So it seemed the two of them were on the same wavelength after all. As if suffering from post-fever after effects, Ji Liangquan suddenly remembered. His baby is a girl, so shouldn't he take responsibility for her? Then he thought about his baby wanting to break up with him, and his heart sank again. But then he thought, she didn't abandon him last night, so maybe she had already forgiven him. Ji Liangqun's emotions swung from disappointment to joy, from regret to sorrow, like a roller coaster ride. Though Tang Feng's time in the bathroom was brief, the expressions on Ji Liangqun's face had already shifted through countless variations. When Tang Feng emerged, he saw Ji Liangquan sitting motionless, lost in thought. Tang Feng walked over and reached out to feel the other's forehead. Good, it seemed the fever had broken. Ji Liangquan, watching Tang Feng touch his forehead, blurted out, "Baby, we slept together last night." Tang Feng was about to grab the kanji from the table to see if it was still drinkable, as she was hungry. But his words startled her so much that she spun around, eyes wide with disbelief, staring at Ji Liangquan, as if to say, "Do you even know what you're saying? Well, nothing happened between us. We just slept, that's all." Really, Tang Feng explained. But somehow her words sounded wrong even to herself. "No, wait, we literally just slept. Nothing else. You get that right. Didn't they teach this in middle school?" Shed never practiced it, but Shed secretly read comics. Two people sleeping together doesn't cause pregnancy. You need sperm and egg to combine. Then, with a look that said, "You should know this from basic education," she stared at him intently, ready to punch him if he said anything else to keep him in line and stop him from spreading rumors. After all, she was a girl now, and if word got out it wouldn't be good. Ji Liangquan, realizing she had misunderstood, quickly stood up from the bed. Then he noticed something was off. Why did his lower region feel a bit chilly? He instinctively looked down, and Tang Feng followed his gaze to where he was looking. She wondered to herself, what are you staring at? Did he turn into a girl too, and his little brother was gone? That couldn't be right. She glanced at his face, still a guy's face. So what was he looking at? What was there to see this early in the morning? Didn't he need to take care of business after a whole night? His kidneys must be pretty solid. Then, as if a thought struck him, Ji Liangquan turned and reached into his robe. A bolt of lightning hit him. He wasn't wearing underwear. He hadn't thought about it before, assuming that since he was sick, baby had taken care of him, and there was only one bed, so they just slept. But what had he done? His pants were off. Even he wouldn't believe he hadn't done something. He mechanically turned back to face Tang Feng, his expression, how to describe it? A mix of shock, fear, and even excitement and joy. It was complicated. Baby, about last night. He'll take responsibility. What? Tang Feng was baffled, a literal question mark over her head. So everything Shed just said was useless. She rubbed her forehead, her stomach still growling with hunger, feeling a surge of anger rush to her head. She shouted, "Ji Liangquan, you're sick in the head. Do you know if we did anything or not? You were burning up all night. Did the fever fry your brain? Do you really think you could have used that thing in your condition? And don't give me that you're a jerk who used me. Look, I'm telling you, I just took off your underwear. I didn't see anything, I swear." "You me?" Tang Feng pointed at Ji Liangquan, then herself. "We didn't have any intimate contact, okay?" Tang Feng thought her explanation was clear enough. But then Ji Lianchuan said, but. Tang Feng swung a punch at him. No buts. You put your underwear back on now. She knocked him back onto the bed. Ji Lianchuan almost had a wardrobe malfunction, but Tang Feng reacted quickly and pulled the covers over him, preserving his innocence. She grabbed the kanji mint, for Ji Lianchuan stormed out of the room, slammed the door, and started drinking it. Between sips, she grumbled, calling Ji Lianchuan an idiot, a dropout from basic education. Good thing she was smart and had learned this stuff, or she'd never hear the end of it. Then she happily sipped her preserved egg and lean pork kanji. Inside the room, Ji Lianchuan put on a pair of disposable underwear, then went to the bathroom for a shower. He saw his clothes on the floor, picked them up, and put them in the washer-dryer combo in the bathroom before opening the door. By this time, Tang Feng had finished her bowl of kanji. Seeing Ji Lianchuan with wet hair, she said, "All right, since you're fine now, and we're both innocent from today on, you go your way, and I'll go mine. I'm out." But, as she turned to leave, Ji Lianquan's large hand grabbed her arm. Tang Feng turned her eyes, asking, "Dude, what's your deal?" While showering, had been thinking about this. Baby said she liked girls. What was he supposed to do? After thinking it over, he came up with a good idea. They could be friends first. That way Baby would have no reason to block him. And since he was already here, he could treat it as a visit to a friend, and she could accompany him on their previously planned sightseeing itinerary. So that led to the current scene of Ji Lianchuan stopping Tang Feng. He cleared his throat, still a bit hoarse. "Baby, a Tang Feng, even though we can't be girlfriends because of the gender thing, we had a lot of fun playing games and chatting together. So can I be your friend?" Tang Feng was taken aback. So that was it. She signaled for him to let go. Ji Lianchuan, being perceptive, released her arm and added, "And since I'm already here, how about you play the host and show me around? We can't be lovers, but we can be buddies, right? We have similar interests. We can continue to dominate the game together." When Ji Lianchuan finished, Tang Feng thought about it. It seemed okay. After all, she was a bit reluctant to give up his skills in the game. Now that she knew he was a famous esports player, having him as her support, how did that feel? Pretty damn proud. Who else had this honor? Tang Feng looked Ji Lianchuan up and down, then asked tentatively, "So about us accidentally being boyfriend-girlfriend before, and me unilaterally breaking up with you? You're not mad?" Shed thought he'd be furious. If it were her, she'd be livid too. But he was now willingly offering to be friends. It surprised her and made her curious. Why would someone so good at the game want to be friends with her? Unless... Tang Feng took a few steps back. "I'm telling you, I really don't like guys. You should just give up." Seeing Tang Feng's attitude, Ji Lianchuan immediately softened his tone. "I'm not. I really just want to be your friend right now. Think about it. We've been playing and chatting together for a month, and it's been fun, hasn't it? I think we get along really well." He had to do this. He didn't want to lose contact with Tang Feng. Even if they couldn't be lovers, at least they could be friends. That would be good enough. If they could never be together, he thought he'd be willing to be friends for life. Anyway, had never really liked anyone before. The first girl he ever liked was Baby. He thought he'd never love anyone else again. Tang Feng thought for a long time, and finally she wavered. "All right, fine." The moment she said it, Ji Lianchuan happily approached her again, his face beaming. "Since I'm here, can we go do the things we talked about?" "Oh no," was Tang Feng's first thought. They'd been most excited about going to Nana's concert together. But yesterday she had already agreed to let Fu Xichin go with her. There were only 2 tickets, and even if she tried to buy more now, they'd definitely be sold out. Tang Feng coughed nervously, feeling a bit guilty. Ji Lianchuan, "Look, let me explain. I was so angry at the time that I gave the concert ticket meant for you to my male bestie, the guy you met yesterday. He's also my classmate. I just casually asked if he was free, and he said yes, so I..." She trailed off, giving him an apologetic "you get it" look. Tang Feng knew she was in the wrong here, so she felt awkward facing Ji Lianchuan. Now he wanted to go to the concert with her, but the problem was there were no tickets. When Ji Lianchuan heard about the guy from yesterday, his heart tightened a little. Forget everything else, but that provocative look in his eyes, and the way he looked at Baby with the same adoration as his own, that was definitely not just a male bestie. This damn crossdresser, using the bestie label to get close to Baby with bad intentions, definitely wanted to be her boyfriend, not just a friend. Just like himself, knowing Baby likes girls, he's pretending to be all feminine to seduce her. How shameless. Thinking about it, he felt he was losing to this guy in both time and distance. That guy was a classmate, seeing her every day while he had to go back to the club for training. But then he thought at least he had been Baby's girlfriend, the only acknowledged partner. Maybe in a way he had won. He was shocked. The ticket was 298 yuan, each nearly 10 times the price. So his first thought was to get one from a scalper for the concert. But he couldn't let Baby know. Tang Feng thought it was fine. Since had let it go, they could continue as friends like buddies and still play. Although Ji Lianchuan was in esports, he was a streamer with many fans. At his matches, many fans would buy tickets to watch. He thought the ticket price was the standard online price, but a fan told him their ticket was bought from a scalper for 2,888 yuan. He was shocked. The ticket was 298 yuan, each nearly 10 times the price. so his first thought was to get one from a scalper for the concert. But he couldn't let baby know. Tang Feng thought it was fine. Since Head let it go, they could continue as friends like buddies and still play games together. Since Head come all the way to the capital, she should show him a good time. So they agreed. Tang Feng said she needed to go back to the dorm to change and get her stuff, and Ji Lianchuan had to go to the airport to pick up his luggage. They went their separate ways, agreeing to meet for dinner. It would be a welcome dinner for Ji Lianchuan. Drenched from head to toe, Gu Sheng returned to the dormitory. Instead of taking a shower or changing clothes, he sat directly on the chair, pulling out a photo frame with a picture of two people from the drawer. This photo was taken when Tang Feng slept in Gu Sheng's room that day. Gu Sheng also lay down and used his phone to capture a selfie of the two of them. This was the first and only photo of Tang Feng in her maiden form together with Gu Sheng. Although the girl in the picture had her eyes closed, it was exceptionally precious to Gu Sheng. After becoming a girl, Tang Feng hated taking photos the most. Several times Gu Sheng wanted to take a picture with her, but was always rejected. Gu Sheng quietly gazed at the photo in the frame, his eyes filled with longing and pain. His fingers gently caressed the girl's face in the picture, as if he could feel her warmth. Time passed minute by minute, and he remained in that pose, motionless, as if frozen in that moment. Finally, a tear slid from the corner of his eye, falling onto the photo and blurring a small patch of moisture. His trembling lips murmured to himself, "So from beginning to end it was all just my own wishful thinking." At this moment, Gu Sheng's eyes were slightly red, tears blurring his vision, but he still stared intently at the photo, as if trying to engrave the person in it into his very soul. For the entire night, he sat there motionless, staring at the photo, even forgetting the passage of time. In the end, even his tears had dried up, leaving only parched eyes and boundless sorrow. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, dispelling the darkness in the room, but they could not warm Gu Sheng's deadened heart. Only when someone knocked on the door did Gu Sheng come back to life, as if a switch had been flipped. He slowly stood up, his steps unsteady, as if he had lost his sense of balance. Gu Sheng tried to walk toward the door, but after just a few steps a sudden dizziness struck him. His body swayed, unable to control his balance, and he eventually collapsed to the floor. The person outside heard the noise inside, anxiously calling Gu Sheng's name, but still no one opened the door. They had to quickly go downstairs to get the key from the dormitory supervisor. When they opened the door, Gu Sheng was already lying on the ground unconscious. In the evening, Tang Feng treated Ji Lianchuan to lamb hot pot, and they also went to the arcade to play games and catch dolls. The two of them had a wonderful time. The next day, they got up early to watch the flag-raising ceremony and climbed the Great Wall. Only when the sun set did Tang Feng take the bus back to school. After getting off, Ji Lianchuan reluctantly watched Tang Feng enter the dormitory before returning to the hotel. Gu Sheng had a high fever of 40 degrees. If the research group members hadn't noticed his absence, hadn't asked for leave from the teacher, and couldn't reach him by phone, they came to check on him. Otherwise, Gu Sheng might have nearly burned to the point of brain damage. By the time he was sent to the hospital, he was already in a deep coma. When Gu Sheng slowly regained consciousness, it was already evening. He opened his eyes, looked around at the surroundings, smelled the disinfectant, and a bitter smile appeared on his pale, bloodless face. If Xiaofeng knew he was hospitalized, would she cry and worry? However, Gu Sheng would absolutely never let her find out. He was always like this, only wanting to show the good side to Tang Feng, never troubling her with the bad things that would make her anxious and sad. He only wished for her to be a carefree and happy person. The senior fellow student in the research group saw Gu Sheng awake and breathed a sigh of relief. "Gu Sheng, do you know that you nearly died from the fever? If I had come an hour later, our school would probably have made social news." Gu Sheng smiled weakly, sorry. The senior saw Gu Sheng still so gentle and polite. "You haven't eaten anything all day. He'll go buy some porridge. Oh, and there are 2 drinks on the table. When I sent you to the hospital, the dormitory aunt downstairs recognized you and said the delivery from last night hadn't been picked up, so she gave it to me. I brought it to the hospital, but it's been a day, so it's probably not drinkable. He'll throw it away for you." Gu Sheng saw the brown sugar ginger tea and red date tea on the table, paused, then picked them up. There was a sticky note on top. It read, "Xiaofeng's special drink for you. Don't not drink it." At that time, Tang Feng was afraid that Gu Sheng would be like her and dislike drinking it, so she asked the shop to write a note to remind him. The senior saw Gu Sheng staring at the 2 possibly spoiled drinks for a long time and reminded him, "He'll throw them away." Gu Sheng looked up, showing another warm smile. "No need, senior, just leave them." The senior didn't say anything else and went to buy porridge for Gu Sheng. Gu Sheng took a straw, opened one of the cups, and drank it. When the senior returned, Gu Sheng had finished both cups. That night, still in the hospital, Gu Sheng suffered from vomiting and diarrhea, and his condition worsened. Several times the senior wanted to notify Gu Sheng's parents, but Gu Sheng stopped him, reassuring him that it was fine, probably just stomach discomfort from drinking too much, and that he was feeling much better now. Only in the early hours did Gu Sheng feel somewhat better. At that point, Gu Sheng asked the senior to return to the lab, knowing how busy he was, and that his willfulness had delayed him at the hospital for a long time. But those were drinks Xiao Feng bought for him, he had to drink them. The hospital was extremely quiet late at night. Gu Sheng was in a private room with only the bedside lamp on. Gu Sheng lay half reclined gazing out the window lost in thought. The day of October 2nd finally arrived. Tang Feng and Fu Xiqing took the bus to the subway station and went straight to the bird's nest where Nai Nai's girl group was holding their concert. Tang Feng was extremely excited. She couldn't stop smiling the whole way and kept discussing Nai Nai with Fu Xiqing. Fu Xiqing cooperated talking about Tang Feng's idol and mentioned that he had learned another group dance from Nai Nai and could perform it for her after the concert when they returned to school. Tang Feng became even more excited. Really? Wow, you're amazing, Fu Xiqing. It's a pity you didn't debut. Fu Xiqing smiled faintly. Debut as a star. He had never thought about it. The entertainment industry required connections. Without them the path would be very difficult. He wasn't an ignorant novice. Tang Feng seemed to recall something. Fu Xiqing, you know what? The video of you cross-dressing dancing on Dodo has gone viral. There are over 10,000 comments and more than 300,000 likes. Fu Xiqing heard this and saw her so happy, so he also smiled cheerfully. Well, it's all thanks to you. Tang Feng waved her hand. You're being modest. I just uploaded the video up, people watch it because of you. Then she took out her phone, opened Dodo, and showed the video to Fu Xiqing. He looked at it, and indeed saw many comments. The two of them read the comments with great interest. Many people left messages saying they wanted more videos, that they weren't enough. Tang Feng had also posted the cosplay videos on her Dodo account, so some people even shipped them suggesting that Xiao Qiao and Zhou Yu could dance together. Fu Xiqing saw it too and joked, how about we film another one sometime? Tang Feng shook her head then nodded. She thought about how Fu Xiqing was always working part-time. Now that her Dodo account had become popular, because of him, it was all money. As long as the videos on Dodo had viewers, they could get advertising endorsements. That way Fu Xiqing wouldn't have to work so hard. After thinking for a moment, Tang Feng hesitated and asked a question she felt might be an invasion of privacy. Fu Xiqing, are you really short on money? I see you working all the time. Because under normal circumstances with his part-time jobs, not to mention others, just dancing at Yi's, it was said, he could earn several thousand a night. She had heard this from Wan. At the time, Tang Feng wished she could also work there as a dancer. It was such good money. She felt extremely envious. Of course, this money was well earned by Fu Xiqing. She had seen the charm of the male Daji firsthand. He could definitely bewitch the girls below. If it were her, she'd probably get rotten eggs thrown at her. Logically, with so much money, he should live well, but several times when she went to the cafeteria with Fu Xiqing, he ate very simply rice with 1 meat and 1 vegetable, just 5 yuan per meal. Fu Xiqing looked at Tang Feng, who had stopped smiling and was seriously asking him with a hint of hesitation and caution. Fu Xiqing laughed softly, a very cheerful laugh. Tang Feng saw this and immediately slapped his arm. Is this question that funny? Actually, she didn't know that the reason Fu Xiqing smiled was not because of anything else, but because of the joy and satisfaction deep in his heart. In this world, there was finally someone willing to care about him proactively. After restraining his smile, Fu Xiqing fixed his deep gaze on her. Yes, I'm very short on money because my mother is sick. Tang Feng heard this and saw the feigned ease on his face, feeling a pang in her heart. She immediately took out her phone and transferred 200 yuan to Fu Xiqing on the spot. That was all the money she had aside from her monthly living expenses, including the 100 from Yi Jinyan, last time the money given privately by her parents and brother plus a little she had saved before, just over 200. Fu Xiqing saw it and was completely stunned, as if time had stopped at that moment. At that instant his heart pounded violently like a heavy hammer striking, beating fiercely, the rhythm almost breaking through his chest. His blood seemed to be ignited, boiling and surging through his veins. His eyes fixed on the girl. In Fu Xiqing's eyes she was so beautiful and wholly under the light, with an irresistible charm. She was like an angel sent specifically to redeem him, bringing boundless warmth and hope to his side. So how could he give up such a wonderful her? Never, not for a lifetime. She was his salvation. Tang Feng, seeing Fu Xiqing still staring blankly at her, couldn't help but nudge him. Don't just stand there, accept the transfer. She quickly operated her phone, sending him 2 payments via WeChat. She knew that 20,000 yuan was merely a drop in the bucket for Fu Xiqing's current predicament, but it would at least tide him over. Besides, there was still Dodo. Yet Fu Xiqing firmly shook his head, refusing to accept it. I can't take this, he said, transferring the money back. Tang Feng feigned anger, her brows furrowing. Are you saying it's too little? That you look down on me? Fine, then we're not friends anymore, humph. Fu Xiqing gave a helpless, indulgent smile. Your kindness means the world to me, but I truly can't accept it. I have enough for now. Tang Feng didn't believe a word, her eyes wide. Then consider it a loan, okay? When you strike it rich later, you can bring me along. I'll lend you 20,000 now, and you'll pay me back 200,000. At the time she was just saying this to put his mind at ease. Little did she expect that what had eventually repay her would far exceed 200,000. Finally, under her threat of severing ties if he refused, Fu Xiqing reluctantly accepted the money. The conversation circled back to Dodo. Hey, race my idea, Tang Feng began. Since your short videos are getting popular, we can use that to make money and earn you an extra income. Whenever you're free, I can shoot them for you. Tang Feng's face was earnest, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Fu Siken pondered for a moment. Would that be too much trouble for you? Tang Feng quickly assured him, it's just filming in our spare time, no trouble at all. They agreed to create videos whenever they had free time to earn money. Fu Siken insisted on a 50-50 split, threatening to quit otherwise, and Tang Feng agreed. Initially, Tang Feng had planned to take no money at all, knowing he was in a tough spot. But she later reconsidered, thinking that a 50-50 split might make Fu Siken feel less burdened, preventing him from feeling indebted or overthinking things, which would have been counterproductive. That wasn't her intention. They exited the subway and walked for half an hour before finally reaching the vicinity of the bird's nest. Today, Tang Feng had brought a large bag filled with various fan support items and photos of Nai Nai. If she got lucky and bumped into Nai Nai herself, she could ask for more autographs, which would absolutely make her day. You have to have dreams, right? You never know when they might come true. Fu Siken was now carrying the bag. When they arrived at the ticket check entrance at the south side of the bird's nest, a large crowd had already gathered. Tang Feng looked around like a lively bird searching for her fellow fans. Her eyes lit up when she spotted a banner in the distance. It was the offline fan support area for Nai Nai's fans. Typically, for an idol's offline event, a prominent fan or the fan club president would set up a support station giving out free merchandise related to the idol. Tang Feng had been a high school student with heavy academic pressure and had never attended one before. She had only seen photos of the merchandise from other fans on social media, and she had always been envious, longing to go herself. Now her wish had finally come true. She completely forgot about Fu Sichen, who was still carrying her bag, and shot off like a motor with supercharged horsepower. As soon as she reached the support station, the fan who was maintaining order and handing out gifts happily said, "You're a Nai Nai guardian too. Come here, let me tie a pink ribbon on you." Tang Feng nodded vigorously like a pecking chick and held out her hand. They tied a red support ribbon around her wrist adorned with Nai Nai's headshot and name. The official support color was red, hence the red ribbon. They also gave her a cute cartoon headband with bear ears, each ear featuring Nai Nai's portrait. It was adorable. Just as Tang Feng put on the headband, she saw Fu Siken approaching. The fan who had given Tang Feng the merchandise let out a shriek. "Oh, a handsome guy. So handsome. So handsome." Her voice was like a sudden thunderclap, instantly drawing the attention of the surrounding fans. "Wow, really? He's so incredibly handsome. I never thought Nai Nai's fanbase would have such a good-looking guy." As expected of Nai Nai, her charm is truly powerful. Everyone assumed Fu Siken was a fan of Nai Nai since he had walked right up to the support station. Nai Nai's fanbase was roughly half male and half female, so male fans were common. However, a male fan with features as striking as Fu Siken was a rare sight, a first for the offline event. Tang Feng felt a swell of pride, grinning like a fool, her eyes nearly squeezed shut. Fu Sichen, feeling helpless, shot Tang Feng a pleading look that seemed to say, "Come save me." Only then did Tang Feng notice the crowd surrounding him. She shouted, "Everyone make way. He's my friend, and yes, he's a Nai Nai fan. Let my friend get his support kit first. Don't block the way, it's too hot, and we can't breathe." "Ouch. Who bumped into me? Come out. Are you trying to get a look at the handsome guy, or what?" Tang Feng was trying to push forward to rescue Fu Sichen, but the crowd surging to see him collided with her, nearly knocking her over. Luckily, there were so many people that she didn't fall. Tang Feng yelled at the top of her lungs, trying to calm everyone down while complaining, "Damn, a bunch of perverts. I should have made him wear a mask. Fuck him getting squashed flat as a pancake over here." Seeing Tang Feng being crushed, Fu Siken's heart ached. He quickly reached out to pull her to safety, his voice turning cold and his expression darkening. "Stop pushing, my friend. We're all Nai Nai's fans, we should have some decency. Stop shoving. We're here to see Nai Nai, so everyone please calm down and don't crowd." With Fu Siken's words and the help of some key fan group members, the situation was finally brought under control. It was true what they said about fans. Beauty is justice. Especially the female fans, their fighting spirit was like a nuclear weapon. They pushed forward with all their might just to catch a glimpse of a handsome face. They did calm down, but their gazes fixed on Fu Siken didn't waver. When Tang Feng was finally freed and stood beside him, her hair was slightly disheveled. Fu Siken noticed immediately, and with a gentle touch smoothed down her hair. His slender fingers carefully tidied the stray strands until they were perfectly in place. The fans who had been watching stared with wide eyes, not wanting to miss a single detail, their inner selves screaming with excitement. "Oh, what heavenly beauty. What a fairy tale romance. And that guy's so gentle. He's even fixing her hair for her." Instantly, the fans at the scene, who loved shipping couples, some of whom weren't even Nai Nai's fans but had just been passing by, stopped to watch the sweet scene between the two. After all, with the guy being handsome and the girl being pretty, the way he looked at her and the things he did, there had to be something between them. Absolutely had to be. These fans had been through all sorts of information overload, they knew the signs. Even if they weren't a couple, they would find a way to edit the scenes and create their own sugar to ship. Suddenly a familiar voice called out, Tang Feng. So you're here. Ever since that day Tang Feng had asked him not to call her baby and to just use her name. Ji Lianchuan had agreed, thinking to himself that one day that term of endearment would be used. Tang Feng had just been about to say, let me fix my own hair, I can do it myself, when she heard Ji Lianquan's voice. His voice was very distinctive, and since they had been hanging out and having fun together after meeting in person, it was hard not to recognize it. She thought she was hearing things, but as she looked up towards the direction of the voice, she saw that it was indeed Ji Lianchuan. Wait, Tang Feng was full of questions. Had she told him about this? She thought she had said she didn't have a ticket and told him to enjoy himself today. How was he here? She didn't have a ticket. She instinctively glanced at Fu Sichen only to see that his just smiling face now seemed clouded over. Was she imagining it? Or did he seem unhappy? Ji Lianchuan had arrived early and had been searching for her, checking ticket gates one by one. The bird's nest was huge with multiple entrances, and this was the last gate he checked. Finally his persistence had paid off. Ji Lianchuan happily ran up to Tang Feng, beaming. Haha, surprise. Did you miss me? Tang Feng nodded, genuinely surprised. What are you doing here? She was surprised, but not exactly happy to see him. Ji Lianchuan immediately pulled out a ticket head bought from a scalper, showing it off proudly. Tada! See this? I bought it yesterday. Tang Feng was even more astonished. While it was a seat in the central area, the best VIP seats right in front of the stage. Interestingly, there were only 5 seats in that particular row. The ticket Yi Lanxing had sent her was for this exact area. What a coincidence. What she didn't know was that money makes the world go round. Ji Lianchuan had spent a full 20,000 yuan to get this ticket. He had seen the location of Tang Feng's ticket before, so had told the scalper that money was no object as long as he could get a ticket. And under the onslaught of cash, he had managed to get one. Of course, Ji Lianchuan wouldn't reveal the process. He just explained, what a coincidence. I happen to know a friend who had an inner circle ticket, so I got one from him. Now I can watch Nai Nai's concert with you just like we promised. Fu Sichen, seeing the two of them chatting and laughing, his face turned gloomy, as dark as the sky before a storm. He had thought things were over between them. How had they made up so quickly? He wasn't sure about their current relationship and didn't interrupt, just stood to the side watching them with a complex expression. Meanwhile, the surrounding fans, spotting Ji Lianchuan, became even more excited. Although Ji Lianquan's fanbase didn't overlap much with Nai Nai's, he was incredibly handsome and many people knew who he was even if they weren't his fans. The combination of 2 handsome guys and a sweet, cute girl instantly created a vibe that fans love, a gossip-worthy romantic battlefield. Fans were ecstatic, doubly thrilled. They hadn't even seen their idol's concert yet, but the drama outside was already unfolding. Today's offline event was truly bustling. They hadn't come for nothing. It was so good to watch, so good to ship. Everyone looked so good together. It was like a scene from Burning Winter. Those who liked shipping male couples found their own angles, while those who loved chaotic cross-shipping had theirs, creating a love triangle. If he loves her, she loves him, but she loves the other guy. No matter how you shipped it, it felt amazing. They were hooked. Some even secretly took out their phones to snap photos. It was a picturesque scene no matter how you framed it. It was the kind of shot that didn't even need any editing. After Tang Feng finished conversing with Ji Lianchuan, he introduced Fu Sichen to him, as the two had met before but were not acquainted. For Tang Feng, they were all good brothers and sisters, one big family. With a beaming smile, Tang Feng's gaze darted between Fu Sichen and Ji Lianchuan as he said cheerfully, "This, well, you met him once before, he's my online friend, and now we're good friends, the kind who game together. It was all just a misunderstanding before." His tone was filled with relief and ease. Fu Sichen gave a slight nod, his expression calm, but a flicker of contemplation passed through his eyes, as if he had already deduced the course of events. Then Tang Feng said to Ji Lianchuan, "Ji Lianchuan, this is Fu Sichen, my college classmate, and a very close friend. What a coincidence, isn't it?" His eyes sparkled as he spoke. Tang Feng suddenly remembered they had all crossed paths at the last comic convention. Clapping his hands together in delight, he danced around excitedly. What a coincidence. We all met at the last convention, and counting this time, it's the 3rd time we've all been together. So we're destined to be great friends. Fu Sichen and Ji Lianchuan locked eyes, and in that fleeting moment of connection, an invisible tension seemed to permeate the air. Fu Sichen's gaze was like a cold arrow in the night, sharp and wary, shooting straight at Ji Lianchuan. His eyes held a hint of defiance and possessiveness, as if declaring Tang Feng was his, and no one else could lay a finger on him. Ji Lianquan's gaze, in contrast, burned like a blazing fire, full of provocation and confidence. He met Fu Sichen's stare without flinching, as if to say, "I won't back down so easily. We'll see about that." Their stares locked in a standoff, the air around them seeming to thicken with the tension. Their eyes conveyed not only mutual hostility and rivalry, but also a fierce determination to win Tang Feng over. Fu Siken's eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a dangerous aura, as if warning Ji Lianchuan, don't even think about taking Tang Feng from me. Ji Lianchuan in turn curled his lips in disdain, his eyes mocking Fu Siken's perceived overestimation of his own abilities. When Tang Feng finished speaking, he noticed the two men staring at each other without any further reaction. Puzzled, he stepped forward to have them shake hands. So Tang Feng took the lead, grabbing Fu Siken's left hand and Ji Lianquan's right hand, guiding them into a handshake to signify their acquaintance and newfound friendship, urging them to treat each other like brothers. Their hands barely touched for a second before they both retracted them as if by unspoken agreement, leaving Tang Feng staring blankly at his own empty hands. He let out an awkward laugh, thinking perhaps they just weren't familiar enough yet, so a handshake wasn't necessary. Having rationalized it to himself, a fan club representative handed Tang Feng a pink ribbon, and he took one. Just as he was about to put it on Fu Sichen, he saw two hands extended right in front of him. Tang Feng froze. He only had one ribbon. He looked up, glancing from one to the other, unsure who to give it to first. Fu Sichen, with his deep, soulful eyes, gazed at Tang Feng with tender affection, his expression full of anticipation. Tang Feng glanced at Fu Sichen and was just about to put the ribbon on him. Then he heard Ji Lianquan's low, magnetic voice say, "Tang Feng, can I be first? We had agreed to watch the concert together, but..." He trailed off, but Tang Feng understood the implication perfectly. The ticket meant for him was given to someone else, and he was left behind while Tang Feng came with another. It had hurt him. Tang Feng then looked at Ji Lianchuan and saw his face full of grievance, staring at him intently with a look that seemed to say, "If you don't put it on me, I'm about to cry." He thought to himself, these two are acting a bit insane. So he turned around, grabbed another pink ribbon, and handed one to each of them, saying, "Put them on yourselves, I'm too busy to handle this." Ignoring their expressions, he went back to grabbing headbands and other fan merchandise, fan snacks, picking up a bit of everything with great enthusiasm. Both Fu Sichen and Ji Lianchuan had received pink ribbons. They didn't particularly want to wear them, but having made the gesture earlier, it would seem odd not to. Though they weren't actually fans of Nai Nai, they wore them out of affection for Tang Feng. They put them on themselves, then looked at the little bear headbands in their hands. Those they truly didn't want to wear. The fans who had been observing them all along hoped to see these two handsome men look utterly adorable wearing such cute headbands. They waited in anticipation, but the two handsome men just held the headbands without putting them on, much to the fans' disappointment. After Tang Feng had gathered his items, he turned to see both had tied their ribbons, but weren't wearing the headbands. Curious, he asked, "Why aren't you wearing them? They look so good." Pointing to his own headband, he said with a grin, "Look at mine, isn't it cute? Put them on. It's all about that immersive, festive vibe." All the surrounding Nai Nai fans were wearing theirs. Tang Feng looked at the two of them expectantly, silently urging them to put them on. Ji Lianchuan was the first to put his on, making an exaggerated show of it, as if to ensure everyone saw him doing it. Not only that, but he also shot a deliberately smug glance at Fu Sichen, as if to say, "I beat you." His eyes held a hint of triumph, and his smile grew even brighter. Then he turned to Tang Feng and asked eagerly, "So how do I look?" His tone was urgent, as if he couldn't wait to receive Tang Feng's praise. This behavior made him seem like he was competing with Fu Sichen, trying to gain an edge and win Tang Feng's favor by being first. Fu Sichen, however, gave him a cold, contemptuous look, as if to say, "Is this guy out of his mind? Doing something so childish?" Tang Feng clapped his hands in genuine admiration and said, "You look great, Ji Lianchuan. You know, you have that look of a delinquent school bully from a novel, but with that on you look like you've turned over a new leaf." He laughed so hard he was rocking back and forth, his eyes nearly squeezed shut. Ji Lianquan's face was a mix of emotions, unsure whether to be happy or upset. He couldn't tell if that was a compliment or an insult. His face stiffened, caught between a smile and a frown, looking utterly ridiculous. Seeing this, Tang Feng thought he hadn't been sincere enough, and continued, "Really, you look absolutely adorable, so cute." He nodded repeatedly with a look of earnestness. Ji Lianchuan finally managed to smile, accepting the compliment. Then Tang Feng turned to Fu Sichen and praised him as well. "Wow, Fu Sichen, you're like a beautiful youth from a Korean drama. With that headband, you seem so much more approachable and friendly." His eyes sparkled with appreciation. Fu Sichen also stiffened his expression, freezing for a moment. He couldn't help but wonder, was I really that unapproachable and intimidating before? His thoughts then spiraled into deep self-reflection, replaying past interactions with people searching for answers. In truth, since they had become familiar, Tang Feng no longer thought of Fu Sichen as the melancholy little prince from their first impression. But now that it was brought up, he unconsciously voiced his old perceptions of Fu Sichen being quiet and hard to approach. This, of course, led to a misunderstanding for Fu Sichen. His brows furrowed, a hint of confusion and unease in his eyes. He kept mulling over it. Have I really left such a bad impression on people? Is my usual demeanor too cold? Do I always keep people at arm's length? The more he thought, the more confused and troubled he became, feeling that perhaps he really had faults. This is what happens to a man in love. A casual remark from the one he likes can send his mind spiraling into overthinking. The three of them had a bit more to eat, mainly Tang Feng eating while the other two fed him. Finally, it was time to enter the venue. Tang Feng immediately took out fan light boards and various other small items, handing some to both of them. With an excited heart and trembling hands, they passed through the ticket gate and entered the bird's nest. As time passed, the trio finally found their seats and sat down. Tang Feng marveled inwardly. Yi Lanxing really came through. These seats are the absolute best, dead center with a perfect view of the stage. At that moment, his excitement completely overshadowed the fact that he had earlier called Yi Lanxing a jinx. All that remained was sheer joy and thrill. Tang Feng and the other two arrived at their seats. It was a private area with 5 seats arranged in a semicircular arc separated from the rest of the audience. A small table in front was laden with snacks and drinks. A girl was already seated when they arrived. She came from a wealthy family and was a fan of Sherry from the Sweet Girls 101 group, having spent a fortune to secure her ticket. She had just sat down when she noticed 2 strikingly handsome young men and a beautiful girl walking toward her area. When the 3 actually sat down with her, her eyes lit up with excitement, and she screamed internally, marveling at her incredible luck. Tang Feng greeted her warmly and took a seat beside her. Seeing this, Ji Lianchuan quickly moved to claim the spot on her other side, his reflexes sharp as if in a game. Only Fu Sichen remained standing. Tang Feng looked puzzled and asked, "Fu Sichen, why don't you sit down?" He didn't move, but the girl beside Tang Feng, observing the dynamic, quickly understood and felt it was time to make a sacrifice for the group. She stood up, secretly thrilled at the thought of witnessing a love triangle, which she was sure of with her keen insight. She shyly offered, "Handsome, here, take my seat. He'll sit over there." Fu Sichen's brow, which had been furrowed at not getting a seat, relaxed. He thanked the girl in his clear, pleasant voice and sat down. She then happily took the seat next to him. She kept stealing glances at the trio, straining her ears to catch their conversations. She was dying to know what juicy tidbits she, as a privileged VIP, was missing out on. When she couldn't hear, she could still watch their every move. She saw the handsome black-haired young man whisper something to the sweet girl, making her smile from ear to ear. Then the stylishly carefree blonde-haired guy seemed desperately trying to pull the black-haired one away, determined to join their little huddle. The sweet girl would occasionally push them back, telling them not to crowd her, but they pretended not to hear and kept leaning in. She noticed that whenever the sweet girl fancied a snack, before she could even finish what was in her mouth, one of the guys would have already torn open the packaging ready to feed her. The girl munched on her own snacks, enjoying the entertaining spectacle of 2 boys vying for one girl's attention. It was a thrilling sight. After eating a bit, Tang Feng saw both of them offering her small cakes. She wanted to roll her eyes. Was she a pig? She politely declined. "You 2 eat them yourselves. I'm full." Fu Sichen and Ji Lianchuan looked at the cakes. Fu Sichen popped his into his mouth, without hesitation, savoring it slowly, as if it were the most delicious thing. Ji Lianchuan was stunned. He didn't like sweets, they seemed cloying. He really didn't want to eat it. Tang Feng looked at them, and thought as always Fu Sichen was her kindred spirit. "Fu Sichen, we really are 2 of a kind. I didn't expect a guy to love sweets as much as I do." This was genuine praise. When Tang Feng was a boy, she rarely met guys who enjoyed sweets as much as she did. Even Gu Sheng, she knew, didn't really like them. He just ate them occasionally to keep her company. Now she had found a true confidant with the same taste. Seeing Ji Lianquan's reaction, which was the norm for most guys, she said, "Ji Lianchuan, if you don't like it, don't force yourself. Give it to me. Don't let it go to waste." Tang Feng reached out to take the open cake. Ji Lianchuan hesitated, not knowing whether to give it or not. In that moment of indecision, Fu Sichen took it and popped it into his mouth. Tang Feng was stunned, thinking he must really like sweets. Ji Lianchuan felt he had lost this round. He should have pretended to like it. It was just a small cake. Now he could only sigh, feeling outplayed. He refused to believe any guy genuinely liked such sweet things. He was sure Fu Sichen was just putting on an act for Tang Feng. Although Ji Lianchuan was right, Fu Sichen didn't have a particular fondness for sweets either. But he knew Tang Feng liked them, so he would like them too. If Tang Feng said she wanted to see him in a dress every day, Fu Sichen would do it without a second thought. His inherent stubbornness meant that if he wanted someone's heart, he would go to the extreme to get it. He didn't care if others looked at him strangely. He only cared about pleasing the one he loved. He remembered when he was a child, he desperately wanted a toy model. But his mother, in an attempt to mold him into the child his father would love, was extremely strict, enrolling him in all sorts of classes. She would say, "You are his son. You must excel above all others from a young age, so your father will love you. Understand?" Little Fu Sichen would nod, and so he learned many skills. They might not have been mastered, but every hour of his day except for sleeping was consumed by learning various things. He had no free time. From talents like piano and violin to languages like English and French and various other courses like etiquette and academic subjects. In short, Fu Siken had no childhood. It was all spent studying with no time for toys. He pushed himself to the limit, eventually ending up in the hospital. It was on that day that his mother finally relented and bought him the toy model he had always wanted. It was the first and only toy he had in his childhood, a Transformers racing car that could switch between two forms, a race car and a robot. He slept with it every night. But one day his mother went to see his so-called father again and came back to smash everything in the house, including his beloved toy. After that he never wanted anything again because nothing lasted. Everything would eventually shatter. Now he had found something precious he wanted again, Tang Feng's heart. He would do everything in his power to win it and protect it from ever breaking. Soon the host walked briskly onto the stage. With a warm smile he began with a string of witty remarks, instantly igniting the atmosphere. The audience roared with laughter. Amidst the joyous mood, the first group dance of the Sweet Girls 101 began under a spectacular light show. Dazzling lights danced and twirled across the stage like magical sprites, creating a dreamlike scene. The girls' dance moves were light and graceful, their waists as supple as willow branches in the breeze. Their toes tapped the floor as if playing with the notes. With a warm smile he began with a string of witty remarks, instantly igniting the atmosphere. The audience roared with laughter. Amidst the joyous mood, the first group dance of the Sweet Girls 101 began. Suddenly the music quickened and the girls' movements became more powerful and fervent. They jumped and spun, sweat glistening under the lights, yet their energy never waned. Each kick and complex move showcased their solid dance foundation and perseverance. During a soaring melody, the lead dancer leaped high, tracing a beautiful arc in the air like a fluttering butterfly. The others encircled her, forming a beautiful wreath, pushing the stage's energy to its peak. The fans' cheers thundered, the atmosphere electric. Nana at the center stood out even more. Whenever Tang Feng saw Nana's performance, she would scream and cheer wildly with the music and dance. This was her first time seeing her idol perform live. The perfect viewing spot allowed her to feel her idol's charm up close, deepening her admiration. As the first dance was ending, a guy in a baseball cap suddenly appeared in the previously empty VIP seat. Ji Lianchuan noticed him first since the seat was right next to his. He glanced over briefly before turning his full attention back to his beloved. The guy in the cap was Yi Lanqing, who had reserved that VIP spot for himself. He arrived full of anticipation, but his joy was quickly dampened when he saw two handsome guys beside Tang Feng. Their gazes were fixed intently on her, as if trying to see right through her. Yi Lanqing gritted his teeth in frustration. This girl, why is she so irresistible? The more he thought about it, the worse he felt, especially knowing one of the two tickets was probably given to one of them. A bitter resentment welled up inside him. It was like having his prized treasure coveted by others. The mix of anger and helplessness choked him. He clenched his fists, longing to rush over and drive them away, but he feared losing his composure in front of Tang Feng. So he could only sit quietly waiting for his girl to notice him and be surprised. But the group dance was almost over and Tang Feng was so engrossed, she hadn't even realized he had arrived. However, the girl sitting next to Fu Siken noticed the newcomer. Initially curious about his late arrival, nearly 20 minutes into the concert, she took a closer look. And she was shocked. She recognized him instantly from his profile. Her heart raced, her hands trembled, and she nearly dropped her light stick. It was him, Yi Lanqing. She never expected her favorite idol to be sitting in the audience, so close to her. She had become a fan of Sherry partly because of Yi Lanqing. Sherry, like Nana, was his junior. Sherry was a cool, aloof girl, a type she liked, so she had casually become her fan too. The main reason she had paid a fortune for this seat was a rumor that Yi Lanqing might appear as a guest performer. She had bought the ticket regardless, thinking that even if her idol didn't show up, she could still support Sherry. And now her idol Yi Lanqing was actually here. She felt so overwhelmed with happiness that she could barely breathe. As the host returned to the stage, the fan interaction segment concluded, and the Sweet Girl 101 group ascended once more in their newly changed outfits. Suddenly, the massive screen displayed a live feed from the audience section. The host teased with fervent excitement, "Tonight, we have a heavyweight guest performer joining us. Can everyone guess who it might be?" A thunderous roar of screams erupted from the fans, engulfing the entire venue like a tidal wave, deafening and overwhelming. Curiosity and anticipation brimmed as everyone speculated wildly about the mysterious guest's identity, the arena filling with excited murmurs and chatter. Amidst the heated discussions, the screen finally focused on the VIP seating area. It was then that Tang Feng belatedly noticed Yi Lanqing's arrival. As the camera zoomed in, Yi Lanqing casually removed his baseball cap. Yi Lanqing was clad in a meticulously tailored black suit, its fabric shimmering subtly under the lights, every seam contouring perfectly to his form, as if custom-made. Beneath, he wore a crisp white shirt complemented by a dark crimson tie that added an air of mystery and nobility, making him appear both dashing and elegant. Turning his head towards Tang Feng, Yi Langsing's captivating peach blossom eyes sparkled brilliantly, a gentle smile, gracing his lips like a soft spring breeze. This smile was instantly broadcast on the grand screen. Seeing their idol's breathtaking expression, the fans' screams surged skyward wave upon wave of unrestrained adulation. Tang Feng smiled back at Yi Langsing, observing his resplendent appearance tonight. From every angle he was exceptionally dazzling, even dimming the presence of Fu Xiqing and Ji Lianchuan beside him. For a fleeting moment, Yi Langsing's healing smile stirred Tang Feng's heart, like a pebble dropped into a tranquil lake, sending ripples cascading across her calm surface. Yi Langsing nodded slightly, as if greeting his fans. In truth, he merely wanted to capture Tang Feng's attention, hoping she would notice him more. Now that she finally had his heart bubbled with excitement, and joy like boiling water thrilled at the chance to see her again, filled with a gratifying sense of contentment. After the screen switched away, the host handed the stage back to Sweet Girl 101. One spectacular Songandin's performance followed another. Meanwhile, Yi Langsing rose from his seat, bent down, and moved to Tang Feng's side. He crouched before her, tilting his head up to meet her gaze. Tang Feng froze, glancing around nervously. "Dude, what are you doing? There are so many fans watching." Slightly exasperated, she locked eyes with him. On stage, the show continued. In the dim light below, Yi Langsing looked up and smiled at her. Faced with such a direct, devastatingly charming smile, Tang Feng couldn't help but feel a momentary daze. Yi Langsing thought to himself, today's styling is a huge success. It's truly captivated her. Inwardly gleeful, he maintained a calm, charming exterior. Leaning in closer, so she could hear him clearly over the music, he whispered, "Little lady, are you satisfied with the concert tickets I gave you?" Tang Feng was speechless. "Is that all you came for?" she thought. Worried he might remain crouched there, she leaned in and replied directly into his ear, "Yeah, they're great, thanks. Consider us even for that trouble you caused me last time." She then gestured for him to get up, glancing around furtively like a thief to see if anyone was watching. Her cautious demeanor was so amusing that Yi Langsing couldn't suppress a chuckle. As Tang Feng scanned the surroundings, her eyes accidentally met those of a girl seated in the VIP section. The girl stared at the scene with an utterly astonished expression, finding it hard to believe. After a moment's thought, she figured they must be friends. After all, her brother had many friends and was well liked. She then glanced at the two handsome men beside the beauty, and while their expressions were darker than Bao Gong's face, at least they hadn't come to blows, they seemed fairly civilized. She mused, if those two handsome guys misunderstand and try to fight my brother, should I go help him or not? She entertained a flurry of wild thoughts before deciding she was overthinking it. She was his devoted fan, and she didn't want him dating anyone. Yet the way her brother had looked at that beauty earlier was so gentle, almost deceptively affectionate. Tang Feng awkwardly averted her gaze and urged Yi Langsing to get up and return to his seat. He obediently complied, knowing there would be plenty of time after the performance. However, seeing that Tang Feng was flanked by people on both sides, a wave of discomfort washed over him. Casually, he glanced at the two individuals beside her, his gaze seemingly nonchalant, yet veiled with a hint of scrutiny and wariness. At that moment, Fu Xiqing and Ji Lianchuan simultaneously looked back at Yi Langsing, their eyes filled with examination and guardedness. The three gazes collided spectacularly in midair, and in that instant it felt as though countless invisible electric currents clashed fiercely. Their eyes were sharp and aggressive, like three predators poised to strike, each using their stare as a weapon, attempting to overpower the others in sheer presence. Their hostile standoff seemed to speak volumes of inner defiance and rivalry, as if at any second they might break into a brawl. With taut faces, each regarded the other as a romantic rival itching to drive the others away from Tang Feng's side to monopolize her attention and favor. The exchange lasted only a few seconds, yet it felt like an eternity had passed, as though World War III had erupted. But on the surface, all three maintained the poise of refined gentlemen. They couldn't afford to lose composure in front of the one they admired. Soon the host called out to Yi Langsing again, and the screen shifted back to him. With the host's introduction, he headed towards the stage. Amidst the fans' fervent cheers, Yi Langsing strode confidently onto the stage. His dreamy, amorous eyes seemed to hold countless stars, each blink akin to twinkling celestial lights capable of stirring hearts. As the music began, his magnetic voice sang, "I like you fine." Rain and wind soaked the twilight streets, wiping rain from my eyes as I gaze upward aimlessly. His singing was like a warm spring breeze, gently caressing every heart, enchanting all who listened in the beautiful melody. Throughout the performance, Yi Langsing's gaze repeatedly drifted towards Tang Feng's direction. His eyes were filled with deep affection and longing, like an unfathomable ocean where endless love surged within. His look was soft yet intense, tinged with anticipation and nervousness, as if yearning for her response. Though he didn't confess outright, some perceptive fans detected a hint of something more. Especially with Qixi Festival approaching, many began to speculate whether their idol had found someone he liked. Following that, Yi Lanqing performed another song encounter. The world is so crowded, love must guide the way for me to be lucky enough to meet you. Longing falls like torrential rain, catching one off guard, wishing to hide in your dreams and rest. Two ordinary hearts, yet drawn to each other. Amidst the crowd, there's an unspoken connection waiting for you to arrive across mountains and rivers. He'll draw near without hesitation, nothing can make me give up. Meeting the best you in life and the best years of us both. The fans below, delighted by two new songs in one night, were thrilled. But as they listened, a subtle dissonance crept in. It felt like he was truly confessing to some girl he adored. Yi Lanqing performed with profound emotion, each note seemingly narrating a beautiful love story with him and Tang Feng as the protagonists. Every gesture, every expression exuded charm, leaving the fans entranced and spellbound. As the final note faded, his fans below were practically itching to rush the stage. The dim auditorium lit up with yellow light boards, row after row, resembling brilliant stars in the night sky, symbolizing their love for their idol. After bowing, Yi Lanqing left the stage and returned to his VIP seat. He winked at Tang Feng again, his alluring peach blossom eyes brimming with profound affection, seemingly desperate for a response from the one he cherished. Tang Feng did respond, by giving him a thumbs up. Yi Lanqing's two songs were genuinely amazing. She was starting to become a fan herself. His personal charisma was overwhelming, and his live performance was even more impactful than watching videos. And that was just his singing. She knew his dancing was equally impressive. With his mastery of both vocals and dance, his reputation as the undisputed top-tier star was well-earned. His professional skills were simply outstanding. Yi Lanqing's affection-filled eyes instantly dimmed. While he thought she's still oblivious to romance. He'll just have to keep trying. Then the concert moved to the segments of solo dances, solo songs, and duet dancing and singing. Nai Nai made her grand finale appearance, and instantly fans who adored Nai Nai shouted her name, with Tang Feng among them. Fu Xiqing and Ji Lianchuan finally realized the status of this idol star named Nai Nai in Nai Nai's heart, likely higher than theirs, and they couldn't help but feel jealous. Yi Lanqing observed Tang Feng's almost fanatical adoration for Nai Nai. Although he had known from the start that this girl was a fan of Nai Nai, the stark contrast in her attitude before and after was far too obvious. Just moments ago, when he was performing on stage, this girl wasn't nearly as frenzied. But when it came to Nai Nai, she instantly transformed into a fervent fan. Yi Lanqing couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy, and for a moment he even doubted whether Tang Feng liked girls and had no interest in boys at all. If it were any other girl, she would be utterly captivated by him. This girl was truly enigmatic. On stage at this moment, Nai Nai wore a black, tight-fitting backless dress, clinging to her graceful curves like a second skin. The neckline plunged low, revealing her alluring collarbone and a hint of cleavage, sexy yet elegant. Around her waist, a dazzling diamond belt sparkled, accentuating her slender waist. The slit of the skirt reached her upper thigh, and with each step her long straight legs were glimpsed, stirring the imagination. Her cascading wavy hair flowed freely, each strand seemingly telling a tale of unruliness and flamboyance. Her exquisite makeup and deep eyes, like the brightest stars in the night sky, were framed by thick lashes that fluttered gently, as if teasing every fan present. Her fiery red lips were vivid and striking, like burning flames full of irresistible allure. Every smile radiated her powerful aura. As the prelude of Troublemaker began to play, the fans below instantly erupted into a sea of cheers and excitement. After all, this song was Nai Nai's signature piece, and the music video she had shot earlier was in collaboration with Yi Lanqing. As the music played, Nai Nai's lithe body began to sway gently, and then she slowly walked toward the VIP seats directly in front of the stage. The fans' enthusiasm grew even more intense. Seeing this, who could not understand that she was surely going to dance this song again with Yi Lanqing? Not only was the melody beautiful, but the duet dance in the MV was also hot and sexy, filled with irresistible allure. Tang Feng also witnessed this scene. Although she still didn't want her idol to dance with Yi Lanqing, she wasn't as opposed as before. After all, Yi Lanqing was indeed someone worthy of her idol. If a dance partner had to be chosen, then Yi Lanqing would have to make do. Thus, in the eyes of every fan, no matter who you are, your own idol is always the best. Then Tang Feng looked expectantly toward Nai Nai, but Nai Nai had already reached Yi Lanqing. Yi Lanqing's first reaction was to glance toward Tang Feng. This song involved frequent interactions between a man and a woman, and many of the moves were extremely intimate. He didn't want to make the girl misunderstand, but when he looked over, he saw Tang Feng watching eagerly, even looking as if she was itching to see the stage effect. This made Yi Lanqing's heart sink, though not shattered into pieces. The girl's indifferent attitude and her extreme infatuation with Nai Nai truly choked him up. After all this, he was just playing a one-man show. The girl didn't care about him at all, let alone mind who he danced with. However, Yi Lanqing still didn't get up. Instead, he waved his hand in refusal, indicating that the originally scheduled dance partner should dance with her. As for any personal relationship between them, there was absolutely none, just the bond of being in the same company. Moreover, that MV had actually faced opposition from many of his fans who even suspected her of trying to piggy. As for any personal relationship between them, there was absolutely none, just the bond of being in the same company. Moreover, that MV had actually faced opposition from many of his fans who even suspected her of trying to piggyback on his popularity. It was only later, after Yi Lanxing personally posted a message stating that he had volunteered to help, that the near-catastrophic fan war was resolved. Nine's fanbase was mostly male, while Yi Lanxing attracted fans of both genders, and his fanbase was on a completely different level. Besides, they were in the same company, a feud would benefit no one. Perhaps Nine hadn't expected Yi Lanxing to refuse. After all, although Yi Lanxing was somewhat proud and arrogant, he was generally approachable and easygoing with people in the entertainment industry. She had thought that even though she hadn't discussed it with him, he would still be polite enough to cooperate and not refuse. But now he had refused. Instantly, the delicate face of Nine, which had been wearing a smile, became unusually dejected and sorrowful. Because there was another little-known reason why she entered the entertainment industry: to get close to Yi Lanxing. So without any hesitation, after winning first place in the girl group selection competition, she signed with Jiaxing Entertainment, the company Yi Lanxing was in. Ever since Yi Lanxing debuted, Nine had been madly infatuated with him. So despite her family's opposition, she insisted on participating in the selection for the Sweet Girl group. At that time, she truly gave it her all. While others were practicing dance, she was also practicing. When others returned to the dorm to rest, she was still sweating profusely in the dance studio. It was precisely with this determination that she stood out among the 100 exceptionally beautiful girls, quickly amassing a large fan base. Coupled with her own striking looks, and later signing with Jiaxing, she became the most successful member of the girl group. Seeing this, Tang Feng couldn't help but start cursing under her breath. She had thought her opinion of Yi Lanxing had improved, but now he was being so heartless. Her eyes shot daggers at Yi Lanxing, as if daring him to refuse, and she would come over and beat him up. This made Yi Lanxing's heart turn even colder, and he finally had to admit the truth: he really wasn't as important as her idol. With no choice, Yi Lanxing stood up, looked at Nine, and forced a smile. In Yi Lanxing's eyes now, Nine was a rival vying for the girl's attention and affection. He suddenly realized a shocking point: his rivals were not only extremely handsome men, but also stunningly beautiful women. He had to guard against both genders. Nine's originally dejected expression instantly bloomed into a brilliant smile upon seeing Yi Lanxing's agreement. She eagerly stepped forward to invite him to hold hands. However, Yi Lanxing skillfully avoided it. The big screen only showed them both smiling, looking quite compatible, and the subtle move went unnoticed. Nine was slightly taken aback, but quickly composed herself. They walked towards the stage one after the other. Their opening steps were light and rhythmic, as if cautiously testing each other's boundaries. As the knock sound began, 1, 2, 3. Once he entered the performance state, Yi Lanxing set aside all distracting thoughts. He always strived to do his best in every performance. Yi Lanxing began to invite his female partner, dancing with what he considered the most handsome and charming moves, inviting the person opposite to dance with him. Nine also began to move, turning her head to beckon with her finger, inviting him to come over. She swayed her waist and lifted her hips in a seductive manner. Yi Lanxing's lips curled into a rebellious smile as he slowly approached. Nine gently raised her arm, her fingers lightly tracing his firm chest, her eyes filled with a dazed and provocative look. Yi Lanxing took her hand and pulled her close, their bodies instantly pressing together, yet maintaining a sense of distance. Their steps were light and rhythmic, each step as if stepping on the strings of desire. Looking into your eyes, I become a troublemaker. Standing by your side, I become a troublemaker. Little by little, more gradually. Now I can't control my heart. To make you never forget me, I always appear before you. You always shake my heart lingering. I steal a kiss from your lips and then run away. I am trouble. True. Troublemaker. 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 Like a cat, I bite into your heart and then escape. You always rush to me in a fury. My sexy steps stir in your mind. As the rhythm quickens, their gazes intertwine, hot and intense, as if the very air around them has been ignited. Yi Lanxing nodded slightly, his legs alternating with steady and powerful steps, each one precisely hitting the beat. His arm swings were fluid and natural, his fingers flexing in time with the music. Nine displayed a lively figure, her eyes radiating charming allure, working in perfect harmony with Yi Lanxing. She first gracefully rose on her tiptoes, leaning forward slightly, then executed a quick spin, her skirt flying like a blooming flower. Yi Lanxing and Nine's performance finally reached its climax. Their singing flowed like a clear spring into people's hearts, enchanting them. Finally, Yi Lanxing wrapped his arm around Nine's waist, ending with a fake kiss move that perfectly capped off the performance, instantly igniting the whole venue. This design undoubtedly added more buzz and heat to the show. However, moments later, Yi Lanqing immediately released Nai Nai and looked toward Tang Feng. Seeing Tang Feng clapping excitedly, Yi Lanqing didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Another helpless smile appeared on his face, captured by the camera and projected onto the big screen, sending the fans below into a frenzy of screams and cheers. The fans in the audience screamed and cheered wildly, as if they were going to lift the roof off the entire venue. This concert had undoubtedly become an unforgettable experience in their lives. Nai Nai's face was filled with melancholy, but she adjusted her mindset in an instant and smiled as she interacted with the fans below the stage. After Yi Lanqing returned to his seat, he went straight to Tang Feng's side, leaned in, and asked, "Do you want to go backstage to take a photo with your idol and get an autograph?" Hearing this, Tang Feng's eyes lit up, and she nodded immediately, looking at Yi Lanqing with great anticipation. Fu Xiqing and Ji Liangqun's hearts tightened slightly. Seeing the two chatting and laughing, they unconsciously clenched their fists, eager to throw a punch at that moment. Yi Lanqing flashed a mischievous grin. "Then call me Big Brother, and let's see." Tang Feng blurted it out, without hesitation, sweetly calling out, "Big Brother." Then she looked at him with anticipation, as if to say, "Now you can take me right." Hearing the girl call him Big Brother, Yi Lanqing felt a warmth in his heart, but he instantly regretted it. She had said it without any hesitation. He should have added the word darling before brother. The girl sitting with them, observing their interaction, felt a subtle unease. She had a nagging feeling that her brother might have a crush on this beautiful girl. She had seen it clearly just now. Several times when her brother was singing, his gaze wandered toward the beautiful girl. The girl also wanted to go up and chat with her brother, hoping he would smile at her like that. At that moment, the distance between the girl and Yi Lanqing was only about a meter. After thinking it over, she secretly took out her phone and recorded the interaction between the two. Then she saw them preparing to leave their seats. Summoning her courage, the girl walked over and shouted, "Big Brother. With great excitement, I'm your fan, can I take a photo with you?" Because of Yi Lanqing's immense popularity, he rarely took photos with fans and seldom signed autographs at every appearance. The girl's heart was pounding with anxiety, and she secretly glanced at the beautiful girl's expression. Seeing no particular reaction, like jealousy, she breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the beautiful girl had no ulterior motives toward her brother. From her clear eyes, she could tell that unlike many other girls, she didn't show a dazed infatuation when looking at him. That reassured the girl. They were just acquaintances, nothing more. Hearing the girl's voice, both Yi Lanqing and Tang Feng turned around to look at her. The girl had also called out Big Brother, just like Tang Feng. Although the term Big Brother didn't carry much weight in the context of fandom, any male idol could be called that as a sign of familiarity. The sound of it was different for Yi Lanqing when it came from Tang Feng. Yi Lanqing wore a gentle professional smile, a stark contrast to the way he smiled at Tang Feng. The girl felt it. When her brother smiled at her, though it was a faint smile, it was polite and distant. In the past, seeing her brother smile at her would have made her heart blossom with joy, but now for some reason, she felt an inexplicable sense of grievance. She had loved her brother for 5 years, yet he treated her no differently from any other fan. She felt a twinge of jealousy toward that beautiful girl. Not only did she have two handsome guys who liked her, but why was her brother so special to her? Her hand unconsciously clenched, but on the surface, she still wore a delighted smile. Amid her swirling thoughts, Yi Lanqing directly declined her request with an apologetic expression, "Sorry, I have to go with my friend." Meaning he couldn't take a photo. Another reason Yi Lanqing rarely took photos with female fans was that in the past some had spread ridiculous rumors that the photos were proof of their relationship, and many people believed them. That incident had caused a huge stir. If it weren't for the surveillance footage proving it was just a normal fan photo, he would never have been able to clear his name. He added, "But I can give you an autograph." The girl, who had been feeling dejected, was suddenly overjoyed to the point of tears. She immediately pulled a lipstick from her bag and handed it to him along with her Hermes bag. Tang Feng was dumbfounded by the scene. She knew that brand. Those bags were incredibly expensive, reportedly costing over 100,000 yuan each. And she was using it for an autograph. Yi Lanqing, however, was unfazed. He took the lipstick, signed his name neatly, and then led Tang Feng away. As they walked, Tang Feng couldn't help but sigh, "What rich people. I wish I could be a rich second generation and splurge like that." Now only the girl, Wen Tingting, remained in the VIP seat. Watching their receding figures, she looked at the bag in her hand and longed to follow them to spend more time with her brother. The thought lasted only a few seconds before she gave up. There would surely be staff blocking the way. Still, today was an incredibly lucky day for Wen Tingting. She looked at the freshly signed autograph on her phone and the lipstick her brother had used. She would treasure them well when she returned. The passage leading to the backstage was guarded by staff to prevent sightseeing fans from sneaking in. When Yi Lanqing brought Tang Feng to the entrance, the staff immediately recognized him. For a superstar like Yi Lanqing, a simple face scan was enough to gain entry, no pass needed. After exchanging a few words with the staff, Yi Lanqing entered first and Tang Feng quickly followed through the access point. Tang Feng followed closely behind, launching her face alight with excitement. She had already taken out a photo of Nai Nai from her bag and held it in her hand along with a pen. She was thoroughly prepared. But before she had taken a few steps, she heard Fu Xiqing and Ji Lianchuan calling her name. She turned around and was stunned, utterly confused. She saw that Fu Xiqing and Ji Lianchuan hadn't followed her in. They were stopped by the staff outside. Tang Feng looked at the situation, then turned to find Yi Lanqing only to see that he had already reached the corner and showed no sign of stopping. Tang Feng was torn. She looked at the direction Yi Lanqing had gone, then back at Fu Xiqing and Ji Lianchuan, gesturing for them to wait a moment while she went to check what was going on. So she jogged a few steps to catch up with Yi Lanqing blocking his path, and asked curiously, "I have two friends who seem to be stopped outside. Can they come in?" Yi Lanqing's smile deepened. He tilted his head and thought for a moment before replying, "I see. It might be because the backstage is all female, the members of the girl group. Your friends are two guys, and there's a concern about unwanted photos being taken. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do about it. Sorry." Tang Feng found the explanation reasonable. Indeed, Nai Nai's group was all female. Yi Lanqing had already gone out of his way to bring her in, so bringing two male friends along would have been hard to justify. Thinking about it, Tang Feng couldn't help but feel grateful. It was a good thing she knew Yi Lanqing. For other fans, meeting their idol was next to impossible, but here, she was effortlessly brought in by him. Her heart immediately soared with joy. For the sake of seeing her idol, she forgot about Fu Xiqing and Ji Lianchuan, who were left outside, and happily followed Yi Lanqing, eagerly anticipating the moment she would meet her idol. Seeing his plan succeed, Yi Lanqing felt a surge of glee, the corners of his mouth curling up uncontrollably. As he walked, he glanced sideways at Tang Feng. Now that the girl was alone with him, he casually mentioned, "Have you used the phone I gave you as compensation?" Tang Feng replied, "It's in my pocket." She had started using the phone he gave her immediately. She had originally planned to get her old one repaired, but this one turned out to be pretty good, so she didn't bother switching. The phone Yi Lanqing was using was the same model as Tang Feng's, just in a different color. Hers was purple, his was black. His heart secretly rejoiced again. A matching couple's phone. It felt as if they were already a couple. After walking a bit further, they arrived at a dressing room door. Yi Lanqing knocked, and the door opened quickly. It was Nai Nai's assistant. The moment she saw Yi Lanqing, her eyes lit up. She was also a fan of his, and seeing her idol always made her happy. Even though she had seen him several times before, she couldn't contain her excitement. She immediately stepped aside, knowing he was here to see Nai Nai. Yi Lanqing thanked her and led Tang Feng into the dressing room. Nai Nai, still in her stage makeup, was sitting in front of the mirror removing it. She saw Yi Lanqing's reflection in the mirror, and her face lit up with joy. "Brother Lanqing, why are you here?" she asked cheerfully. She had never imagined he would come to see her alone. Yi Lanqing nodded politely, and then gestured for Tang Feng to step forward. "Nai Nai, this is Tang Feng, a friend of mine, and also your fan." Nai Nai had noticed the girl behind Yi Lanqing earlier. At first glance, she was struck by her beauty. She was incredibly pretty and sweet. Upon hearing Yi Lanqing's introduction, Nai Nai looked pleasantly surprised, but said apologetically, "Then let me finish removing my makeup. It'll take about 10 minutes, is that okay?" Tang Feng nodded happily, waiting for her idol. Even if it were an hour, she would wait. Nai Nai turned back to continue removing her makeup, while Yi Lanqing led Tang Feng to the sofa. Nai Nai let the makeup artist do her work, but through the mirror, she kept observing Yi Lanqing and Tang Feng. Nai Nai's brows furrowed slightly. She had a feeling that Lanqing liked this girl, named Tang Feng. The way he looked at her, the tender, gentle, cautious care, was something she had never seen him show to any other woman. It made her wonder, were they really just friends? But she didn't dwell on it. After all, Yi Lanqing was a top idol at the peak of his career, and he probably wouldn't easily get into a relationship. With that thought, she felt a bit more at ease. After finishing her makeup removal and applying a light touch of makeup, she stood up and walked toward the sofa. At that moment, she saw Yi Lanqing holding his phone, trying to take a picture of Tang Feng, but the girl refused, constantly dodging the camera. Tang Feng warned him in a low voice, "Yi Lanqing, don't take pictures of me, or he'll hit you." If Nai Nai weren't there, Tang Feng would have already let out a roar and thrown a punch. The guy was being impossible again. He had insisted on her taking out her phone so he could see it. She had no choice but to comply. After all, he was the one who bought it. Then he suggested taking a selfie together, but Tang Feng refused. After that, he kept secretly snapping pictures of her. Tang Feng really wanted to say, "I'm not a celebrity. What's so interesting about taking pictures of me?" She genuinely didn't like having her photo taken. It always felt awkward. Seeing this, Nai Nai felt relieved. Judging by the girl's reaction, she probably wasn't interested in Brother Lanqing. Most girls would have thrown themselves at him by now. This made her even more at ease. She said with a warm smile, "It's my honor to have such a beautiful and lovely fan like you." Tang Feng shot to her feet, her entire body taut with extreme tension, her limbs feeling numb and unresponsive as she stood there utterly uncertain how to react. Her gaze was fixed intently on her idol, burning with fervent focus before a silly beaming smile spread across her face, like a child who had just been handed their most cherished candy. Yi Lanqing winced at Tang Feng's dazed expression. He couldn't help but remark, "Hey space cadet, snap out of it. Don't act like a fool, you're about to drool." Hearing this, Tang Feng instinctively wiped her mouth, panicking at the thought that she might actually be drooling. This reaction sent the other two into a bout of hearty laughter. Realizing she had been tricked, Tang Feng immediately lunged at Yi Lanqing with a chokehold, figuring that move was more than enough to handle him. However, in the next instant, Yi Lanqing deftly dodged the attack, caught her off guard, and pinned her down on the sofa, a smug look on his face. "Little girl, don't try that move again. It doesn't work on me anymore." Yi Lanqing had specifically taken lessons, even consulting a coach about how to counter Tang Feng's particular moves, and now his training had paid off. Every previous encounter with the girl had resulted in him being overwhelmingly outmatched in physical prowess, and he decided that couldn't stand. He was a man after all. So he had hired a martial arts champion to accompany him, squeezing in practice sessions whenever he had free time each day. It seemed the effort was yielding results. Nai, witnessing this scene, let out another gasp, which finally halted Tang Feng's attempts to struggle. Instead, Tang Feng shot a frosty glare at the troublemaker Yi Lanqing. When her gaze shifted to Nai, however, it softened enough to melt water. The stark contrast in treatment made Yi Lanqing feel a pang of irritation. Maybe bringing the girl to meet Nai had been a mistake. Nai let out a gentle laugh, the sound as crisp and pleasant as silver bells. "You came all this way to see me, so let's take a photo together, as a memento." Upon hearing this, Tang Feng's eyes sparkled like stars. Overwhelmed with flattery, she nodded, eagerly brimming with excitement, like a joyful little bird, and promptly positioned herself beside Nai. Then, without a hint of hesitation, she began bossing Yi Lanqing around, handing him her phone. "Quick, take our picture." Yi Lanqing shook his head, helplessly muttering inwardly, "Just moments ago she refused to take a photo with me, and now she's treating me like a hired hand. Where's the justice in that?" But he had no choice, so he took the phone, assumed the role of photographer, and dutifully snapped several shots of the two. Taking the phone back, Tang Feng's face lit up with pure joy, her heart swelling with contentment. She couldn't help but praise, "Not bad at all." Standing beside Nai just moments ago, she had been so nervous she barely dared to breathe. Seeing her idol in person, being this close, it was a scene she had only ever dreamed of, and now it had become a reality. She was so overcome with excitement that she declared loudly, Nai, I will support you forever. I'll guard you with all my heart, always by your side." With that, Tang Feng recited the fan slogan right in front of Nai, proving she was no fair-weather fan. Nai was also delighted. Having a devoted fan like Tang Feng who supported and adored her was truly an honor. However, recalling how intimately Yi Lanqing and Tang Feng had been joking around, a strange unease began to stir within her. But she quickly dismissed those distracting thoughts, a sweet smile returning to her face. "Well then, do you still want an autograph?" Tang Feng nodded vigorously, her surprise and joy intensifying. Yes, she answered hurriedly. Even though she already owned 3 signed photos of Nai, who could ever have too many of their idols' autographs? She wished she could have 100 of them. After the photos and autographs, it was time to part ways, as a group schedule was calling with more events lined up. Before leaving, Nai deliberately approached Yi Lanqing. She seemed about to say something, but catching sight of Tang Feng beside him, she swallowed her words. Tang Feng, sensing that her idol might have something private to discuss with Yi Lanqing, tactfully said, "We'll step out for a moment." Yi Lanqing tried to grab her hand, but she was too quick, slipping away and disappearing through the doorway in a flash. Yi Lanqing frowned, slightly displeased. He didn't want Tang Feng to get the wrong idea, and he also felt he wasn't close enough with Nai for private conversations. Nai, however, was reveling in their rare moment alone. "Lanqing, I'm so glad you could be a guest performer at my concert. Sharing the stage with you again was a thrill, and I truly can't thank you enough." Yi Lanqing internally dismissed her words as a bunch of empty pleasantries. He had only come to the concert because he knew the girl would be there. As for the stage performance, he hadn't wanted to perform that overly intimate dance with Nai again. He had a girl he liked and needed to stay loyal. If it weren't for the threatening glare head received from Tang Feng, he wouldn't have gone up at all. Outwardly, however, Yi Lanqing remained perfectly composed, betraying none of his inner thoughts. He replied flatly, "We're from the same company, no need to thank me. If there's nothing else, I'll be going." Without waiting for Nai's response, he hurried out the door. Sure enough, once outside, Tang Feng was nowhere to be seen. Yi Lanqing was caught between annoyance and amusement. This girl using him and then ditching him. How heartless. Still, he refused to give up, chasing toward the exit, only to be met with bitter disappointment. Tang Feng was long gone. Tang Feng, meanwhile, having secured Nai's autograph and photos and seeing that her idol had other work to attend to, graciously decided to make a quiet exit. It was then that she finally remembered Fu Xiqing and Ji Liangchuan and hurried off to find them. The two had been waiting at the exit for what felt like an eternity, with no sign of Tang Feng. They were pacing anxiously, having been stopped multiple times when they tried to rush inside. Ji Lianchuan had even made a call, trying to pull some strings to get in. Just as Head found someone and contacted the venue manager ready to go in after her, Tang Feng appeared at the entrance. No need to go in after all. Tang Feng came bounding out, a broad smile plastered on her face, clearly in high spirits. The two finally breathed a sigh of relief and rushed over to meet her. After the three reunited, they left the bird's nest. When Yi Lanqing finally reached the entrance, he asked the staff and was told that the girl had indeed left with the two boys. He was tempted to sprint after them right then and there. He couldn't believe how heartless she was. Head even wanted to confess his feelings to her, but she had left so quickly, and they had hardly even spoken. Fortunately, his assistant, who had just caught up, managed to stop this reckless impulse. If you go out now and get spotted by fans, you'll be swarmed. It'll be all over the trending topics. Helpless Yi Lanqing dejectedly returned to the van and pulled out his phone, scrolling through the photos of the two of them from before along with the candid shots Head secretly taken today. He knew that even if he sent a message now, she probably wouldn't reply. He'd wait for the next chance. In a couple of days, it would be Qixi Festival. He'd surprise her then, and on that day He'd pour his heart out and tell her everything. Yi Lanqing was already looking forward to it. He figured that she just didn't know about his feelings yet. Once they were officially together, they'd have plenty of time to spend with each other, so there was no need to rush this moment. Meanwhile, the three of them took the subway back together. On the subway, the trio chatted animatedly about the concert, with Tang Feng pulling out her phone to show off the photos with her idol. Just then a WeChat message popped up. It was from her roommate Xu Yinduo. "Tang Feng, you there? Check the link I sent you. It's something from the forum." Tang Feng was puzzled. She rarely paid attention to campus forums, usually scrolling through Weibo or Douyin for topics that interested her. Seeing the link from her roommate, she couldn't help but wonder what could have happened during the break. The fact that Xu Yinduo, who wasn't even on campus, had specifically sent it to her piqued her curiosity even more. She tapped the link, which led to a post with a bold headline, "Campus Heartthrob Unconscious Fighting for His Life." Accompanying the text were several photos showing Gu Sheng unconscious being carried down from the boys' dormitory, captured from various angles. There were also shots of the ambulance arriving, paramedics lifting him onto a stretcher, and the ambulance driving away, the entire sequence documented. The shock of the images made Tang Feng leap to her feet. Her heart was racing with panic. All she could think about was getting back. Gu Sheng was in trouble. No wonder he hadn't replied to her messages that night. She had assumed he was just too busy with his research. But she had forgotten that no matter how busy Gu Sheng was, he always sent her a message every day. Perhaps she had grown so accustomed to it that she had subconsciously overlooked the care and attention he showed her. Fu Xiqing and Ji Lianchuan were startled by Tang Feng's sudden movement, and they quickly stood up to ask what was wrong. Fu Xiqing asked with concern, "What's the matter? The subway hasn't reached our stop yet. They'll remind you when we get there, no need to worry about missing it." Ji Lianchuan guessed, "Did you leave something at the bird's nest?" They could only speculate as they watched Tang Feng's face turn grim, her expression filled with deep worry, as if she had just received earth-shattering news. Her anxiety was palpable. The two couldn't help but feel uneasy, infected by Tang Feng's distress. Finally snapping out of her frantic thoughts, she realized that although she was extremely anxious, they were still on the subway, and getting worked up wasn't going to make it go faster. She slowly sat back down. But the slight trembling of her body and her undisguisable panic betrayed her feigned composure. Seeing the worry in her friend's eyes, Tang Feng forced a calm demeanor and said, her voice laced with concern, "It's nothing. A friend of mine got admitted to the hospital. After we get off, I need to go see him, so I won't join you for dinner. You two go ahead and eat." Fu Xiqing understood then that Tang Feng's earlier panic and worry had all been for Gu Sheng. An indescribable jealousy began to spread silently in his heart. His gaze darkened, and his hands clenched into fists involuntarily. So he still couldn't compete with Gu Sheng's place in her heart. He scoffed inwardly. Fu Xiqing remained silent, his head bowed. Ji Lianchuan, unaware of the specifics, tried to console her. "Your friend is in the hospital. He'll come with you. Don't worry, medicine is advanced nowadays. It's probably just a minor issue." Fu Xiqing let out a scoff at that. "Idiot." Tang Feng felt slightly less tense after hearing Ji Lianquan's reassurance. Yet it probably wasn't anything serious. She had never known Gu Sheng to have any health problems. He had always been perfectly healthy. With that thought, she felt a bit more at ease. However, the urgent desire to rush to the hospital and see how Gu Sheng was doing only grew stronger with every passing second. After getting off the subway, Tang Feng took a taxi directly to the hospital mentioned on the campus forum, which was very close to the school. Left alone, Fu Xiqing and Ji Lianchuan stood there. Fu Xiqing turned and left without a word, leaving only Ji Lianchuan standing still. Seriously, why did everyone leave? Where was he supposed to go? In the end, he returned to the hotel. By the time Tang Feng rushed to the male dormitory in a flurry, the messages she had sent earlier remained unanswered, sinking into the vast sea of silence. She dialed the number with growing anxiety, but the only response from the other end was the same prompt of no answer. Having no other choice, Tang Feng steeled herself and walked toward the entrance of the male dormitory. Just as she took a few steps attempting to enter, a kindly-faced old man blocked her way. The old man, looking at the delicate girl before him, kindly reminded, "This is the male dormitory. Are you lost, classmate?" Tang Feng smiled awkwardly and quickly explained, "No, I'm not lost. I'm looking for someone. Can I go up?" The old man suddenly understood, thinking she must be here to see her boyfriend, but he still kindly advised, "It's not convenient for a girl to go in. Why don't you ask your boyfriend to come down and get you?" Hearing this, Tang Feng waved her hands in haste and explained, No, I'm looking for my friend. I don't have a boyfriend. He's sick and I just found out. His phone is not reachable." She even showed the old man her phone to prove she wasn't lying. The old man glanced at the phone and then waved his hand, signaling her to go up. Tang Feng thanked him repeatedly and quickly ran up the stairs, taking 2 steps at a time, murmuring to herself, "If I remember correctly, Gu Sheng said it's on the 5th floor, room 505. She sprinted all the way to the 5th floor, panting heavily. She didn't expect Tsinghua University's male dormitory to have no elevator. Thinking of her own school, which had an elevator for the female dormitory, she couldn't help but grumble inwardly. When she reached the 5th floor, she easily found room 505. Gu Sheng had told her that this room was a single because he was specially admitted, so he enjoyed such treatment. She first knocked gently on the door, but there was no response. She knocked harder, yet still silence answered her. Tang Feng looked around helplessly, thinking, it seems no one is in the dormitory during the holiday. So she decided to shout loudly, "Gu Sheng! Gu Sheng!" However, the only reply was the echo reverberating through the empty corridor. Tang Feng felt deflated and muttered, "It seems he's really not in the dorm. Didn't he just get discharged from the hospital? Why isn't he resting in the dorm? Where could he have gone?" The sky outside had completely darkened. After waiting for a while, a few people gradually came up to the 5th floor. When they saw a girl waiting outside room 505, they all glanced at her curiously. Time ticked by and Tang Feng leaned against the wall, then crouched on the ground, staring at the tiles in boredom. Later, growing extremely bored, she waited and waited, but Gu Sheng still didn't return. In the end, she was so tired from waiting that she simply sat on the floor. As she waited, her head began to nod and her eyelids started to droop. Soon she drifted off into slumber. Gu Sheng, bathed in the moonlight, returned to the male dormitory. When he reached the 5th floor, he saw Tang Feng sleeping on the ground. Gu Sheng's eyes instantly filled with joy and his pace quickened involuntarily. But when he stood before Tang Feng, his steps slowed again, afraid that the sound of his footsteps might disturb her peaceful sleep. Seeing her sleeping on the cold, dirty floor, a pang of pain shot through Gu Sheng's heart. He wondered how long she had been waiting to have fallen asleep like this. He gently unlocked the door with his key, then bent down and carefully lifted Tang Feng from the floor, doing his utmost not to wake her, every move as tender as could be. First, he cautiously slid one hand under her knees, his movements so soft, as if he were handling a priceless, fragile treasure. Then his other hand slowly slipped beneath her back. The moment his fingers touched her shoulder, his heart trembled slightly, as if brushed by a delicate feather. Ensuring his hands were properly positioned, Gu Sheng took a deep breath and began to exert force slowly and steadily. His arm muscles tensed as he concentrated on controlling the strength, as if performing a highly delicate surgery, not daring to make the slightest mistake. Tang Feng's body was gradually lifted, and her head naturally rested against his chest. Gu Sheng felt her breathing, his heart filled with tenderness and affection. At that moment, everything around them seemed to dissolve, leaving only him and the peacefully sleeping girl in his arms. He carried her step by step, steadily walking toward the dormitory. Halfway there, Tang Feng woke up. Opening her eyes, still groggy, she met Gu Sheng's gentle, smiling face. She immediately said happily, "Gu Sheng, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for so long. Where did you go?" Her tone carried a hint of peevishness and an unconscious coquettishness. Then, realizing she was in his arms, she struggled to get down, and Gu Sheng didn't stop her. Once on the ground, Tang Feng immediately examined Gu Sheng from head to toe, meticulously checking his body. She didn't see any signs of surgery. Then she looked at his complexion, noticing his pale, weary face. Alarmed, Tang Feng rushed forward and supported him, urging him to sit down quickly, afraid he might be overexerted. Seeing her like this, Gu Sheng felt as sweet as honey in his heart. He had imagined this scene countless times in the dead of night, wondering if Xiao Feng would worry about him if she knew he was sick, and whether she would rush over to find him in a panic. Now it had all come true, yet it felt like a dream so unreal. This feeling of insecurity made Gu Sheng anxious, as if he were still immersed in a beautiful dream, not yet awake. After helping him sit down, Tang Feng asked worriedly, "Gu Sheng, you were in the hospital. What was the illness? How are you now?" Her tone was full of concern and care. Gu Sheng looked at the girl standing before him, bathed in the light, as if in a dream, illusory and ethereal. He slowly reached out his hand, caressing her cheek, his smile holding a cautious test. The warm touch reached his skin, and he finally confirmed that this was not a dream. The Xiaofeng before him was warm and real. He smiled tenderly, his smile filled with deep affection, and gazed at her face without blinking. You came to see me. That's wonderful. Tang Feng was stunned for a moment, then realized that Gu Sheng might be upset that she had only come now. She felt guilty. In the past, whenever she was sick, Gu Sheng would know immediately. But when he was ill, she had never cared. In the 18 years of their shared memories, there was no recollection of Gu Sheng being sick. And this time, if not for Xu Yunduo's reminder, she might never have known. Suddenly, her eyes reddened with guilt. It seemed she always just talked, treating him like a good buddy, but in reality, she had never done anything for him. Besides birthday gifts, which she had been urged by Gu Sheng to make by hand, there was nothing else. She felt that being friends with her was really unlucky. Gu Sheng saw her on the verge of tears, and his heart tightened, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Had his previous action hurt her? Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, a crystal tear dropped, without warning, landing precisely on his finger. The tear seemed scorching hot, instantly piercing through his skin and burning into his heart, throwing him into panic. He gently wiped her tears with his hand, coaxing softly, "Don't cry, okay? I have lots of lollipops here. I'll give them all to you, all right?" Hearing his comfort and the mention of lollipops, she cried even harder. Between sobs, she choked out, "Gu Sheng, I'm such a terrible person. I didn't even know you were sick. Having me as a friend is really unlucky." The torrent of tears soaked his long, slender fingers, making his heart ache slightly. "No, it's not," he said. "Xiaofeng, you are my best friend for life. Didn't you say that yourself? So don't overthink. I just had a fever, nothing serious. Telling you would only make you worry. And you're not a doctor, right? I'd rather go to the hospital than tell you." Tang Feng listened to his words and thought they seemed reasonable, yet something felt off. But his words did have some effect. At least she stopped crying so hard. Seeing her still crying, Gu Sheng said helplessly, "If you keep crying, I'll kiss you until you stop." Tang Feng immediately stopped crying, staring at him in disbelief. Damp lashes still trembled with a few teardrops ready to fall. Her almond-shaped eyes, red from crying and misty with tears, looked at him hazily, making him want to cherish her even more. Gu Sheng fetched a tissue and gently wiped away the tear stains on her face. Then, cupping her cheeks in both hands, he placed a light kiss on her forehead before slowly letting go. Tang Feng didn't dare move a muscle, her eyes wide open, her mind a blank. She simply stared at Gu Sheng under the light. His brows were soft and his eyes sparkled with tiny lights as he gazed at her affectionately, filled with tenderness and attachment. Gu Sheng decided not to deceive himself any longer. If Xiaofeng hadn't come to find him today, he might have continued as planned, being her best friend forever, staying by her side as they grew old together. But today she came on her own, and his once dry, lonely heart revived and pounded wildly when he saw Tang Feng asleep from waiting for him. He would allow himself to be reckless this once. "Xiaofeng, what day is the day after tomorrow?" "Qixi Festival," replied Tang Feng mechanically, her mind not fully engaged. Gu Sheng took her hand. "I like you. The kind of liking a boy has for a girl. Will you accept me as your boyfriend?" After saying this, his heartbeat thundered like a drum, anxiously and expectantly awaiting her answer. This was not originally in his plans. This confession had no elaborate preparation. But this time he decided to be willful just once. Tang Feng looked at him into his eyes. Although this was the first formal confession she had received considering the one on his phone that night, this was the second time. So Gu Sheng really liked her, not in the way of being buddies. Tang Feng nervously swallowed, her voice stiff. Aye. Then she didn't know what to say. "Don't rush. I'm here. Take your time," he said. In truth, Gu Sheng was also sweating with nervousness. Tang Feng's tangled mind tried to sort itself out. She looked at their intertwined hands, feeling a bit awkward. "I just want to ask, when did you start liking me?" Finally, she had thought to ask this crucial question. Gu Sheng was stunned by the question, as if frozen by a spell. He had never expected Tang Feng to suddenly ask such a thing. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes, and his grip on Tang Feng's hands unconsciously tightened. It was as if he feared that the person before him would vanish the moment he let go. Gu Sheng stared fixedly at Tang Feng, his atoms apple bobbing nervously. The question was difficult to answer, yet the answer lay right in his heart. But it was also easy to answer, for he feared that a single wrong word would cost him the person before him. Yet Gu Sheng did not want to deceive the other, only feared that once Tang Feng learned the truth, he would come to loathe him and flee far away. Seeing that Gu Sheng had not answered for a long time and looked extremely nervous, Tang Feng grew even more curious. Was this question really so hard to answer? So he asked again, "Is it hard to answer?" Tang Feng speculated that perhaps it was because he had turned into a girl, and he had to admit that this face was rather attractive. It was understandable that his buddy might have taken a liking to his looks. Gu Sheng pursed his lips, his gaze towards Tang Feng somewhat evasive. "No." Finally, as if summoning the courage of a lifetime, he spoke slowly under Tang Feng's curious gaze. "I've liked you since we were kids. I loved playing with you, loved your smile. When I saw you in kindergarten, you were dressed like a little girl. Perhaps from that moment I liked you. But back then it wasn't the love of a couple, just a fondness, an inexplicable attraction to you. Tang Feng listened and couldn't help but nod, secretly pleased. I didn't realize I was so charming. I was this popular even as a kid. That makes sense. I've always had many good friends who loved to play with me. Back then the other kids always liked to follow me around and beg me to play with them. Although many things were hazy and he couldn't quite remember, it did seem to be true. Gusheng loved to play with him when they were young. Gusheng paused for a moment, then continued, I dreamed about you when I was in middle school. He paused, the words that followed seeming hard to utter, but he decided to be honest. That morning when I woke up, I realized that as a guy. Tang Feng understood immediately, and his heart screamed in shock. His eyes widened, and he immediately grabbed Gusheng's hands, pinning him down on the bed, his voice loud enough to blow the roof off. Gusheng, I treated you like a brother, and you wanted to sleep with me. Back in middle school, Tang Feng had been a proper regular boy. Seeing Tang Feng's extreme reaction, a wave of negativity washed over Gusheng. Did Tang Feng hate him now? Did he think he was a pervert? Gusheng felt like a wilted plant, hanging his head low, unable to look at Tang Feng's incredulous eyes, avoiding his gaze, too afraid to face him. He knew he might face this kind of situation by telling the truth, but now that it had come to this, he truly lacked the courage to face it. If because of this Xiao Feng truly came to loathe him and find him disgusting, then he... Just as Gusheng's mind was racing with wild thoughts, Tang Feng bumped his forehead against Gusheng's. I'm talking to you, and you dare to get distracted. Gusheng, you're getting bold. Even if we're going to do it, it'll be on top. He'll be the one pinning you down, got it? You'll never get to be above me in this lifetime. Gusheng was taken aback, his scattered thoughts instantly snapped back to reality. So Xiao Feng didn't hate him, didn't think his liking her was disgusting. Gusheng started, but was interrupted by Tang Feng again. Now I don't understand. Gusheng, you liked me when I was a boy, but now I'm a girl. Do you still like me as a girl? So do you like the male me or the female me? Confess. Right. Now. Gusheng was dizzy from the barrage of questions, but his answer was clear and direct. Gusheng, from beginning to end, have only ever liked one person, and that's Tang Feng. Now it was Tang Feng's turn to be dumbfounded. His grip on Gusheng's hands unconsciously loosened, and his face flushed slightly. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, am I really that charming? He had no idea. A handsome guy like Gusheng was captivated by him. Could it be that he really had some kind of mystical protagonist halo or cheat system? He called out in his mind, System, are you there? No response. Fine, let's just admit it. Is there any other hidden identity I should know about? Hey, Heavenly Tao, let's have a chat. Tang Feng's imagination ran wild, while Gusheng watched him staring blankly into space, as if his mind had wandered off to another world. He felt a bit helpless. He didn't expect that confessing his true feelings would elicit such a hilarious reaction from Tang Feng. It just proved that his Xiao Feng's thought process was beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Gusheng, however, had a good idea that Tang Feng was probably being narcissistic right now. His previous self-loathing had been dispelled by Tang Feng's antics, leaving only the relief and joy of having confessed his feelings. Xiao Feng, if you don't snap out of it, I'm going to kiss you, Gusheng said, making a move to get up and kiss him. Tang Feng finally shook off the strange thoughts in his head. He must be overthinking. He directly covered Gusheng's mouth with his hand, propping himself up beside him, and examined him carefully like a curious child. He had to admit Gusheng was really handsome. He cursed his poor Chinese composition skills for lacking the words to describe Gusheng's looks. Oh, sinking fish and falling geese, closing moon and shaming flowers. Tang Feng suddenly remembered these 8 words. They seemed quite fitting. Okay, I know you like me, got it. But I like girls. I admit it's my fault for being so irresistibly charming and captivating you. They'll take some responsibility for that. Gusheng wanted to say something, but his mouth was covered by Tang Feng's hand, and only muffled sounds escaped. Alright, I know what you want to say. Are you going to say you'll go to Thailand for a sex change operation to become a girl, so they'll like you? Although I'm tempted, since you're so good-looking, you'd definitely be a beauty as a girl. But I'm afraid my mom would beat me crippled to apologize to your mom. Then we'd both be disabled. Even if we got together, would that be a happy ending or a Chinese horror ending? Gusheng wanted to say something even more, but Tang Feng stubbornly refused to let him speak, babbling on by himself. A love I do yearn for it, it's beautiful. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I dated someone before. We met up a few days ago, and it turned out my girlfriend was a guy. I cried so hard. Did you see my social media post? I was so heartbroken. He was a nice guy though, said we could be bros and play games together. My first love ended without a proper conclusion. Gusheng couldn't take it anymore. He directly kissed Tang Feng's palm, then used his other hand to flip Tang Feng's body over, instantly switching their positions. Now Gusheng was on top, with Tang Feng pinned beneath him. He used both hands to restrain the other, fearing that Tang Feng might escape. Tang Feng was still babbling away when he suddenly found himself pinned down. Before he could even process what was happening, he heard Gusheng say, "Don't worry, I have no intention of getting surgery. Besides, you're a girl now. If I became a girl, how could I make you happy? After saying that, he looked directly into Tang Feng's eyes with the gaze of a wolf eyeing a lamb, as if he was about to unleash his primal instincts and devour the other whole. Tang Feng was so scared, he didn't dare move, goosebumps rising all over his body. He stammered, "Wow, what happiness." He muttered to himself. Gu Sheng's gaze was making him feel so creepy. Why did he feel like his whole body was starting to tremble? Gu Sheng's gaze at Tang Feng grew even more fervent, like a blazing fire that could burn everything to ashes. He suddenly pressed forward, their bodies tightly intertwined with not a sliver of space between them. Gu Sheng's warm breath sprayed wantonly on Tang Feng's face. His lips, as beautiful as if sculpted, gently brushed against Tang Feng's ear. The hot, moist breath lingered on the sensitive skin like a mist, causing Tang Feng's entire body to tremble involuntarily like a startled fawn. His seductive and tingling voice drifted slowly into Tang Feng's ear. Forgot what you learned in middle school. It's the grand harmony of human life. When he uttered those last words, his voice seemed to carry an invisible hook, stirring a restless desire within, tempting one to sin. At that moment, Tang Feng's breathing became rapid and erratic. His chest heaved violently, as if trying to break free from its confines, each beat expressing the turmoil within like war drums sounding in his ears. Tang Feng instantly stiffened. The grand harmony of human life. Gu Sheng, what nonsense are you spewing? Damn it. If anyone's going to be harmonizing, it should be me doing it to you. Why is it you doing it to me? I don't accept this. It's a huge injustice. He cursed his runaway little brother. Bro, come back. Huh, damn, what kind of weird thought is that? No, wait, I have my own brother. Why do I have to seek harmony with Gu Sheng? I could find a beautiful girl for that. It's all Gu Sheng's fault for leading me down this twisted path. Gu Sheng noticed that Tang Feng could even get distracted in this situation. He was like a hunter looking at the prey beneath him, wondering where to start, what part would be the most delicious. His thoughts lasted only a moment before he leaned in and kissed him. His lips were domineering and urgent, with an undeniable force firmly pressing against Tang Feng's. Tang Feng's eyes widened in shock at the sudden kiss, trying to struggle, but Gu Sheng held him down with even more force. Gu Sheng's kiss gradually became gentle, softly brushing against Tang Feng's lips, as if savoring a rare and precious treasure, like a gentle breeze caressing flower petals. His tongue lightly touched Tang Feng's clenched teeth, attempting to pry open that last line of defense. Tang Feng's breathing grew even more rapid. Under Gu Sheng's gentle assault, he gradually gave up resisting and slightly parted his lips, as if opening a door to a mysterious world. Gu Sheng took the opportunity to plunge in, his tongue intertwining with Tang Feng's. Their breaths mingled, and the whole world seemed to shrink to just this one scorching kiss. Gu Sheng's hand also began to wander slowly, tracing down Tang Feng's back, caressing the trembling skin, conveying the deep desire and possessiveness within his heart. The kiss lasted for a very, very long time, until they were both breathless before they reluctantly parted. Gu Sheng looked at Tang Feng's flushed face and dazed eyes, a satisfied smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Tang Feng, on the other hand, was gasping for air, his eyes holding both a hint of reproach and an indescribable emotion. She actually enjoyed kissing Gu Sheng. Another silent curse escaped her lips. Damn, it's over. Not only was she pinned down, but she was also secretly enjoying it. Suddenly, with a creak, the dormitory door was shoved open, followed by a guy's boisterous voice. Gu Sheng, the professor told me to. Half-open door, half-spoken words, as if someone had abruptly hit the pause button, coming to a hard stop. The guy named Liao Bufan was a senior student in Gu Sheng's group. He rushed back to the dorm, afraid of forgetting what the professor said, and went straight to find Gu Sheng. Upon reaching Gu Sheng's door, he found it ajar, and without a second thought, he pushed it open and walked in. After all, they were all guys, no need for formalities, they were all familiar with each other. But little did he expect what did he see? He saw Gu Sheng pinning a girl down on the bed. Liao Bufan's eyes bulged so wide they nearly popped out, his face a mask of utter shock, as if had seen a ghost. He stammered, "I will get going, you. Carry on." Then he hastily retreated from the room, slamming the door shut with a bang, and immediately clutched his heart, which was pounding from the shock. In an instant his expression shifted to one of gossipy curiosity, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "So Gu Sheng the Jr. actually has a girlfriend. I never would have guessed. And he's pretty eager, forgot to even close the door. I was too shocked to see what the girl looked like, what a pity." Figuring it wasn't an urgent matter, he decided not to disturb the young couple's private time. And so he hummed a little tune as he walked back to his own dorm, occasionally letting out a sly, ha-ha laugh. The moment the door closed, Tang Feng finally snapped back to reality. She used all her strength to push Gu Sheng away, her face flushed crimson as she glared at him. "You? I." She was so furious, she couldn't form words, only point a trembling finger at him like a kitten about to hiss and scratch. However, this angry look was utterly adorable in Gu Sheng's eyes, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Gu Sheng stepped forward and pulled Tang Feng into a tight embrace. Since she hadn't rejected his kiss earlier, he wasn't about to let go now. At this moment, Gu Sheng's mood was soaring, as if he were walking on clouds, elated and ready to float away. He savored the sweetness and satisfaction of the moment, as if the entire world consisted of just the two of them. So can you give me an answer now, girlfriend? Gu Sheng took the initiative and asked directly. Tang Feng choked on her words, momentarily forgetting her anger. She recalled Gu Sheng's confession, and the current Gu Sheng was truly hard to pin down. They had just been kissing passionately, and someone had seen them, yet he still had the nerve to ask if she'd be his girlfriend. This infuriated Tang Feng. She pushed Gu Sheng away again, glaring fiercely at his amused face. No, wait, someone saw us, just now. She gestured vaguely at her lips, finding it hard to speak of their intense kiss. She must have been bewitched by some spell Gu Sheng had cast. Gu Sheng said with a chuckle, "It was just a kiss, no big deal if someone saw. Next time, if we need to have a deeper interaction, he'll definitely remember to close the door." Tang Feng's eyes widened in shock at his words. She thought to herself, this guy must be possessed. Something's off, very off. Everything he says now is improper. What happened to the model student, the white moonlight in every girl's heart? Is this it? His mind is full of filth. Gu Sheng continued, "It seems Xiao Feng, you're quite looking forward to it." "You're talking nonsense. I'm not looking forward to it. Look forward to your head." Tang Feng retorted like a fiery little chili pepper. She wasn't looking forward to any harmony of life at all. Nope, not one bit. Get some rest. We'll talk later. I'm leaving now. And with that, she bolted for the door like a gust of wind, disappearing in an instant. Before leaving the doorway, she threw out a final threat. "If you don't answer my calls again, you're dead." Gu Sheng chased after her a few steps, but she was already gone by the time he reached the door. He remembered his phone, which had left behind that morning. He grabbed it and immediately gave chase. Tang Feng was still blushing furiously as she rushed down the stairs. She only slowed her pace once she was out of the boys' dormitory gate. She took deep, gulping breaths, but just as she was calming down, she heard footsteps. Turning around, she saw Gu Sheng. She started running again, yelling, "Gu Sheng, go back and rest. I can go back by myself. Don't follow me. If you do, I won't be your girlfriend." At her words, Gu Sheng froze, an expression of disbelief on his face. Then a smile uncontrollably spread across his lips, his eyes filled with an inexpressible joy. He even began to wonder if he had heard correctly, yet a strange sense of hope welled up within him. Could it be? Xiao Feng had finally accepted him. Did this mean they were officially lovers now? At this thought, Gu Sheng's mood instantly brightened, as if the warmth of spring sunshine enveloped him, cozy and comforting. His eyes and brows were radiant with a happy smile. Meanwhile, Tang Feng, who had run far away, was now filled with regret. She slapped her own mouth a few times, muttering stupid mouth-talking nonsense. She ran for a long time before stopping, noticing her phone vibrating. She pulled it out and saw it was a call from Gu Sheng. Tang Feng hesitated for a few seconds before answering and said with feigned annoyance, "What is it? Shouldn't you be resting? You're a patient, yet you're still so restless." Gu Sheng chuckled softly over the phone. "Well, my girlfriend told me not to follow, so I obediently stopped. But I'm worried about my girlfriend's safety on the way back. Would my brand new boyfriend be honored with the privilege of accompanying my girlfriend back to her dorm via phone call?" Tang Feng huffed, acting coy. "Fine, since you're pitifully sick," ill reluctantly agree. "And also from now on, you can't kiss me without my permission. You have to ask first." Remembering the scene of being pinned down by Gu Sheng, a strange sense of competitiveness suddenly flared up within her. On the other end of the line, Gu Sheng's smile grew even broader, his voice becoming as soft as honey. Yes, okay. I'll listen to my girlfriend. From now on, if you say go east, I won't go west. If you say chase the dog, I won't chase the chicken." On the other end of the line, Gu Sheng's smile grew even broader, his voice becoming as soft as honey. Yes, okay. I'll listen to my girlfriend. From now on, if you say go east, I won't go west. If you say chase the dog, I won't chase the chicken. Even now, the whole situation felt hazy to Tang Feng, like a dream. She had agreed so absent-mindedly, and it still didn't